we should have our own show.
I like that. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
I think you should all just be able to hang out with us while we chat and we banter back and forth, and we'll have a great time. We'll make our own mini games. We'll have a great time. Trust me.
We'll occasionally just have like a battle or two in the background.
Yeah.
You know, just to
and then we'll be mid-conversation until we both see something. We're like, oh my God, did you see the catch?
Complete conversation lost. We're just out of there. Like there's nothing else. But it looks like we do have everything set back up on stage.
Yeah.
And I'm very grateful that our judge team, our tech team got everything sorted. And these players can lock in for that game number 2.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this. I think if there was any anger or nerves, I think these trainers have had a moment to shake them out. So let's see. We're going to get a fresh game 2 coming at you, everybody. This is the grand finals in Los Angeles.
We've got lock-ins. Shadow Kanto Ninetales into the Togekiss. Again, with that Licky Licky and Feraligatr backline, it is going to make it quite difficult. So somehow this is actually Ninetales' best matchup.
Ooh, switching out, trying to catch Star Check on the Feraligatr. Elite tries to make a tricky play, but Arrow is there for it. Swaps right into his Dartrix and gets that Seed Bomb immediately.
That was a pretty fast counter switch from Arrow. I don't believe Seed Bomb is going to take the knockout, but in terms of pacing, this is really going to be an Arrow's advantage, because even if Elite double base, Elite will not be able to catch back up.
I've seen Arrow shield so many Hydro Cannons, and now is not the time to make a call. He shields that Ice Beam perfectly.
And these Shadow Claws don't honestly do a lot to Dartrix. I guess Dartrix is a lot bulkier than I gave it credit for, because it looks like even with Togekiss having the Psyshock loaded, the Feraligatr would not be able to farm it into a range where Psyshock could actually take the knockout.
Now, when a trainer like Elite double shields a Pokemon like this and knows he's going to get outpaced, it tells me that what he's likely to do is switch and catch the third Charge Attack. But Arrow no shields an Ice Beam here. He wants a Protect Shield, but he's got to give up his Dartrix to get it.
Oh my goodness, down goes Dartrix. He's going to hold all the energy on the Ninetales, but this Feraligatr is the only resistance to fire remaining on Elite's team.
Exactly. That Shadow Kanto Ninetales might do what it did earlier on today and burn through the competition. Hydro Cannon bounces off. Ninetales comes back out. In comes the Togekiss for the Aura Sphere.
Aura Sphere will hit for some pretty significant damage onto the Ninetales. Arrow 1 Protect Shield left. He is going to use it here. It looks like he will probably need to go for an Overheat or Double Weather Ball to take the knockout. He's going to go for the Double Weather Ball route, so that way he does keep his attack stat intact.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right what you said earlier about the only fire resist on the team. I think Elite wants to keep that Feraligatr as long as he can. Charge Attack priority, though, goes to the Togekiss.
I don't think that's what Arrow was hoping for. Togekiss had so much residual energy. Aura Sphere is going to take the knockout, and just like that, the energy is lost.
Is this within 5 Shadow Claw range? Togekiss might just barely hang on. Oh no! This is so bad for Arrow.
That was so close for the Feraligatr, but just not quite able to get there. Unfortunately, the energy is lost. Arrow had to commit to the farm down as his win condition, but he doesn't quite get it, and Elite is able to take game number 2.
Even then, Arrow would have needed to Hydro Cannon the opposing Feraligatr and get to 2 more Hydro Cannons against the Licky Licky. I think it would have been playable, but it would have been extremely close. Instead, what we got was a shutdown, lights out, can't stay here, but you gotta go somewhere kind of situation from Elite.
I know we always talk about how much preparation and how much practice these players do.
Yeah.
That was Elite's 22,000 Great League win, Speedy. That popped up on screen for us here. That just shows the level of preparation and the amount of hours these players put in, what it takes to become the very best.
You gotta take that, multiply it by about 3.5 minutes, and that's about how many games Elite has won. Not played,
yeah,
but won. Arrow's already locked in. This could be a bracket reset in just 3 to 4 short minutes. Elite, meanwhile, taking his time, trying to figure out his options and pick the best 3 Pokemon for success.
Elite has consistently run back that same 3, Togekiss, the Feraligatr, and the Licky Licky. And that trio has been so incredibly strong for him. It's basically up to Arrow now to try and find an answer, because so far, Elite has just been running those 3 Pokemon to incredibly, incredibly good results.
This is game 3, everybody. Dartrix the lead from Arrow into the Feraligatr this time. It got taken out by an Ice Beam in game number 2. Let's see if it can avoid the same fate.
Safe switch into the Togekiss. Arrow is going to respond with Tinkaton. Now this matchup, despite the big type advantage for Tinkaton, up a little bit of energy in the 2 shield, Togekiss can actually make this exceedingly close.
Here comes an Aura Sphere from the Togekiss of Elite. This is going to deal some neutral damage over to the Tinkaton, and you're right, I think a second one of those would make it perilously close. Oh, the Bulldoze pulls the shield immediately. immediately.
Oh, that's a nice bait for Arrow to help him catch back up. Bulldoze would be double resisted. Dewey's at the debuff. No debuff comes through. The Tinkaton could survive the next Aura Sphere, but it would put it potentially in peck down range.
Yeah, here's the issue as well. If Elite does not take damage here, it's going to be very hard for Arrow to farm down the rest of this Togekiss.
This is where the matchup does not feel particularly strong if you are the Tinkaton player. Is in the twos, you're not really dealing any meaningful damage. You just have the Fairy Wind, so the Togekiss is still very, very healthy.
I'm wondering what Arrow's plan is here. He's got a Dartrix with Peck and a very healthy Togekiss still with half health and a lot of energy. He's got to figure out a way to bring down this flying type.
Back-to-back Psyshocks loaded on the Togekiss. Instant no shield from Arrow. He knows he can survive one, but Elite already has another. Elite is going to overfarm. Both trainers overfarming. Arrow may be trying to farm this into Seed Bomb range.
That would be absolutely diabolical, but I think he can get there. Second Psyshock gets shielded up here, protecting that Dartrix from a potential KO. Gets to the Seed Bomb and a swap from Elite into the Licky Licky.
That Togekiss put in so much work into Arrow's entire team, and he still never got to knock it out. The Togekiss is preserved. Licky Licky now going to be answered with the Diggersby, but the switch timers are heavily misaligned, and that Togekiss is still alive for Elite.
My goodness, both trainers revealing their teams of 3. Arrow knows that Feraligatr is still lurking in the back, and he needs that grass type coverage from the Dartrix to deal with it. Meanwhile, Licky Licky does have the body slam. Scorching Sands connects, but we know Diggersby needs a lot more than that to bring down the normal type.
As Arrow, just trying to gather as much energy as possible is probably going to be the play. Elite is firing off these body slams, desperately trying to get to the timer. This is not a matchup that Licky Licky wants to be in, especially after being chipped down with a Seed Bomb.
I think there's still win conditions for both, but here comes Elite with the Togekiss, swapping in and throwing the Aura Sphere. You gotta give up a shield here if you're Arrow, otherwise you lose your Diggersby.
It looks like that was charge stack priority. He's gonna be no shielding. He hopes he can hold on, and Diggersby is so bulky, it survives.
Wow, I am shocked. I really thought we were gonna get a knockout there, but Diggersby does hang on, gets the Fire Punch, switch timers up. Dartrix might pounce out here at any moment.
Dartrix is very, very low. Amongst Elite's remaining Pokemon, there's basically no fast attack pressure into the Diggersby. There's rollouts, and there's double resisted Shadow Claws. Arrow reaching for the Scorching Sands. He is going to get there. Does he try and pivot now into the Dartrix, and does Elite try and make that prediction?
I think if you can C-bomb the Feraligatr, you might get the KO at this range. Actually, you absolutely will. Oh, he's able to do it before Elite can swap in that Licky Licky. This is key for Arrow.
This Seed Bomb is super effective damage. Can Feraligatr hang on? No, it cannot. Feraligatr gets knocked out. In comes Licky Licky. Licky Licky has to try and get a farm down, and it's just simply not going to get there. Seed Bomb is reached. Dartrix should be taking the knockout, and that's going to be getting Arrow on the board.
Clawing his way back into the series. Elite went up 2-0, stood just one game away from the reset. We thought it was inevitable, but Arrow says, pump the brakes. I'm in the grand finals on the winner's side for a reason.
Tinkaton, while it kind of got overrun by the Togekiss, what it did get for Arrow is both Protect Shields.
Yeah.
Being able to get those shields down really set up that Dartrix and the Diggersby to have success. Even though he ended up losing charge type priority to the Togekiss, Diggersby held on. It survived. Yeah. Super effective Aura Sphere, half HP Diggersby. That's just simply not a problem.
My goodness, is that a bulky Pokemon? Also for Elite, I just got to call out, we have not seen that Shadow Quagsire, Galarian Corsa, or Shadow Galarian Weezing. Meanwhile, Arrow has been much more willing to kind of toss his Pokemon around and try different things. I believe he's played all 6 of his Pokemon in just these first 3 games.
Elite is consistently running the trio core of Feraligatr, Licky Licky, and Togekiss.
Yeah.
I think these are my strongest 3, and I think that honestly, they're very, very difficult to beat. So now it's on Arrow to try and make the adjustments. Arrow was able to get the win. The Dartrix lead into the Tinkaton counter switch set him up for success. And now Arrow, he has shown that he's willing to run everything. So what do you do against the man who's willing to run everything? Maybe you just run back those same 3 Pokemon.
Maybe you do, right? Don't change it up now. 11 wins straight in the loser side bracket. Elite is doing something right. The formula is absolutely cracked. He doesn't need to change up too much here. He just needs to figure out the tendencies that Arrow is showing and find a way around his next opponent. Meanwhile, Arrow needs to win 2 straight to become your Los Angeles Regional Champion. He's at risk still of being reset by just 1 Elite victory.
Elite knows he's so close to the reset. A reset is basically the great equalizer. Then it's one fresh best of 5, and then whoever wins is the champion. Amongst Elite's 3 that he's consistently bringing, what I really like about the choice is it's a very strong line into the Ninetales and a very strong line into the Aegislash, 2 of Arrow's spicier picks, but it does open the door for Dartrix.
Here we go, everybody. This is game 4. Aegislash lead into the Feraligatr. We know how this goes. The Aegislash absorbs so much damage, but instead Arrow reaches for the Dartrix immediately, maybe trying to pull out the Togekiss? I'm not sure.
In comes Togekiss. Dartrix going to farm up to the Brave Bird, going for a bait, and this time the Seed Bomb bait is shielded. The more shields that Arrow can get down, the better it's going to be for his Aegislash.
I really like that play by Arrow. He knows that he's likely only going to get 1 charge attack, so he opts for that. But the Brave Bird on charge attack priority. Oh my goodness, Elite, Psyshock, it's not enough though.
He thinks he can hold on here. He's gambling on it. The Psyshock lands. Dartrix survives, and it gets the Brave Bird.
Absolutely insane knowledge of damage calculations by Arrow. Brave Bird would wipe that Togekiss off the field, but he shields it instead.
Now, how do you beat the Aegislash, Speedy? I don't think it is possible. He sends in the Aegislash, and now Aegislash is going to be an absolute nightmare.
Aegislash has 2 Protect Shields. It's got all the bulk in the world. And you're right, Henry. It's got room to breathe. Here comes a Hydro Cannon. This is not more than a spit shine on the shield of that Aegislash.
A lot of energy was stored by Elite, but unfortunately that energy would only be valuable onto the non-Aegislash Pokemon. Aegislash is a complete wall to Togekiss's energy.
Oh my goodness. Arrow went with an ABA double steal team here. Aegislash in the lead and Tinkaton in the back. Aegislash unleashes the Shadow Ball. Feraligatr crumbles under the pressure, and now Elite has to figure out what his next play is.
If Elite brings in the Licky Licky, Arrow can very easily stay here. Actually brings in the Togekiss, but by throwing 2 pecks, he just gave 27 energy to the Aegislash, which can now shield and go back into that shield form.
Oh my goodness, and then once it's there, it can take even more punishment. Aegislash, such an incredible Pokemon and a difficult one to play, but it is masterful when you see it executed like this.
He's going to be launching this Gyro Ball. It's going to do so much damage. Arrow could very well look to stay in here because this is a matchup where Aegislash does not have a lot of fast attack pressure being done to it. This could be an opportunity for Arrow to farm up and try and bank a charge attack for later.
Oh my goodness.
He knows the Body Slam is really not going to be doing anything.
Oh my goodness. I need everyone to tag the world champ, it's Accent, and get him to watch this championship. Los Angeles is absolutely insane, and Arrow's Aegislash is tearing through Elite. There's nothing he can do.
In comes the Togekiss. There is the pause. It should unpause momentarily. There it is. Elite, he's going to try and go for a peck down, and he can't get there. That is an Aegislash sweep. Dartrix forced both shields, and then Aegislash just completely took over.
I have never seen something like this in my entire life. Aegislash, shield, blade, back and forth, knockout, knockout, knockout. Absolutely unreal. When that Pokemon gets up Protect Shields, like you called out at the start, Henry, up 2-0 Protect Shields, it's got all the time in the world.
A weakness of the 3 that Elite has brought is even though they do have the coverage for that Aegislash, if Aegislash gets shields down, and that's what Dartrix was able to do so incredibly well, then Aegislash does not care about typing. It does not care about matchups. It will knock you out, and it will make it incredibly, incredibly difficult. Elite has now dropped 2 games in a row. The momentum of this series is switching. Arrow has the wind in his sails. He's 1 win away. Is this his moment?
Double steal in that game. Such a important decision for Arrow to make, especially in the face of a team like Elite. Does that force Elite into something he doesn't usually play? Does he play the Quagsire now? Does he lean on that Galarian Corsa? He's got to find some way to slow down Arrow because he is 1 win away from being your Los Angeles champion.
That Quagsire when the Dartrix is coming every game, if it can dodge that Dartrix, it looks so strong. But if it's on the Dartrix, the game instantly ends, and that is the gamble that Elite is thinking through. Does he go for the Quagsire? Does he take the risk? Or does he try and play it safe and stay with those familiar 3 Pokemon, the Licky Licky, the Feraligatr, and the Togekiss?
A 2-0 lead for Elite has melted down into a stalemate. 2-2, Arrow, Elite, Los Angeles Finals 2026. Here we go.
This is a matchup where Togekiss will frequently have to double shield, and if it does, that could set up that Aegislash so well in the back.
Oh my goodness, it could be a disaster. Great swap though by Elite, catching a resisted Gigaton Hammer.
Elite opts out, he gets the catch, and in doing so, he saves a lot of energy on the Togekiss, but importantly, the Protect shields are still intact. That is very, very good for Elite.
Throwing the Seed Bomb on 5. Great timing by Arrow here to avoid any kind of Ice Beam shenanigans, but Elite needs to start to fight his way back into the battle. He's going to let that Feraligatr go.
Elite is now, after that last game, conditioned into being very careful with how he uses his Protect shields. If he uses them in an inefficient manner, if he uses them too early, then the Aegislash can just sweep everything, and he hasn't seen the Aegislash yet. But considering that this is a very similar line to what Arrow ran, after losing to the Aegislash twice in a row, it has to be on his mind.
It's got to be at front of mind. Meanwhile, Psyshock does finally take down that pesky Dartrix. Out comes the Aegislash. There's only a Togekiss and a Licky Licky left, and there's another Steel type for Arrow in the back. Here comes Tinkaton.
Energy stored on the Aegislash. Tinkaton does have a very strong matchup. Now Gigaton Hammer doesn't hit quite as hard, but my goodness, it will still leave a serious dent onto this Licky Licky.
I mean, I wonder if you even bait if you're Arrow, if you just full send it. He's gonna go ahead and bait with the Bulldoze though, but Elite knows he's got 2 Protect shields. He's gonna use one of them here.
Oh my goodness, Elite gets the shield call wrong. Does Bulldoze debuff? Yes, it does. Arrow closing in on another Gigaton Hammer.
Shadow Ball ready to go. It's going to deal a lot of damage, so Arrow does respect it with the Protect shield, but we can see the window starting to close. Arrow does have some energy on the Tinkaton. Might go for that Gigaton Hammer. He's got it. Goes for it.
Gigaton Hammer. This is a -1 Licky Licky. Elite forced to put up the shield. There is energy on the Togekiss for Elite, but the energy is only valuable into that Tinkaton. It's not going to do much into the Aegislash.
Yeah, Switch Timer is up as well. Out comes the Togekiss. Oh my goodness!
Catch! Oh my word! Arrow with the prediction. The energy is saved. The door could be slammed as Togekiss is unable to do any meaningful damage.
Lightning fast reaction by Arrow. Aegislash squared up against the Togekiss. There's nothing it can do. Arrow's starting to laugh to himself. He can see the vision. He knows this might be the end. This might be his first place ever.
Arrow with the fist pump. The emotions are flowing. He knows Aegislash is inevitable. The back-to-back gyro balls, no Protect shields remaining for Elite. This game is over.
Gyro Ball number 1 going to connect here as soon as the shield form converts over to the blade form. Arrow has fought so hard to get to this point. He brings down the first. He's going to take down the second. He's knocked down so many opponents this weekend. Over the 4 years he's been competing, Arrow has never won until now.
Arrow, this is your moment. You are the Los Angeles Regional Champion.
Gigaton Hammer swings, Licky Licky goes down, and Arrow ascends. Congratulations, Arrow, your 2026 Los Angeles champion.
That marks the first ever regional win for Arrow. Yeah, I can hear the crowd from back here. The emotion on Arrow's face. What a moment, what a competitor. And that is back-to-back regional wins for Aegislash.
Oh my goodness, Henry. I'm looking at Arrow's face. He's turning red. You can tell him. You can tell he's fine.
Against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokémon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the high speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, wherever you are in the world, to the Pokémon Regional Championships here in Utrecht. We have a star-studded lineup of casters here with me today Yes, you, Amanda, to cast alongside me today here at the Regional Championships. I'm here with Semyon, Martijn, and Amanda, and I tell you what, we're all eager to get this going on today. What are you most excited about, Semyon?
I'm actually very excited about the meta that we're going to have again, because we had the change in Prague where we got Tinkaton added to the meta, where Tinkaton didn't do that well, but then we had now the last regional in NA basically, where Tinkaton won it all. So I'm curious on how this is going to shift for this meta that we're going to see in Utrecht today.
And Martijn, what are you most excited about?
I saw that there's one Giratina registered, and it's not me. So hopefully we get to see that have some success today.
Ooh, very exciting. Hopefully you had to watch that battle yourself. And Amanda, what are you most excited about yourself?
Well, speaking of Giratina and its, usual owner, Martijn has won this event in the past, but since he's behind the desk, I'm really looking forward to seeing who could potentially be crowned a new champion here at this regional competition.
And I'll tell you what, after seeing last week Arrow and his Dartrix, my favorite Pokemon, end up winning the whole thing, I was so excited to see him wreck all of his opponents. But now we're here in Utrecht. I'm here all day, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see what EU events we've got coming up. We've got one more, and that will be in...
We're going to have one turn here, of course, as well, but we also have very exciting events coming up. In New Orleans here, we're going to have the NAIC still coming up, a big tournament just before the World Championships in San Francisco to finish up this season.
Very exciting. I'm really excited to see if any more trainers are able to get that exciting last-minute ticket to get to Worlds. It's still possible for anyone here. But while we're here today in Utrecht, we do have a community choice pick for those on Twitch.
That's right. So if you're watching on Twitch, you get to vote who's going to be the first matchup that we get to see here in Utrecht. It looks like, looking at this, there's quite a few local trainers.
Some of these are actually locals of mine, indeed, from the Netherlands. Get your votes in on Twitch. If you are watching on YouTube, open the Twitch stream and you can be part of this vote. Again, the match that you guys vote for will be the first one we'll showcase on the broadcast.
Absolutely, and that is for Utrecht here today. The last European regional that we had was, of course, Prague, and we do have a little video here to show you.
Pokémon Regional in Prague. This marked the very first Pokémon GO regional in the golden city of Prague, and the big question was who would take home the golden ticket. A total of 124 battlers entered the tournament competing in a meta that many expected to be heavily shaped by the recent addition to Tinkaton's moveset, Gigaton Hammer. Looking at the top 12 Pokémon usage of day number 1, Tinkaton came in at rank number 5, but that's only half of the story. Many trainers came prepared, bringing a variety of water and ground-type Pokemon specifically to counter it. Players like Icelandic Lapras piloted the newly buffed Tinkaton all the way into day number 2 on the winner's side of the bracket, while trainers like Boom 20 showcased the strength of teams built to counter the Fairy and Steel-type threat. But with the shifting meta, some players brought their own unique twist. Tonton Baturus, known as a Dragon Master, ran a core of Shadow Hydreigon and Aegislash, sweeping through his group. Heading into day number 2, Tinkaton's usage dropped significantly, opening the door for Tauntaun's Shadow Hydreigon to shine. This run carried him all the way into the winners finals, where Boom 20 was waiting. Boom dominated the set, sending Tauntaun down into the losers final. They faced none other than the other Dragon Master, Netacraze. In an epic clash between champions, it wasn't the Shadow Dragons that stole the show, it was Aegislash. Picking up crucial knockouts one after another, it powered Tauntaun to a clean 3-0 victory, sending him into the grand final. Waiting for him once again, Boom 20. But what happened next was something no one could have expected. Shadow Hydreigon absolutely took over, even knocking out Boom's Fairy-type Togekiss multiple times to reset the bracket and bring us to a final best of 5 to decide the Prague Regional Champion. The grand finals open up with one of the best plays we've ever seen on the stage like this. Tauntaun predicted a body slam bait from Boom's Licky only to immediately catch the actual Shadow Ball onto his own Licky, and then he falls out by catching yet another heavy-hitting hit onto the Aegislash, completely swinging the momentum and securing him game number 1. From that point on, Boom couldn't find an answer to the Aegislash Hydreigon core, and just like this, Tonton Baturus completed an incredible run to become Prague Regional Champion. What a spectacular tournament, but the question remains, who is going to be the next regional champion? Stay tuned to find out more.
And what a win it was for Tonton Baturus, going from strength to strength. I'll tell you what, it's always so fun seeing a few spicy picks, it's a little bit of off meta, make it all the way to the end of the tournament. I believe in the top 3 there were a few spicy picks still there.
Right, Giratina was a pick that I liked, but Hydreigon and Aegislash were going rampant there. And I'm curious to see if we're going to see more of that Aegislash in this tournament too.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we get, again, the winning moment for Tonton Baturus as he was able to finish off this game.
Yeah, like this was such an interesting regional because, yeah, here we're going to basically Tauntaun was able to destroy opponents with that Hydreigon. Hydreigon today as well is going to have a Community Day Classic, so if you want to get your own Shadow Hydreigon, you are going to be able to get the move Brutal Swing at 2 p.m. your local time.
Which could be really good into that Shadow Quagsire and Umbreon that we just saw. Yeah, this is just me playing with these Pokemon, but Hydreigon is the Pokemon that you want to be looking out for this weekend for sure.
And these are the top 3 from Prague. And as I was mentioning there, we have those spicy picks. Tauntaun making that Hydreigon his own. He did so well with that Pokemon. And Martine, who always makes the Pokemon look almost meta with his Shadow Giratina. He goes from strength to strength. He always brings it. You'd think his opponents would expect it at this point, but still, he makes it through.
I think he's just kind of lucky, but like, don't forget about the top 3 players that we have here making it so far. And Tonton Baturus obviously looking in his qualification with that victory. So yeah, big congratulations to him. Insane performance.
We mentioned those small meta Pokemon, sorry, small spicy Pokemon who made it through into day 2 and made it all the way to the end. But here are the Pokemon that made it into the meta of day 2 over in Prague.
We're going to have here, of course, at 67%, both the Licky as well as the Quagsire. I'm curious if we're going to see those Pokemon as well today. Very likely. They're currently the meta staples, but also we had, of course, a discussion on if we have Fortress with the Volt Switch or the Bug Bite the last time around. I'm curious on how these players are going to play that. But yeah, we had Tinkaton here at 25% usage in Prague day 2, and now it won the last regional in an A. I wonder if more people are going to pick up on it or if it's going to be counted again.
So just a reminder to everyone who might just be tuning in, this was the top meta Pokemon for day 2 of the very first tournament in the specific Tinkaton meta. But since then, it's already shifted a little bit, but kind of like what Semyon just pointed out here, having that Shadow Quagsire and Shadow Fortress with potential different movesets, either Bug Bite or Volt Switch or Aqua Tail or Mud Bomb on the Quagsire. It's interesting to see how people's different play styles utilize these different movesets.
Well, it's exciting to see how well these Pokemon did in Prague, and we're going to see very shortly how these translate over to Utrecht day 1. My favorite moment, and we are seeing a lot more Tinkaton.
Definitely a big spike here in Tingaton. Every third player is running Tingaton today. But also I find quite interesting is we're going to have the Empoleon here at the number 5 spot, jumping up a little bit as well. And then we have the 4% usage on Shadow Diggersby. Who's running Shadow Diggersby this weekend?
I'm more curious about that Empoleon, why there's so many of those currently. I guess I can kind of see the vision to tackle Tinkaton and especially Togekiss, because Togekiss has been dominating just as much as Aegislash has, and Empoleon could really be a good answer to those Pokemon.
What I'm curious about is why is there no Aegislash? You think about it, it's won actually the last 2 events, but I know that it's a Pokemon that has to be used by, kind of a specific play style and maybe over the general masses, since this is the day 1 usage. So all of the players here in Utrecht, maybe they're not quite familiar with the play style of it quite yet.
Well, it's really exciting to see some of these Pokemon that are going to be shown here today. But it's not just about the Pokemon. It's also about the players themselves. And here are some players that have already done ever so well in the European circuit.
Right, we are now in Utrecht, and then we have Turin. You can see the previous champions that we have here. Of course, we talked about Tonte Bateus, but there are many other European top competitors that we have here that won previous championships and have locked in their roles invite already.
They've done so well as of this point. There are still a couple more spaces to go, though, so it could be even your face watching at home to take away one of these 2 spots at least. Now, we also have the NA Regional Champions across the pond. These are the players that have done ever so well as of this point.
Of course, we saw already as well Arrow run the last regional with a very unconventional team there as well, running the Shadow Ninetales and the Dartrix. Dartrix kind of the star of the show there as well. And as well, of course, the Aegislash again. No back-to-back winners. We're going to have to see who's going to win the last regional here as well for the NA region.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Arrow there did so well in Los Angeles. Taking a recap over Los Angeles as a whole, we did see all of the trainers do ever so well. Arrow played so well with that Dartrix.
Years he's been competing.
Yeah, we'll take a look at how he won this.
Now.
Arrow got so emotional after this winning victory. At some point, he just read how to defeat Elite, getting the reverse sweep here, and you can see just the tears coming up there a little bit. Arrow has been competing for 4 seasons, 3 silver medals, and finally, he did it last week in Los Angeles. I must admit, even I teared up here. Just grown man watching this, and I cried a little bit.
I would like to say I apologize for all my previous statements about Dartrix. It wasn't just Dartrix, it was Dartrix, of course, donning a hat, a Halloween-style hat.
Important detail.
It was a very important detail that I did forget to include previously. But it wasn't just Arrow who did fantastic at the tournament. We also have Elite and K Pine.
Exactly true. Elite was known a little bit before as the California King, often winning the regionals there in that local area. Arrow was able to topple him for this tournament, but also K-Pine 28 coming in, getting that bronze, and really making a name for himself as well, putting himself on that podium. 3
fantastic trainers who have all done ever so well. I'm very happy to see the diversity in the metas, not just between Europe, but also between America, NA, and they've all done ever so well. This is the meta from Los Angeles that we saw just last week.
And here we even see more Licky Licky. So it's kind of the question. Are players trying to adapt to try to counter this Pokemon? But how do you counter this Pokemon is also the question. But again, we have to see on how the meta is going to shift. We had recently a lot of more uncommon Pokemon winning those tournaments. So I'm curious on what kind of Pokemon they're going to bring in this tournament. Are we going to see some spicy picks?
So much Licky Licky that we have been seeing recently in these events. Is there going to be an influx of fighting types, perhaps? What do you think, Martin? Do you think we'll see more fighting types to counteract all these Licky Lickies that we have been seeing?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Europe is going to adapt to that. Like, obviously, Galarian Corsola is all over the place, but are you still going to bring that when Licky Licky is so dominant? I mean, I think at this point, if you were team building for Utrecht, you have seen that Licky Licky is top meta. Are you going to bring those Ghost-type Pokemon, or are we going to move more into those Ground-type Pokemon? We saw some Shadow Feraligatr, actually. Feraligatr has a Fast Attack Shadow Claw, a Ghost-type Fast Attack, but Shadow can actually defeat Licky Licky in that zero shield scenario. So I think that's an important change that we already saw for the usage in Utrecht.
Well, we've seen the top picks from all these different regionals recently, but what are the top players around the world predicting, Martine?
Yeah, if we take a look here, these are some of the champions in their respective tournaments in the APAC qualifiers. Master Me, he was also top 8 at the last World Championships. And some interesting picks here. I want to point out that Shadow Celio specifically, that is an interesting pick. I think regular Celio might do the job a little bit better just because it can defeat Tinkaton, but Shadow Celio has better pressure into Pokemon like Togekiss. And then you have Umbreon, a Pokemon that will really excel, along with Wigglytuff actually, if Tinkaton is not that meta.
My big question is, how do all of these play against Giratina?
Yeah, I feel like they're really targeting Gear. Maybe they knew I was commentating. They're like, you know what? Let's just counter Giratina a lot. He will struggle with that. Well, no, I respect your picks. They pair with Giratina. That's how I see it.
Well, we've looked at the top players' predictions from the APAC region, but we're going to rein it back in now to the European district, and we're going to have a look here at the leaderboards.
Yeah, we see at the leaderboards, we see, of course, next to the players' names as well, sometimes this golden ticket. That means that they are also qualified, guaranteed for the World Championships. But of course, the leaderboards are going to be quite interesting because there's also some prizes towards them as well. And there's currently a fight as well between like the number 8 and number 9 spot. I know that both players are going to be competing here today in this tournament as well. And of course, they kind of want to go up a little bit or defend their current spot in the leaderboards.
Yeah, and these players have all done ever so well. There may be some of these players we're about to see with the players to watch. These are the players that we're expecting to do well. Maybe someone at home who hasn't watched any of these events before. These are some of the top-ranked players in Europe, and they have done so well in previous regionals, and we're going to see if they're able to do it again.
Yeah, Patman, Colin 6, Nessa Beethan. Nessa Beethan was a top competitor in Prague. I believe a top 4 finish, and then Patman and Colin. You just always see these when you watch a broadcast in the European region. Fun fact, these two trainers, Patman and Colin 6, will also be competing in North America at the NAIC.
Well, I'll tell you what, the amazing camaraderie of meeting people here and the playing the game itself is not the only reason to attend one of these regional championships. There are also regional spawns, and whenever you spin a Pokestop, you can get a charged TM, which is always very exciting. There are some really cool spawns here spawning at the event, including what I am quite interested in, Turtonator, a very fun PvP Pokemon.
Yeah, there's a lot of these Pokemon that are more PvP viable, I would say, than things that maybe you can find in the wild necessarily. Also, keep in mind that there are going to be some different, limited metas coming up, such as the North American International Championship, where Kingdra will be quite prevalent, believe, and you can also catch those horsies here, maybe get a good one for that tournament if you're planning on attending.
Well, that is us ready to watch some of these battles. I'm really excited to see what European Pokemon GO has in store for us today here in Utrecht. But make sure that you are catching all of the action over at Pokemon.com/broadcast. Make sure you are there or you are square. But make sure to follow all the channels at Play Pokemon on YouTube and Pokemon GO on Twitch.
Yeah, and if you miss any of the vaults, you can watch them back here. I'm really excited for the action here, Jay. I already hear some rumbling there. Are we getting ready?
We are so ready. We're going to go take us over to the casters now, who are ready to watch some of these battles and get really excited while they do so.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon GO matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners' finals, losers' finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Welcome in here to Utrecht at the Regional Championships. I'm Amanda, alongside someone that I look up to, literally and figuratively. We have Semyon here. So happy to be casting with you again, my friend.
I'm so excited. We were already there in Prague, saw amazing battles, amazing meta, and I'm curious on what you're going to see today. Our players going to adapt again. There was quite a lot of changes and quite a lot of very interesting Pokemon that did very well in the last 2 tournaments, so I'm curious what you're going to see today.
I'm wondering if the formula is, if we're just taking these past 2 tournaments, is it Aegislash plus some spicy picks? So for number 1, we had Prague, we had Tauntaun using that Aegislash with that Shadow Hydreigon, and then in Los Angeles we had Arrow using that Aegislash alongside Dartrix. So is this the sauce?
Maybe, but like Pokemon like Dartrix, who would have expected it? But it makes a lot of sense in the current meta. We have quite a lot of water and ground type Pokemon, and of course those were there to counter Tinkaton, but that was not really working out that well for the opponents there. Tinkaton won the first tournament for itself, which is very exciting as well. The Gigaton Hammer doing so much damage. It's curious. I'm curious. Like
I'm almost a Gigaton, would you say?
Yeah, definitely. A Gigaton Hammer does Gigaton damage, but also we saw a spike in an increase of Tinkaton for the season, for this regional now, of course. So I'm curious on if players going to be having quite a lot of successes again with it, because in Prague I felt like it kind of disappeared quite early. It wasn't really that common. It wasn't really that prominent. It was maybe bench pressure. Like players didn't really run it. Like it's. I
think there was so much hype around it because it was going to be the very first event that Tinkaton with Gigaton Hammer was available to use, and players either over-predicted and tried to counter it rather than playing it itself. It still was in that top 12 usage, but as we've seen time and time again now with okay, there's only been 3 tournaments, but Licky seems to be the actual Pokemon that is at the top of the current meta.
Yeah, Licky absolutely at the top currently. And we've seen actually in Prague as well some players trying to run some unconventional fighting type Pokemon, maybe like the Poliwrath, which he had already as well. Martin running, getting up to number 3 spot there as well. We saw some Annihilate. I'm curious if you're going to see an increase in fighting type Pokemon. There are quite a lot of different fighting type Pokemon that you can run because Licky is everywhere, and Quagsire is, I think, is not going to go anywhere either.
I think we've seen it definitely at the top of the meta, and a lot of these trainers are competing not only for the different prizes, not only to be able to get that spot for Worlds, but also because they need to get those championship points. So this is what people are playing for currently. First place, you get that direct qualification for Worlds, but also 350 championship points, which goes a long way because in Europe, which is the region we're in right now, currently the top 65 trainers will be able to make it onto World Championships.
Yeah, and of course, the CP also can help you to get those travel awards as well that are quite important. I know that, for example, my brother Zizwilus is trying to fight for them as well, and both players, Galax, Cabolton and Zizwilus at number 8 and number 9 are currently fighting for them. Of course, it kind of depends on if you get those travel pricing, which can be quite nice to get to the World Championship.
Yeah, it's very important. I think all these trainers want to be doing the best they can to be putting their name on that mark. We talked a little bit earlier, our players to watch, Pataman and Colin 6, both of them are competing at NAIC. Both of them were in the grand finals at EUIC. And back to the regional side of things, I mean, you're not only getting those points, you're not only getting the prizes, you're also getting some booster packs.
I would absolutely love those booster packs. I'm generally a very excited TCG collector, so I would definitely enjoy those. But yeah, booster packs are a great thing right now to have as well. Like 108 booster packs, what would you do with them? I would open them all.
What would you do with them? He was very excited yesterday when he was looking at all the different packs, so I don't doubt that at all. I know a lot of Pokemon trainers are feeling very similarly, especially at a tournament this large with so many competitors across Go, VG, and the trading card game.
Yeah, so many different competitors here. So many excited players as well. But honestly, I love those booster packs. They're so much fun. Brings me back to my childhood. I actually had a really good card as well there. I got back in the day. Lost it sadly, but I'm still excited to open packs even at my age right now.
Yeah, well, I know that a lot of you at home are also interested in that, and you're also probably interested to see who will be crowned the new champion here in Utrecht. There are a lot of big names. This is one of our bigger tournaments here in Europe with, I believe, 125 trainers registered for it, so it's quite big for Go.
Yeah, it's quite big. It's always like a very big tournament here as well. There's a lot of space and a lot of exciting battles that is going to be having here today. I'm curious on who's going to be on top. But again, in Europe, I feel like we always have like such stacked tournaments. Like there's always like at least like, I don't know, like 20, 30 players that you would really expect to do really, really well. But there's only such a limited amount of spots in the top tier there. I'm curious who's going to be able to win it all today, like tomorrow, to be fair. But yeah, we have a lot of exciting battles coming up. Very likely also already early rounds where we see like top players going up against each other. And it's of course very excited to watch. But then again, even if you lose the first round, you still have the option to go to the losers bracket and go all the way through. It's a bit tougher. You have to do a few more battles at least. But we have seen actually even world champions who dropped in early in the World Championship and got all the way up to the finals and won it all. So even if you lose in the first round, don't lose your hope, because there is still so much to fight for.
Well, speaking of first round, you guys voted, we're listening here, and we have our community choice ready to go. So it looks like we are going to have 7 West, we'll call them West, against the Lucario up for the first round here. And you know what's actually kind of funny about this? I believe the Lucario was also the community choice last season as well in Utrecht. So, I mean, he won that first game on stream. We'll have to see if he can continue on that route. But he has a tough opponent that he has to play, a Netherlands native and someone who is a very, very well established within the grassroots Pokemon scene.
Yeah, I'm excited for the battle. And it's kind of interesting that he got picked basically 2 years in a row. What are the chances for that? Maybe
the popular guy.
Yeah, the community just wants to see him battle. I want to see him battle as well. I'm curious on what Pokemon we're going to see here as well. Because again, like we saw the meta adaptation towards like the last 2 regionals where players were trying to bring some unconventional things. So I'm curious. I feel like it's a very open regional this time around. Like it's kind of like you can bring basically anything and could do well, because wow, we saw a Shadow Hydreigon win, we saw a Dartrix win, we saw a Shadow Kanto Ninetales win, which I heard, by the way, as well. Some other players are going to play as well in this regional, so we mostly going to see little Fox there again as well. But yeah, I'm excited. A lot of firepower, a lot of interesting Pokemon, a lot of openness in a meta where you would expect it wouldn't be that open, because you see like the usage of like Licky, you see the usage of the Quagsire, but I think people just kind of think, yeah, so many players are going to run it, let's counter it.
Yeah, also with open team sheets that we have in Pokemon Go, it's a little bit easier to at least understand how your opponent wants to play. So for instance, if you see certain Pokemon on the team looking there at the fortress of the side of the Lucario, you can tell that if it's going to be running Volt Switch or Bug Bite.
We see a Heliolisk, I think it is. That is quite exciting, I want to say. I wonder if it's a Shadow one, because I only got recently released as a Shadow Pokemon there. Well, of course, you're going to see here a Swampert as well. Meta staple from back in the day, but also got a bit stronger only recently with a Mudshot buff there. But yeah, here we're going to see a very interesting team. We're going to have the Clefable. Clefable actually did quite well the last time around as well. Kind of surprising, because he had like the Steel and Fairy type Pokemon here as well of Tinkaton, but then Clefable kind of stole the show. And then, of course, Emporium, we saw already the spike in the usage for day 1 of this regional.
Going ahead, looking through these, I mean, there's nothing that's really standing out as unusual. Like you said, they're all running the typical standard movesets that they would be running there. One thing that we did notice, like you brought up with the Clefable, is it almost was more popular with well-established players than the Tinkaton was. And I think maybe it's just because it's a slightly faster pacing, even though it doesn't do as much damage with its charge attacks.
The thing is as well, with Clefable, like there is no bait move there. Like you're always going to do a lot of damage, and you have to respect it. Like a Meteor Mesh is going to do a lot of damage, and then the Moonblast does even more. So like for example, for the Tinkaton, you have the Bulldoze, which you see here as well on the moveset, which is not doing that much damage. So if you cannot throw that and you expected the opponent to throw it, then you might be able to just, no shield and be able to take a hit for not a lot of damage. But what we see as well is Fortress with a Bug Bite, no Volt Switch this time around.
Yeah, keeping tally for everyone that's on so far. Bug Bite seems to be winning so far, day 1 here in Utrecht. But I have to admit, I'm very curious about the Heliolisk.
Heliolisk is going to be very interesting. Of course, a Volt Switch does a lot of damage already, and Parabolic Charge is a very interesting move because only a few Pokemon can learn this charge move. And the benefit of this charge move is that you can boost their own defense, which makes a Pokemon like Heliolisk, which is generally more considered a, frailer Pokemon, a Pokemon that doesn't take those hits that well, quite maybe gets a little bit more staying power at least.
So we'll have to see how these two trainers want to play it out. Once again, this is the first round of our competition here in Utrecht. We have Wes up against Lucar on the screen here, a player from the Netherlands and a player from Germany.
Oh, and yeah, I'm curious on what we're gonna see. Like, we have like very different approaches, and I do think actually that the Heliolisk doesn't look that bad. I mean, okay, you have like the main target here of the Empoleon, and then you have two ground-type Pokemon, so maybe you're not gonna see it that much, but it would be a cool Pokemon. I want to see this Pokemon.
I like how your voice went up and it couldn't be that bad. Maybe we'll have to see if he chooses to bring it to this, because of course in this Show 6 Pick 3, it's kind of a mind game, right? You have to see, okay, I'm daring my opponent to play something against it. We'll see, it looks like both of these trainers are getting locked in for the first battles of the day.
Yeah, exciting battles going to start right now. Let's see Empoleon in the beginning, and we see the Heliolisk
coming in here, and the matchup that the West does not want to see. He's going to immediately pivot out, I think, here. No, going actually for one charge attack first before swapping into that safe swap Licky, continuing to just get a bit of energy there. Looks like Lucar is staying in, getting up some energy, trying to catch, but at this point, it looks like he was successful here. No shield and a body slam to boot.
Body slam onto a Ghost-type Pokemon is not what you want to throw, but of course this is still actually not even the best matchup there, because you're going to have now the Shadow Ball still available, and the Seed Bomb is not going to do enough damage to knock out the Licky, quite a bulky Pokemon, can take a Seed Bomb from a Gourgeist quite well.
Going ahead, just charging up a little bit of extra energy here. I wonder if Wes is going to go for the full 3. Yes, he is going to go for 3 rollouts before throwing the Shadow Ball. Wants to throw on optimal timing and gets that first Protect Shield off the side of Lucar.
Yeah, maybe Lucar tries to keep the alignment, as we had already the Electric type against the Water type Pokemon in the lead. But the Shadow Ball is going to be no shielded, but this is okay, because this should not do enough damage yet to knock out the Gourgeist, and Gourgeist still can fire off a Seed Bomb.
Wow, getting there, hanging on by just a thread, and actually getting the Protect Shield off of Wes's side there. That Licky wants to stay in the matchup, wants to dictate what is going to be seen, because the Empoleon just has such a bad matchup against that Heliolisk. But now being able to almost completely farm down, does Lucar want to use Protect Shield here? Yes, he does.
Yeah, you kind of want to do that. Heliolisk cannot take those hits very well, but also you can have now the option to boost yourself up with that Parabolic Charge, but here also Breaking Strike would be doing super effective damage against the Dragon type of Altaria.
Going up with so much energy already. There are no Protect Shields used on West's side there. Breaking Strike has to connect. It is super effective, and it also lowers the attack, now actually swapping out here into Altaria of the side of Lucar, and this is the matchup that Wes was hoping for.
Absolutely, as now the Dragon Breath going to be resisted, of course, with the Steel typing, and also the Sky Attack can't be fired. So the only thing that Luke can do here now is go for that Flamethrower, which is not doing that much damage, because it's also just going to be a neutral hit thanks to the Water typing of Empoleon. We see the immediate no shield here.
Going ahead, using that Flamethrower, it will connect. It doesn't even come close to knocking out, just getting up a ton of extra energy. These Dragon Breaths are not doing too much, but Wes over-farming here a little bit, and now already another Flamethrower is ready to go. It does get that last Protect Shield.
This is going to be very, very close, because we still have that Heliolisk here, but there's going to be 2 moves stored, and we see the swap out onto the Drillpick. That's going to be resisted damage.
It is, but we have to remember, like you said before, Heliolisk is not the bulkiest of Pokemon, and it's going to be knocked down to the red here, and actually, Empoleon going for the second one before Heliolisk is able to throw off a charge attack.
This is going to be interesting, because now the Altaria, though, has the option to maybe farm down that Empoleon, but we see the immediate swap out there, and this is looking like the Altaria is going to be able to get the Sky Attack off first to win this mirror matchup.
You see Wes nodding, you see the Sky Attack being thrown here as he takes game number 1, proving that even if you lose the lead, it doesn't mean that you're going to lose the game.
Yeah, this is going to be it for this one. Heliolisk in action for the first time, but wasn't able to win this battle, sadly, even though it was aligned in the correct spot there. Interesting Pokemon Heliolisk for sure. I was never going to see it for the second battle.
I want to kind of talk about the mid-game there that we had between it, because so Wes led an Empoleon into actually Empoleon's worst thing on the side of Lucar, which is that Heliolisk. And he used the Licky as what we call a safe swap. So that is when, you have a really bad lead and you're choosing a Pokemon that is pretty neutral across the meta, that you know that you're not going to get hard countered with the swap as well.
Yeah, and this is basically why the Licky is so prominent in the current meta. It's because it is so safe. There are next to no direct counters to this Pokemon. You really would need to bring a counter Pokemon that isn't really that common in the meta currently in order to just counter this specific Pokemon, which might be worth it, which we saw as well in the last regional, where a few players were bringing some fighting type Pokemon just for that Licky. And again, like it can completely shift those battles if you don't have an answer, which most players don't have because there are not really a lot of good ones. It's just very tough to deal with this Pokemon.
I guess that's why it's #1 usage here day 1 in Utrecht. Let's see as we hop into game number 2 how these will play out. We have Altaria up against, once again, a Bug Bite Fortress, so it's not going to be doing as much damage there to the bird in the sky.
It's not doing that much damage, and we're gonna see the swap out to catch the Flamethrower. This is an amazing catch here, as it's going to be resisted damage coming up against the other Altaria here from the Luca. What a catch that was, because now you also have a little bit of an energy lead there as well for the Luca, which is going to allow you now to get to the Sky Attack a little bit faster than the other Altaria from West.
I like this, going ahead and just throwing it immediately as well, either threatening a shield or getting that Altaria on the side of West down fairly low. No Protect Shield to use, and now it looks like he's banked up a ton of energy and coming in with that Clefable.
Clefable up here right now is going to have a great time resisting those Dragon Breath damage, but then also Sky Attack is not going to do that much damage, is it?
Going ahead now, just West saving the shields for a rainy day. It looks like charging up a ton of energy. This is what we call a bait, but even still, no Protect Shield used from the Lucario side, and you have to wonder, is this even enough to knock out the Altaria?
It is, and that's what I talked about a bit earlier. You only have hard-hitting damage from this Pokemon, unless you're going to go up against the Steel-type Pokemon like here. The Fortress is going to enjoy the Steel-type damage and the Fairy-type damage of both here.
Saying, ain't no problem there, not very effective, barely knocking it down to half health, and now Lucario going for a little bit of a, quote, bait of his own there. This Sandtomb is going to lower the defenses of that Clefable and at least being able to do a little bit more damage now with every single Bug Bite coming through.
Yeah, that's the benefit of that Fortress. That's why you see a lot of players going to run it, just because you have the option to debuff those stats, either defense or in this case, the attack. And this can help you out for the future matchups, as in comes now the Gurgeist. Well, this is not the best matchup for the Gurgeist. Now it takes a little bit less damage from those Shadow Balls.
Going ahead, throwing the first one, getting that first Protect Shield off the side of Lucario, knowing that this time there's no use to bait a Body Slam. We saw how little damage it did before, and Lucario now responding with a Seed Bomb of his own, trying to get this Licky nice and low, gets his first Protect Shield off of Wes.
And with the Incinerate damage adding up, you get them into the range where one Seed Bomb is going to be enough for the Licky, so it's going to be a very close matchup. But of course, on the West side, you're still going to have 3 Pokemon left. This is going to give you a lot more flexibility than for the Luca.
Both shields now have been used in this little mid part of the matchup here. Shadow Ball is ready to go, throwing one rollout first, and now the next one goes through. Will Lucario want to use the shield? He knows that it is a debuffed Shadow Ball, but it is super effective. Still wants to keep that Gourgeist nice and healthy. Uses last Protect Shield, and in comes Altaria to throw a Sky Attack.
That Sky Attack does not have a Protect Shield anymore. The Protect Shields are not available, and so the Sky Attack is going to do so much damage, nearly knocking out the Gourgeist, and in comes immediately the Fortress. But can we see the full farm on here? Sky Attack comes through again to knock out the Fortress.
Wow, Altaria just on a roll here. Those Dragon Breaths aren't doing too much, but those charge attacks are knocking out the Fortress, pitting that Gourgeist back in. Lucario has to try to go for a farm down, but will he be able to incinerate down? He does. He comes out with a ton of energy, but will it be enough to knock out both the Licky and the Clefable?
This is going to be very close. Of course, the Clefable would definitely be knocked out by the Seed Bomb, but the Licky, can it hold on here? Can it hang on? It is going to be able to just barely survive, and the Body Slam is going to knock out the Gourgeist.
It's not very effective, but it doesn't matter when there's 1 HP left there. Wes able to make it to that Body Slam, able to knock out the Gourgeist, taking game 1 and game number 2.
Oh, what a performance there. Licky showcasing yet again why it's the most common Pokemon. It is so safe, it is such great coverage, and does hit so hard still with that Shadow Ball. Congratulations to Wes for a great first start into the regional. It's always kind of nice to start off with a 2-0 win. But also the Luca, well done, a lot of good catches I feel like from him as well. Yeah. So definitely not out of the competition, still going to be fighting its way through the losers bracket.
That's right, in a double elimination tournament like we have in Pokemon GO, if you lose, you're knocked down to that loser side where of course you can continue on in the tournament. Wes though sitting pretty on that top side of the bracket. Like you said, you have to be feeling kind of confident at the beginning, being able to get a 2-0 not only at your first round, but also on stream.
But also, I was saying it before, I'm excited for what the players are going to bring. And honestly, I have to say, Heliolisk was not on my list.
Yeah, I mean, if you had it on your bingo card, congratulations, guys. Let's go ahead and check out some of these plays of the very first round that we had today. Your guys' community choice picks here, and also just two trainers that, you know, you don't get to see quite as often. Sometimes, you know, depending on what region you're in, you get to see a lot of trainers who maybe come to the ones that are a little bit closer here. We saw a lot of Spanish trainers doing really well in Sevilla. Maybe we're going to see some people from the Netherlands doing really well here in Utrecht.
Yeah, we have a lot of players from the Netherlands already signed up for this competition, but also we have a lot of very strong trainers from the Netherlands. For example, also Colin Six, of course,
True.
which he talked already before. Mostly he wasn't too happy with this season so far. I don't think he has a win yet, but he has, like, I think 3 podium finishes already. But he wants, of course, the crown. He wants to be the Utrecht Regional Champion.
We'll have to see who will be, because at the end, there can only be one. And we're only in round 1 in this tournament. Of course, you can use that exclamation point bracket to see all the different trainers who are in there, see what groups they're in. Let us know who you are cheering for, because I know that there are quite a few people that are cheering from home for a lot of different competitors.
Yeah, it's exciting. We have so many competitors here, and I felt like there was a very great start to the stream as well, a great start to this regional. Very interesting battles there as well, and again, we saw the dominance of Licky. I'm just curious, are we gonna see some fighting type Pokemon? There's like also some fighting and flying type Pokemon, which could be cool for the ground type Pokemon that we see as well, but I'm curious. I would like to see a Lucha, for example.
Okay, all right. Walk me through why you think Halucha would be a good Pokemon to use.
Halucha is of course cool because you're going to be able to resist the ground type damage of something like the Quagsire,
Sure.
but then you're going to have the Flying Press, more of a signature move other than for the Pikachu Libre, which is doing so much damage for the Halucha with the fighting type damage of this Pokemon. It's just going to be able to hit very hard against the Licky, and you actually do so much damage that you can farm this Pokemon down with the fast moves afterwards, which is so cool about it. I like Halucha a lot.
Okay, well, take notes, everyone. I know that people have been able to get them in previous Go Fest, or also if you're in the regions that are spawning Halucha, maybe worth taking some note. I do agree that when Licky is guaranteed to be the most prominent Pokemon in the meta, maybe there are going to be some new ones that are going to be out to try to counter it.
Yeah, I think it is a very valid option to just try to counter what is currently common, because you have this core. You have like the Licky, you have the Quagsire, you can expect them to see on most of the teams. And of course you have the other Pokemon that kind of those fillers that we've seen there with like around a 33% usage. We have the Tinkaton, we have the Empoleon, we have, but also the Fortress. But then again, Fortress is a little bit of an interesting case because it's basically 2 Pokemon in one. Sometimes you can counter with a ground type if it has a Volt Switch, sometimes you can't if it has Bug Bite. So it is the question always, it's I feel like one of the most difficult Pokemon to counter unless you run like Arrow, the Ninetales, which is going to completely destroy no matter if they're on Bug Bite or the Volt Switch.
Looking at Lucar's team earlier on, running that Gourgeist, I think that is also a decent pick for the meta because it can hit back quite hard against a lot of things that are, I mean, of course, Incinerants aren't going to be doing much of the Quagsire, but Seed Bombs are definitely going to threaten it. And also just being able to completely melt through the Fortress. I agree that I think that we're going to see quite a few more fire types being able to take up, especially because Fortress is so high up on that Pokemon usage as well.
Yeah, like that's the thing as well. I hear already from some players. I talked already a lot with some players that are going to compete today here as well at the regional, and I hear that Ninetales is going to be brought as well again. I think it's a very interesting pick right now, especially because Ninetales has also the option to go for the move Energy Ball, which in the current meta is very cool for the coverage against those ground type Pokemon, especially the Quagsire. It's a fire type, but it can still beat those water and ground type Pokemon.
All right, so I'm taking a lot of notes now about the different Pokemon to be using. I know that, you know, like Martine said a little bit in the pre-show, that Togekiss is everywhere. And so because of that, I think trainers are trying to like move around a bit. However, Togekiss does so horrible against Aegislash, right? So I mean, like, I know that Aegislash wasn't in that top 12 usage, but it won the last 2 regional competitions. So, I mean, I think if you're a player, you have to be wary that some other trainers are probably going to start trying it out.
Yeah, Aegislash, I'm curious on why it isn't in the top 12. I assume because you have to be very specific. You have a lot of practice with this Pokemon. It's not easy to run. It's very unique in what it can do because you have those 2 forms. You have the Shield form and you have the Sword form. And they function quite differently, and you have to maneuver quite a lot around it. And we saw it, of course, in the Prague regional on how Tauntaun was trying to play it with the Hydreigon, trying to get the shields down early so you can hit those Shadow Balls for super hard damage. But yeah, Aegislash, very interesting Pokemon. I would be surprised if we wouldn't see it here on the stream today as well, because again, it won 2 regionals now back to back. The meta itself, there wasn't really a big shift. There was one Pokemon that get added with a community day.
Tell me all about it.
We had the community day, of course, for Oinkolon, I think is how it's called.
Yep.
We have Mudslap on this Pokemon now, and it has a very interesting coverage. It's going to have access to the move Trailblaze again, which again in the meta where you're going to have the Quagsire might be interesting.
I know that it's also available for that limited meta for the North American International Championships, so maybe people will be playing that. Speaking of community days, we are having a community day classic today for that which evolves into Zweilous and the Shadow Hydreigon that Tauntaun used earlier on in Prague. If you do have a Shadow Pokemon and you evolve it during the community day, you will be able to get its attack.
Yeah, it's at 2 p.m. your local time. You're going to be able to get Brutal String on this Pokemon, which of course was vital for the win of Tauntaun in the Prague Regional. It's a very, very strong move, and this kind of sets the Pokemon apart as well. Zweilous was actually used as well as a Pokemon, as a pre-evolved Pokemon as well, quite a bit in regionals before or in the GO Battle League, but it doesn't have Brutal Swing, and this is, I think, one of the main reasons, other than, of course, having a little bit more damage output as well from the Shadow Hydreigon, why Tauntaun was opting to go for the Hydreigon over the Zweilous.
So, when you talked about the Shadow Hydreigon and how it paired so well with the Aegislash, I want to kind of compare it to what Arrow did with the Dartrix and the Aegislash. Walk us through the Dartrix meta a little bit. Do you think we're going to see any of that Pokemon?
I could see that we see some more Dartrix as well this regional. Of course, Dartrix is
I think Jay would be very happy.
Yeah, I definitely think he would be very happy. But Dartrix is actually very cool for the current meta because they have the immediate damage of that Brave Bird. Brave Bird is going to allow you to hit nearly everything for a lot of damage there. Of course, you would need to swap out because you lower your own defenses. But the main reason why you have it is, of course, because of the flying and the grass typing. Grass typing, very good in the current meta. You have a lot of ground type Pokemon, which we talked about plenty of times now at this point of time. But then the flying typing helps you cover up as well some of the other weaknesses. For example, against Fortress, you actually have a lot of damage. Well, Fortress double resists the grass type damage. It does not want to take a Brave Bird. And then you have the combination, of course, of the Dartrix together with the Aegislash, where Aegislash doesn't really want to take any ground type Pokemon on, but Dartrix really wants to. But Dartrix doesn't really want to face any ice type Pokemon, but Aegislash is quite happy about that.
So a lot of these Pokemon go hand in hand. Sometimes if you're looking at a team of 6, you have to wonder what combinations these trainers are going to bring. And we're looking at the teams of the new trainers that we have on screen. I have to see if there's any good synergy pairings between Pokemon, but we have Patoman, one of our players to watch. I've been calling him the Spanish sensation. He's been able to do quite well. He was our back-to-back winner of the European International Championship, and he's playing against another local Netherlands native here in Normalheim.
I am so excited for this battle. Like, I am so excited because I actually kind of was guessing already. There was a little bit of a hint for Normalheim's team about one Pokemon that he's bringing, and that's this Shadow Camerupt, which you're gonna see. But also, you're gonna see here the Shadow Galarian Weezing for Patoman. And Galarian Weezing as a Shadow form just got the 2nd place in the last regional in NA. And so now it is back here again. I was curious if you're gonna see it here again as well. And you're going to run the moveset of Sludge and Brutal Swing. This is not always the moveset of this Pokemon. You also have the option to go for Overheat, which is in a meta where you have a lot of Steel type Pokemon, quite interesting as well. But generally speaking, I'm very excited for this battle.
I tell you what, the thing is, between the Patoman's team here, he's doubling up on a lot of things, right? So he's got double Fairy with the Galarian Weezing and the Altaria. He's got double Waters with that Quagsire and Azumarill, which, is a tried and true Pokemon, and double Flying with Altaria and Corviknight. So he actually has a lot of options to wiggle and play around with depending on the team that his opponent brings.
We have Superior again. As said just prior, I do think that grass type Pokemon are going to be very interesting in the current meta, as we have a lot of water and a lot of ground type Pokemon. And of course, here Superior is going to have access to the move Leaf Tornado. Having, I think, around a 50% chance to drop the opponent's attack by 2 stages, can complete the sized battles, but it's quite a bit of a luck factor there as well. Of course, if you don't get it, you don't really do a lot of damage, but then we have to talk about Aegislash. Of course, we see it now on the stream as well, but what is Camerupt doing here?
I mean, tell me about, because here we talked about fire types and how much they can melt through that fortress there. Camerupt is one of those Pokemon that has the 5-turn attack Incinerate. It's actually the only 5-turn attack in the game, but it also has Rock Tomb, and that's going to 100% lower the attack of your opponent.
Yeah, it has new coverage that it only got recently on this Pokemon, which makes it so much more interesting because they're also going to be able to get to those moves a little bit easier with the Incinerate pacing there. So here we have a very interesting matchup. We have generally on both players' sides Pokemon that you maybe wouldn't really expect directly in the beginning, but I do feel like that Normalheim is going to have the bit of a spicier team here. Like,
honestly, like I would even want to consider like the Licky and maybe the Altaria is like more common. I feel like Altaria definitely spiked up in usage as well so far. I feel like I didn't really see it that often, at least in Prague. I still think it's a very interesting Pokemon, and this is the thing as well. People are gonna pivot, like the players are gonna pivot a little bit more towards those Dragon-type Pokemon that are also going to have Fire-type coverage, because you don't want to sit as a Dragon-type against that Tinkaton and do nothing.
Yeah, well, at the same breath, though, do you want to sit as a Water-type against a team that has a pure Grass in that Superior there? It also looks like Normalheim is taking a page out of Galaska Bolton's book there, because if there's one person who's been known to run a Leaf Tornado Superior, it is him. We'll have to see if it will come into play in these matches. Looks like trainers are locking in, getting ready to go for this winners round 2 in Group A.
And we will see a lead that will be not so great for Patoman, but amazing for Normalheim. Exactly where you want to see the Quagsire against that Superior here, Shiny Superior as well. And the immediate stop out into the Altaria to face off now against the Licky.
Now, looking at the team of Patoman here, he's running what we actually call a very simple ABB lineup here. So he's got 2 flying-type Pokemon in the back. He had a bad lead with that Quagsire, swapped out to the Altaria, and he drew out one of the harder flying counters in that Licky.
Yeah, and here we are going to have the body slam spam now from the Licky, getting the shield early from Patoman. This is exactly what Normalheim wants to see here. He wants to kind of, of course, keep that alignment, because they're going to be 2 flying-type Pokemon, and I don't think Superior really wants to go up against them. And that's kind of interesting, this kind of thing for Patoman's lineup. You kind of have a lot of options to run ABB, as we would say, where you have 2 very similar Pokemon in the back, and like Pokemon pairs well with them in the lead. And here, for example, we have 2 flying-type Pokemon in the back, and that Quagsire in the lead. And of course, Quagsire wants to be protected from the Grass-type damage, but so far, that wasn't really successful.
Going for that charge attack priority, knowing that he would win it there, wants to try to keep an alignment, because that Superior would just wreck the Quagsire. Puts up both Protect Shields in this mid-matchup there, trying to secure this matchup. But an immediate pivot out by Normalheim to that Malamar, has to take a Sky Attack for the efforts.
This is going to be very difficult now, because Patoman was able now to get the Quagsire away from the Superior. And of course, we know already that there's going to be another flying-type Pokemon in the back, and this is going to be a very tough matchup. In comes now the Orcotail, charging a bit faster there as well. Orcotail is going to do quite a bit of damage here.
Going ahead, and I think if you're Patoman, I was going to say you probably don't even want to use a Protect Shield, but never mind, there's no Protect Shields even to be used in this matchup. Normalheim going for that foul play. It's going to do a nice chunk of damage. Superpower is another attack that Malamar has, but it will lower his own attack and defenses, so he wants to try to keep it as healthy as possible for what's coming back in.
Well done from Normalheim as well, though, because he was just able to go for the foul play at the exact same time as the Quagsire would have went for the Orcotail. And in comes now the final Pokemon, and Normalheim is not going to be happy here whatsoever, because he's going to go up against a Corviknight, and the only Pokemon with HP in the back that he have is a Grass-type Pokemon.
A pure Grass-type Pokemon. That, able to hang on to the Air Cutter, but now getting sniped down with the Dragon Breath of Altaria. Great pivot by Patoman. They're getting it out before the attack could be going off, and now in comes the Superior. As a reminder, there is a little bit of a Licky left in the back that could be used as a potential sacrificial swap. We'll have to see how this will play out. Meantime, Air Cutter number 2 going through.
Yeah, but like, what are you going to do as Normalheim now? Are you going to try to go for the debuff option here? Are you just going to play it out? I think he's just going to commit to not throwing any charge moves here, because he knows there's no way you break through as a Grass-type Pokemon against a Flying and Steel-type Pokemon. And acknowledging this as well is kind of where you can maybe take the time and prepare already for the next battle that's coming up afterwards, as even here the Corviknight gets that attack boost. And this is going to be it for the first one. Yeah. But I want to kind of highlight here as well on how well Patoman played this and how well the Shadow Altaria did.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a really, really great play by them. And a lot of times you have to wonder, if you only have 2 shields in the game, where do you want to use them? Both of those trainers recognized how important that mid part of that matchup was. Both of them wanted to try to keep that alignment. Patoman, you notice he threw right at that charge attack priority with that Licky, and both of them still used a Protect Shield on a very, very low health Pokemon, trying to secure that mid-game matchup.
Yeah, this is exactly where the Shadow Altaria really was shining there, and this is why maybe some players are running the Shadow Altaria, because you have in that 2-shield scenario a little bit more pressure against the opponent. It was all about the mid-stage matchup there. This decided the entire battle, because of course you had, as Normalheim, a fantastic lead there. You had the Grass type against the Water and Ground type, exactly what you want to see, but then against Altaria you might think, okay, I have the answer here, I have that Licky,
but it actually didn't work out for him.
I mean, that was something that I think that was a really, really good call out. And also, just the fact that Normalheim might be thinking now, okay, if that Altaria comes in, I know that Licky Licky is my best answer to it, but if there's something like that Corviknight again in the back, he already knows that he's going to lose that mid-game matchup if they play it out the same. So I wonder if that will cause them, you know, to rethink the alignment. If an Altaria does come in that safe swap again, how do you counter it?
Yeah, that's the question. I do think that you kind of have to start off with a lead, most likely, that is not that weak against a Altaria. So, like, even then, if Patoman is going to lose the lead matchup, Normalheim can maybe weaken up a little bit the next upcoming matchup with the lead already, and then swap out into the Licky Licky. That's what I thought as well in the first matchup. He could have even tried to go for a Leaf Tornado against the Altaria just to hope for the attack drop, but then again, it's a 50% chance that you're not going to get it a lot of times. It's just a very high risk reward thing there, so I don't know. It's going to be interesting. The player's definitely going to adapt towards it now as well, but I do think that, again, for Patoman, it's quite safe to bring that Altaria as a safe stop because there's no real direct answer.
Yeah, I completely agree there, and we saw how it played out with that Licky Licky, which is actually looks like in the lead now for Normalheim up against Azumarill. Azumarill is one of the Pokemon that's truly been around since the beginning of Pokemon GO PvP. Its pacing is quite slow with the bubbles, but is able to tank a lot of different attacks and being able to set up its Pokemon in the back.
This is a very neutral matchup here, which basically is always the case if you run Licky Licky in the lead. It's just basically the Pokemon is the most neutral. But the thing is here as well, of course, the Azumarill would have been for Normalheim better up against that Aegis Slash, which we see now fighting in the back there as well, because you're going to be able to resist the damage here. This is going to be very neutral. You have like just neutral damage coming from both players' side there, and we see the body slam because 2 Shadow Balls are not enough to knock out the Azumarill anyway, so why not go for a body slam first?
Going for that extra bit of pacing there, going to be able to go for that next rollout and a Shadow Ball. Patoman's going straight for the play rough. This is going to be the heavier hitting damage and actually gets that first Protect Shield off of Normalheim, which kind of surprises me because if there's an Aegis Slash, I feel like a lot of trainers like to save their shields for that. But in the meantime, Patoman maybe does him a bit of a favor, swapping out into that Corviknight so Normalheim gets to see the next Pokemon in line and also throw a Shadow Ball, a heavier hitting attack at it.
Maybe Patoman doesn't expect to see that Aegis Slash here in the back, because what you have here as Patoman is you actually have a lot of coverage against Pokemon on the team. Now you basically have with nearly all the Pokemon other than the Azumarill some super effective damage that can go up against Pokemon, and so maybe you don't expect it in the back, and this could be maybe a decider for this game here as well. If you don't expect it, you end up with the Azumarill there against the Aegis Slash. That might be very good for Normalheim.
Eric Hunter #1 going through there. We might see an aggressive side wave down there, but actually going for that heavier hitting payback here. No Protect Shield used at this point on Normalheim. Doesn't quite knock out. He's going to come out with a ton of energy. Altaria's coming in here. Not much Malamar can do against it. Just trying to throw off, but actually getting the Protect Shield from Patoman's side.
Getting the Protect Shield here is actually crucial because you kind of want to get them down, because you can at least, you can never store like 3 moves, of course, with something like the Aegis Slash, but if you can get up now to 2 Shadow Balls, there's nothing that can really take it now. But the issue is here, we have a Shadow Altaria with super effective damage here off that Flamethrower, and this is doing so much still, even against the Aegis Slash. Yeah, you maybe can take another one, but again, you pace so slowly here as the Aegis Slash.
I mean, this is the thing. Aegis Slash in shield form can tank things rather heavily. It's when it gets into the blade form, which we'll see as soon as the Shadow Ball goes through. It's when it can't take attacks very well. I think that's what Normalheim is saving his shield for, but Patoman puts up a Protect Shield against his Shadow Ball. Could be doing a ton of damage here, and he's already at another attack. Throwing it right now, going for the Sky Attack bait and getting that last Protect Shield.
This is going to be a close matchup. Of course, you're going to generate a bit more energy as the Sword form, so we're closer now to the next Shadow Ball, and now the Shadow Ball would be able to knock out the Altaria. Do we see the swap? We see the swap out here, but on both players as the Licky Licky knocks out the Corviknight.
Oh, this is looking back and forth good for Normalheim here, because the thing is that Aegis Slash is going to win charge attack priority over anything, but at the same breath, will he be able to get up to another attack? Because he's going to need something for both the Azumarill and the Altaria.
Yeah, and here the Flamethrower is stored. And as we see here, you sadly are not going to be able to get the move off here first. This is going to do so much damage. It's going to be able to knock out the Aegis Slash with this Flamethrower. Altaria is just not beatable so far. And Shadow Altaria won both games here.
Going ahead now, Pataman taking a 2-0 victory early on in winners round number 2 here in Utrecht, showing, okay, I know that Aegislash won both Prague and Los Angeles. I'm not afraid of it so far. This is how I play. This is how I win international championships. Continue on that winner's side of the bracket.
Very dominant performance from Pataman there. I'm interested here. Like, I feel like he has such interesting picks here with the Corviknight. You're going to have a lot of neutral matchups with basically all of this Pokemon. But what we saw there as well is that we had no Camerupt playing there. But again, I feel like Camerupt wouldn't be that bad against the Corviknight, of course, but Pataman was kind of prepared. You have the option to go for the Azumarill, which you saw there in the last battle. We had the option to go for the Altaria, and neither of which really, like, they're not really scared of the Camerupt.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the flexible team that Pataman brought to this tournament. We saw earlier on, like we said, double waters, double flyers, double fairies. So if there's a certain Pokemon that maybe doesn't do super well against the ground type, like the Galarian Weezing, which has, you know, that fairy type, that's what Altaria could be there for. So, I mean, there's a plenty of different options the way that they was playing around, and we really see why he's really known right now to be potentially the best Pokemon Go player that we have.
Yeah, it was a very dominant performance there. Losing the first lead matchup, but then again, we just showcasing how strong the Shadow Altaria is, and we've seen more and more players running in this Pokemon here in this regional for good reason. And again, we see as well why it's so important to have Flamethrower on this Pokemon, because there are so many Steel-type Pokemon, so you have a lot of targets for this, like the Aegislash, like the Fortress, like the Tinkaton. That's basically most of the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing with Shadow Pokemon as well is that Shadow Pokemon, they do 20% more damage than their regular counterparts. However, they also take 20% more. So sometimes it's a give and take depending on if you're playing in the Great League or if you're playing in the Master League, yeah, any of the different leagues. The Shadow Altaria seems to be kind of the pick of choice more recently. And do you think it's because of the heavier hitting damage?
Definitely. We saw it there in the first battle as well on how important the Shadow bonus was in order to kind of get the Licky into a scenario where you're going to be able to align yourself. You're going to be able to get to, get your Quagsire away from the Superior, which was quite important in the first battle. But I feel like that's generally a trend that we've seen recently. Before, it was kind of okay. There was like a time where Shadow Pokemon were basically everywhere. We even saw people run 6 Shadow Pokemon in one team before in regional championships. But then they kind of slowly disappeared, faded out a little bit. And I feel like they're kind of now coming back. We saw already in the intro that we had as well, where we talked about Feraligatr now picking up the Shadow bonus basically on top of it as well in order to be better with no shields in play against the Licky. And I feel like it's kind of slowly shifting back towards the Shadow Pokemon. We're gonna all get them back again. But yeah, it's kind of this back and forth, because you have the trade-off. Do you want more damage, or do you want to take less damage? It's like kind of the question that you have there.
Well, I bet we do have that question, and we might have an answer because we have Pataman ready with Jay for an interview.
Congratulations, Pataman, undisputed to be one of the best players in the world. I've got a question for you, Pataman. Do you still feel the pressure in these early rounds?
I actually feel it. I mean, coming to the venue, I was thinking, okay, I started in round 2, right? Because I had like the bye, but like then I'm facing Normal King, which is a really good player. I think he got to top 3 in Utrecht 2024. So yeah, and then I saw that thing. It was like so like difficult to deal with, I say. So, but yeah, like really.
I was just about to say, with the Shadow Camerupt, when it comes to building a team, you're probably looking at all the hard meta that may have faced into. When it comes to team building, do you even think about such outlandish Pokemon as Shadow Camerupt to play against?
Not really. I mean, I am of those person that try to like play as less meta as possible, because I think if you play that meta, you're not gonna have the same chances against other people that also play meta, or maybe even like a Pokemon that can deal with the meta. But like actually for this tournament, I just found 2 or 3 good ideas of anti-meta Pokemon. So yeah, I had to go more meta than what I would have liked to.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I was looking at your team, and I'm looking specifically at the Shadow Galarian Weezing. Was this one of the Pokemon that you tried to counter the meta with, or is it just a Pokemon you really like? What's the inspiration behind your Shadow Galarian Weezing?
Well, for this pick, I have to shout out my friend Elite, which brought it to Los Angeles last weekend, I think. So I think it's a really cool Pokemon, right? Because you can beat those Agislash and also like a lot of Pokemon on the team of the opponents. So it's just cool.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's Pato, man. He's a very esteemed trainer. Expect to see him go on further in this tournament. A very, very good player. Congratulations on this opening win, and I expect to see you later, sir.
Thank you, man.
But kicking it back to the casters.
It's always nice to get some insight towards like the thought process of the best players in the world. And again, the wheezing, I'm curious, maybe you also want to try to bring it just in order to counter the dart tricks?
I mean, that could be the case. He did say that he took the team inspiration from Elite. It's always interesting to see how the different top trainers kind of compare and play not only against each other, but kind of work in tandem with each other to be able to get different team compositions. For instance, I know in the past, Boom, who was able to get second place in our last term in Prague, really team built with PvP David and also Calfio. So, I mean, it'll be really interesting to see how many trainers for this specific tournament have team built together and are possibly running the same teams.
Yeah, a lot of players are playing together and trying to practice together because at the end of the day, we've seen it quite often that we have the same teams or different players that always kind of get also quite far, and then sometimes they even go up against each other, which is always kind of interesting to see because, again, they practice most likely together, they build together, they can know each other's insights, but also they most likely know, okay, what are they preferring to run? So, yeah, it's always interesting.
I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of trainers who are running in grassroots tournaments, and you have a lot of different practice. I know that Martijn also runs a lot of different practice tournaments for the Show 6 format. So in the same breath, some of these trainers may have played against each other in those specific tournaments and say, okay, even though we're running the same Pokemon, I notice that mine always wins charge attack priority against this person. So chances are, if I run into them in a tournament, that's also could be true.
Yeah, like that's the thing as well. If you have, of course, the insight towards the opponent, it helps out quite a bit. But just generally, it's interesting on how those players going to prepare. Like, again, as you said as well, if you have a little bit more attack on certain Pokemon, it can change quite a lot of the matchups. And especially for like the common Pokemon, you mostly want to have a little bit more because you have those mirror matchups non-stop, especially with something like that Licky, which you see basically everywhere because it is such a safe Pokemon.
So, but here's my argument with this. So, you know that you're going to win charge attack priority if you have the higher attack. Normally for Pokemon, though, that means you might end up losing a little bit of bulk. So maybe you don't survive an attack from the opposing one, even if you were to win charge attack priority.
Yeah, it is a trade-off. At the end of the day, you can't have it all. This is kind of what we have to take.
But I want it all.
You want it all, of course.
I want it all.
But of course, it's kind of what we have to take away from it. But again, then you have also like those interesting matchups where you have a little bit maybe more attack investment, which you had already the talk about with Tauntaun in the last regional with Hydreigon, where you're going to be able to beat maybe some Pokemon that you usually wouldn't beat as well. So like, yeah, you have always like a little bit of trade-off. But especially I feel like for Pokemon like that Hydreigon that we saw in the last regional win it all, you can kind of get rid of a little bit of that bulk because you don't have anything anyway. You're not going to take a hit anyway. Like if you take a little bit less, okay, you rather want to do more damage. You're there for the damage.
Yeah, I do like also what Pataman said, where he said, okay, you know, I like to pick some off-meta Pokemon because in the same breath, I want to make sure that I know how to play against certain things that maybe my opponents wouldn't. While if everyone is playing the exact same meta, it levels the playing field in a way that maybe it could be more advantageous for very like really meticulous players, but maybe not as creative of players in team building.
I do definitely think that this is one of the best takeaways we've seen as well. All over again, like over the last few regionals, we saw like very unique teams win. And the reason why those unique teams win is because you can prepare for like the Pokemon that you would expect, of course, but the opponents are not going to prepare for the Pokemon that you're going to bring. But you can prepare your own Pokemon for those Pokemon as well. As we saw as well with Tauntaun again as well, but we had also Dartrix, like most people didn't practice against, as well as the Kanto Ninetales. But also personally, when I was competing as well, I was going for the kind of similar approach because at the end of the day, like, you know that the opponent's gonna bring this certain Pokemon, and if you end up with the kind of mirror matchup, it's kind of more of a luck base. You kind of want to get rid of the luck. You kind of want to go ahead and try to have the advantage early on. You can only do by practicing and trying to break what you know the opponent is gonna bring. Have the advantage before the battle even starts, and I think that's what the pro player is going to do currently as well. That's where you see a lot of players running more unconventional Pokemon because they have that experience and because they know, okay, I'm good against those Pokemon. I know how to play against those. I don't really need to bring them myself. I'd rather counter them.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that top 12 usage of day one, there's a lot of trainers that we've even seen so far on screen that have a couple of those Pokemon on their team, but that doesn't mean they have a full meta lineup of the top, the 6 Pokemon are all on that top 12. I would argue that so far, even though we've only seen 2 battles, they have been quite spicy.
They have been quite spicy, and I do expect that we're going to see quite a bit more of that, because as we said before as well, we have this core meta, but again, if you know what you're going to expect to face, you're going to be able to also break that, because you know, okay, I need this Pokemon to counter that. And we've seen it even in the Prague regional, we saw it in Los Angeles, we saw it here in Oslo again with the Galarian Weezing, for example, a Pokemon that most likely nobody really expected, but it wasn't really the most common pick for most players, but they do particularly well because they are trained to go up against what everybody else is running.
I will be very interested to see how the meta shakes up for day number 2, because day 1, of course, is like with every single trainer, all 125 that have registered teams have registered these Pokemon, and then we take those top 12 and we say these are what everyone picked. But it's always day number 2 quite different. Some of the Pokemon end up staying in a similar spot, while some of them drop off that top 12 usage entirely.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting on how day number 2 is going to look like. I definitely do think that we're going to still see Licky on the top there. This Pokemon is not going to go anywhere, unless, of course, some players bring some Fighting-type Pokemon, which I would be most excited for. But yeah, it's the thing as well. Licky is just so good because it's so neutral. You have the normal typing. You only have one singular weakness, which is the Fighting-type Pokemon we talk about the entire time. It's not like other Pokemon where you have multiple options. You only have one option to really counter it, unless you want to counter the charge moveset. But then we have normal-type damage, which is just generally quite neutral, and then Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball is one of the strongest moves currently in the game as well. Like, it is very, very powerful.
And speaking of powerful, I mean, we keep having trainers from the Netherlands being able to play against each other. Some of the best players in the world we've known, like Colin Six, have inadequates from the Netherlands. Up next, we also have another trainer from the Netherlands up against a player from Belgium. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how these two trainers, we'll see if it's, it's a border issue.
It's interesting to see like more of those local players going up against each other. And I always like this with like, especially like the European tournaments, because you have like them all in different countries, but you have like all the locals and coming towards those tournaments, and you have like, we saw it in Spain, for example, where the top 4 players were all from Spain, which was kind of cool. But we also saw like an increase in Prague of like Czech players, of course. It's just cool to see like those local players attending those tournaments and like having those local communities present here.
And I think that a lot of you guys at home must be enjoying that as well, because we know that for the community choice, we saw Wes up against Lucario earlier on stream. Wes was able to take a 2-0 victory. Patrolman right after that being able to take a 2-0 victory against Normalheim. We'll have to see if we'll continue this 2-0 streak while we're casting together.
Yeah, we're getting kind of fast through those battles here, I would say, because those players are playing very, very strong there. Especially, again, like Patrolman played so well there with the double flying line. I definitely do think that he wants to practice as well for Worlds. Like, this is the best practice ground here, going to those tournaments, trying to do your best in those. Of course, yeah, we had already Patrolman last regional, only got top 16, which for him is not that great, because the 4 regionals prior, he all got into the top 2, like got into the finals. He won, I think, won second place 3 times, I think.
He did.
So, yeah, he is such a strong player. He's #1 in the EO leaderboards for a good reason, and he wants to win this one.
I mean, he's been doing so well this whole season, and I think it's just a big encouragement to trainers because, like you said, sometimes you don't play as well as you were hoping. Sometimes maybe the team that you brought just doesn't play well against your opponent, but being able to consistently bounce back, be able to continue to improve, to talk with different trainers, to be able to rebalance your teams, it really could end up paying off, and you could also be a regional champion.
You can definitely be a regional champion. We still have another championship coming up as well in Italy, which is, of course, the last European one. But then we have also still NAIC, and I'm very excited, of course, for the World Championships. It's such a big event. Yeah, I'm excited to watch that.
I'm excited to watch this. Tell you what, these two trainers look like they're getting ready on the screen. We have the Sparklix on the left-hand side up against Chun on the other side here, right hand. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the team, Simeon.
We are having Grumpig, and I'm excited for Grumpig because Grumpig has access to Fang-type coverage, again, which is more here designed to try to counter the Licky, which is absolutely everywhere, which you see on both teams as well. Again, we have the Feraligatr, a Pokemon we talked about earlier, where the Shadow Pokemon kind of got a little bit more popular now, but this is going to be a normal Feraligatr, which is going to take those hits a little bit better, but doesn't chunk out that much damage. And here again, we have more of a conventional team, but we see Bugbite on Fortress.
Bugbite Fortress #2, it looks like. I think that was the other one we saw. There's also a Shadow Fortress and Shadow Quagsire, Pokemon that have been around since the beginning of this meta shift. And notice on this side, it's running Aqua Tail and Mud Bomb. It looks like Stone Edge has kind of dropped off as the main usage for that Quagsire, especially in the Shadow form.
Yeah, it seems like that. But also, again, we haven't actually seen too much Togekiss where Stone Edge would be super effective against yet on this stream, but we have a Togekiss here, and that is going to be a Pokemon that I could see have a lot of play against here as well. Pokemon like Licky having, again, the coverage as well for the fighting typing in that Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere, a very hard-hitting move. But talking about Quagsire as well, we have Mudshot and Mud Bomb on one side, and here we're going to have the Stone Edge on a non-Shadow Quagsire though.
I wonder if that's because, again, with that shadow damage doing a little bit more, Aqua Tails end up hurting quite a bit, and the pacing of Aqua Tail is a lot quicker than the pacing of Stone Edge. So maybe even if a Quagsire is up against a Togekiss, being able to throw off multiple Aqua Tails and not really having to even throw a heavier hitting attack could prove beneficial. Some other Pokemon that I want to point out on Jun's team, though, is also that Grumpig. We saw Psywave user earlier with Malamar, but this one also has two very heavy hitting attacks. Shadow Ball, which we already mentioned, one of the best charge attacks in the game right now, and Dynamic Punch to be able to hit back against that Licky.
Like the Ghost and Fighting type coverage is basically something that you can't really resist. There's only one Pokemon that can resist it, which is the Hisuian Zoroark, and nobody's really running that one. So like you're always going to be able to do at least neutral damage, but most of the cases super effective damage. And especially for a Pokemon like Grumpig, the coverage that you have there is quite beneficial, as you have Dark type Pokemon that you don't really want to go up against, but you have Dynamic Punch for that, and you have Ghost type Pokemon that you don't want to go up against, but you have the Shadow Ball for that. But also, I have to say, we are 3 for 3 now. We have another Fortress with Bug Bite.
And looks like if we're keeping tally at home, earlier on, Volt Switch was it in Prague, not it so far here in Utrecht. What do you guys think? I mean, overall, I've been noticing an uptick in Bug Bite, and I think that's also because Quagsire has been so prevalent, and while Shadow Fortress doesn't have an amazing matchup against a Quagsire, the Bug Bite plus the Sand Tombs is be able to do a little bit more damage over time.
I have to say, I was before the regional in Prague definitely team Volt Switch Fortress, but my mind is kind of changing this a little bit as well. I do think that the Bug Bite might be the better choice just because there are so many ground types. We have here again 2 ground types on the Sparkling side as well, and the Quagsire, and of course that Stunfisk. I do think that Stunfisk is going to be a Pokemon that we're going to see a few more times as well here in today's regional as well. I think it's a fantastic Pokemon in the current meta because you have quite a lot of flying type Pokemon, you have quite a lot of water type Pokemon, but you're also going to have still the ground type coverage, which can be quite nice against all of those steel types.
So if we're looking at these two team compositions, then do you think that Unova and Stunfisk would be coming? Yes, it does have to fear that Quagsire on the side of Jun, but otherwise, to your point, it looks rather neutral across the board.
Yeah, and this is the thing here as well. I do think it's going to be quite solid. You're going to have only the Quagsire, and the rest you can actually play against quite well. But then, yeah, you have very much neutral matchups as well. You're going to have super effective coverage, of course, against Azumarill and against that Corviknight, but both of them do super effective damage back against you as well.
I think if you're looking at these teams, if I was Jun, I'd be looking at all the targets that the Grumpig has, but I'd also be super wary because knowing that Shadow Fortress is on Bug Bite, just being able to start chunking away at it, it kind of puts a little bit of fear into you as well.
I'm curious if we're going to see both Fortress here. Now, for this phase again, you have a Fortress. Fortress is one of the most common Pokemon in the current meta, and for good reason. You have the fast move pressure that you have. You have the 2 options to debuff the opponent. It's so versatile. If you face off like Fortress in the lead and you are bad up against it and you have to swap out, at the end of the day, your Pokemon you're going to swap in is going to be either debuffed in the attack or in the defense, and that can completely shift the entire game later on.
We'll have to see what these trainers want to do. It looks like they're taking a little bit of time to lock in. Of course, I don't blame them. This is the very beginning matchup for this. This is winners round 1 for our second group here. And obviously, like we said before, being able to win, especially on stream, kind of puts you in a good confidence boost for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very big decision here on what you want to lock in first. But the thing is here as well, I do feel like that both Licky have a lot of potential here. Licky seems to be such a strong pick for both trainers. There's not really a lot that you have to worry about. You're going to be able to hit basically everything hard, so I assume we're going to see this Pokemon on basically every battle on both sides.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it's coming in. But the trainers looks like they're getting ready to go here. I mean, if you're the side of Chun, who again is a trainer from the Netherlands, you have to be a little bit wary of that Unova and Stunfisk. So I think that from that sense, that that regular Quagsire on his side is probably going to be coming every time.
Yeah, regular Quagsire especially is going to be cool here because you're going to have access to that Stonehenge again, which is going to be also fantastic against the Togekiss, which I would expect we see quite often here as well. Togekiss generally very tough to beat in the current meta unless you have the Aegislash, which is not on anyone's team here right now.
Let's go ahead and lock in, getting ready to go. Here we have Feraligatr up against that Licky on the side of June. Shiny Licky at that. One thing to note here about the Feraligatr, as Sparklix is not Shadow, even though these Hydro Cannons are going to be doing a lot of damage on even energy, it might not be enough to knock out or threaten the knockout here. As you can see, this one still just keeping Licky in health, but trying to catch here the Shadow Ball, and it looks like it is successful. Great play by Sparklix.
This is a great play, of course. This is doing basically no damage, and you waste so much energy. You know, it's a fantastic catch here onto the Shadow Ball, and now we're gonna have Licky against Licky, but we have a lot of energy now on Chun's side, trying to save that up for later on. In comes the Quagsire, resisting the rollout from the Licky.
You saw the pause there too. He didn't want to throw the Shadow Ball into anything else, but this Quagsire coming in is going to take the full force of it here as the first one connects, and there's already another one loaded. Shadow Ball number 2 coming through here. No Protect Shield used on that Quagsire.
Yeah, no protection here. You're still going to be able to take down the Shadow Ball here quite easily, as you're going to have 2 Awkward Tails available for you. But is even 2 Awkward Tails going to be enough? You don't have the Shadow bonus on this Pokemon. This is going to be interesting because you're going to see here, like, it's not going to be enough. You need to maybe reach out for the Stonehenge, but you're not going to have the time for that.
Going ahead now, throwing Aqua Tail number 2, maybe just thinking, hey, chip damage is better than no damage. I know that Body Slam is coming through soon here, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen here. Going ahead, throwing that Body Slam on the pretty low health Quagsire. No Protect Shield used at all by Quagsire in this, but it has done its job. It's gotten that Licky pretty low here, and now the switch timers are completely misaligned. You see Sparklix actually swapping back in the Feraligatr against the Azumarill. On paper, again, not that great of a matchup, but it does add up over time.
Yeah, here, again, Shadow Claw is going to be able to add up. And the Hydro Cannon, while it's resisted, it still does some respectable damage over the long period of time. As the Play Rough is not going to be enough. Play Rough is not going to be enough from this range. The Sparklix knows it as well. Lets the Play Rough go through. It's still going to put it low, though. Is it enough for Bubble Down? I don't think so.
Going ahead now, he's still got a full health Fortress in the back. Going ahead, throwing this other Hydro Cannon. We talked about chip damage earlier. We saw the Aqua Tails didn't do much to the Licky, even less here to an Azumarill with a heavy-hitting attack. And Chun actually coming in with a Body Slam for that Feraligatr. Wants to get it completely out of the way. No Protect Shield used on Sparklix side. Still 2 Protect Shields left on both teams.
And we have a Fortress, which is going to enjoy those protections because you have so much damage with a Bug Bite. And we do see this Pokemon coming in now as well. But do you want to try to catch a move again? No, you're not. You're going to shield up the Shadow Ball because you want to protect this Pokemon. You have the option to debuff even the attack later on as well, so rather shield up now than later. And of course, we have now both players knowing both Pokemon on each side. And we see the Swap out here trying to catch yet another move, but this was not working out.
Actually, this play here, the Jun going ahead, trying to just get up a ton of extra energy, not throwing any attack into the Licky, but that gives Sparklix a little bit of extra energy to throw a Body Slam and get the last shield. The real question is, will he be able to get to another? No, he's not. This Licky is loaded.
This Licky is nearly at 2 Shadow Balls. Do we see a shield here coming up straight away for the Sparklix? Yes, we do. And you're not going to be able to reach another Shadow Ball. You only have a Body Slam currently stored, and in comes the Azumarill. Are you going to get to the Rock Tomb here? You have the Rock Tomb stored, and you debuff the Azumarill here. And this is the thing as well. You are not worried really about the charge move damage. Both charge moves of Azumarill going to be resisted, and so Fortress is in a prime position to sweep this battle.
Going ahead now, it's really only that bubble damage is doing much at all to the Fortress. Going for the heavier hitting Play Rough. It's not going to be doing too much to this Steel-type Pokemon. However, it's also debuffed here. Sparklix looks like he is indeed in a good position, but he's still got to get a little bit of that Licky and the rest of the Azumarill out of the way, just chomping away with these Bug Bites.
This is now very interesting as the player is coming through. This is doing quite a bit of damage. There's only a Body Slam start on the Licky. We have to remember this. Is this Licky getting off the move first? The Licky is going to get the Body Slam off. This might be enough to knock out the Fortress here. With a 1 HP, Licky is going to be able to knock down this Shadow Fortress.
It looks like the Fortress is standing, but not for long. This Body Slam connects, and with 15 seconds left, Chun takes game number 1. Very impressive plays there.
very impressive plays there. You had a lot of resisted damage against the Fortress there just now, but Fortress was able to take quite a few, but at the end it was just a little bit too much.
The hard part is, I think, for Sparklix in that scenario is he knew that there was a little bit left on that Licky, and you saw how much energy that he had stored on the Fortress. At that point, maybe he was thinking it could have been better just to get that Azumarill out of the way, so then he could comfortably tank a Body Slam from that Licky.
Yeah, I do think he tried to just get a little bit more energy there in order to try to have two moves out at the same time, because he was expecting another Shadow Ball on the Licky, but Licky only had that Body Slam. But at the end, that was just enough to knock out the Fortress, because Azumarill did the hard work basically. Azumarill did the hard work of trying to get this Pokemon low enough that a Body Slam is enough to knock it out.
Azumarill did what Azumarill does, just going ahead and taking all of that energy, supporting its teammate there, and Licky comes in for the win, taking game number 1.
So, how are those players adapting now? I'm curious if we're gonna see more Fortress action. Maybe Fortress in the lead could be a very interesting shout in the current meta, because there's no direct answer, I feel like, on Chun's side either. Like, the best Pokemon maybe would be, I guess, the Corviknight resisting the Bug Bite there, but then again, it's still gonna chunk away a little bit, so I feel like Fortress is quite safe for the Sparklix side. I do think he needs to kind of rely on this Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Fortress looked really good from, like we said, it was just like kind of in the end, trying to save up for 2, knowing that he would win Charge Attack priority on both the Azumarill and the Licky. It was not a play that was out of question. It just, unfortunately for him, the switch timer was up in time, and being able to get that Fortress low enough to take it out took game number 1 for Chun. Of course, if you play it a little bit differently, it could have ended up a little differently as well. The real question is, like you said, how do they adapt for this other game? Because Chun just needs one more game. So far, we've only had 2-0 sweeps on stream. Will he be able to do that here?
I'm curious on if the Sparklix maybe wants to run something like the Togekiss here. We saw, of course, the Quagsire, which, again, of course, you have Stone Edge there still, but you're going to be able to resist at least the Mudshot damage there, and you do that, like, a lot of damage back. And then you have, like, the Licky, and you kind of need to deal with this Pokemon. I do expect, again, the Licky is going to be on both sides in this battle, because it is so safe into both teams.
Yeah, of course, the number 1 Pokemon, who would have thought? Looks like we are jumping straight into it. Game number 2, here we go. We have that Shadow Fortress up again, once again against the Azumarill. This is a much better position, I think, if you're Sparklix here. And if you're Chun, maybe you just go ahead and just save up a bunch of energy on this Azumarill.
This is, I think, the play that Chun is going to try to go for, because, yeah, the player is not going to go a long way, but you have such a safe answer. And here, as you see as well, the Rock Tomb is coming in, which I do think Chun is quite happy about, because he wants to get rid of the energy here, and then you can still safely swap out into your Licky, where we already talked about there is no real answer for it, and so you have all the energy for the late game with the Azumarill.
I like this play, trying to catch that Shadow Ball. This time Chun says, nuh-uh, not gonna happen on my watch. Throwing the Body Slam. This time still no Protect Shield from the Sparklix side. And keep in mind, now he's got energy on the Fortress, while there's also energy on the Azumarill. So this could come into play later on. In the meantime, we're gonna see one of the most, interesting mirror matches in the game.
It's very interesting. I'm still waiting for a player to run actually Hyper Beam Licky just in order to make it a little bit more interesting. But I do think that Shadow Ball and Body Slam might be the choice for most of those players here. But yeah, it would be interesting to have this matchup maybe a little bit shorter with the Hyper Beam, but Body Slam is definitely the safer play.
Yeah, going in, welcome to the Slam, as the number 3, I believe, is coming through here. Both of these Pokemon just sticking their tongues out at each other. A quick pivot now out into the Azumarill. It's going to catch a Body Slam here, and I believe that you also tried to click his own attack, so we'll have to see if that was able to release here into that Licky.
Like, here's the thing as well for Chun, like, the worst Pokemon you can encounter, you already encountered with the Azumarill. It's going to be that Fortress, which can resist the charge move damage, but now you already have, a lot of seconds of your switch clock, because you had 2 charge moves coming in, and in comes now Stunfisk, where the Ice Beam is going to do some super effective damage against it.
Going ahead now, it looks like that first one will be able to go through. There are 2 Protect Shields left. First one used on this Unova and Stunfisk. Sparklix has not seen the 3rd Pokemon of Chun's side there, which is going to be that Quagsire, which does fairly decently into both Fortress and the Unova and Stunfisk. But we'll have to see, because he still has a lot of health left on both, and that Fortress has a attack loaded.
Yeah, the Fortress hasn't attack loaded, but the Quagsire looks to be in a prime position to do a lot of damage here. As the Mud Bomb is coming in, we see an immediate no shield. It's kind of an interesting play as well, because it's most likely the hardest hitting move that's going to hit the Quagsire, but it's not actually doing that much damage either, because you have only, of course, the Phantom that can hit you from that other Pokemon from the Fortress there. So yeah, at the end of the day, you can play it the way you want to play it, as the Awkward Tail is going to do now some solid damage, not knocking it out, but getting it into the deep red health.
I say going ahead, I'm just trying to get as much chip damage off as possible. Gets that first Protect Shield now from Jun's side. He knows how valuable this Quagsire is. He's already seen the whole lineup. He now has a very low health. The first Protect Shield being used, now going able and getting this Sand Tomb, which is going to lower the defenses of the Quagsire here. But Jun might be able to just swap out and be able to get that release here as the Licky comes in.
And here we see the downside actually of Fortress, because if the opponent can swap out with those debuffs, the debuffs don't actually really help you at all. And here now, we're gonna see actually the no shield coming up as well against that Sand Tomb. It's going to be a very close battle, because that Fortress has still some unfinished business here. The Fortress wants to still fight for the victory, as they have two Awkward Tails stored, but isn't Awkward Tail even enough? Fortress is quite bulky.
Blast Shield used here on the side of Sparklix here, going to be able to see if he can get some more damage, and there's still Protect Shield left on Jun's side. Awkward Tail number 2 coming through. Only one of these is Shadow, so like you said, is this Awkward Tail enough to knock out? It is pretty low, not even close.
It's not close, but there's a Sand Tomb coming through. No, the Sand Tomb is going to get the final shield from Jun's side, and in comes Mosei straight away, the Stunfisk. But can Stunfisk do it? It's going to be very, very close. There's going to be more Thundershock damage coming through, but now in comes the Awkward Tail to knock out the Stunfisk, and there's only 1 HP left on the Fortress.
Fortress does have Bug Bite. It is a 1-turn fast attack, but even though it's debuffed, it might be a little too much to chunk through as the one Mudsap goes through, and now Jun, once again, a 2-0 victory on stream.
We're not only 3 for 3 for the Fortress running Bug Bite, we're also 3 for 3 for 2-0s on the stream so far. Players are quite fast here. We haven't seen a win from one side then as well. We only have 2-0 so far. Interesting what's going to continue, but so far, very interesting and close battles, I have to say.
Yeah,
there was a nail bite at the end there. The Fortress Needy was able to come back. Was looking really bad first in the beginning, but then the Fortress really was showcasing why Bug Bite is so strong in the current meta. It was Needy able to chunk through the entire team there.
I mean, also, I want to say, so many talented trainers from the Netherlands playing through, being able to continue on that winner side of the bracket. Juno is someone who's been playing for quite a while. I've known him from some previous seasons, doing quite well, making some day 2s in the past. So we'll have to see if he can continue on that streak in his homeland. But meanwhile, just want to really say, even though we talked about these 2-0 sweeps on stream, when you actually watch the battles, they are quite close. Sometimes when you just see 2-0, you think, oh, it was such a decisive victory. Everything just went one player's way. But so many different compelling things happen within these matchups there. Sparklix having some really great catches like this one on stream. They're catching that Shadow Ball on the Licky, proving he knows his counts and knows what he wants to do to be able to win matchups.
Yeah, like both battles here on stream were super close. Like Sparklix, for example, could have maybe had even a better shot there as well, knocking out the Azumarill in the first battle. But of course, Chun was able to get that body slam off there just last second, where there's so much energy still on the Fortress. And then of course that second battle there as well was just so close at the end. There was just only 1 HP really left on the Fortress and on the Quagsire at the same time. Quagsire just barely was able to win this one.
I mean, there was things that were going very, very close between both of these trainers, and in a double elimination tournament, that means, hi Marcy, that is going to be able to, you got to see one of our most handsome people in production on stream. You guys should feel so absolutely lucky at home.
Absolutely luckier than definitely the Fortress there, feeding in the matchup, being always there in the point where the opponent was able to swap out all of the debuffs. I kind of want to highlight there as well that, again, Fortress is kind of, it's a lot of times the Pokemon of choice for players in the lead, because if you win the lead, you're going to be in a good position. But if you have the opponent swapping out after your charge move, storing all the energy there, as you saw with the Azumarill, maybe as a Fortress, you're not too happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of times trainers kind of know what they want to do ahead of time to win a matchup. Yeah, we saw at the end there with Sparklix. He wanted to have 2 sand attack for the Azumarill, sand attack for the Licky. Sometimes the opponent just outplays you a little bit, or does something, says, okay, well, I also know my win conditions and I need to be able to play to that. I think that's what makes these things so engaging. Like you said, okay, if I know that I'm going to get debuffed, I know that I have to swap out. Or if I want to throw a heavy hitting attack like a Wild Charge or something like this, or Wild Charge isn't even really in the meta right now, but there's one of them what is the debuffing of superpower on the Malamar?
Superpower, yeah. Superpower for sure, but we saw as well again in the matchup on how important Licky is. And we saw as well in Prague on how important Licky is as well. And who won Prague again? Tauntaun. With a Pokemon as well that was very, very strong against Licky. But I think, yeah, we maybe want to talk a little bit or hear a little bit more about Tauntaun as well.
My name is Thomas Martin. My nickname is Tonton Batteuse. I'm over the moon with this win because I won it with a Shadow Hydreigon, which nobody was expecting, not even me.
Brutal swing. It's going to be coming through onto the Licky.
And boom, is able to throw this Aqua Tail, and Tauntaun makes an amazing catch.
Another catch. Aura Sphere. It's resisted. It's going to get the job done here and locks the invitation to the World Championships.
What made me choose the Aegislash and Hydreigon Corp in particular is because initially I wanted to play Hydreigon, Shelgon and Aegislash together, and I saw that I was a bit too weak to Corsola, so my first thought was Guzzlord. Then I saw the Hydreigon being like really good into the current meta if you don't face a Tinkaton or a Bug Bite Fortress. And I got one who was able to win a lot of matchups really hard, like a Ufisk or Licky. So I just say, let's try it, let's have fun with this one. Just going to NIC and see what the limited meta will be, and hopefully we'll get some points there. The French community evolved a lot. We got a lot of new members, a lot of new people who are trying their best to improve, and thanks to our advice, we saw some people reaching Legend for the first time, even experts, or even veteran for some. I mean, this is the first step, and just continue to climb, and maybe we'll see the next champions for the new generation. My tips to improve is actually watch the stream, so you know what people are thinking when they bring 3 Pokemon against a team of 6, how they play each matchup, and take your first idea is probably the best one. I want to shout out my French community, especially the Paris one, because I got my good Aegislash thanks to a member of my community in Paris. And also thanks to my Infinity team. They support me a lot for everything, even the team build. And my family, they don't watch the stream, but I know they support me a lot.
I love how our previous regional champion from Prague, Tonton Batteuse, was talking about newer players getting into the scene. Because that's what I'm seeing here. I'm from this region, from the Netherlands, and I'm seeing all these new battlers getting into PvP, having success here. I can't wait to see what we have next.
I mean, not only new battlers, there's so many trainers coming in from the Netherlands so far. I've noticed that I was like, my goodness, it just seems like there might be something in the water here, pulling out a lot of really talented trainers.
Hi, Amanda.
Hello, Martijn. How are you doing?
I'm happy to sit here next to you. Our next match is going to be 2 Dutch trainers. It's Irvi, a community ambassador from representing the region Den Bosch. And then the other trainer is Kimisato. And Kimisato is a trainer I've seen coming to many local challenges and cups here. Lately, he won the cup in the biggest local tournament here. So I have high expectations. Kimisato is really someone you have to look out for. He might just be on the rise here. And look at this. That is a Pangoro, and he covers it with 2 Steel-type Pokemon. And on its Irvi side, we have Dugong. It's Dugong.
Oh, wow. I thought it was Dugong from the meta, but looks like it is back. Don't look at me like that, Martijn. I have to see how these 2 trainers want to play, because we were just talking, Sam Mornion and I, about how Licky has no true counters because there's not really any fighters in the meta right now. But if you're having a Pangoro, might have a really nice time against some of these Pokemon. But Azumarill, not one of them.
Pangoro is going to be really strong into Ferret and Dugong, but you should not overestimate its bulk here. A Pokemon like Shadow Drapion actually can hit quite hard with Poison Sting and Aqua Tail into it, and obviously the Fairy Wind from Tinkaton is double super effective. So its Irvi does have the tools to deal with that Pangoro from Kimisato.
I tell you what, just when you think certain Pokemon are maybe out of a current meta, here they are back on stream. Azumarill has been on basically almost every single team that we've seen so far in the tournaments today, and now Shadow Drapion back in action. One of the Pokemon that is super spammy, being able to play well in tandem with that Azumarill, but it's going to have to go against a pretty interesting team here. Aegislash has been doing quite well so far in this new meta, and also some Pokemon that look a little bit out of place with the Pangoro, but I'm really excited to see it play.
like the Shadow Drapion and Azumarill, they are perfect dance partners. Aegislash also has its dance partner. It has a sharp blade as hands, but it's really good with those dark type Pokemon. We saw this from Tontabateuse in Prague, and then also Arrow found Course to pair with this Aegislash. So it's an interesting Pokemon to see if that Kimisato can also make it work. And yeah, this Pokemon has won 2 regional championships in a row now. I think it's like the hot topic to either counter or to try out.
Yeah, and it looks like that's exactly what he's doing. We kind of talked about earlier on. It seems to be like Aegislash alongside a bit of a spicy pick, something that can pair well with it. Pangoro could be that pick for his side. We'll have to see what they're going to do. I did also notice that Galarian Corsola on the side of Kimisato, but there is no Licky on the side of It's Irvi to be able to counter it.
Well, there's a third though, and that's definitely not a Pokemon that Galarian Corsola wants to meet either, but you have that covered with Tinkaton and Pangoro, 2 extremely hard answers. I kind of like the way Kimisato has built that, but yeah, if there will be a Licky, it could be a difficult Pokemon to maneuver around. We have 2 Ghost-type Pokemon.
Well, he might not be afraid of any ghosts. You know, when you have a Pangoro on your side to be able to put some pressure back in with those Night Slash and potential Night Slash boosts, I wonder if we will see it in this matchup. How is that Pangoro looking? If you are Kimisato, do you want to play it into a team that has an Azumarill?
Yes, you are bringing Pangoro.
100%.
You are the only thing. You are only wary of the Fairy-type Pokemon here. You can cover those with either Aegislash or your own Tinkaton. So I'm curious to see how that's going to go. Here we go to game number 1. We lead Tinkaton from Kimisato against this Feraligatr from It's Irvi. This is a decent matchup for Feraligatr as it resists Gigaton Hammer. We see one Fairy Wind and then the switch into Licky, which can soak all this Hydro Cannon damage quite comfortably. But I would not be surprised if It's Irvi would throw the Hydro Cannon and then swap into the next Pokemon.
It's just getting a little bit of energy first there. Hydro Cannon number 1 going through. As you can see, doesn't even knock it down into the yellow here. But exactly like you said, Martin, now swapping in, saving some of that energy and soaking it all on the Azumarill that's come in.
Shadow Ball is one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game after the buff recently, and is really putting Licky in a decent spot here. It can actually fight back quite well, even though both attacks that is launching here are not the same type of attack bonus. Normally, Pokemon that launch charge attacks and fast attacks of the same typing of this Pokemon would deal more damage. Licky doesn't need that. Shadow Ball is just so strong.
Doesn't even need the play rough coming through.
Catch, though.
Actually catching here onto that Tinkaton. Great play. Great counting by Kimisato as too. Recognizing his switch timer was up. Where's his energy going to go? Into a not very effective attack, and now just starting to swing the hammer.
This is a great opportunity to build up some more energy. Another player off's coming in, but this is only resisted, so Kimisato is not going to put up a protection here. Are you going to swap in Feraligatr at this point? It's Irvi is not exactly strong into this Tinkaton in the back, so he brings in the Feraligatr. You don't want Tinkaton to get that energy advantage. In comes the Hydro Cannon. If you want to preserve this energy, you have to use a protection. But Kimisato only locks in a Bulldoze here, not a Gigaton Hammer.
Going ahead now, going for a bait attack. It's going to be able to go through here. Will It's Irvi call out the bait there? Looks like he is not going to use a protection shield, knowing that even that Gigaton Hammer would be able to knock out, and it looks like he does get the defense drop. However, this will be able to help out that Tinkaton a little bit here, or that Licky that's swapping right back in.
We see a catch here, but I don't know if that's what you want here as Kimisato. This Hydro Cannon will knock out Licky. Now you lose all the energy, and It's Irvi still has 2 protection, but in comes this Pangoro now, which can get a lot of energy here, and the energy is going to be quite good, but looks like Kimisato's opting to throw Night Slash before the Hydro Cannon because he wants to preserve those shields.
I really like that play. It forces a shield off of It's Irvi's side as well, because he wants to be able to get that Hydro Cannon off. You heard the sound. The attack is now up on this as well, proving that Pangoro can really start going to town. Going ahead, just charging up a little bit more energy. The Azumarill is coming in, but the Azumarill is completely dry.
It has no energy to take on Pangoro, and you're already so low on health here. A Night Slash won't knock out just yet, but I think you get Karate Chop down, so It's Irvi has to preserve Azumarill here. But the timer's up again. Kimisato's just switching and dancing with the clock here. Azumarill is about to meet its maker. Take this hammer. Boink is going to knock out Azumarill. What do you bring in now? Can you get the Fairy Wind down off Feraligatr, or do you have to bring in Ferd at this point? Can Tinkaton get to another charge stack?
The Gigaton Hammer just went off, and there is a little bit of energy for Alligator. His energy drive. Bulldoze is ready to go, and that's exactly what's going to happen. However, now that Tinkaton is quite low, and Kimisato has not seen that Furret yet.
Tinkaton is in the spotlight right now, but do keep in mind that this Pangoro is still healthy enough to take a Swift. Oh, going for the Swift immediately. It's Irvi does not want to take any chance on a potential Gigaton Hammer, even though Kimisato wasn't there yet, but this opens the door for a close combat.
Going ahead, seeing not even swiping all the bubbles, still enough to knock out, and now it is going to be time for what Jay calls pandemonium here as he reaches a close combat. This heavy-hitting fighting type attack against a normal type Pokemon.
Sayonara, Furet. This is going to take it out in one single charge attack. Pangoro having success in its first match here in Utrecht.
Going ahead, taking game number 1 quite decisively and making others maybe take note of a fighting type Pokemon that could be meta relevant.
I'm not sure if that's going to be the case immediately, but the thing is, you have it covered with 2 Steel-type Pokemon. So like Tinkaton and Aegislash can cover potential Fairy-type Pokemon like Azumarill and Togekiss, then maybe Pangoro can do things.
Well, it looks like Pangoro did do things in that game number 1. Close matchup between these 2 trainers who have most likely played against each other in, like you said, local cups or challenges. But they're now on the big screen. They want to be able to prove themselves to be the king of the Netherlands.
We're about to find out because it's Irvi. How is he going to come back from that? He has a little bit of that kind of convenient team here with some of the picks that used to be meta, but not so much anymore. And then he put that Tinkaton on it. I think if you have Tinkaton and Feraligatr on your team, you probably have always played because they're such a perfect core. There's almost no core breakers to that.
And Feraligatr, we did see earlier on being able to hit heavy with that Community Day attack Hydro Cannon. However, you pointed this out in the pre-show, and I think it's rather important. If it's not a Shadow Feraligatr, it's not doing enough damage with 2 Hydro Cannons to knock out that Licky Licky because its fast attack Shadow Claw really does not much damage at all to the normal type Pokemon. So is there more, like, not more merit, but is there definitely merit for running the Shadow Feraligatr instead?
It is exactly for when Licky Licky's not using Protect Shields. But I must correct myself just a little bit there. It might depend on how little attack and high defense and HP the Licky Licky has. But we're heading into game number 2. We have Pangoro meeting Tinkaton this time. I think Kimisato has to get out. But he's not exactly that strong into Tinkaton. Swaps into Licky Licky, but is met by Azumarill.
Okay, it's Irvi swapping into the Azumarill, just soaking up this Shadow Ball damage. We did see this play earlier on in game number 1. Kimisato just going ahead, trying to get as much damage off as possible onto the Azumarill, knowing that it's going to take 2 Shadow Balls and at least a Body Slam to knock out, while Azumarill can more comfortably go straight for those play roughs.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting though, because I think this is a great opportunity for Kimisato to get shields down. I also think that it's Irvi had plenty of answers into that Pangoro. He also had Azumarill for it in otherwise. Now this Licky Licky might be in a position where it can flip switch advantage, and on top of that, if you get shields down on that Aegislash, I can tell from experience that thing is very hard.
It's hard to get through here. We'll have to see if we'll see it in this matchup actually going for an Ice Beam, but the Shadow Ball will be able to reach first because it is charge attack priority, and it looks like it's Irvi's choosing to let that go through. It does knock out the Azumarill with all of that energy, and now what do you come in with? Because you can't really fast attack down a Licky Licky at this health.
So it looks like it's Irvi's going to swap in the Feraligatr. Feraligatr is going to soak a Body Slam though, but like you pointed out, Shadow Claw is double resisted. It's hardly dealing any damage. You'll have to get a microscope to see any Shadow Claw damage coming into this Pokemon, so you have to launch a Hydro Cannon here.
Going ahead, just charging up a little bit of extra energy. I do like this, well, not wanting to throw the Hydro Cannon immediately when you get it, but Kimisato said, nah, okay, I'm pretty comfortable in this matchup here. I know that you're going to have to only throw charge attacks to be able to get me low. Now throwing a Body Slam, still just chunking away at the Feraligatr on the side of its Irvi.
He wants to get those shields down. That's why Kimisato is using those Protect Shields here. Because when shields are down, Aegislash goes to town. His Irvi may be miscounting just a little bit here because Body Slam just comes out so rapidly. Do you use your Dex Protect Shield? No. Feraligatr can hang on. It's very low, however. Getting some more energy and now going for the Hydro Cannon. I'm not even sure if you can get to another Hydro Cannon into this this Pangoro.
We'll have to see because I think it's going to be coming in next. Still 1 Protect Shield left on both of the sides here. Pangoro coming in. He does able to get to the Hydro Cannon. This is quite big for its Irvi, but I think that Kimisato might be saving those shields for Aegislash. Going ahead, saying, I saw the Tinkaton. I know that the Pangoro maybe doesn't have its place here, but he's able to make it to a close combat first.
Pangoro's not exactly a bulky Pokemon, but I think that Kimisato recognizes the win condition. You look at the backline or anything else that its Irvi could have had, and Aegislash could either have a good matchup or just take down everything in one charge deck. Yes, you have Bulldoze as a super effective charge deck, but just look at how little this is going to do. Kimisato is not using a Protect Shield for this.
It's Irvi putting up the Bulldoze, hoping for the defense drop, and it looks like he does not get it there. So if you first don't succeed, try and try again. Bulldoze number 2 coming through.
There we we go. The thing is, Aegislash is always going to build up as much energy as possible before throwing the charge attack, because once you use a charge attack, the shield form will actually convert into the blade form, and the blade form has just about as much bulk as a Haunter. I don't know if you've played Haunter before, but it basically faints to a gust of wind, and you want to soak all the damage on this shield form. Even though it doesn't do any charge fast attack damage, you just go for the charge attacks, and now you're going to unleash the full force of Aegislash.
Tinkerton, only Pokemon standing on the side of its Irving. It looks like the Shadow Ball #1 going through as it swaps to this blade form here, hitting very, very hard, and #2 already ready to go.
This is what makes Aegislash an incredible Pokemon. Yes, you have almost no fast attack damage, but you can stack 2 charge attacks with that Shadow Ball buff earlier this season, and with that, you just launched back-to-back charge attacks. Aegislash just runs through this whole team. And Kimisato has learned from Tontepateus from Prague, maybe. He wins this match and he moves on to win his round 2.
Taking the game quite decisively there. Once the shields were down, I think you saw the stone face of Kimisato while he was playing, but he must have been grinning on the inside when he knew exactly how to win that there. Loading up 2 Shadow Balls and just releasing them one after the other.
I think that it's Urfi didn't recognize quick enough what his Licky Licky answer was, because his Licky Licky answer was also the Pangoro answer. So once Licky Licky came in, I think that if you stay in and you just keep switch advantage, then you can align Azumarill on Pangoro, and Pangoro cannot hurt Azumarill at all. So in that case, alignment could have been really important. Sometimes you're like, okay, my opponent switches, I have to switch too, I have to keep that alignment. And then you realize, wait a second, this might not be that good for me.
Yeah, and also to that very similar point, the reaction times are almost everything in Pokemon Go. So even if you wait a second, just 1 second, it's too long sometimes. So I think, yeah, your initial reaction is, if my opponent swaps, I have to swap. But yeah, having 2 answers to the Pangoro actually on his team could have taken a breath back and saying, okay, I'm just going to get damage on this Licky Licky. I'm going to save the Azumarill for the Pangoro. But you know the saying, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts.
I don't know how to say that at all, actually.
Well, okay, well.
But anyway, this for Alligator, yeah, good Pokemon, but this is maybe why you want to run the Shadow sometimes, just to deal better damage into the Licky Licky.
Looks like here, as we can see, the, pure power of the Pangoro here knocking out the Furret. And I think that, honestly, people might be taking notes of a new pair partner for the Aegislash.
Pangoro, you think?
Pangoro. I think it could be.
Yeah, I mean, it does cover quite a little bit. Maybe he saw coming, Kimisato, that third would be coming back. And I mean, Hydreigon and Gustlord that we've seen before paired with his Aegislash just kind of do just as well. So, I don't know, maybe it's just like, you know what, I like this Pokemon. I want to try and make it work. And I respect that. I respect it.
We saw the Furret there, and I have to ask you, because I noticed some trainers, they were picking teams for Utrecht, and there was a Furret, but it wasn't running its standard moveset of the Trailblaze and the Swift like we saw in this matchup. It was actually running Brick Break.
Brick Break is interesting because it has that coverage for Pokemon like Fortress and Corviknight. And I think that's kind of a main reason, but also Licky Licky is a great point to run Brick Break over Trailblaze. I captured a moment from this stream, or from the second match here. If we take a look at specifically, this is the second one actually, but what Kimisato did here was actually get those shields down. These are all these bulldogs, but you see here that he got the shields down. What happened before this was actually that we had the Feraligatr, right? We had Feraligatr, sorry, I have to draw here. Feraligatr was here, right? And, sorry, Azumarill, it was Azumarill. And then Kimisato decided to use Protect Shields when Feraligatr came in afterwards. So when he got those shields down, that's actually when you land all these Shadow Balls. So if we keep playing here, you can now stack them back to back. If this Tinkaton or any other Pokemon had Protect Shields, this Aegislash would be in Blade form and be really prone to anything else, especially a Pokemon with fast attack damage. Let's say you are in this Blade form and you are opposing a Feraligatr with shields, then the Shadow Claws would add up so much damage. And that's actually why I think, and maybe this is a hot take, that Aegislash is a terrible, maybe the worst Pokemon, either at a shield disadvantage or in the 2-shield scenario. Because anything that has even a little bit of fast attack pressure will knock it out so easily in the Blade form.
Yep. Because you did notice as well, there was a Bulldoze stored on the Tinkaton. So if there was a shield to be able to hide behind, he at least could have been able to take one of them and then be able to throw off the Bulldoze as well. But I mean, in the Blade form, Aegislash wins charge attack priority over pretty much everything, so being able to throw back-to-back really proved vital for Kimisato in that game number 2. But we're already hopping into game number, or we're winners round 3 here. We've got the Reeve who did quite well in Prague, being able to get the top finishes up against Frika now, a player from Germany.
Amanda, what's going on here? There's not one, but 2 rainy cast form on this broadcast run. And another Pangoro!
Yeah,
What's that Pokemon doing here again?
I mean, apparently it might be taking a page out of Kimisato's books here, because we see another Aegislash and Pangoro core going on. Not only that, we have a slightly double fighter damage here too, with that Grumpig being able to hit with the dynamic punch. Really maybe saying, I dare you to bring a Licky against me here. The Reeve is not taking any chances.
Rainy cast form is an interesting Pokemon with Water Gun, Weather Ball, and Thunder. Water Gun doesn't really charge the energy that quickly, and the damage that it deals is moderate. But Mono-type Water can be really valuable because it only has 2 weaknesses, Grass and Electric. These are almost non-existent besides Stunfisk. We see here the team from Frika. Yes, you see that correct. That is also a Rainy cast form. Fun fact about Frika, when he started playing PvP in GBL, I believe in Season 2 and 3, this was his signature Pokemon. He always ran Altaria, Azumarill, and Rainy cast form. And now he's bringing back this classic. Where's Altaria, though? Frika, come on. You have to stay to the theme. But at least he has other Pokemon that seem very meta and perhaps pair very well with cast form.
I think one thing we should also note so far is that every single fortress that we've seen so far on stream have been on Bug Bite. So while Volt Switch was more popular in the first tournament in Prague, it looks like it has definitely shifted, at least to the matches that we're seeing. Also, that Shadow Quagsires are running Aqua Tail and Mud Bomb usually more often, although we did see a Stone Edge on the side of Chun.
I do like Stone Edge to hit those flying type Pokemon. Here we have one of those Pokemon in the back. Aegislash in Tinkaton lead though, but we see Firo that in the back. This is a great lead for the Reeve though. We see the swap into Licky. The Reeve doesn't really have an answer per se, but I mean, you can take a Shadow Ball here if you want and then dip out after a a Gyro Ball.
Yeah, go ahead. Just taking that first one when it's in shield form, even though this is going to be super effective, you can see it doesn't do that much damage overall. And I think that this is actually a great position for the Reeve, just charging up a ton of extra energy here. He's actually going to throw that Gyro Ball, and then I think we'll just probably see him swap out to absorb that energy onto something else.
Yeah, this stalls the clock a lot though. Even this animation adds another 5 seconds to the clock, which could benefit Frika as he could switch out later again. But again, alignment isn't exactly in his favor. Gets in the Shadow Ball! He has a family to Reeve! What are you doing?
Wow, here, not only that, being able to just take this on that Licky, sticking its tongue out saying ha ha ha, but like you said, Switch Timer already up by this point. Now Tinkaton coming back in, swinging this hammer, already getting at the Gigaton hammer, and this is going to do a Gigaton of damage.
I believe there's a new animation here, by the way. Like, look, it's gonna jump and then do the hammer. I love this, actually, because it didn't used to do that. But just notice, Shadow Ball's coming through. 2 Shadow Ball will get really close to knocking out Tinkaton, but it will leave it into the red and roll out as a resisted fast attack. Fast attack won't do as much.
Yeah, going ahead, it looks like he's one away from another one. Roll out Shadow Ball, just as we suspected here. Coming through, still no protection used on the side of Frika there. Knows that those rollouts weren't going to be doing too much damage and just trying to get a little bit more. Switching back in now, catching this bulldoze here onto the shield form Aegislash and just continuing to ramp up some energy.
It's kind of awkward because charge does no damage. You kind of farm down that Pokemon, but in comes Quagsire anyway. Shadow Ball's coming through. If you use a protection here, you might be able to get a full Mudshot down. Now, this Aegislash in Blade form will have the fast attack Psycho Cut again, which will deal a little bit more damage and charge energy quicker, but you lose all your bulk. These Mudshots will look like they are Incinerates.
Wow, coming through there, just starting to chunk away, not even able to get to another attack as the Freak is able to completely farm down with this Shadow Quagsire, coming back in, and this is where Stone Edge could be definitely more viable here. No need to shield the first Aqua Tail, but there's so much energy loaded, and these are going to start chunking away at the Firo that came in.
Suddenly, Stone Edge doesn't even look that necessary anymore. Firo is a pretty fragile bird. 2 Aqua Tail get close to knocking out, but obviously Mudshot as a ground-type fast attack won't do as much damage. Do keep in mind that the next Aqua Tail will get it really close. Oh, we see that catch on the drill pack here. Insane play from Frika, which leaves a little bit more of an opening. We see the undercharge hoping to get a few more packs. Do keep in mind that Licky Licky has rollout, which will actually deal some significant damage to the Fearow. So the clock is kind of ticking for the Reef here.
Oh, it looks like the Reef does have a little bit of energy, but there is still quite a bit left on both that Licky Licky and Shadow Quagsire, which is coming right back in on the side of Freaky here. Reef trying to catch, not able to do so, just giving a little bit more energy before this Aqua Tail goes through. Great counting by Freaka. Doesn't want to take a Body Slam, doesn't want to take a Shadow Ball, and Reef kind of already recognizing the writing on the wall, letting that Licky Licky go down.
This is looking very tough for the Reef. Going for the charge attack pretty tight, but there is a Protect Shield on the Shadow Quagsire. Freaka has way too much energy to not use any of that, so he uses last Protect Shield for the derpy looking Shadow Quagsire. He doesn't even need that Licky Licky in the back anymore.
Yeah, Shadow Quagsire screaming in an Aqua Tail here as the animation goes through here, uses that first or last Protect Shield, but already at another Aqua Tail here. And it looks like this might be giving that bird a little bath, knocking it from the sky.
I know, I think you do need Licky Licky here. Maybe for one rollout? No, it looks like the Aqua Tail might just be enough to knock out Fearow. Fearow isn't exactly bulky, and Freaka, despite having the roughest alignment possible there, he takes game number 1.
We've seen quite a few of these so far where it's really proving just because you don't have that first initial matchup that you're wanting, that doesn't mean that you should give up or automatically, as maybe you would in Go Battle League, just top left. You can play through it, especially with a dynamic switch timer being only 45 seconds. Using a Pokemon like Aegislash there, the Reef played that a little bit differently than some of the times that I've seen Aegislash in the past. From what I've seen so far, a lot of trainers like to build up to 2 charge attacks before throwing their first one. The Reef there, almost immediately after he got either to the Gyro Ball or to that Shadow Ball, ended up throwing it right away.
And keep in mind, he also got a Shadow Ball on his Licky Licky. And somehow Freaka still got back into that. I think it was just a little bit awkward because Charge as a fast attack on Aegislash doesn't do any damage. So when Freaka unleashes the Shadow Ball immediately into Aegislash, it just puts the timer back so much that the Reef, when he does his charge attack, adds another 15 seconds. You're already like 30 seconds in then, and the timer's almost up for Freaka already. So when you then swap in your Licky Licky, we saw that the clock was already up. Freaka could just throw in Tinkaton into Licky Licky. At that point, it was almost like as if Freaka had switch advantage rather than the Reef.
Yeah. One thing that I'm kind of sad about is the fact that both of these trainers have brought a Pokemon I have not really seen yet in our competitive circuit, and we didn't even see them in Game 1. Hopefully we'll see it in Game 2 or number 3, but I don't know, maybe it's a Pokemon that they've chosen specifically for a reason, but also could just be bench
to
pressure.
warm the bench.
Yeah, to make that bench nice and wet, I guess.
I think Freaka may have a little bit more guts to bring that Rainy Castform. I remember when I played against Galaxy Bolton, I was like, okay, he won Game 1. He's definitely going to bring his signature Pokemon now, just because, you know, it's not as risky. You can actually lose one game as Freaka here. I mean, preferably not, but there's just less on the line. You can actually bring that Pokemon, try it out. Maybe it works out well. Let's take a look here. What these trainers look in for Game 2. The Reef has to make a comeback to stay on the winning side of the bracket. We have Pangoro, and it's led into Rainy Castform!
Oh, we do see it finally on the screen here. We'll have to see how Freaka wants to play this out, because I have to admit, this is not a matchup I am terribly familiar with here. Being able to pace a little bit slower with that Weather Ball, and actually going for the heavy hitting close combat, and no protection on Freaka's side.
This is gonna be a big blow for Pangoro. Boom! So much damage, and in comes Fearow to soak damage. The thing is, you do have Thunder. Freaka didn't even build up to it yet, but does the Reef count those one-turn fast attacks? I find them hard to count. The Reef does too. He puts up a Protection Shield, not taking any chances for a one-hit knockout from the Thunder.
Coming in now with that Licky Licky. I tell you what, you know, there's a Pangoro on the team, there's a Grumpig, and Freaka says Licky Licky doesn't even care here. Still swapping it in here, absorbing the energy of that Fearow, and just starting to do a little bit of damage with the rollouts. Body Slam's about to come through as well.
So one thing you shouldn't do here as Freaka is throw a Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball is double resisted on Fearow. We don't have immunity like in VGC, so that won't do as much damage. You will see them go for the Body Slam here. Even though Shadow Ball is so efficient, trainers do not throw it into Fearow.
Don't do it. Body Slam coming through here. No Protection Shield used on the Fearow on the side of the Reef. It is able to hang on, but not be able to... Oh, he is actually able to make it to another Sky Attack. This is huge for the Reef.
There's so much energy on this Licky Licky. Did Freaka miscount perhaps? Is he going to let it go? No, he is preserving that energy. Wise decision. But we know how this goes when shields are down. Aegislash goes to town.
All right, the Shadow Ball #1 already coming through. And I tell you what, there's actually almost 2 of them loaded, and even though it is in that shield form, it's 2 of them would do quite a bit, but both of them quickly pivoting out into the other Pokemon here, Weather Ball coming through, getting a Protect Shield off of the Reeve side of the Pangoro.
This is looking so tough because the Pangoro is not in Body Slam range. The Reeve is in an excellent position. Freaka has to think here. Do I take a close combat from Pangoro? Or do I take a Shadow Ball from Aegislash? I feel like there's no... you can't take a good decision here.
And the switch timers are so misaligned here as well. It's not like he could try to catch this onto that Licky. This close combat will connect with the Shadow Quagsire here because there are no Protect Shields, and this is going to do a ton of hurt.
Wait a second. There might be a window of opportunity for Freaka here. If you can load a charge attack and maybe then switch into Licky, this Aegislash will have to force itself to go into its other form, and then an Aqua Tail would even knock out. Is that what it's going to do? No, he's just going for the Mud Bomb here. Did that Licky have a Shadow Ball loaded?
It's 1 away, I believe, from a Shadow Ball. 1 rollout away, so see the quick pivot into it. He's going to be able to try to go for it, and that's exactly what he does. He goes for it before the Reeve throws a charge attack here, and this will connect it. Even though it is in shield form, this is going to knock out.
Licky doesn't have anything of this Aegislash, and it knocks out Freaka. Moves on to the next round here in Utrecht. Tremendous performance. And hey, he did it with the Rainy Cast form.
Doing it with a signature Pokemon. Freaka proving he's back and ready to play here in Utrecht, taking on an opponent who did rather well in the last tournament and being able to say, hey, maybe I can do this myself.
Yeah, the Reeve got top 8 in Prague, an excellent player. He's not out just yet, though. He's moving on to the losers bracket. Yeah, Freaka will be moving on the winner's side of the bracket. We've seen Freaka perform so well back in the day. Perhaps this is his time again to make a comeback.
I mean, I think that's true about a lot of trainers. You know, the Pokemon GO has been around for 10 years. This is the 10-year anniversary of our game. Our competitive circuit hasn't been around quite that long, but a lot of these trainers already know each other from grassroots tournaments, from playing against each other in the Play Pokemon circuit. So in the same breath, I mean, like, he was around. He was one of the really, really well-known names at the beginning. This could be his time.
I remember that he got the first EYC that he played in 2022. He immediately got a top 2 performance, Freaka. Do not underestimate this guy. He has that Rainy Cast form, and if anyone knows how to use his Pokemon, I mean, yes, he threw the Shadow Ball here, but other than that, he still won the game too, by the way. But any other than that, this man knows how to use Rainy Cast form. Do not underestimate him.
I think that these plays were really, really good from both of the trainers here. And I think that the Reeve is also kind of showcasing that Aegislash, I mean, even though it's won the last 2 tournaments, it's a very difficult Pokemon to play with because it takes a very specific play style. You have to know when shields are down, and you actually have to really determine when you want to change into that blade form, because you saw he had the attack and he would have been able to throw it, but then he would have been so weak to that Quagsire coming in.
I told you, when it's down a shield, it's not a strong Pokemon. It's just not, because you just get taken out by 1 charge. I mean, in this case, it was even knocked out in the shield form because Freaka just spammed super effective charge attacks with Mud Bomb and Shadow Balls from combined Licky and Quagsire. So in that case, it was maybe just tough alignment for Aegislash, but down a shield, that Pokemon is difficult to use.
And I have to point out one more thing. So far on stream, we've only had 2-0 victories so far. So will this streak stay alive for the rest of this tournament? It could be pretty interesting to see.
It's going to be a quick stream then.
It's going to be a very quick streak.
well, we're going to have many exciting battles, so surely there will be actually 2-1s as well. Of course, our next match is going to be exciting. Again, this time we don't have Dutch trainers. We're gonna have German trainers. We're going to have a trainer from Belgium. Ooh. And a trainer from the UK. Is going to be Kuifje versus Anikor. Kuifje actually considered Giratina at first. He chickened out though.
I do wonder if either one of these trainers are bringing that Aegislash, because again, it did so well in Prague, it did so well in Los Angeles, and I think it is a Pokemon that we've seen so far on stream quite a few times. Definitely something that we need to highlight.
And just to keep in mind, while the fast attack is normally Psycho Cut, that is also the fast attack you will see on the Aegislash if you evolve your Doublade into this Pokemon. In its shield form, it will say Charge above the Pokemon. And that's basically similar to Lock-On, but slower. And it doesn't deal any damage. In its shield form, you are about as bulky as Big Bad Bastiodon, but you don't deal damage with your fast attack. In the Blade form, however, which is activated upon throwing a charge attack, it will have the attack of a Haunter. if you want to win charge security tie against that, bring out your attack Deopsis. Don't do it, it's not a good Pokemon. But it will deal so much damage. This is just a charge attack deal. It only deals damage with charge attacks.
And we saw, I mean, masterful plays by both Arrow and Tontonpatus being able to play around. You notice, again, when shields are down, this is truly when this Pokemon is able to really put in a lot of work. But the real question is, yeah, I mean, the play style. Are you a person who kind of plays into this? Because for me personally, I've tried it out. I have to admit, I'm not that good with it.
Just with EG Slash?
We
put Diggersby as a key loss
He's
here.
He's feisty today.
I don't think it's even a key loss. There's no key loss for EG Slash in my opinion. If EG Slash has a shield advantage, I think, prove me wrong. If anyone can prove me wrong here, like tag me please, because I don't know. But I think that EG Slash wins everything in the 1-0 shoot scenario because Steel and Ghost is such good coverage with that attack as well. You just knock out everything into charge attacks, minimum.
I mean, I'm not surprised that we've seen so many of them on stream. I actually am a little surprised that it's not in the top 12 usage because I think if a Pokemon does so well in multiple tournaments back-to-back, the only tournaments that we've really seen it in, it kind of uses an uptick. And granted, we have seen more of it here so far on stream. Maybe day 2 competitors, it'll be in that top 12 usage.
It's a Pokemon that's kind of difficult to acquire. You are going to need a Hone Edge, evolve it into Doublade, and from there into Aegislash. However, powering up your Aegislash might require a lot of Excel Candy. Basically, you want an Aegislash that gets close to 1500, but you only see the shield form when you look in your Pokemon storage right now. Like, look right now, you only see the shield form. However, when it transforms into the blade form, the CP actually changes. So you kind of want one that has the shield form close to 1500, but also the blade form to 1500. So that makes it kind of a difficult Pokemon to get the one you want for PvP. But yeah, it can be an absolute staple.
I mean, I think it might be after this tournament. If it wins yet another, I think a lot of people will be having their eyes on that Aegislash. But now...
Where did you actually get your Aegislash? Did you get it from raids or something? How can we get Aegislash?
Well, I hatched. I did some trades.
Because you didn't get one yourself?
I didn't get one myself.
You had someone else do it?
Well...
Do the work for you?
Calm down. Yeah, pretty much. Anytime I can. Work smarter, not harder, everyone.
Clever girl.
No Aegislash on the side of either of these trainers, but 2 Empoleons I do see, which have been
it
quite
was in
popular.
The top usage, right?
It was in the top usage, quite high up, along with that Licky that we're seeing pretty much every single time.
Let's take a look at the team from Kuif here. Yes, you see that right. No Giratina. There's not even a Ghost-type Pokemon on this team. Grumpig is a Pokemon I find very specific for this meta. Because on one side, you lose really hard to Bug Bite Fortress. But it is one of the Pokemon that is like not a Steel-type or Electric-type that can actually defeat Togekiss quite well. Because you resist those charge attacks. You resist Aura Sphere and Psyshock, and that makes Grumpig a formidable answer into Togekiss.
Yeah, Togekiss is a Pokemon that we saw quite popular earlier on, but really also getting destroyed by the Aegislash that we saw earlier on. Fortress, now all of them on Bug Bite. So this is definitely the formula here. Anacor up on the other side. Let's look at his team composition. Also Bug Bite and also Aquatail and Mud Bomb on the Quagsire. But we're seeing Amanda Buzz with what we would call an atypical moveset.
Amanda Buzz?
We're seeing Amanda on screen and Amanda Buzz on Anacor's.
Foul Play and Shadow Ball makes sense nowadays because Shadow Ball is so efficient, just like with Licky. However, that does mean that you are walled by opposing Dark-type Pokemon. In this case, there are none on the team of Kuifje, so this moveset works out quite well. But if you face like a Guzzlord, Mandibuzz gets devoured by that Pokemon.
Medicham used to also be very meta, but it wasn't running Psycho Cut as its fast attack. This time while the fast attack is not going to be doing so much damage, it is going to be able to threaten quite quickly those charge attacks with Dynamic Punch and Ice Punch, and also proving that maybe a fighter is viable in this meta once again.
I think Medicham was just kind of meant to take down Volt Switch Fortress, but now that they all run Bug Bite, Medicham is not really having the fun that it used to have. Even Licky can hit for super effective with Shadow Ball, and 2 Shadow Ball would knock out a Medicham. So, like, shield advantage on your Licky, you could actually still defeat this Pokemon.
And I think that Licky is used in that safe swap position, which we've seen it quite a few times so far. You don't really want to swap a Medicham into it, even if it has energy already, because that Shadow Ball is going to be doing the threatening work, like you just mentioned. There's a lot of Shadow Ball damage from a lot of the different Pokemon here. We got the Grumpig with it, we have the Mandibuzz now with it as well, and of course the Licky.
another niche that Medicham has here is that it's actually not that bad against Togekiss. It can actually knock it out with 2 Ice Punch and hang on to the charge attacks. However, when the pack damage becomes too much, Medicham will lose the scenario where both Pokemon use 2 shields. So it's kind of... I wouldn't be surprised if Medicham comes out here, but it has to be careful of both Togekiss and Grumpig. Even Fortress, I don't think it's that great of a matchup when shields are being used, just because Fortress does resist Psycho Cut, the fast attack from Medicham.
But Medicham also has a lot of bulk behind it, especially for a fighting type Pokemon. So being able to maybe not completely get decisive wins, but be able to start whittling away at the Pokemon there, just forcing shields. It could be a really unique opportunity for Anacor. We'll have to see, because it looks like they're jumping right into it here. We got Medicham up against the Grumpig up on this beginning portion.
Here we go. This is not exactly the lead Anacor wants to see. He's staying in, though, to my massive surprise, because I think this is a terrible matchup. Storing a charge deck, then swapping into this Mandibuzz. Kaifia waiting a little bit before swapping. Going into Fortress instead of Togekiss. Perhaps not going for Switch Defense now, knowing that Togekiss also has a fine matchup into this Medicham. But keep in mind that that energy is going to be pretty scary. And in fact, that Empoleon could be just as scary for the Grumpig too, because you have Dynamic Punch on Grumpig, but with some chip damage, I think Hydro Cannon could knock out a lot of Pokemon here.
Now going ahead, no Protect Shield used from Anacor's side. This Rock Tomb is going to lower the attack, but Shadow Ball already ready again from this Mandibuzz, and no Protect Shield used on either one there from Calfia's side.
I think maybe because this doesn't knock out just yet the Snarl, but perhaps you can still outpace. It's only 3 for a foul play, and he actually does outpace. Mandibuzz is a pretty good Pokemon, it seems. But like I said, Kaifia doesn't really care for switch advantage, because as long as he has energy on Togekiss as well, that Medicham is just not going to do a lot.
Yeah, but the Togekiss will come in here. None of this is going to do much. Medicham automatically swapping back in to be met with the Grumpig here. And actually, Anacor not throwing here. The Shadow Ball will be able to go through. 2 Protect Shield still on both of these trainers' sides, because none are used on this super effective damage on the Medicham.
It actually was a charge attack pretty tight on this Ice Punch, but Ice Punch without the same type of attack was not going to deal as much damage. This Grumpig is just going to be boimping on his tail to get the Psy Wave down here and come out with a lot of energy. At this point, I think Kaifia is just hoping that it won't be Fortress in the back, but even then with 2 shields, this Togekiss is going to have a pretty good time here. What could be the worst you could face at this point for Kaifia?
Maybe an Empoleon?
Well, still, then you have Aura Sphere. You probably get 2 charge decks here. Anicor's best hope is to get a catch here, but even if, I'm not even sure if you can get a comfortable Metal Sound down here as the Empoleon.
No, I mean, look how much energy is on this Grumpig. There's no way. You definitely have to at least probably throw an attack. Hopefully you can catch, but he's not able to do so. Shields? What shields? There's not going to be any left on Anacor's side now if he wants to keep this Empoleon healthy, and this is exactly where the Togekiss wants it.
Togekiss is coming in. A Fairy type swapping into a Steel type, that's kind of weird, but it doesn't really matter. I think at this point, Kaifia is going to use 2 Protect Shields here, build to 2 charge attacks, and then he knows, he's looking at the camera like, I know what to do here. Just build to 2 Aura Sphere. You can throw them into both Pokemon. No, he's going 1 off here. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Aura Sphere, a very, very efficient charge deck. Does it knock out in 1 charge deck here? It actually does.
Wow.
Opponent goes down.
I would say, I think that he was wary. He was hoping that the catch wouldn't happen. Anacor tried to predict when that first Aura Sphere was going to be thrown. Wasn't able to do so. This one connects as well with the Mandibuzz, and Calfiia takes game number 1.
I feel like it's only half a win, though. Like, if you really wanted to win that, you should have Psy-Shocked the Mandibuzz. That's just my personal opinion here. Okay. That's a great win by Kaifia.
Well, half win by Calfiia there for game number 1 in the winners semifinals in Group A. Anacor, he's got to bounce back if he wants to be able to stay on this winner's side of the bracket. But is the 2-0 sweep on stream going to continue? Calfiia sitting in a fairly comfortable position.
And I think these Pokemon just really made sense for Kaifia. Grumpig, even though Psywave is resistant on Empoleon, is actually not that bad there at all. Dynamic Punch will take it out in pretty much 1 charge deck, so Grumpig actually takes that in all even shield scenario. The only thing that has to be careful of is Mandibuzz and Fortress. And the team that Kaifia brought there wasn't exactly the greatest into Fortress, so I wouldn't be surprised if Anacor now pivots to that Pokemon.
I mean, Fortress, I was thinking, if you have a Grumpig, it's kind of a dangerous pick if you see that there's a Shadow Bug Bite Fortress on the other side, but sometimes these high risks also yield high rewards. No Fortress in sight for Anacor in game number 1.
You say that, but I think what's even riskier about this is Mandibuzz. Because you look at this team from Kaifia, Mandibuzz might not dominate everything, it is entirely free. Because with Shadow Ball, you take out Togekiss at 2 charge decks, you are bulky as Mandibuzz. It actually doesn't really have a bad matchup there, so I kind of always expect Mandibuzz to come out from Anacor Yet Kaifje was like, no, I still bring Grumpig. No, this is the way.
It's okay. Well, you can definitely hit it back for some damage. He was up to that dynamic punch, and I have expected the Kaifje to throw it in the Mandibuzz for some chip damage before he swapped out into that Fortress last game. He didn't. He stored that for a rainy day. It proved super vital, stripping away those shields from the Empoleon, and now it looks like we're going to jump into the game number 2 in winners semifinals.
If Kaifje wins this match, he moves on to day 2. Anikor will go to loser, so Anikor needs to make a comeback here. This is a pretty neutral matchup, and Empoleon wins this only when no shields are used, but when protect shields are used, the resisted bug might actually add up. I look at that, it doesn't even look like it's resisted on Empoleon.
Looks like first protect shield, not even bothered by Kaifje there, is able to take it, and now it's going to go ahead and go for a Sand Tomb. And this is what you were talking about. This no shield used by Anikor either. This is big, and then it's going to lower the defenses of the Empoleon, so those bug bites will be doing even more.
Oh, now swapping into Mandibuzz. It will, I think, outpace to a Rock Tomb for sure. Maybe not to a no, even to a Sand Tomb. Trying to catch a foul play on Togekiss, but Anikor doesn't fall for it and now go for Shadow Ball. I think 2 Shadow Ball plus some Snow may be enough to knock out Togekiss. Let's see.
Going ahead, Shadow Ball number 1 coming through. It's got mad damage, but even still, just charging up a little bit extra. Those Snarls are doing absolutely nothing to the Togekiss here, and this Aura Sphere will at least start chunking away at Mandibuzz, one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we have in the Great League.
Yeah, it looks like I'm not that much of a Mandibuzz expert, because I think you need a few more Snow to actually take this match. I mean, with Shadow Ball you still hit very respectably hard, so it's not like that terrible for Mandibuzz, like I said. But I don't think... Ooh, maybe you actually, if you use a protection, you can get a Snarl down. That's crazy.
Well, that is, but now we're going to be able to go for an Aura Sphere here.
No,
Anikor doesn't use the shield, maybe still hoping that he can get Snarl down, or at least get the Togekiss low enough that it won't be able to do damage to anything else. Actually pivoting out, great call there by Anikor, being able to lower that debuff there, but going to have to take a Sand Tomb for the efforts.
Kind of awkward here because there is a foul play stored on that Mandibuzz. Use protection as Anikor. No, this is a great farm down for his backline Pokemon. You think, but it's Medicham, and Medicham does not do well into either of these Pokemon. In fact, Kaifje went strong into Medicham in all 3 Pokemon. Come on, bring it on. And I think Kaifje at this point knows this is going to be a really good matchup. Yes, there is a foul play bank. Keep that in mind. So maybe Medicham can put in enough work. We'll have to see. It has to put in a lot of work here.
Medicham has definitely have to start stripping away these shields, because there's still 2 left on both of these players' teams here. Now going up, charging up a little bit of extra energy, and Kaifje actually goes for a dynamic bait here. Anikor puts up the protect shield. So rude!
I think this was your win condition as Anikor to no-shoot a potential dynamic punch. I mean, it's easier said hindsight, but yeah, that was crazy actually. Saving a little bit of energy compared to throwing the Shadow Ball. Can you get to another Ice Punch, actually take a protect shoot here? This kind of becomes a little bit iffy, because I believe that this Medicham might be able to get the final protect shield with the next Ice Punch. And then Mandibuzz has a charge attack loaded. Hold up.
Oh, Mandibuzz actually popping right in immediately, saying, I'm getting that last shield no matter what. The big problem is Psywaves aren't going to be doing anything to this Mandibuzz. I think Kaifje has to switch back to that Fortress pretty soon and just hope it can bug bite down.
Wait, I don't know. I don't know. Foul play is coming through. Looks like Anikor's going for the undercharge. I really love that play. He needs energy on that Medicham. Can you get the Psycho down? I'm not sure if you can get the Psycho down that reliably. I mean, you have enough health here to take a charge attack at the very least. Now I guess you're in Dynamic Punch range. You cannot use a protection here. Anikor actually might have played. I think he might have this.
Anikor played out of his mind in this here, recognizing, okay, it's going to be a tag team effort. He's going for yet another bait here, but he's not going to be able to get up to 2. He's got to get to, Kaifje's got to get to 2 dynamic punches, and Anikor has to hit this Ice Punch to be able to knock out the Grumpig.
If this doesn't knock out, then that's a big regret from Anikor, because Dynamic Punch does a little bit more damage despite being resisted. But let's see. I don't think Grumpig is that bulky. Medicham actually able to pull this off. How did Anikor do that?
Medicham saying, I'm not worried about any of these Pokemon coming in. They're taking the game, taking away the 2-0 streak of the stream here, staying in this, and we are going into our first decisive game number 3.
That swap and the farm down from Anikor was so smart. It was so, I was like, wait, why are you doing this? Now you get Sidewave down. Now Grumpig just double Shadow Balls the Medicham. You lose, Anikor. What are you doing? But Anikor's like, Martin, you don't know anything here. This is why you're sitting behind the desk today. He swapped in Mandibuzz with that charge stack loaded, and he knew he was 2 Snarl off, so he could get to another charge before getting Sidewave down. forcing Kuifje to swap into Fortress at some point. And then Anikor is like, now I can set up my Medicham. I will go for the undercharge, get the energy on Medicham, and then I can knock out Grumpig. Devious. Yeah. Excellent play from Anikor there.
That was completely calculated. I tell you what, at first I thought he was actually going for that full foul play. I was like, ooh, I don't think that was the play, but really actually undercharging to the perfect amount to being able to now knock down that Fortress with the Medicham. Beautiful, beautiful plays.
And just kind of recognizing the health range and what you can use protections on and what you don't need to use protections on. Because yes, that Bug Bite Fortress is going to chip a lot of damage on the Medicham, but none of that does as much as any Shadow Ball from the Grumpig. So you always keep your Protect Shield for Shadow Ball. You take damage from this Fortress nonsense, that's fine. And then you can just Ice Punch Grumpig to close out the game. Really, really good win con identification there from Anikor.
I mean, and also, if you think about it, it was almost like Anikor was on the back foot almost that whole game. It was really in that last 15 seconds that you were like, ooh, he might have it. But who will have this decisive game number 3 as we hop into it here? We have Grumpig up against Empoleon in the lead, both of them staying in. Of course, both of them need to be a little bit wary of the charge attack of either Hydro Cannon coming through first. No protection to use by Kalfia.
Very iffy here. I would expect Anikor to try and perhaps catch an attack on Mandibus because it's so free. But also, you don't want to swap out because you have Medicham in the back. So let's see. Dynamic Punch coming through. And Empoleon might get knocked out by this. Yeah, use Protect Shield.
Going to have to use a Protect Shield if he wants to keep that Empoleon healthy. Empoleon also would do very well into the back line. So I think if you're Kalfia, you want to try to get this Pokemon out of the way. Do we see a Protect Shield used here to try to get that last one or at least get the Empoleon out? Looks like Kalfia chooses to do that last second. Doesn't want to get this caught in anything else. The Mandibuzz coming right in.
It looks like Kuifje flinched a little bit. I wasn't sure what to do with that just yet. Swaps in Shadow Fortress just like he did in Game 1, but we saw how that went. That Mandibuzz actually can win this scenario just being ahead a little bit there. You have Rock Tomb as Fortress, so you can reduce the damage taken. But Mandibuzz so bulky, will be able to get to a Foul Play and a Shadow Ball still.
Going ahead now, just charging up a little bit of extra energy. These attacks will not be doing as much damage now as this Rock Tomb will be able to go through, lowering the attack of the Mandibuzz. But even still, we saw how much it did before. It does quite a bit even still. Ooh. Opting for maybe 2 foul plays since he has the energy reached.
Yeah, this is kind of a difference from Game 1 where Anikor thought he could get Shadow Ball and then the farm down. This time he goes for foul play instead. It costs less energy and he recognized that he needs 2 charge sticks anyway. Does Anikor allow a farm down though? He probably knows it's gonna be Togekiss in the back, so I would not be surprised if Anikor reaches for the switch here. In comes Empoleon, but this is exactly what Anikor wants. If you can get those shields down, Medicham is not that bad into Togekiss.
And now also those metal sounds are going to be doing a nice chunk of damage as a fast attack to that Togekiss, which isn't the bulkiest Pokemon. Just charging up a ton of extra energy here, going for that Aura Sphere. Does Anikor want to use his shield here, or is he saving it for that Medicham? Well, the bulky Pokemon in the back looks like he lets it go.
I see the vision. I see the vision. Because his Mandibuzz is healthy enough to take on Cyrus. So once Grumpig's coming in, you just bring in Mandibuzz, and what are you gonna do, Grumpig? You can't do anything.
Grumpig has a ton of energy already, and actually throwing right away. Anikor doesn't even have time to react here. Puts up his last Protect Shield, but I think you're absolutely right. We might see that Mandibuzz coming right back in here as we see Anikor clicking it. Will he be able to reach a Dynamic Punch? He's got to be able to throw something here. Calling at the last second Dynamic Punch for the Mandibuzz.
But this is what Anikor wants, because now he can get a slight energy advantage on the Mandibuzz again, and that puts this, on the Medicham, and that puts Medicham in a great position. He knows that the writing's on the wall here. This is where you go for the Ice Punch. Can Anikor close out with a Dynamic Punch, maybe?
Going ahead, Ice Punch going through. This is going to be super effective damage to that Togekiss, knocking it very, very low. Togekiss has to go for 2 attacks, and it's not going to be able to reach both of them in time as the second Ice Punch goes through. Is this just a half game for Anikor, though, since you said that the Dynamic Punch
I guess
goes?
that still makes it an advantage for Anikor there. He takes game number 3 there. Excellent gameplay. That was... what are the right words for this, actually? Because he lost the lead so many times, and on the back of that Mandibuzz, just soaking damage and then closing out with Medicham, even though it seemed like Kuifje counted Medicham 3 times every time. Well, maybe not hard counted with Togekiss and Fortress, but they're decent matchups. And yet Anikor was able to close out with Medicham 2 games in a row. Crazy.
Anacor showing that sometimes unique Pokemon can really pay off there. Mandibuzz running Shadow Ball, not something I think a lot of people were expecting or are playing in this, but really, really proved vital for him, especially with teams that are running Bug Bite Fortress, that are teams that really don't want to take a Shadow Ball.
Now, one of them is the Grumpig, as we saw, but also Fortress taking a lot of damage from that. Kaifu looked to be in such a dominant position in pretty much every game here. I feel like winning the lead so many times. He had Fighting-type Charge Attacks on 2 Pokemon here, and yet he couldn't knock out Empoleon as easily, and this Mandibuzz either. You think that Togekiss is a great Mandibuzz counter, but it actually hung on quite well with the Shadow Ball. 2 Shadow Ball are barely not enough to knock out Togekiss, but he could have actually gotten the Snarl down in one of these games if he really wanted to.
I really like this play also from Anacor, recognizing in game number 1 that the 2 Shadow Balls weren't enough to knock out that Fortress and adapting his gameplay, storing up 2 foul plays instead and putting himself in a really, really good position to be able to take game number 2 and number 3.
And also always recognizing where to use protections, right? Like he was never shielding any Sandtomb or anything that he knew that Medicham could close out. Medicham took super effective damage from Peck, from Shadow Ball, and yet it seemed like this Medicham hardly ever got hit by those.
I mean, you said earlier on Medicham maybe not the best call for this meta. I don't know. After watching Anacor play and being able to make it into day 2 with that Pokemon and Mandibuzz together, maybe it is going to be the new sauce for this meta.
I mean, sometimes it's just like anything that has bulk can probably just work, and I think that's the case for Medicham. Like, and Dynamic Punch is obviously a very efficient charge attack, but a bad typings, defensive typing, still backed up by bulk and a decent moveset. I mean, yeah, you have something that can work sometimes.
Now, Anacor kind of was a little bit fortunate in this scenario where Calfio was not running an electric-type Pokemon, but Unova Stunfisk is quite popular in this meta. How do you think it fares now that it also is running Shadow Ball as a Mandibuzz? I mean, it's still pretty much probably a losing condition.
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised because I've tried Mandibuzz myself as well with Foul Play and Shadow Ball, and I ran into Pokemon like Guzzlord, and you just don't hit Guzzlord. Right now, we don't see that many Dark-type Pokemon. I mean, Anacor hasn't faced one on the broadcast here, perhaps in a future match, but I would like to see how you would deal with Dark-type Pokemon. And in that regard, maybe it makes sense to pair Mandibuzz with a Fighting-type Pokemon just to put pressure on those Dark-type Pokemon. But
like, say, a Medicham?
yeah, I mean, it could work, but if you face Wigglytuff, I'd like to see that challenge as well.
Well, Wigglytuff was one of the picks that one of our trainers from the TPC region chose to be something that would be very viable in this current meta. We haven't really seen too many of them so far, but it would be interesting to see maybe some of the off-screen matches if Wigglytuff is a dominant Pokemon here.
The fairy type of choice is always a question when you build a team for a regional championship. Right now, Wigglytuff, Tinkaton, and Togekiss are the main Pokemon that we see. We've also seen quite a lot of Azumarill at the start of all of it. So, you know, which fairy type Pokemon do you bring? Up to you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, especially with the new animation of the Tinkaton and seeing Arrow do so well in Los Angeles with it, I think Tinkaton definitely has a place in the meta. We were maybe over-calculating for it in Prague, but I think as the tournaments begin to progress as well, Tinkaton will continue to rise in usage.
I think with the new animation, it can become top meta. It used to swing like this, now it swings like this.
Yeah.
So take notes, this might just make Tinkaton more appealing to use.
Yeah, and also, maybe we should take notes from Anacor about how to win matches with some unique Pokemon, because we have an interview ready with him and Semyon.
Thank you, Casters, and yeah, I'm here with Anacor, and what a match we just saw. Like, I still can't believe it. Can you believe it?
Not really. I didn't actually realize that was, you know, going into day 2. But I'm pretty happy with how I played, to be fair.
Honestly, I have no idea how you got back there from game number 2. It looked so difficult for you, but then, like, the choice of the Pokemon that you had as well. Like, talk a little bit about Mandibuzz, talk a little bit about Medicham. Why do you bring those?
Right, so, I mean, coming into this tournament, or to be fair, coming into a lot of the tournaments, if I haven't really had an opportunity to practice as much as I want to, I'll usually go for something a bit off meta. Reason for that is, obviously, everyone else is, you know, way more practiced in the meta pick, so I feel like then I have like a bit more of an edge. And I thought Mandibuzz, I mean, you could probably attest to this, but if you look at the top 12, Mandibuzz actually has really good matchups into most of the top 12. And versus something like an Altaria, for example, you actually do fine into Togekiss, like you can play into Tinkaton. So you can play into a lot of the fairies that aren't Wigglytuff. So it did feel like a very free and flexible pick. So I was pretty happy with Mandibuzz. And Medicham as well. Honestly, has been putting in some work, right? Like, Dynamic Punch hits so hard. You don't even really lose to Togekiss, which, again, is like the most predominant flyer. I didn't expect to see a Grumpig played into me with, you know, Bug Bite Fortress and Mandibuzz, you know, on the same team. So obviously, you know, what Koifia chose there was surprising, I guess. But, you know, it nearly worked out for him, right? So...
Yeah, like that was definitely a very interesting. I honestly, like, the second bell, I was always like thinking, okay, it looks so tough for you, but the Mandibuzz just was so strong against that Grumpig. Do you think that Mandibuzz has it, like, especially in a meta like this? Like, of course, you're going to have the Mandibuzz mainly for the Aegislash as well, which kind of already won like 2 tournaments now back to back. But in a Tinkaton meta, bringing this is actually quite a play, I would say.
I mean, again, like, against Tinkaton, it's not actually that bad, you know? Like, Shadow Balls do decent damage. You're not taking any fairy damage on top as well. So, you know, you can tank a Gigaton Hammer. And honestly, I feel like bringing Mandibuzz into this tournament, again, the only things that I was wary of would be Stunfisk and Wigglytuff. Honestly, just those two. I feel like anything else, I'm very happy to bring Mandibuzz into it. You know, it's got the bulk. And I think another thing that was kind of impacting my choice there was the fact that Mandibuzz has so much bulk. You know, it gives you a few options to, you know, if you're using something a bit glassier, then you can tank some damage on the Mandibuzz and then farm back up on those, and you have a bit more, you know, opportunity to pivot around. So yeah, I thought it was good. Honestly, that game 2, also not really sure what happened there. I was actually in game 1, I was actually really surprised by how much Ice Punch did to a Grumpig. I had no idea. And it did like a third, you know? So I was like, okay, maybe it's not like the worst matchup, you know? I feel like against certain things, you're like, it's over at that point. So yeah, pretty happy I managed to bring it back.
Do you want to give any last shoutouts here as well?
Yeah, you know what? Shout out Team Pizza doing the thing. Shout out anyone who helped me scrim. I don't know, man. Usually I'd shout out my brother, but this guy has stopped playing, yeah. He gets married, yeah, and that's it. Pokemon's not important anymore. So, but yeah, shout out everyone else who, you know, helped me prepare. Kelvin as well, actually. I've been doing a lot of work with Kelvin, so yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you so much for the interview. Of course, best of luck for you for the rest of the tournament as well. And we can go back to the casters for some more exciting battles.
Thank you very much, Senyon, and thank you very much, Anakor. What a few games I was witnessing here. And I'll tell you what, in that second game, I was really thinking, no, there's no way he can come back from this. And all of a sudden, he's won the whole thing, 2-1. I was in disbelief, shock and awe, ladies and gentlemen.
And flabbergasted.
Yeah, flabbergasted. All of those
words.
All the descriptive words for this particular instance was my feelings while watching this game. I'll tell you what I really love about Pokemon. It's not just the same faces. These are two very experienced battlers, but I've loved watching this morning. I love watching brand new battlers come into the scene and some unexpected victories. It's all been very, very good. And one thing that I've really enjoyed watching was this Rainy cast form in his one game appearance. I know, and we're watching it coming up again now. And I've got to ask, because I'm not very experienced with Rainy cast form, do you have any knowledge in this Pokemon?
Yeah, it has Water Gun as the fast attack. It has Weather Ball Water as charge attack, and Thunder as well. But we're heading right into it, Jay.
Straight into the action.
I'll tell you later in our break all about Rainy Cast. I can tell you for hours. This is a pretty good lead for Freakai here. In comes Corviknight from Patman right off the bat. This is kind of an awkward matchup that's not even that bad for Togekiss. The thing is, Corviknight can just kind of stall the clock in. I think that's kind of what Patman is looking for.
One thing about both these Pokemon is that they are incredibly spammy with the amount of moves that they are able to throw out. We're going to see a swap here from Freaka into the rollout user. Is good against flying types generally, but against the steel typing, it's just neutral.
The thing is, Corviknight just doesn't really deal a lot of damage with attacks that are not the same type of attack bonus. Like, yes, his payback does deal a significant amount, but also costs a lot of energy. This Shadow Ball will put Corviknight in an awkward range where I don't think Licky can roll out down just before another payback, which could get actually quite close to knocking out. Can he get to another payback here? I think he can.
It's very close and just about making it to the payback.
Letting it go, though.
Is this going to be enough to knock out at this range, do you think, Martine?
I think it will close. Licky barely hangs on, but can he get the rollout down? Oh!
1 HP and a dream here from Licky, just about getting this matchup, which could end up proving fundamental for the victory here if it ends out that way.
This is actually perfect for Frika because you give the Shadow Quagsire only one much no goes into Licky. And I think Frika kind of knows you have to bring in Shadow Quagsire here because Togekiss has a better matchup into Quagsire. Oh, swaps and the counter swap into Togekiss, but there's no Stone Edge on the Shadow Quagsire from Patoman. Now going for an Aqua Tail, but we know that 2 Aqua Tail won't knock out just yet, and Mudshot as the fast attack from the Shadow Quagsire doesn't really add up either. At this point, Frika is looking to be in a good spot. Wait, this Togekiss might not really have a lot of defense to it. I feel like that did way more than I'm used to.
Damage than I was expecting as well, but at the same countermeasure, this might do a lot more damage than we would expect. We're going to see as the Aura Sphere goes, but it does go shielded from Patoman. A wise move, perhaps.
Shadow Quagsire does pace very quickly here. It looks like Patoman is making good use of that. Frika is going to put up a protection. The problem is, even though you do have Licky in the back, you kind of don't want to catch an Aura Sphere on that either, because that's super effective and would deal a lot of damage. Ooh, let's it go. Does it knock out?
We're going to find out as the Aura Sphere, the community it just about hangs in there and gets the move up, and it's catch from Frika. We're going to save the last bit of health here on Togekiss, and we're going to see the Aqua Tail land. It does a decent amount of damage, but we're going to see another pivot into that Licky that we've seen in so many games up to now.
Living that Aura Sphere on Shadow Quagsire might actually have opened up the door for Patoman here, because now Frika couldn't build up energy on Togekiss, and Patoman has the opportunity to build up energy on this Licky. This Shadow Ball will get really close to knocking out.
This Shadow Ball is going to go, and it's going to land, and it's just about hanging in there. We're seeing so many moves just about hanging in there in this game.
Dude, the confidence there from Frika that he would take that rollout and then get to a Mud Bomb that would deal a little bit more damage. I don't think it even matters because you need a full Aura Sphere to knock it anyway. Actually, can you get a back down here? Let's take a look. I think that Licky is just fast enough before you can get the back down on this Togekiss.
Togekiss entering back into the fray here, and we're seeing the body slam does go shielded. Are we going to get the peck down, or is he going to throw a move just before he gets to him? He is going to have to throw some of that energy.
Another rollout sneaks through there. I think Frika tried to go for the Charge Stack Purity tie, but Patoman wasn't even there just yet. Putting on the Protect Shield, now going for a Charge Stack here. This will knock out Togekiss, and there's about nothing left on the Quagsire from Frika. Patoman was looking to be in a tough spot here, but it looks like he's making that comeback.
He's played impeccably in this game. It's all come down to very minimal HP between all the Pokemon remaining, but it's just enough for Patoman to take that first game.
Well played by the runner-up from the previous World Championship. Kind of as you expect, Patoman is a type of player that is always getting far, really. And I think he kind of took some notes from Elite from the Los Angeles Regional Championship. He has Shadow Galarian Weezing on his team, but you do need to keep in mind, and I think Frika knows this as well, if Togekiss is one pack ahead, it can actually take on Galarian Weezing as it has access to the super effective Psy Shock. So Galarian Weezing is Patoman's only answer to this Togekiss, but one fast attack behind and Galarian Weezing just loses. So I'm not surprised that we saw Togekiss in the back from Frika here, and in fact, I just don't think that he's ever really gonna lead it there.
So
I'm wrong there, actually. He actually just let it.
Yeah,
maybe he was like, okay, Patoman knows that I would run it in the back. Yes, I correct myself. I said nothing wrong.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. I did my interview with Patoman earlier.
You did.
And I was thinking, I asked him at the time, do you take into account these Spice Pokemon when building your team? And he said he does, but I don't think anyone would account for a Rainy Castform in their team. Will this Rainy Castform have any play?
Maybe it comes down to how impressive the Pokemon is. Like, if this was an XXL Rainy Castform, then yeah, maybe I'd be scared. But like, this tiny water blob, I don't know about that.
Well, I would never judge a tiny water blob purely by size.
You make a good point. You make a good point.
It may be small, but it packs a punch, as we saw in a previous game.
We saw earlier from Frika on the broadcast that when he was 1-0 up, he brought that Rainy Cast form because it was a little bit less risky to do so. You could actually take a game loss at that point. But now that he is a point behind, I think it might just be too risky to bring that Rainy Cast form. It's a decent Pokemon though into Azumarill, Corviknight, and I think it fares quite well into Quagsire too. We're heading into game number 2. There is Corviknight. Oh, there it is! Rainy Cast form!
Rainy Cast form! Everybody loves an underdog, especially me. And we're going to see it go into a swap here. Altaria comes in.
And it's answered by Togekiss. Now, Togekiss does double resist Dragon Breath, but with this energy advantage, I don't really know how close it's going to get. Sky Attack is going to hurt quite a bit. Dragon Breath does not, but you don't have a Fairy-type Charge Attack to get rid of this Altaria quickly.
And we are going to see the Psyshock is going to be thrown off now. It's going to go unshielded, which will do a decent amount of damage into Patoman's Altaria.
But I think that this Altaria, let's see, can it actually outpace? I think it might barely get to the Sky Attack before Psyshock. Yes, it does. If Frika wants to keep switch advantage, he has to put a Protect Shield, and he does. The thing about both Altaria and Corviknight is that they both have a double resistant fast attack, so you cannot even get the fast attack down on this Togekiss. Can you actually get to a charge attack? No, looks like Frika is not taking it. Just, I think he could have gotten the back down here.
Maybe could have got that extra energy in for another encounter, but playing it safe, it's always okay to just accept the fact that I'm going to play this safe and make sure that I win the swap.
I agree with you. The thing is, Patoman plays an ABB line here, where he tried to bait out Togekiss with success with that Shadow Altaria. So the Shadow Quagsire in the back could be free. And I think Shadow Quagsire with that shield advantage could be quite good. But it looks like Frika is not having any of that farm down. Maybe he sniffed out that Shadow Quagsire knowing that it doesn't have any fast attack pressure on Togekiss, so he preserves it just a little bit.
I'm trying to use a little bit of foresight here, Martijn, and I'm looking at the Rainy Cast form, and it's looking like an okay situation
it's
for
actually
it
in a good spot.
Absolutely. And I'm thinking maybe it may be the match winner in this game, but let's not look too far ahead. We're so far right now, we're looking at a Shadow Ball, and it is going to hit the Corviknight.
It's like game 1 all over again. This is just an awkward range where Licky doesn't get that rollout down. Do you preserve all the energy that you have here? No, Frika is letting it go because he knows if there's still shield on Togekiss, you cannot get the easy mud shield down here. And now in comes the Rainy Cast form. This would have been a better matchup for Rainy Cast form if Shadow Quagsire packed Stone Edge, because then it will be a baiting game. But now with Mud Bomb, this is a little bit more neutral. Patoman does have 2 shields to hide behind. Well, now just 1. But he has to maintain energy perfectly here because there's still Togekiss in the back.
Cast form throwing off the weather ball, and it does go shielded. Patoman has a response for him though in this mud type move, Mud Bomb.
Yes, there we go, and the Quagsire paces quickly, but not quick enough here. Let's see, I would expect... Does Patoman even shield here? Weather Ball's not the strongest attack. I don't think it does as much as an Aura Sphere. It looks like Patoman doesn't think that either. In comes Togekiss, probably for as much fast attack damage as possible, but what does more? Water Gun or Peck? I think it's Peck, and looks like Frika is making the choice. Well, he wants more Peck damage, but you will only be able to get 2 here. Going for the charge pretty tight. I love this because using a protection here will still make sure that this Aura Sphere deals 1 damage. It doesn't nullify the damage. You deal 1 damage with this shield here.
And because he threw it at the same time and 1 charge attack priority, now Patoman's Pokemon has no energy left, giving a good opportunity for Cast Form in the back to run rampant, and here it comes. All it has to do is wash it down. Wash it down.
Oh,
just about making it. It's Cast Form. We're going to be able to do it all. Yes, it is. Water Cast Form, the star of the show!
Frika doesn't care. 1-0 up or 1-0 down, I'm bringing Rainy Cast Form. It's the Pokemon I know the best, and I'll show you. He ties up the score against the world's runner-up Patoman.
The little water drop that can.
I underestimated.
Absolutely. You should never judge a raindrop by its size. And it's playing against Patoman, one of the best in the entire world, and was able to take up that game win. If nothing else, I feel like that is a fantastic achievement.
I think he was just kind of not expecting to see this Pokemon at all. And yeah, it just showed that Rainy Cast Form was quite good into not just Corviknight, but also the Shadow Quagsire, because it's actually a Pokemon with quite some bulk to it. It can hang on to some attacks.
Well, Water Cast Form was so nice in that game. Will we see it twice? Coming into this game number 3, the decisive game, where we're going to find out which of these 2 players will make it to the winners' finals of day 1.
I think Patoman really has to question himself in how do I deal with Togekiss. Togekiss has been such a pain for him. how do you deal with this Pokemon? If it's in the back, Galarian Weezing is hardly an answer, so it's really difficult to play. But if my opponent now starts playing Rainy Castform, I don't think even Corviknight can really fare well into that. So, yeah, how do you deal with Togekiss as Patoman?
He's got lots to think about, but he's been in this situation before, and he's got through it, and I'm sure he has the facilities, the capabilities to do it again. But we're going to find out what Patoman decides to bring into this decisive game number 3.
Patoman is the type of player who keeps getting away with all these games that look just like he cannot win them, and then he ends up winning them anyway. He was on our player to watch graphic for a reason, because Patoman, with the exception of maybe one tournament a season, usually just almost expects to win a trophy or a medal in every tournament. But it's Frika the one to stop him. Let's head into decisive game 3. Kick us off, Jay.
We're going to find out what these trainers have in store, and we are seeing that Castform in the back. But the introductory lead here is Corviknight against Tinkaton.
This is actually not that bad anymore, because Gigaton Hammer just hits so hard. Looks like Pokemon is coming to its lower rear. Tinkaton actually hunts down Corviknight. This is going to be resisted, but Boink still is like 40% damage.
Even as a resisted move, this Community Day move that Tinkaton has learned just does so much damage into anything that it comes into.
Will Frika stay in this matchup or not? He might be expecting this Shadow Altaria in the back. It looks like alignment is going to be difficult to begin with. Patoman this time benched the Shadow Quagsire. In comes another Gigaton Hammer. Maybe Frika's just hoping that the Togekiss will be really good in the back.
Gigaton Hammer coming in again. Bonk. And it lands, and it does so much damage into that Corviknight.
Now Corviknight will win the Zero Shield scenario here, trying to catch on the Togekiss there, Frika, but just a little bit too late. This will knock out Tinkaton, but now Togekiss can get a farm down here. Not before you take an air cutter though, I think.
We're seeing all these resisted moves do so much damage, but we are going to see, and it is just enough for Patoman to get this move off, as you predicted. Another Community Day move here, air cutter, has a chance to boost your attack, but we're not going to find out. The Pokemon
we
is
see
almost
the hard swap.
down.
This is actually an opportunity for Frika. If he's making the prediction is Altaria in the back, he will switch here. If Frika's thinking this is Quagsire in the back, he will swap out right now.
And he swaps, just as you said. And we're going to see Castform into Licky Licky. Probably the best situation for this Castform.
I do think that if you look at the line of Patoman, that Togekiss can be used better into pretty much everything else. And using the protection on Shadow Ball is pretty surprising. This kind of opens the door for Patoman's Shadow Altaria, because that Togekiss is very close to Sky Attack range.
There is nothing that a brave little blob can do into that Shadow Altaria into the back. So we're going to see where the shields are decided to go from Frika as the game progresses. And we're seeing another hard swap out, an awkward situation now. Are we going to see the Thunder?
This is not the same type of tech bonus. Not going to do as much damage, but Patoman knows this is a hard-hitting charge tech. Does he use a protection? Yes, he does. I think this does about the same damage as a Psyshock, maybe a little bit more. So I think that is a good choice of shield. Do you actually outpace as Frika now? I think that Patoman might be in a good spot here.
We're seeing Frika deliberate, is this where I want to use my shield? And yes, as you've said before, the Togekiss that has been so detrimental for Frika is still hanging in there and is going to throw off another Psyshock.
Frika is going to need to get a Water Gun down, but I don't think this Psyshock will do enough damage to Altaria. It doesn't even put it into the red yet. Altaria is spacing quick to the Sky Attack. Patoman knows, if I throw immediately here, resistant Water Gun damage won't do as much damage. Perhaps I can get to another Sky Attack on this Rainy Castform. All Patoman needs to do is put this Rainy Castform into Shadow Ball range.
Well, Castform has done it before. Can Castform do it again? We're seeing an instant swap, and we're seeing the Shadow Ball is going to connect here. Is this going to be enough?
It doesn't even matter, because Patoman has another charge attack. He has the Body Slam loaded. The World's Runner-Up is showing who he is and why he was the World's Runner-Up. He takes this game, and it's another day in the office. Patoman moves on to day 2.
What a win here for Patoman. He's done it before, he will do it again. There was a bit of a scare there from the Rainy Castform, such a spicy Pokemon that ended up taking a game from him, but overall he overcame his adversary and he ended up taking the match win.
I think just really good adaptation from Patoman there. I asked, going into this decisive game 3, how will Patoman adapt to this Togekiss? And you saw what he did.
he benched Shadow Quagsire, so essentially eliminated a weakness to the Togekiss. He did have that Shadow Altaria, but it hits hard with Sky Attack, so a little bit of chip damage, which the Air Cutter did. Very important detail in the game. And then you have Licky Licky as a more neutral or decent answer to the Togekiss. So I really liked how Pataman set up his composition there to answer Togekiss better.
Absolutely. And we're seeing Togekiss in so many of these games. Togekiss and Licky Licky, and they're all doing so well. And we're seeing a replay here of the game. I'll tell you what, I really enjoy watching a spicy Pokemon, especially making it to the winners semis. It's so fun to watch even win games won.
If you were to play at Turin in a couple of weeks, would Frika have inspired you to bring a Rainy Castform or any Castform for that matter?
I'll tell you what, he probably has. I actually have.
It pairs well with Dartrix.
I tell you what, it would pair well with Dartrix, and I've built one in the past, and I've never even really given it a second thought. It's just sat on the bench and it just sits there. But when I see games like this where a trainer really enjoys his Pokemon, and you can see that in the way he plays it, and the way he ends up he took a game win with it.
Yeah,
it really inspires me to play more with Pokemon that I otherwise wouldn't.
It's just like a similar case to Metachamp earlier in the match of Anicore, where if you have a Pokemon with bulk and even a semi-decent moveset, it can probably work. It might not dominate the meta, but it can probably put in work. And we saw that in Game 2, where that Rainy Castform may have caught Pataman by surprise, but Game 3, not happening. Pataman knew exactly what was coming, and he knew exactly how to deal with it.
Absolutely, but you wouldn't expect anything less from a trainer of his caliber, Martijn.
At this point, I think people are already thinking, which medal is Pataman getting this time? Is it first? He's got a lot of seconds, so I think he wants to aim for first again. But you know what? I think he doesn't have a lot of bronze, so maybe that's like a goal for
Let's not get so ahead of ourselves here. We're still in day one here, Martijn.
There's still a lot to go.
He's a very aspiring trainer that many people might be looking up to, perhaps, as to a very young player who's just so knowledgeable in the game. He's got so much ability, and we see him go from tournament to tournament. He just does so well with what tools he decides to bring, and it's different pretty much every time.
What is unfortunate now is that both Rainy Castform are on the loose side of the bracket, because Frika knocked out the other Rainy Castform user, the Reef, also to the loose side of the bracket. We may see them later on for today, so make sure that you stay tuned for perhaps more Rainy Castform later on. First up, we're going to have Colin 6, the final boss, versus Sir Corey.
Two very, very notable trainers. We've seen them in these games here before as well, and they're very, very good. I always enjoy watching Sir Corey and also Colin 6. Usually, I don't think I've ever seen them play against each other, though.
I'm not sure. I mean, they've played many regional championships. They've gotten practice from local tournaments. I know Colin has been maximizing all those championship points for the Travel Awards and just getting the experience in. And you know what? If you want to get those experience in, take a look at this.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
And if you are interested in joining some of these grassroots tournaments, make sure to scan that QR code on the screen. There are so many different experiences that I have personally had at these in-person tournaments, where I've met so many friends, like-minded interests, just Pokemon enjoyers in general. And it opens so many doors to new friendships and new adventures in the world of Pokemon.
And it's just a great opportunity to try out new Pokemon. I played in a local tournament the other day, and I didn't bring Dartrix, I brought Rowlet.
Ooh.
And I actually had a game win against Triptando with it. And it's just surprising. Like, we see Spice Picks here, but if you are familiar with these Pokemon, they don't even have to, I think it goes to like CP 1100. He still lost to that.
Well, exactly. You never judge a book by its cover. May I ask what his kind of reaction would have been to such a loss?
Yeah, he was surprised. He was caught off guard. I know he built he maxed out a Duskull to try and use against me, but who would win with that, unfortunately?
There's a lot of fun to be had at these in-person tournaments, for sure.
We did have fun.
But
Let's
we
take a
are
look at this
seeing
match.
the two trainers set up right and ready to go in this battle. So Corey versus Colin 6. Oh, and I'm seeing a Shadow Sableye, a Pokemon that I don't really see as much in the play Pokemon circuit as I once used to.
Do you have a Shadow Sableye?
I do have a Shadow Sableye, and it's really enjoyable to use. It gets to move relatively quickly. It's got good coverage now, but he's using Drain Punch, which is also coverage, but it doesn't do that much damage.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna lie. I don't think Drain Punch is real. You can technically defeat Licky with Drain Punch, but that would require shielding. The thing is, Licky is never going to shield, so what happens in reality is that you use a Protect Shield, you are incredibly low in health, and you are just going to get devoured or leave as a farm down for the next Pokemon coming in with a shield disadvantage. So that is why I'm not a believer of Drain Punch, but, you know, Colin 6 is an excellent player. Maybe you can make it work. Hey, you have a neutral charge deck now for Wigglytuff, so you have that going for you with Drain Punch.
Absolutely. We've got Wigglytuff here, which is a very, very consistent Pokemon we've seen in tournaments time and time before. Credilli, which we haven't seen as much of this season, running Bullet Seed, which gets to move relatively quickly, but at the same time, it doesn't really do as much damage as it once did. It's a very defensive Pokemon in its typing.
Yeah, Rock Tomb, since this season, does less damage, but Sir Corey, I'm not even sure. He really likes Credilli. Maybe I could call it his signature Pokemon. He always brings that Pokemon to the table, and he brought it with Bullet Seed this time, which kind of helps Togekiss, because otherwise, it could have the Fast Attack Acid, which is super effective into Togekiss. But it does help to have Bullet Seed against a Pokemon like Shadow Sableye. Not sure if this is the matchup where you want to use Shadow Sableye. Incinerate and Bug Bite from Talonflame and Fortress really add up. And man, if you have Wigglytuff on Shadow Sableye, that's a matchup you will not get out of. The thing is, Colin 6 has two Steel-type Pokemon. He has Empoleon and Shadow Fortress. So, are you going to bring Wigglytuff into that?
Do you know what? When choosing the fast move for Credilli here for Sir Corey, I think that he's taken some loose inspiration from Arrow's Dartrix last week, where we saw the Grass type run absolutely rampant into so many different teams. So maybe that's the reason he's running it over Acid.
With Skarmory in the previous seasons and Corviknight in the current season being so meta, it's hard to play those Grass-type Pokemon. I think the only Grass-type Pokemon you otherwise see is Gourgeist, because it has Incinerate, not even a Grass-type Fast Attack. So, yeah, Grass-type Pokemon are just not really everywhere, and that's why Shadow Quagsire really excels. But Credilli is good into that Licky Shadow Quagsire core. Let's see how Colin is going to deal with that. He's leading Shadow Quagsire. It's met with Jellicent from Sir Corey. This is generally a positive matchup for Jellicent, just because Shadow Ball is so incredibly efficient. But I think perhaps when no shields are being used, Double Surf might be the play here for the Jellicent.
Well, both the trainers are absolutely ready and raring into this game. The winners, semis of day one. And we are seeing Colin throw the Mud Bomb into the Jellicent.
Shadow Ball's coming through. Sir Corey is throwing immediately to throw off Colin, make sure that it's not being caught. This doesn't knock out Shadow Quagsire, but will put it straight into the red. We see in the back, we see Wigglytuff from Sir Corey, but Colin did decide not to take any chances to run weak to this Wigglytuff in the back.
Absolutely, that was a very hard-hitting move, but Colin does get to those Mud Bombs ever so slightly quicker than Sir Corey will get to his moves. Now we are seeing a swap in here to Fortress, a very, very consistent Pokemon that we're seeing in lots of different teams. But the answer into Empoleon?
I love this so much from Sir Corey, because he gets... First off, he gets ahead in energy. Second off, he baits out Empoleon, so Wigglytuff in the back is free. And now, this Fortress is pretty much unbeatable. The best thing Colin could have had was Togekiss for this Bug Bite Fortress, and he doesn't have it with him.
Absolutely, a very hard thing to do.
Oh, I love this as well from Colin. He keeps Empoleon in case there's Wigglytuff in the back. Wow, we have two geniuses.
Genius on either side. Two very, very well-reputed trainers who know their stuff. It's so hard to predict a back line here, just generally in the game. But having that Wigglytuff, you really want to see it on this Licky.
I think there's also some energy still on that Jellicent. Not a lot maybe, but perhaps enough to get to a charge stack into that Empoleon later. In comes Wigglytuff. At this point, Colin's heart must be pumping here because the thing is, even though you're yourself Empoleon, it's quite low here. You're not going to shield any body slam damage here because the charge stacks from Empoleon do way more.
Absolutely, and Corey is going to want to get as much energy on this as possible. So there's as little actual fairy-type damage inflicted onto the Empoleon as possible. We are going to see an Icy Wind is not going to go land, it's going to go shielded, but it does get that debuff. Very pivotal here, potentially, and we are going to see an instant swap and Surf.
He did have a charge stack loaded on this Jellicent. The thing is, can you now get a Metal Sound down now? Sir Corey may have opened the door a little bit there, but you need to get to 3 charge stacks as this Empoleon. I don't think that you have it. Oh, and he has to even throw a charge stack before this Jellicent could get to its own charge stack.
And we could give the little assist there to the Icy Wind thrown by the Wigglytuff earlier. Just not quite able to do that fast move damage as wanted.
And in comes Licky Licky. Now, I really like this play we're going to highlight later, where Colin actually cleared a debuff from the Sand Tomb so he could get to another charge stack here. But it didn't matter in the end because he needed 2 Hydrokin to pull the shields away from the Wigglytuff.
What a play here from Sir Corey. Really, really well played.
Yeah. So how are you going to adapt here as Colin? He is known to be one of the best players in Europe, if not the world. But you're 1-0 behind against the Cradilli user.
Absolutely. So there's a bit of an uphill battle here, perhaps, for Colin. Corey, having played that so well, is he going to pick the same team or is he going to diversify a bit? Because this all comes down to the more mental fortitude of the 2 players, and they have to really have a think here. Am I going to run the same team? Is my opponent going to run the same team? And you have to not only think about what your best Pokemon into that 6 is, but also what is their best Pokemon into my 6. So you have to kind of have a bit of a mishmash, a bit of a balance. You've got to kind of get your team equal to attack and defend into what your opponent has.
I just feel like I want to see all the signature Pokemon come out. Like we saw Rainy Castform, now I want to see Cradilli. Like, can we see some Cradilli success here? I mean, Cradilli is the kind of Pokemon that's just scary to run when you see a Bug-Bite Fortress on the opposing team, because that matchup is horrific for Cradilli. You do not want to be Cradilli in that matchup. So maybe that's why Sir Corey is kind of hesitant to bring that Pokemon. And obviously you've just seen Empoleon as well, which is a terrible matchup for Cradilli just alike. But if you can get it on Shadow Quagsire, perhaps there is room. And I think that Sir Corey showing that he's not that afraid of Empoleon with Wigglytuff also tells Colin, should I really run Sableye here? What if it gets aligned to Wigglytuff? If you run Sableye, you need Switch.
Well, you're talking about signature Pokemon, and I'm not entirely sure what a signature Pokemon for Colin would be, but I am really excited to perhaps even see the Sableye in play. I tell you what, if any trainer can make you suddenly believe in a move like Drain Punch, I would love to see it happen here. Colin Six, a very good trainer. He obviously knows something that perhaps you don't if you don't think it's a real move, and we'll see if he's able to do something with it if he brings it.
I don't think he has a signature Pokemon, but his signature trait is to steal other people's team and do better with it. Let's take a look at this next game. Can Colin make the comeback, or is Sir Corey going to take him out here? Looks like he gets a great lead, Sir Corey, because this Unova stuff is will outpace. Looks like Sir Corey isn't having any of that. Swaps into Shadow Quagsire. In comes Wigglytuff. This immediately is looking good for Colin because you bait out Wigglytuff, and Shadow Sableye in the back doesn't have to face this. This is pretty good for Colin. But keep in mind also, what also is good, I think actually if you went for double Mud Bomb here, Shadow Quagsire could win the zero shoot scenario. Now I'm not too sure.
Well, we saw Corey's Wigglytuff do so well for him in game 1. Being baited out here maybe isn't the most optimal thing for Corey, but we are going to see what this Wigglytuff has got in store for Colin.
At this point, you've seen the Wigglytuff. You might not need to use a protection here as Colin. He knows that, because when shields are up and you can actually Drain Punch and do something with his charge deck, look at that. You get to another Aqua here. Swift would have done a little bit more damage, but I don't think that it would have knocked out Quagsire either. Sir Corey's not giving any protection shields, though.
Sakori happy to let it go here.
Ooh,
maybe
swap.
not to be able to see what comes in the back. Sakori will realize now that the Wiggly stuff would have been more useful here for sure. But I tell you what, these bug bites are doing a lot more damage than I would have expected.
There it is. The attack I find not real. Does Sir Corey shield it? No, he doesn't. That doesn't do a lot of damage. Actually does way more than I thought from a Drain Punch. In comes Sand Tomb. This will neutralize the defenses of Colin's Shadow Sableye, he decides to use a Protection here to preserve Sableye as much as possible.
So the defenses come up, and what goes up must come down as the Sand Tomb does get that debuff off. We are going to see another Drain Punch, this time going shielded by Sir Corey.
This is still looking kind of tough for Colin because he needs to get not just shields down, he also needs an energy advantage on his Empoleon to take care of the Stun Fist. But it's not really happening against his Fortress here. Can you even get a farm down? I think the timer of Sir Corey is already up, and he has Thundershock more than Empoleon has energy here. Quagsire is still around, but it might be in Thundershock down range. Colin might need a catch here. Going for the Hydro Cannon. This will deal massive damage, but it won't knock out just yet. And Metal Sound doesn't deal much damage at all.
Well, Corey has that one very healthy Unnovan Stunfisk into 2 Pokemon that Colin has remaining. One very weak to it and one very strong to it. We're going to see if there's any mental fortitude here of being able to make a swap or try and make a catch somewhere along the lines. As the game comes to its finite conclusion, we're going to see a Mud Bomb here, which there are no Protect Shields remaining. Is this going to be enough to knock out?
I don't think it will. It deals more damage, but Empoleon will get really low here. Does he have a Charge Attack on? Oh, can he actually get to a Charge Attack here? If Empoleon then has the Charge Attack, then Colin could win this game. This might be crucial here.
Well, this isn't as much damage as a Mud Bomb would have done, but it is still quite a lot of damage here with the Aqua Tail landing, and it's going to be very, very close coming towards the end of this game.
Oh, but Corey doesn't know there's in the Charge Attack yet. Oh, it's in a catch! Wow, Sir Corey is playing out of his mind!
What a catch from Sir Corey! This is fantastic! It had to be done there. It was then or never. And as Sir Corey comes back in with his Unnovan Stunfisk, we see Colin take off his headphones. He knows the writing's on the wall, and it is fire. It is enough to take down his last Pokemon, Empoleon. And Sir Corey has done it. What a game for Sir Corey.
Wow. Sir Corey looks at the crowd like, yep, I did it, guys. I took him down. On paper, this looks like such an upset, but gosh, that was such a dominant win from Sir Corey.
Absolutely.
Like, very well played. Now, I must point out, we saw that catch at the very end of the game. I think Colin already saw the writing on the wall. Even if he didn't catch, that was kind of a flex move. Because if he didn't catch, it's not like Colin could have Metal Sounded down that Fortress either.
No, it's true. It was so close at the end of the game there. And as you were mentioning, on paper, that was a David versus Goliath situation. It was a very big uphill battle if you look at the accolades on paper, but it just goes to show you, ladies and gentlemen, even anyone at home, if you want to come to any of these regionals, come in person, you could play against some of, on paper, the greatest players in the entire world, but no one is unbeatable.
I think I remember one of our co-casters, Leo, also had played against Patman before, and he actually managed to take a win of him one time. I mean, other times I didn't go as well, but yeah, that's a great example of even when someone looks so undefeatable, you see here Sir Corey as a prime example that he can take on the best. And yeah, I think that was a GG's there. These two are friends, and yeah, kind of tough for Colin to swallow this pretty early on day one. But yeah, Sir Corey has been pretty consistent. I think he also reached like a top 12 in Prague, so yeah, he's making big improvements.
Yeah, both these players are very, very well respected in their regions, and they're very, very good players. And I'll tell you what, I was hoping that maybe Drain Punch would do a little bit more to prove you wrong.
I told you it wasn't real. I told you.
I was hoping to do a little bit more just to maybe rub it in your face a little bit. Oh, it did a little bit more than you thought.
In fact, if Colin went for foul play against that Fortress, because Drain Punch was no shield, if foul play went unshielded, you shield once, you get the Shadow Claw down. And I think that Sableye could have maybe put in more work. I wouldn't say Colin still would have won, because Stunfisk is hard to get through for Empoleon, but you know, you could have done more with your Sableye there, I feel like.
Well, there are situations where maybe he can look back on this game and think, well, in the future, maybe I won't run that, and I'll run Power Gem, and we'll have more options into really good meta Pokemon like Dartrix, which it would definitely do a lot of damage into.
Now, there's something I want to take a look at, because even though Colin lost, he made an excellent play here. If we take a look at, let me see, can I go a little bit back here? It was right here, I believe, where Colin, actually, yes. So the Waiting Tough comes in here. There was a Sand Tomb on this Licky, yes?
Yes.
And Colin realizes just a little bit later on that the charms are dealing so much damage, so he won't be able to get to another charge deck. So what you're going to see here is that Colin is actually going to clear his debuff in just a second, after maybe even the charge deck from his Waiting Tough. No, look at this. He swaps right here. So that charm would have knocked out the Licky, right? If he did not swap. But because he swapped, I might need to go quite a little bit further here. But if you look later, he actually is able to get to that body slam. Let's see. Can I get there? Serve. Yes. Look. He lives this charm now. And he would have reached the body slam. Look at us! Genius. That was my point. That's the point I want to make.
I tell you what, in games, you often think about catching charge moves, and that's the big thing. Oh, they caught a charge move, and there's really exciting moment. But as you just, and it would have gone unnoticed by me completely. But these high brain genius thoughts that go through these people's head. He caught a fast move. He caught an extra damage dealing fast move, knowing that there would be another charm in the future that he's able to live.
If that Jellicent was just a little bit lower and he would have gotten the metal sound down, maybe Cullen would have won that game through that specific gameplay, because he then could launch 2 Hydro Cannon, and then you have that body slam at the very end of that battle. Just thinking ahead, so far back in the battle already, Cullen 6.
He's such a good player, and I tell you what, it's been an absolutely tremendous. It was fantastic from Sir Corey to even be able to beat.
You're so excited.
I know, I can't even think of my words at this moment in time. It was just so cool watching Sir Corey able to beat such a high esteemed player.
And we're gonna get more of those as well. Our next matchup is going to be a comeback king, Statistan. We haven't seen him in a while. I believe he got top 2 at the 2023 EUIC. We've seen him at the World Championships multiple times. He's going to take on Kazim, a friend of him as well, the 2025 Dortmund Regional Champion. This is going to be a very good match, but also kind of just to see if Statistan still has it. We're gonna test him.
Absolutely. Well, I actually have played Statistan on stage before. I've not played many games on stage because I'm not very good, but I have played him a few. I've played him once before, and it was on stage, and he absolutely demolished me. And I'll tell you one thing: he's definitely a player that knows his stuff.
Important information. Kazim has a very interesting pick I have not even thought of. It is a Hawlucha with low kick. When did it learn that? Wow. I didn't even think of that.
I've never even thought of that. I know low kick has been buffed this season. We see it being used quite a lot on Annihilate because it moves very quickly because of how quickly it charges energy. But I didn't even know the Hawlucha learned that move.
That's actually a cool pick. It could be like a core breaker to Shadow Quagsire and Licky Licky. Wow, I actually didn't think of that.
Hawlucha, of course, having Flying Press, one of the heaviest damage-dealing moves in the game. It does so much damage, and it's not really that expensive to get to. It's quite cheap energy move.
Actually, now that I think of this, and this is not because production is telling me, but because I have such great memory, low kick, it already had low kick. It was just buffed. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad that you knew this information from deep within your brain.
Yeah, I had
to really pull that one out. But it's a move that just was so obsolete before the recent buff that you don't even really think about it until now, where the Pokemon that had it before, you don't even really remember them because you haven't seen it in play.
Now, what's even more important about a Pokemon like that Hawlucha, it has Flying Press, a Pokemon that only Hawlucha and Pikachu Libre have. This is an extremely strong charge attack that doesn't take a lot of energy as well. So Hawlucha would probably obliterate anything that doesn't resist fighting here.
Absolutely, and we're seeing on the other side, there's definitely a target for that Hawlucha in the sense of Diggersby. Imagine a Flying Press landing on that, such a high damage dealing move. I just love the thought of the big red bar that gets chunked out of it.
Yeah, Hawlucha has quite the high attack. It actually wins even Charge Tech Purdy tie into this Feraligatr. So keep that in mind that Hawlucha is a very fragile Pokemon, and it obviously has to be careful of a Pokemon like Togekiss. But because of the unique typing, you double resist Bug as well. You do take Super Effective from Grumpig Psywave, so can you even play that Pokemon? And we see Diggersby here with Quick Attack. I don't know if that's because Statistan hasn't realized yet that Mudshot has been buffed back, or because he thinks it's better.
Well, as you said, he's not played as much recently, but he's still a very, very good player, and I'm sure that he's looked into the different moves that he could get on his Pokemon, even though Mudshot has been recently.
I spoke to him recently, actually, and he said, I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, he made it pretty far already, so maybe he kind of still has the magic in his fingers. Yeah, take a look at this, by the way. Quagsire, not Shadow. Interesting. And then Celio, which is Shadow. And we see the Shadow Sableye with the fake charge stack again, Drain Punch. This is a very interesting team here from Kazim.
Kazim is certainly cooking something up. He's also using that Aegislash, which is such a unique Pokemon that requires such a specific set of skills to know both forms of your Pokemon, both the Blade and the Shield form.
Right. We're going to take a look at how these strangers are going to play this out, because I feel like there's a lot of risk on each side, but also a lot of flexibility in so many of these move sets. We've seen Aegislash being so dominant all over the place, but StatStan, he does have Licky, Digger Speed. It does have Quick Attack, so maybe that changes things. And for Alligator.
I need to draw your attention to something, Martijn. Because in back-to-back matches, we are now seeing Shadow Sableye with Drain Punch.
Yes.
A move that you believe does not exist.
Yeah,
this is another opportunity. There's another opportunity to show that it might exist somewhere along the line.
I feel like this is personal now. Let's head into game number 1 between StatStan and Kazim. StatStan is leading this Grumpig into Wigglytuff. This is a pretty neutral matchup that Grumpig generally takes in the even shield scenario.
But we do like, what I personally like is Wigglytuff and how it just does so much consistent damage with his charms. Charm also getting to moves a lot quicker than it used to. We are seeing this fighting type move come off here. Dynamic Punch.
And let's take a look if Kazim is going to stay into this. He's actually now hard swapping into Shadow Sableye. Interesting, because he does have Celio in the back, which doesn't really want to face this Grumpig, but this is exactly what Drain Punch is for. And I think that if you want to win this, you have to use a Protect Shield against this Licky. Is Kazim going to do that?
We're going to see the Drain Punch comes through, and it does raise the defense.
What?
Oh my goodness.
What?
Oh my goodness, it goes shielded! What a play from StatStan right
He's a mind reader!
He's not played in a while, but he's still got it.
Wow, that is a crazy play. I think StatStan knows exactly what Shadow Sableye is capable of. He did his research before going to this tournament and telling everyone he doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing.
He's trying to deceive his opponents here. A Psychic-type trainer, some may say, as StatStan finally decides to hit that much more damage-dealing move here, Shadow Ball, and it is going unshielded. However, it has been... the Sableye has been defense buffed twice already, so it doesn't do as much damage as he would have once liked.
I wouldn't have even hated another protection on the Shadow Sableye just to make it almost impossible to take it out. But now I think StatStan is fine with this matchup here, and this is how I described how it would go. Can you even get a Shadow Claw down before 2 charge attacks though? I think you can, and that will be very big for StatStan to get this huge shield advantage here. We don't see the Drain Punch bait this time, just because it could be very punishing if it goes unshielded.
Absolutely, and StatStan decides, look, I'm not reading any of that essay, I'm going to shield this.
Can he get there? Can he get there?
He's going to get there. Not quite getting to the move, just able to knock down, which is very good for StatStan, energy-wise.
Ooh, that is not a Shadow Celio, that is a regular Celio actually, and I do like that pick. It's better into opposing Tinkaton, but there's no Tinkaton on StatStan's team. But it's still a great place to actually soak all the damage from this Feraligatr. So I like this choice from Kazim to bring this Pokemon. In comes Grumpig, in comes Wigglytuff. That's energy already and thrown right before Dynamic Punch. Excellent counting here from Kazim.
We're back to the original matchup here, and we're finally able to see it play out between these two Pokemon. Grumpig taking a swift.
This does leave Grumpig in a far down range for for regular Celio. Oh, we've seen Undercharge, but I think it might still be too much. Does Wigglytuff get knocked out? Yes, it does. And now you get the full Powder Snow down. Feraligatr is already in the half health. StatStan grimacing a little bit. He's not exactly liking this.
Kazim about to throw off the first body charge, and it does go unshielded.
I think at this point you might be even looking at a Power Snow down because he knows he needs another charge stack. Feraligatr does have 2 Hydro Cannon loaded, but I don't think this deals enough damage to knock out with the Shadow Claw.
Hydro Cannon is a resisted move, but it is that Community Day move that does so much damage in general. We've got 2 body slams stacked up here with only 1 shield.
Kazim was looking to be at the brink of defeat, but Celio, with its very good typing against water, can actually take all the damage from this threatening Feraligatr and is going to take game 1 for Kazim.
What a player. And we initially thought that it was a Shadow Celio. Would a Shadow Celio have been able to survive this?
I don't think so.
Would it have been able to do the damage?
I don't think so.
What a play. Mid-game, switching to a non-Shadow.
Well, yeah, if you take a look at it that way. I do think that Celio in general is better in its non-Shadow form just because of that Tinkaton matchup. Shadow only does better with Powder Snow damage into opposing Togekiss, but if you look at the team from Kazim, he probably has other Pokemon for that. He has Wigglytuff and Aegislash to deal with Togekiss as well, and even Shadow Sableye is not the worst simply because you resist the charge attacks from Togekiss.
Well, it was very, very well chosen team-wise from Kazim in that first game. Statistan not quite able to match the mark, even with those Community Day moves from Feraligatr that you get to so quickly, and even against a resisted Pokemon just does so much damage for a resisted move. It's very impressive, but it was almost enough, but not quite enough to win this game.
Can Comeback King Statistan make the comeback that he needs, that he wants in this tournament? In 2023, he reached second place here in Utrecht, in his home country, and he's looking to get this far again, but Kazim is such a meticulous player. Doesn't make mistakes, make sure to see everything happening before he throws his charge stick to make sure his opponent doesn't catch. Kazim is not an easy trainer to take down.
These are two trainers who know each other very well. I'm sure they've played many times over the years that they've known each other, and they will know each other's play styles. So, are they going to try and counteract that? Are they going to play maybe a little bit different to how they normally play their battles? Or are they going to do the old trusted, the old reliable that's got them through so many games in times past?
I think for Kazim that makes sense, especially when you are 1-0 up already. And he's really looking to get that success again, because his recent tournaments just haven't been as successful as he had in the 2025 season. He hardly had wins at EYC, top 25 in Birmingham, 17 in Gdansk. Worlds was okay with top 25, but if you look at 2025, he was top 4, top 5, top 9. He won a championship. Kazim does have what it takes to be a champion, and let's see if he can pull through here. We're heading into game 2.
They've given each other a fist bump, and we are going to see the Hawlucha into Feraligatr.
I think this is a slightly positive matchup for Hawlucha on even energy, because you pace equally fast to those charge attacks, and Feraligatr won't win charge attack pretty tired. But it looks like Kazim is not taking any chances on a potential catch, so he actually doesn't throw the charge attack just yet. But Hawlucha has a higher attack stat. It will win charge attack pretty tie into Feraligatr if he really needs to.
Absolutely, and we are going to see this first flying press about to go. Is he going to go shielded? Yes, it is. It does so much damage, even as a neutral move, that it would have maybe been enough to fast move down.
Oh, we see the catch on the Grumpig. Great play from Statstan here, because he was playing so careful, hoping that his opponent wouldn't catch, and just when you don't expect it, he actually does catch.
That flying press, even
so
against
much
the psychic damage, it's so much damage.
But here's the punishment though. This is exactly where Kazim wants Shadow Sableye. This will deal so much damage. If you shield this charge attack, the Shadow Sableye will get the Shadow Claw down after entirely.
Oh my goodness, the shield does go up, and we are going to see a move thrown in retaliation.
Wait, no shield?
Oh my goodness, is this going to be enough?
This will
deal a shadow.
It won't knock out, but it will deal a lot of damage. I think you still double resist the sideways, so you get the Shadow Claw down here, and you come out with a charge attack. So maybe that's exactly what Kazim is looking for. He doesn't want to do that just yet, and now go for the Drain Punch. Super effective, but can you still get to another charge attack now? I think Shadow Sableye is too low in health.
I'm unsure, but this Drain Punch will give him a defense buff, so maybe able to survive an extra rollout, but it's going to be swapped immediately back into that Wigglytuff.
And Wigglytuff has an excellent matchup here. Can take all this fast and charge attack damage quite comfortably, and at some point it will even be able to debuff this Licky. And keep in mind that Feraligatr is also still hanging in the back, which has resisted fast attack damage in Hydro Cannon. In Shadow Claw. And Hydro Cannon deals more damage than all these Body Slam nonsense. So you're just no-shooting everything on the Wigglytuff.
Well, we are seeing the Wigglytuff and its charm damage. It's so consistent, and we are going to see the swift one charge attack priority is the Feraligatr.
Let's take a look. Kazim is using a protection. He wants to get the final Protect Shield, but keep in mind that this Hawlucha did not have any energy because it threw immediately against the Grumpig.
I remember being specifically surprised about how much damage it did into the Grumpig. But we are going to see, even though it has no energy in the bag, it may be able to recoup some somewhere.
I don't think it doesn't matter at all. In comes Hawlucha taking the Body Slam. Kazim is shrugging, and yeah, at this point, Licky is not going to do that much anymore. Kazim just wants to show us his Spice Pick. It's going to get the low kick down on Licky. That's what it's meant for. Blowing a kiss to the camera. We love that play, Kazim. Well done.
Well done, Kazim, winning the winners' semis of his respective group, and he did so well. I tell you what, I enjoy watching these Spice Pokemon so much. Even a move that we didn't even know it had. We end up surprised.
No, I did.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you did. Yeah. Deep rooted, I'm sure. well done, Kazim. Well played indeed. Statistan, a very, very well noted trainer of good repute.
A veteran.
A veteran. He is a very, very good player. He's beaten me, so he has to be a good player.
Yeah, exactly.
But ends up going down into the losers bracket.
Right, we might see StatsStan later on the day, but for now, congratulations to Kazim. He's having some success again. That must feel good, right? If you have a couple bad runs, it's great for Kazim to make a good run again, have that confidence. And yeah, now he can just rest and prepare for day 2, because if there's anything Kazim wants, it's to add another medal to his collection.
Absolutely, especially getting a win against such good players. It makes you feel really good and maybe try and give you a little bit of motivation to try and go on a bit of a hot streak.
Right, we'll see if Kazim can continue that tomorrow. But yeah, for now, we'll take a look again at this Celio. Such an interesting pick that he brought alongside that Hawlucha. Celio is a bulky Pokemon that sometimes flew under the radar. We've seen it now and then. We saw Nessa Beethan, also a player from the UK, had success with it in Prague, where he reached top 4. I would not be surprised if Celio at some point takes it all, just because the typing, normally Ice is a terrible defensive typing. It has one resistant, which is Ice. But paired with Water, it actually does quite well. And you just see that in defensive typing.
Absolutely, and it resists a few more things. It's quite a bulky Pokemon in itself, in conjunction with that typing, and it makes it a lot more durable in the battle, a little bit more of a pivot Pokemon, which you need. Like other people are using Licky and for the exact same reason, I presume, because it's such a. It only has one real weakness, Licky does, and.
Even Licky is not that bad for Celio.
I know, exactly, I know. It's
like Surf always hits harder than you think.
It's
so
crazy. Good to have all these neutral Pokemon just in your team, just as like if you look at your matchup that you have against whoever you're playing against. Oh no, this is really bad for me. But then all of a sudden you think, oh, well, I've got this little reliable Pokemon that I can call upon to just sponge a lot of damage. Very tanky Pokemon that's just okay against everything.
It's just a really valuable asset, to your point, that you can soak all this damage from a Pokemon like Feraligatr that's everywhere. And I think that might just be the main purpose of Celio, that like, let's say your opponent does get like a wicked Shadow Claw down and comes out with all these efficient Hydro Cannon, and you throw in your Celio and you're like, okay, bro, good for your energy. I just take this. I don't even have my Celio into the yellow health, like not even under 50%. And it's like, you just mitigated an incredible threat. Like, for example, you compare to Licky, right?
Yes.
Licky, good for Alligator answer. But Hydro Cannon does almost 50%. You can soak it, but do you want to? Not really.
No, soak is a very good word to describe that exactly. Because you think about that for Alligator, and it just does so much damage. Ever since its Community Day, so long ago, it's just been so prevalent in the Go Battle League and in all these tournaments. It's such a good damage outputter with that Community Day move that even against neutral Pokemon, as I was mentioning earlier, it just does so much visceral damage. It is a real terror to play against.
And just make sure that whenever there's a Community Day, that you evolve that specific Pokemon on that day as well. This weekend, we're going to have the Dino Community Day Classic. And, you know, we saw Tontomateus win Prague with Hydreigon. This is an excellent opportunity this weekend to catch some Dino and evolve it into... I mean, Zweiler is also PvP viable. But you can get Brutal Swing on your Hydreigon. Maybe even your Shadow Hydreigon. Whoa.
Well, we saw such remarkable plays just now, and we do have Amanda down on the floor ready to talk to the winner of the battle. So we're going to pull it over to her now.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am here with Kazim, and we are here to, let's face it, talk about the Hawlucha in the room. Kazim, Junkus said earlier on the stream, it'd be really so cool if someone brought Hawlucha. We didn't even know there was going to be one, and now it's like you brought it. Walk me through the pick.
That's crazy. Honestly, I didn't even think anyone would even think about it, whether that be a caster or another competitor. I looked at the usage. I've done a week's worth of practice, and I saw Licky, Shadow Fortress with Bug Bite and Quagsire, whether that's the Shadow or not, being probably the top 3 most used Pokemon. And they were used quite a bit in the Los Angeles regional as well. I just thought, why not? We'll see what it can do. It will scare people off. People don't realize how good a move Flying Press is. I think it might be the most efficient charge attack in the game that doesn't debuff your defense or something like that. You know, I didn't expect to make winner's side day 2, but I guess it's somehow worked its way.
Yet here we are. And I have to say, you know, Flying Press being so efficient, it was even caught by Statistan on the Grumpig, but it did
quite a bit,
so much damage. It did way more than I expected it to do.
Yeah.
But that's not the only spicy Pokemon that you brought. You also brought an Aegislash, and it's been doing quite well in the past couple tournaments. The regional champions have used it, also paired with a kind of unique pick like Hawlucha. What are your thoughts? Are you using them together? Are you using them separately?
Yeah, I think it's. I think Aegislash was the perfect core partner for it. I was very hesitant in bringing Aegislash to the tournament because Licky has a favorable matchup there, as does Mud Bomb Shadow Quagsire. And it can be worked around if an opponent saves 2 shields for the Aegislash potential hard-hitting moves. But it was really needed to cover the Togekiss, the Wigglytuff, the Tinkaton, any fairy types that might be lurking, really. So it kind of does, you know, those two put together do make a really strong core. It can be alignment dependent, I know, and you know sometimes I don't like to play that kind of style. But again, you know, I'm here for the fun, and yeah, the two together have put in a lot of work today.
Yeah, I mean, you're putting in a lot of work as well. You have been a regional champion in the past. I know maybe this past season hasn't been going as well for you as you had maybe hoped, but this looks like you're back up on an upswing. How do you go through those moments of the momentum and then also the downshift?
Yeah, it's been a difficult season. I haven't competed so much this year, but I would have liked to do a little bit better than I did in, I think, Birmingham and the UIC especially. So, you know, they can put you in a slump, but just keep persevering, practicing. You know, I've seen the likes of Patam and Tonton Batus have struggles in previous seasons, and look at them now. Once you've got the talent, if you have the talent, it's just about believing in yourself, really, and always keeping positive.
Well, last question then. Do you believe in yourself? How far are you going to make it in this tournament?
I believe in the Hawlucha. I believe in the team. I think Shadow Sableye as well. I just want to give a shout out to that. You know, usually in previous years it would have struggled against the likes of Licky. This is like the Licky matchup is the platform to Drain Punch its way through and boost its defense. It's been probably the MVP of the day 1 run.
Well, really appreciate talking with you, Kazim. You're done for the day, it looks like, so good luck on tomorrow. We still have plenty more to go, however, so don't go anywhere. We're going to kick it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Amanda and Kazim. Well played. I'm now joined by the meta mind reader, Semyon, who predicted that we are maybe going to even see a Hawlucha play, and it did it.
I actually didn't know that anybody would bring it to this regional, but as I said, it looks like an interesting Pokemon, and I think it is an interesting Pokemon, as we saw there already, going all the way in the winner's side now to day number 2. Congratulations there as well, but on how strong Hawlucha is and how much damage this Pokemon can do, it is a fantastic Pokemon. But you know what? We have 2 very interesting Dark-type Pokemon coming up here.
Do we really? Let's have a look at what... Oh my goodness, Morgrem! I really like this Pokemon. It's a really fun Pokemon to play with its sucker punches. It does so much damage. It gets to energy relatively quickly. It's a really enjoyable Pokemon to play that you don't see very often.
Absolutely, and then we have another sucker punch user on the other side with the Spiritomb, and we just saw, of course, multiple times the Sableye, which has a lot of interesting play now with a Drain Punch against those normal-type Pokemon. Spiritomb is not really struggling too much with them because you have the Dark-type fast move damage instead of the Ghost-type fast move damage.
But not just that, he also has the coverage of the Rock Tomb, which debuffs your opponent, and in a sticky situation, it can just slow the game down a little bit, just to be able to take a little bit more damage onto your Pokemon. But you are going to see the matchups. Here they are, Altaria into Togekiss.
And you might think that's going to be the best matchup ever for a Fairy-type Pokemon, but if you don't have Fairy-type damage, it is still alright for you, but like it's not as great as you would expect it to. Now, Psyshock still does some neutral damage here for the Togekiss on Whelan's side here, and yeah, like this again, like we have some neutral damage coming through from both sides, but of course a Dragon Breath double resisted. You don't have the immediate fast move pressure of the Altaria.
Absolutely. Togekiss not having that charm damage that it would have had a few seasons ago, but Peck does get to energy so remarkably quickly. Now, we're not seeing the fast move of Altaria doing nearly any damage into Togekiss, but a swap here, a catch, and this is a very good catch for Maybe-san.
This is a very good catch. No, you catch a move that is only doing neutral damage and not that much either there as well. But you have, of course, the option here for Wieland to go for the Aura Sphere, and we might see that very, very soon. But the good thing here as well for Maybe-san here as well is that you have the Morgrem in the back, and you don't really want to have the Morgrem against the Togekiss.
Wieland opting to stay in here, knowing that he does have that Aura Sphere, the Community Day move that does so much damage into normal types, but deciding, I'm going to bank that, put it in my back pocket, save it for a rainy day, and we're going to swap into another very tanky Pokemon.
We have here the Diggersby and a shiny Diggersby, which is one of the best answers currently to Licky in the current meta, because you do resist the fast moves, you do resist the Shadow Ball, and so Licky is forced to go for the Body Slam, which is not chunking away at the health too much of that bulky Diggersby.
And it does a little bit of damage, a little bit of chip damage, but he does get to those remarkably quickly. We are going to see the heavy hitting move from Wieland here though. Scorching Sands, is it going to be enough to knock out from this stage? Yes, it is.
This is going to be enough, and we're only going to have now a low health Altaria and then Morgrem. Morgrem finally entering the stage, and we see the moveset here, Foul Play and Play Rough. If you would actually use the evolution, you would have access to some fighting type coverage there as well. But here you have to run Foul Play, you have to run the Play Rough in order to do some nice stat damage. And in comes the Stunfisk, and we see already the fast move is chunking away the health there. Sucker Punch, a very strong fast move.
Overall, this is a very neutral situation. It's going to be a very close one. Overall, we're going to see the Foul Play go. It is unshielded by Wieland, who has an instant reply with Discharge.
Discharge is not going to do as much as well. Most likely two of them might just be enough. Morgrem has a little bit of bulk to it, but then again, we have the Foul Play already stored. This might be enough to knock it out. It's going to be very close though.
Opting to throw the Foul Play on alignment as soon as you get to the move, and Wieland saying, nope, I don't want that right now. I'm gonna shield it and see what we can do here. Gonna maybe able to build up some energy.
We see definitely some energy there on the Stunfisk, getting to the moves faster than the Morgrem can. And we see a no-shield coming up again, kind of relying on the Altaria at this point, trying to get some energy here. You kind of need to fully farm down the Stunfisk, because you need the energy in order to do damage against the Togekiss.
We can see Maybe-san shaking his head here, deciding to give up his remaining shield as to not take the damage from the Discharge, but an instant swap and throw means that that shield may have been in vain.
And we see still 3 Pokemon on Wieland's side as the Psyshock is going to knock out the Altaria. And this is a game number 1. What a performance there. But again, we had like the bulk on Wieland's side there as well, especially with that Diggersby. The Diggersby was just fantastic against the Licky.
Very, very well played here in losers round 4 by Wieland. He was able to, he was in the driver's seat pretty much the whole battle. But I tell you what, there are so many good trainers that are able to overturn things, do a little surprise move, maybe make a catch. You always have to be on the ball, even if you're in the driver's seat. You have to be watching your rear view mirrors.
You definitely have to. And what we have here as well are 2 players who have a very unique take on how to deal with the current meta. And I kind of want to highlight here as well, like there's a lot of variation that most of the players going to try to utilize as well now for the second battle. As of course, Maybe-san needs to kind of try to figure something out on how to get into the battle again, but we have interesting choices here. We have the Morgrem, we have the Steelix, which is quite unique, but then we also have the Talonflame, which you haven't seen too much of course, in past regionals. It did quite well. We saw, I think, being on number 3 place again in Prague there as well in the Netherquins teams. Very interesting Pokemon here, but then on the other side, we still have also the Spiritomb mode, which I would like to see.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've seen Talonflame on a few teams today, but I've not seen a single player actually bring it. Do you think it is a viable Pokemon in this current meta, or do you think it's just excellent bench pressure, especially into Pokemon like Aegislash, the steel typing? It would just take so much damage from the Incinerates.
It is definitely great bench pressure, but what we have to see here as well is that there's going to be the Diggersby that would be very, very, like the Talonflame is a very good answer towards this Pokemon, and I saw already as well, Maybe-san was struggling in the first battle against this Diggersby, so it might be the option to answer it with the Talonflame.
Well, we're going to see as both these trainers are just deliberating on what they might bring into this battle. Will we see a Talonflame, and will that finally silence me? We're going to see as these two players decide to lock in their teams, and that they have done. We are just about to get underway with this match 2.
Spiritomb is leading up against that Talonflame now. This is going to be a bit of a neutral matchup. Of course, Spiritomb would have the option to knock out the Talonflame immediately with a Rock Tomb.
The Rock Tomb would do so much damage into this Talonflame, and even if it does go shielded, it still gets that debuff. It's a very, very good move. There'll be no reason to bait as that comes through, but we are going to see instantly from Maybe San a fly go through, but it does get shielded.
But we see a 2 Pokemon with a lot of fast move pressures. Both of them are already in the yellow health while not having a charge move hit yet. And in comes, of course, the Rock Tomb, dropping the attack of the Talonflame, and we see the shield immediately up here as well in order to try to get another charge move off against that Spiritomb.
Thrown on good move timing previously as to not let Maybe San get to the move before his own Spiritomb, but we are going to see Wheelan finally let that Spiritomb go.
Wheelan might be kind of happy about this because this was one of the answers to the Diggersby, not knowing that there's going to be another flying type Pokemon in the back, but in comes again another charge move where this is going to be resisted damage, but from a Talonflame, even resisted damage can hit quite hard if it's a Brave Bird.
I'll tell you what, it didn't do as much damage as I would have expected, and Wheeland is laughing in this situation as to have got that extra bit of damage in, gained so much energy and towards the end of these encounters.
But here, we know now that there's going to be still that Ataria in the back against 2 ground-type Pokemon. This is looking quite promising here. And in comes now the Diggersby, and we see them staying in, farming up some extra energy, and then swapping out because the Altaria can take those charge moves off the Diggersby.
What a catch! And I'll tell you what, even if he threw the other move, it still wouldn't have done any damage into the Altaria. It looks like Wheeland, who was once in the driver's seat, as we were mentioning before, did not check his mirrors and is now in the passenger seat.
Basically, we're going to have here, of course, not the ideal matchup for the Diggersby. This is basically a matchup where Diggersby can't do anything. The Fire Punch is the best thing that you can do here. The fast move damage, of course, still adds up because you have Quick Attack. But now, double Sky Attack is loaded on the Shadow Altaria. Immediate no shield.
And there isn't much that Diggersby can do here, so Wheeland is more than happy to just let any moves go at this point. We'll do as much chip damage as possible under the circumstances. It's not a great situation at all for this Pokemon.
And now we still have also energy on all Pokemon kind of. We're going to have here the Swap Out now, and the Sky Attack going to be resisted damage, but do we see the shield here coming up? But we do not. This is kind of the only place that he can do here, because he's quite a bit behind there. But as you're going to see, there's going to be 2 discharges loaded now.
Loading up to 2 moves, ready to throw. You've got to bear in mind, Maybe San still has that shield. Opting to let this one go, however, and we are going to see how much damage. Morgrim has so much energy in the back. I did not even take that into account. It is not looking good for Wheeland in this game number 2.
Yeah, Morgrim found up some energy before on the Diggersby before it swapped out into the Altaria. Now having 2 charge moves stored, this is going to be it. You don't even need to throw the charge moves. You're just going to go for the fast move down. And it is a 1-1. And what a great adaptation of the team here for Maybe San. That was an amazing choice.
Morgrim, I tell you what, was an absolutely huge value for the team in that second game. Not only being able to build up that move, you could have thrown them if you wanted to. There was a numerous selection of ways that Morgrim could have taken that game, but ended up just taking it the old-fashioned way. I will fast move you down.
Morgrim was kind of the glue in between those 2 flying type Pokemon, which was a great adaptation because you saw already how devastating the Diggersby can be in those certain matchups. And you have quite a lot of targets for the Diggersby here on Maybe San's team there as well. We're going to have the Licky, we're going to have that Steelix, and we're going to have the Stunfisk, which all have very bad matchups against the Diggersby. And so he decided, okay, I'm not going to bring any of those. I'm going to bring the counters and destroy that Diggersby with those flying type Pokemon.
Absolutely. We saw the Talonflame not able to find its intended target at the beginning. We thought, oh, maybe Wheeland has the upper hand here in this battle, but ends up with another flying type on it and just nowhere at all to go.
I'm curious on how those players are going to adapt now. Are we going to see the Aegis Slash on Wheeland's side? It would be an interesting pick, and I don't think it would be actually that bad here on the team of Maybe San as well. Of course, you have currently in the meta quite a lot of coverage for the Pokemon, but as you saw already in the previous few tournaments, Aegis Slash, even if you have counters for it, it's still tough to deal with this Pokemon.
Aegis Slash is such a bulky Pokemon in its shield form. It just takes and takes and takes. Even super effective damage, it will happily take a few very hard-hitting moves.
Yeah, it is so bulky, and yeah, as you see here, the trainers have to think, okay, what am I gonna bring next? Are we gonna see the Diggersby again? Is it not a little bit too obvious maybe that we're gonna see another 2 flyers that worked out so well for Sun? We have to see how those players adjust. I do think that the Spiritomb looks quite safe in the current matchup. There are quite a lot of targets for the Spiritomb, just with a neutral damage. So I'm curious, are we gonna see the Morgrem again? Let's find out.
Let's find out as the players lock in their teams. We have a Stunfisk versus Stunfisk situation. They're both looking at each other and they are zapping. They are doing very little with their zaps, but we're going to see the super effective Mud Bomb and which one wins charge attack priority.
Yeah, this comes down to charge attack priority. You have 2 times the exact same Pokemon. Whoever has the higher attacks that there is going to be able to fire off those Mud Bombs before the other one. And in comes another Mud Bomb here. Do we see the catch maybe from one of the trainers?
Or are they going to allow it up to what they believe is their best chance? So either they know that they have a low attack on theirs and they might throw it on a different time, or they might try and swap out and make a catch, or they trust the fact that their attack stat will be high enough to win against their opponent.
We have, of course, on both sides a flying type Pokemon available, which could catch those super effective Mud Bombs. And in comes again another no shield here from Wieland. And now both players are basically at the exact same point there, but none of them know who's going to win these charge attack priority. We see the swap here.
Oh, what a catch here from Mavison, taking the ground move on the flying type. It's such a fantastic catch, doing almost no damage into a shadow Pokemon.
And this is huge because you have that Morgrem in the back. You have now the fairy type out already. And while yes, Shadow Altaria might not be ideal here as well, you don't really want to have the Morgrem there at all. And you can still take a Side Shock and you can still pressure with the Sky Attack. But not only this, you also kept the Discharge on the Stunfisk, which might come in clutch in a later stage.
Absolutely not. The only move that would do that much damage is that Play Rough, but it just takes so long to get there, and the fast moves wouldn't really do anything against it. So that going unshielded could be absolutely huge for Mavison.
Curious if we're going to see here a shield as well. Yeah, we're going to see a shield. We're going to try to get rid of those shields of Wieland. And in comes the Psy Shock. Shielded, of course, and we see Sky Attack reach very, very soon after, trying to get rid of the Togekiss here or get the first shield.
And we are going to see the first shield go up on the side of Wieland, and a swap made into Diggersby straight away.
That is an amazing swap, because we see here the Mud Bomb coming through, trying to, yeah. Oh, actually, like going for Mud Bomb there as well was quite interesting, because it could have been still a Togekiss, but he saw almost died the swap into the Diggersby, and this is not the ideal situation for Mavison, because now Diggersby is charging up more and more energy, and there's not another flying type Pokemon in the back.
And opting to throw the Discharge here that will do very, very minimal damage into the Diggersby. Yeah. Waiting the switch clock now as to try and take down the overall switch clock to maybe make a catch later in the game.
Yeah, we're going to have now the Scorching Sand coming through. You have still the chance of debuffing the Morgrem here as well. Scorching Sand is coming through, doesn't get the debuff, but in comes now the swap out into that Togekiss, farming down the Altaria. Wieland is in the driver's seat yet again and going for that Aura Sphere. Oh, do we see the shield coming up? We see the shield straight away.
You have to see the shield there. Maybe trying to get a catch, maybe Sand there, trying to swap, expecting Wieland to swap and throw straight away, but it didn't happen. Went for the farm down, and is Wieland going to get to the move? No, not quite.
This is closer now, but again, we're going to have still the shield on Wieland's side. Play Rough is coming through, and we see the immediate shield. A lot of energy is going to go into this shield, and this is looking very promising for Wieland now. Just one more Fire Punch, it all it takes to take down this Morgrem.
And Mavison shaking his head. He knows the writing is on the wall in this specific instance, and we have the Fire Punch, which is going to connect and be enough to take it in a 2-1 win for Wieland. A fantastic play. It was like a dance, how I can only describe as watching this game. It looked like either player could have had it. It looked like it was a bit of a toss-up, and it could have been anyone's game, but it ended up in the hands of Wieland. A very, very well played from the trainer.
Yeah, very, very well played. I know Wieland as well. He is at a lot of tournaments. He has a lot of experience, and he can try to show here as well on what he can do. I actually had quite a lot of talks with him already in previous tournaments where I competed as well. He's a very, very good trainer here, and I'm very happy for him. He played very well, deserved the win there, but very close one. Like 2-1 again here. very, very close battles. The Togekiss was just very, very strong in this matchup. You have the Dark type of Morgrem, and Morgrem looked very, very good, especially in that one battle. But then against the Togekiss, you don't really have anything to do against it.
And I'll tell you what, there seems just to be a bit of a recurring theme with whoever I'm talking to just telling me about how amazing Togekiss has been in whichever game we're watching. And again, it has been fundamental here, front and center. It's just such a good Pokemon overall.
Yeah, you had the Altaria where the Shadow bonus definitely kind of hurts the matchup. I think if it's non-Shadow, the matchup against Togekiss is quite a bit better actually, because you need to go for 2 Sky attacks anyway, and then you don't take as much damage at least. But yeah, basically Togekiss had so much play against Sun here. There's basically only one Pokemon that can really deal with it, which is a Stunfisk, and it just never got lined against it.
And you look at that catch again, it's always a very satisfying feeling landing a Fire-type move into a dragon, a Shadow Dragon, and seeing it do such minimal damage. Oh, it's such a good feeling to get catches like that in the game.
And here we see the Mud Bomb coming through. This, yeah, against the Altaria is just not really doing anything. But of course, yeah, it was an interesting battle there. It was a very, very close battle. Diggersby as well was very strong, even though you had to fear always the flying type Pokemon was one time aligned against them. And if you aligned against those flying types, Diggersby is shut down quite easily.
Absolutely. It just goes to show, even if you make these amazing plays in the game, make some awesome catches, it then might make you weaker in other aspects and make another Pokemon that your opponent brings in all of a sudden really good into what you swapped into, and that might be able to swamp out your overall team, and it might end up switching it all out.
But I do feel like that basically every trainer currently has like its unique take at the meta currently. There's basically on every team like a unique Pokemon. We've seen now like some Sableye with Drain Punch, we've seen the Yalucha, we've seen now a Spiritomb, we've seen so many different Pokemon that perform well and were like Pokemon that nobody else really expected.
Yeah, and as I was saying to Martijn before, some of these players may be adapting their strategies. They may play the same way all the time, but then all of a sudden they're playing their teams slightly differently. And as we heard Kazim say in his interview, we heard him say that he's playing a different style to how he usually plays, but he's doing really well. He's already made it to day 2. What amazing plays, and you see these really good players. They're not one-trick ponies. They have a roster, a plethora of different abilities under their belt that they're able to draw from and play their teams slightly different ways, and it ends up working in their favor.
Definitely. I'm actually so surprised that we saw something like a Morgrem as well, but of course it makes some sense in the current meta as well. We have some Ghost-type Pokemon. We have the Aegislash, we have the Corsola, and of course against those it's very, very good. And it was very nice neutrally in a lot of them there as well. So again, there are like basically so many opportunities for trainers right now to find their unique take on the current meta and bring it to the big stage, and a lot of them actually succeeded recently as well. We saw it in Prague, we saw it in Los Angeles as well, with a very unique Pokemon winning in the entire tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you were mentioning there, Corsola, we haven't seen much of that this tournament, but we've seen so much more of it recently, especially after it's been able to be in the wild, and you can get your appraisal stats to whatever you particularly want to have them to. You've been seeing a lot more of it because people don't particularly have to trade for their Pokemon. They can get it in the wild, and they can have exactly what they want on their Pokemon. So we've seen a lot more of it, but we're not seeing it here. We're not seeing it as much here.
Yeah, especially like players going to run the Corsa more often because of those sunglasses. The sunglasses just give them an insane boost of style, and this is all what it's about here at the regional. No, jokes aside, of course, Corsa is a very strong Pokemon. We saw it in Prague actually performing insanely well. It was, especially towards the later stage of the tournament, one of the most used and best Pokemon to have there. And so I'm curious if this might be something that we could see in day number 2, where like a certain Pokemon, like Corsa was in Prague, kind of has a little bit more play than we would see in day number 1.
Well, we have our next players up, and they're getting their teams ready as we speak. We have 2 names that we've seen in tournaments time and time again. We have Cockshuck and we have 7WS7.
And I see a Pokemon that I'm very interested in seeing here, which is going to be the Fearow. Fearow is a Pokemon that you would not see that often usually, but actually has been a Pokemon that's been quite more popular in the Go Battle League, especially recently, thanks to the unique coverage this Pokemon has. It has access to a Drill Run, which gives a Flying-type Pokemon coverage for a Rock and Steel-type Pokemon that you usually wouldn't be able to hit.
Well, there is a slight drawback to it because the Pokemon is quite a frail Pokemon. It does require some shields to keep it alive and healthy, to try and keep it up in that green HP. But overall, it is such great coverage and it could really make a splash in these battles.
I do think that this Pokemon is very interesting, especially in the face-up position, because he can just bring it in and you charge so fast to those charge moves. And if the opponent isn't really expecting this one, you have to really act fast, because as soon as Fearow is up energy, this thing hits like a truck. Like, honestly, the Drill Peck is doing so much damage, and then again, you have coverage for the best typings against you already with a Drill Run. So if you have energy already on the Pokemon, it's very tough to bring it down.
Well, we have an absolute testament to how high caliber some of the players are in this tournament, because this is losers round 5. These are two very well-reputed trainers that have already lost one of their games, but they are still in it. Whoever wins this will carry on their progress into the tournament.
They are in it to win it, and we have very unique approaches here as well. I like to see the Clefable again as well. I do like the double water starters there as well, on the side there as well. Like, it's going to be interesting. We're going to have the core of Altaria and Swampert, which you've seen actually for years now in the Go Battle League, but also now on this stage here as well. It's a very interesting battle. And then again, we have kind of a similar core on a Cockshark's side there as well, where you're going to have the the Quagsire, of course, together with that Fearow, which forms a very, very good core.
Well, Coxiac was playing a very similar team when he was in Lille earlier on this season, and he ended up placing really well overall. So we're going to see if he's taken from inspiration from that team, make a few amendments, as you were mentioning, the Fearow, which seems to be a new entry into the team, and it's just a good Pokemon overall. We'll see if it makes much use in these games.
Does Fearow look good in this game right now? I do think it has a lot of potential against actually all of the Pokemon, because against the Pokemon that you usually bat against, like those Steel and those Electric-type Pokemon, you have, of course, the coverage move, and otherwise you're just going to hit neutral. But again, we have very likely Licky on both sides here, and in comes Empoleon into the Quagsire here. This is going to be not the best matchup for Empoleon, as we are seeing the Mud Bomb on the Quagsire.
But I tell you what, it's not the worst situation for Empoleon to be in, because it has this Community Day move that we've been talking about again and again, Hydro Cannon, which just put an absolute chunk into any Pokemon that it comes into. However, these Mud Bombs would do significant damage if gone unshielded.
Yeah, and we see the shield coming up immediately. So for this side here, you're going to have, of course, the Altaria still on the back as an option to catch a move, because you kind of have to, I guess. But like, again, as you said already, Hydro Cannon, one of the strongest moves that he can kind of go for. It's going to do a lot of damage here.
And I'll tell you what, even though it's not the best Pokemon to play into Quagsire, it has taken both the shields in this first matchup, which is very, very good for 7WS in what you would say is not a good position for him to start in.
Speaking of taking both shields, all shields down on both stop at the same time, and the Altaria is now going up against the Empoleon. This is looking very, very good for the Empoleon here, resisting the Dragon Breath damage.
Empoleon looking very happy here. A sly smile there from Cockshark as he realizes this is a good situation that he is in.
Yeah, this is definitely a very good situation. That Flamethrower is not going to do enough damage to knock out the Empoleon. Empoleon can take it quite easily, and you put the opponent's Altaria now into the range, where maybe a Drill Peck is already enough.
I'll tell you what, that Flamethrower did a lot more damage than I was expecting it to do, even though it is a neutral move and it's a non-same type attack bonus move from Altaria. It did so much damage.
Yeah, now it's going to be the question, can you farm down? No, you cannot. There's going to be the Sky Attack coming through. But this is still alright. You still have the Licky in the back, which can now load up on a little bit of energy here as well against the Altaria.
Wes is very happy here just to win the swap, win the alignment, be able to put his Pokemon on the preferred Pokemon of his opponent. He knows everything the Cockshark has on the table now, and he's able to put it on his respective Pokemon.
But you have now two Pokemon that are going to be weak to the ground-type damage of the Quagsire. Quagsire should be able to hold on from that Hydro Cannon, and now there's a lot of energy stored. It's going to be very close, but he's going to be able to go for the Awkward Tail here. Is this going to be enough?
I'm not entirely sure, but Cockshark seems happy to throw it here. If it is enough, he has another one to throw into whatever's in the back, but it wasn't quite enough, but able to survive. One more Steel Fast move.
This is huge. Having the Mud Bomb coming through now is going to do so much damage. It's going to weaken up the Stunfisk for the matchup against the Licky. And now Licky with all the energy that has already loaded is going to be in a prime position to knock out here that Stunfisk.
What a play there. Just knowing your Pokemon well enough to just hang in there ever so slightly to just really soften up the residual Stunfisk HP.
this discharge is barely going to do any damage against the Licky. Discharge coming through, not doing anything, and there's just no one Shadow Ball or one Body Slam even that's going to be able to take down the Stunfisk, winning the first game.
Cockshack very, very happy here as the game has just gone his way, especially with just, I tell you what, I was so impressed with the knowledge of that middle encounter there between Empoleon and the Quagsire. The Quagsire, to know your Pokemon that well that you would survive one more, I'd be scared. I'd be throwing my move straight away. I'd be like, nope. I would rather win the matchup here. I'd rather win this specific battle and then think about what's coming later on. But to have the mental fortitude to hang in there and just know your Pokemon and really want to get that extra move off in the back was absolutely huge.
It was all about the alignment of that Quagsire. You had like multiple targets, but also you have that one answer. You have the Altaria, which you were able to avoid. But are they going to be able to do that again? Like, is the Altaria maybe going to be aligned this time around against the Quagsire? And then we are talking about a whole different game. So I'm curious on how those players are going to adapt. Are we going to see the Fearow? That's my question here.
Fearow, we've seen before, usually when a player goes one up, sometimes they decide to bring their spicier picks in then. And by no means is Fearow a spicy pick, because I see it so much in the Go Battle League. It's such a good Pokemon, but you don't see it as much in the play Pokemon circuit. So by that regard, it is kind of a spicy pick, but I would like to see it here just to see how it stacks up in this Show 6 Pick 3 format.
So at least if you played some Go Battle League before, you have plenty of experience against the Fearow. We're definitely gonna make up some knowledge there. But yeah, I do agree. Like, you don't really see the Fearow that often in those tournaments, but I do think it has quite a lot of potential, especially if you get the energy up there on this Pokemon. It's very tough to deal with it. Most of the counters are going to be weak to the coverage move of it. This is why players are running this Pokemon. In comes the second battle now.
Here we go. The trainers are locked in. They have locked in and they are ready to go. We have Swampert onto Empoleon. Two fully evolved starter Pokemon going head to head.
This is definitely going to be a bit of an interesting one, because you're going to have neutral damage from the Hydro Cannon from the Empoleon, where you have the resisted charge move damage from the Swampert, but then you're going to have the fast move damage, which is going to be in the favor of Swampert, because you're going to do super effective damage compared to the resisted damage from the Empoleon. So I do think that especially here, the two first partner Pokemon from the players are going to go up against each other. I do think especially in the two-shield scenario is going to allow the Swampert to maybe win this lead matchup.
And you see the ground typing of Swampert and you think, oh, this would be a much better situation for Swampert than it is for Empoleon. But the charge move was Sludge, and we see a huge catch here.
This is a huge catch. It's going to be a resisted Hydro Cannon onto the Altaria, and the Altaria is going to be able to farm down that Empoleon as well. But of course, we will see the swap out to try to store the energy, and I think Cockshack is going to be quite happy to not have the Altaria aligned against that Quagsire.
Body Slam coming off now, and it's a little bit of an uphill battle after that huge catch, but we are seeing the Licky putting in some good, decent damage.
Yeah, Licky having the super effective fast move of a rollout here, and the flying typing of the Altaria is just chunking away the health, and you're gonna put it into the range where just a Body Slam would be even enough. But if you want to knock it out now, you need to go still for the Shadow Ball, which is going to connect as well against the Altaria, knocking it out from the skies.
Here we go, Shadow Ball goes, and it is enough to knock out the residual HP from the Altaria. We are now seeing Empoleon come back in.
Yeah, it's going to be this time around there's Empoleon, which is going to be able to get some energy. And of course, we know there's going to be the Quagsire in the back. So energy is what you really want to have, as the fast move pressure is not going to add up. And we're going to see more and more energy being farmed onto the Empoleon. Hydro Cannon coming through will be enough to knock out that Licky easily.
Big shield there on the side of Wes, negating the attack there of the Shadow Ball, and is able to take out the rest of the Licky, saying, I don't want to see you anymore. I'm done here. I don't want to see any more Licky.
And in comes the Quagsire, and yet again, Quagsire looks like it's in a perfect position to do some damage, shielding up the first Hydro Cannon. But I do think Swampert still has a little bit of energy stored, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, and we are seeing the Community Day move once again come through the Hydro Cannon from Empoleon, and it does a lot of damage into the Quagsire.
Well, do we see the swap out soon? We see the Awkward Tail. This is a very risky play. Do we see a shield coming up here now against this Awkward Tail? Empoleon has got a no shield. That is huge.
Huge call there from Wes, and you can see the surprise on Cockshak's face as he ends up throwing another one now, which would probably be at this stage enough to knock out.
At this stage, for sure. But it's going to be only it's only water-type Pokemon left here. They're all going to be very low, and Hydro Cannon is going to connect, knocking out this Quagsire. It's only going to be the Empoleon left here on Cockshak's side.
An incredibly wet battle to end things off here, and we are seeing Cockshak trying to get to that second move. He's looking a little bit disgruntled at the fact that I don't think he was quite able to get to that second move.
He wasn't able to get there, and it's only one more mud shot that is needed in order to knock out that Empoleon, and this is going to be it. We're gonna get a game number 3.
We're coming to a decisive game number 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. Such great plays, and it was really fun to watch 4 water Pokemon go at blows at the end of the game there.
I know that, especially because they were all just going for water-type moves as well. We had the Awkward Tail and the Mud Bomb on the Quagsire, and then we just had so many Hydro Cannon in this battle. It was kind of insane to see and how often we saw Hydro Cannon in this one battle.
And that was the risk of going for the bait at the end there. Had he thrown the ground move Mud Bomb, would that have been enough to win him the game?
Most likely, the Mud Bomb would have knocked out, of course, the opponent, but it is, of course, always a guessing game. You don't know what the opponent is going to do there. Expect, of course, then that there would be the final shield coming up for the Awkward Tail. But it was a great call for sure.
Absolutely. With every play that you make, then your opponent will be sitting there adapting, overcoming, and trying to just do their best in that particular instance.
I wonder if we're going to see more water-type Pokemon. On Cockshak's side, we would actually have even the option to go for a triple water team, which would be hilarious to see, because apparently water-type's doing quite well in this regional.
Oh, he is doing quite well in the regional and this battle, as there are a lot of being chose to bring in. If only there were a Pokemon out there to come against all these water types that could really put them into check. I wish I knew one.
I wish I knew one as well. There's, of course, going to be most likely an Altaria coming in as well. Hope so. Like, we were going to see, of course, we're going to have the Quagsire, which we have to kind of deal with. I also feel like that Fearow has some potential as well against, of course, the fast move damage of something like the Swampert. But in comes here now, again, the Quagsire, another water type, against the Empoleon, another water type.
And we're back at that guessing game that we've seen time and time again. What will Cockshak throw here? Will he throw the Mud Bomb, or will he throw the lesser expensive Aqua Tail, which would, if gone shielded, then put him up energy?
But also on the west side here, you have the option to go for the Swampert, and actually it is quite safe in the matchup right now. Like against Cockshak's team, Swampert has basically potential against every single Pokemon, so you can use it even as a safe swap if you don't want to take a Mud Bomb onto your Empoleon.
Absolutely. We are seeing the Mud Bomb go here, and it does go shielded. A correct play here from Wes, and we are going to see him start building up here. He's nearly at 2 Hydro Cannons at the same time. We might see another Mud Bomb.
We might see another Mud Bomb, but we are definitely going to see another shield, and so no more shields in play for the final matchup of this set. Ooh. And we saw the potential swap there, but it didn't work out. The Mud Bomb is coming through. The Mud Bomb is going to knock out that Empoleon.
Thrown straight away, and the Empoleon goes down at the expense. The Quagsire no longer has any energy.
And in comes another Empoleon. We have so many Empoleons here today. And we might see the Flamethrower coming through. Yeah, the Flamethrower is going to connect here. Again, if you would want to swap out into the Swampert here, the issue is Hydro Cannon is doing so much damage. You go into a Empoleon with loaded energy, and it's not going to be the best idea, so you cannot try to weaken them up a little bit, at least with the Altaria. Altaria won't go down. I could see that maybe eventually we're going to see a swap out into the Swampert to build up some energy.
Absolutely, and earlier on I was surprised about how much damage that fire move, a Flamethrower, does into Empoleon, and again, it just does so much more damage than I would expect.
And now Altaria is nearly at another charge move. We could see the swap out into the Swampert soon. We see that here immediately, trying to get some energy, trying to farm down this Empoleon, and we're not going to get it done. There's going to be a Hydro Cannon knocking this Swampert very low.
Just about gets to the move before being taken down by Mud Shots, and that damage will be huge coming into the end of this game. Wes on half a Pokemon and a tiny amount of health in the back on his Altaria, but he is not out. Yeah, we have Swampert here, who is going to do a lot of damage into, but it just hangs in.
It just hangs on with 1 HP, and this is going to decide the battle here immediately as the Awkward Tail is going to knock out that Swampert, and it's only going to be the Altaria left with only a few HP against a full HP Licky.
Oh, but the energy's not going to go very far into the full HP of a Licky. 2 moves wouldn't have even been enough. What a play here from Cockshack, and we see that Pokemon again. The Licky is running rampant in this tournament.
Yeah, Licky is absolutely everywhere, and I feel like every single time we talk about this Pokemon, we know why it's everywhere, because it is so insanely strong. But again, we had here a matchup of Water-type Pokemon. It was quite a lot of fun to commentate.
Absolutely, and Cockshack, amazing. I've seen him go from strength to strength. He's played so well at previous tournaments, and I'm in no surprise to see him continue his ascent onto this tournament as well.
Yeah, what a performance. And again, we saw the core of basically a water and ground type Pokemon together with the Empoleon, apparently. It seems to be a very good core. Double water. Nice
Absolutely.
strategy.
I wouldn't personally expect a team with double water, triple water to really do that much, especially after seeing last week Arrow, and people maybe see warning signs. Oh, the Dartrix, there might be other grass types that are going to do so much damage into my team. But these trainers don't seem to mind. They've built teams fully into water, and they are thriving.
Yeah, they definitely don't mind, but this is the thing as well. If you think about it, okay, you have 2 water-type Pokemon here in Empoleon and the Quagsire, or Empoleon and the Swampert, but they actually don't share a singular weakness. So they're actually kind of doing quite well together, especially Empoleon. While you're a water-type, you can still deal with those grass-type Pokemon thanks to the Drill Peck, but then again, we have the Licky here. Licky is just such a strong Pokemon, winning the final battle there as well. It's just such a nice Pokemon to just glue 2 Pokemon together.
Absolutely, it's such a dependable Pokemon, even if the situation you're in, you're being hard-countered in that specific situation. To be able to just throw in your Licky, you don't see many fighting type Pokemon in the current meta. Perhaps, well, your Hawlucha prediction came to fruition. Maybe that would have a very, very strong impact into all of these Licky that we are seeing at the moment. But will the Lickys continue to reign, or will someone put them into check?
I do think it's quite difficult currently to get rid of those Lickys, but as we said already before, I actually kind of find it funny that we actually see the Lucha today here on this original stream, and it's also going to be tomorrow in day number 2 already. But here, if you talk, like, think about it, like we just had the teams of the Empoleon, we had the team of the Quagsire together with the Licky. Look at what Hawlucha does. It just, like, it literally beats all 3 of the Pokemon.
No, absolutely. Hawlucha, which wasn't even in this battle that we were just talking about, it's just such a cool Pokemon that was unexpected. I didn't even know it had, I don't know if you heard this before, but I was saying, Martin and I, neither of us even knew it had low kick.
Oh yeah, no, that was the main reason why this Pokemon was so interesting now as well, because of the buff towards low kick, and of course you kind of have the flying part typing that you kind of want to have with all the ground types currently available. And so yeah, I'm just finding funny that it actually is in the regional here. I had no idea prior towards that, but yeah, prediction went well, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely, and it has so much coverage in its typing. It's really, really good, and it's able to hit hard against whatever is strong against it.
Yeah, it is definitely able to hit very, very hard there. It's one of the hardest hitting Pokemon with the move that it has. But again, bring it back to the battles. We saw a lot of water-type Pokemon just now as well. I wonder if we have maybe the potential for some more grass-type Pokemon to shine. We saw a Credilli before.
Yes.
And Sakori.
Yeah, we
it's
saw
kind of interesting.
And it had
Fossil Pokemon.
the grass fast move Bullet Seed,
Yeah.
which you don't tend really to see nowadays with the addition of Acid, which gets to the moves a little bit quicker.
Yeah, and also we saw the Credilli already in the Prague regional as well from Sakori. Did it go quite well. And also, by the way, Utrecht is one of the oldest cities in Netherlands, so we can talk about some fossil Pokemon, I think. That's a great translation, I would say.
A fantastic segue.
But, where's Bastiodon?
Where is Bastiodon? Hopefully very, very far away, hidden deep below the city.
Definitely. I do think that Bastion would be an interesting one with all the flying type Pokemon, but then again, we have so much fighting type coverage, and then again, we have Giratina! Finally! There it is. It's not on Martin's team. It is going to be here on Eodunes.
I feel like I just felt a physical vibration of happiness from Martin. No matter, I don't know where he is, but no matter where he is, I felt the happiness shine from him.
Yeah, here, Shadow Giratina. We're going to have the Shadow Claw, we have the Shadow Sneak, we have the Dragon Claw. It's going to do so much damage.
And yet again, we're seeing the triple water, as we were talking about last game. And as you mentioned, it has 3 different kinds of weaknesses to be able to deal this constant water damage, but not be able to take the same damage from your opponents.
Yeah, like they have like all of the water type Pokemon have like a subtyping basically here in Fairy, Steel, and the ground for Quagsire, Empoleon, and Azumarill that gives it all very much unique play in certain matchups, and you still have on all Pokemon some water type damage. While Azumarill doesn't really hit that hard in terms of the water type damage because you mainly use the Ice Beam, the Play Rough. Bubble can still chunk in, yeah, longer matchups at least, which you have with Azumarill all the time anyway. We're only gonna see one water type here on the other side.
Absolutely. Well, will these 2 trainers have expected so much water in this in this tournament? Well, we're going to see. Empoleon is a very, very strong Pokemon. Playing against another Empoleon, they go head to head. They don't do as much damage.
Yeah, they don't do that much damage against each other. But we have another Diggersby, and again, Diggersby is interesting because Diggersby could come here in order to try to deal with the Giratina, because, but then again, you're going to have the fast move of Quick Attack, your Fire Punch is going to be resistant on the Giratina. Are we going to see the Giratina against this team?
Diggersby is so good into the meta as a whole in general at the moment, but when you look at 3 water types, it's a guessing game to try and get your Pokemon on the correct matchup.
I do think, again, you kind of need to bring the Licky here because you have the Giratina on the other side, which actually looks kind of good here, I would say. We saw already the Prague Regional Inadequates using the Giratina to even sometimes knock out Togekiss, which you would mostly expect be a good answer towards it. And then we have the Grumpig here, which you can definitely deal with. So it's going to be interesting. Might be the time for Giratina to shine again.
As maybe the only drawback of Togekiss as it currently stands. It is such a good Pokemon. It gets to move so very quickly with Peck, but because it has Peck, it no longer has Charm, which it once had a few seasons ago, and there's no actual fairy damage output on this Pokemon.
Yeah, not on this one, but if you would go for the pre-evolution, you have Fairy Wind as a fast move, which would be
absolutely
an interesting choice as well. Which you actually seen sometimes as well to run Togetic itself, Togekiss, but in comes the first battle here, and we're going to have Empoleon against the Empoleon, your favorite matchup.
Oh, I was just talking about this. Some could say that I also have a Psychic Hat on. As these two players come up against each other, they're going to be getting their moves at the exact same time. But will they go for charge attack priority? Will they find out some key information in Battle 1, which one has the higher attack?
This is definitely key information. We have two very similar team building approaches here. We have the Empoleon in the lead, we have the Licky as well in the back, and then the Fairy type Pokemon. So both were thinking very similarly, and here we see as well that Lawrence seems to be having the higher attack Empoleon.
Well, there you go. So this could be some key information for EU Odin going through into later games, maybe wanting to make a swap there in the future, knowing that his attack is not quite the same.
Yeah, that's going to be quite an interesting one. You could try to catch the move, of course, but yeah, we see here, again, most likely no shield coming up from Odin here. Let's see. This is going to do some solid damage, but again, Empoleon is going to be ending up at like only a few HP on both sides. There might be the opportunity to catch not only the move, but also get energy here. That's an amazing catch. But we see the Drill Peck coming through, actually, doing some neutral damage instead.
Yeah, absolutely. Odin holding on to that energy on a Pokemon, which just does so much damage as itself. And you have a look into what's in the back. If you look at that Togekiss, a Hydro Cannon to that Togekiss would do a load of damage.
It would absolutely do a lot of damage there. But then as well, we're going to have another Licky most idea in the end matchup against Togekiss. It might be kind of good for Odin, but you need to kind of keep those shields. And here, Azumarill doesn't really need those shields, usually because of the insane amount of bulk this Pokemon has. Play Rough is going to land, find the target of Licky, getting it low, but another Play Rough is absolutely needed here.
And gets the move through, goes unshielded, and another catch! Oh my goodness! Catching a Shadow Ball and a Licky! It's one of the finest feelings in life!
Shadow Ball is going to do basically no damage, and so much energy is wasted here. As you're going to have now the Togekiss coming in. This is looking really good for Odin because you're going to have the matchups that you want to have, and you have the shields still left here in order to make this matchup a matchup for the Licky.
But the Community Day move, Aura Sphere, would have done so much damage into the Licky. They're happy to start using shields at this point.
Body Slam is coming through, going for the safer play than going for the hard-hitting Shadow Ball. And again, everything goes his way. We're going to have the shield coming up onto this move. And now still, we have another Body Slam coming up through. But first, we have here the Aura Sphere getting shielded yet again.
Aura Sphere, but you have to look on the other side. The Body Slams are racking up. They get the energy from the rollouts, gets to the Body Slams ever so quickly.
And at this point, maybe Body Slam is even enough. The rollout damage is kind of adding up, and we see there's no shield coming through. It's not just enough to knock out the Togekiss here, but we're going to see another move coming through here. Don't want to risk anything. The Togekiss is going to go down, keeping the shield for the backline, but you have only a low HP Empoleon, and then you have like, a Licky with just a little bit more HP.
Very, very fine margins here, but you've got to remember there is a move stored on the side of Odin right from the beginning of the game on his very, very low HP Empoleon.
This is going to be crucial here. No shield, of course, against the Body Slam because you need to keep the shield for the move. But again, we even have a moveset here on the Azumarill. And so the shield is coming up now. And the Hydro Cannon is going to land against whatever, basically. It's going to knock out either the 1 HP Empoleon or the 2 HP Licky.
Licky just about able to make it to this Shadow Ball. There is another one in reserve. We're going to find out where it's going to end up finding its target, but an instant swap. A swap into Empoleon, which has no health remaining.
Yeah, Empoleon doesn't have any health remaining. Body Slam is coming through, and this is going to be it for Gaber, number 1. Uden is going to be able to take it home with some amazing catches here.
Yeah, Uden throwing off the Body Slam is enough. And I'll tell you what, Uden must have some enormous back pockets as he's playing this game, because to hold so many moves on your Pokemon on lower HP in the back, just to have, and to keep a memory of it, just to know exactly what I've got, exactly where it is in the back, and just put them in, throw the move, put them in, throw the move. It can really catch your opponent off guard.
Yeah, Uden, of course, a very, very strong player. Already hit top 8 this season at the regional in Stuttgart as well. So he wants to, of course, have even more. He wants to get the medal. But he's a very, very strong player who did already quite a few tournaments as well. We will see here, again, how are the players going to adjust? What do you think?
Absolutely. Well, you have a think about how that game went, and the Lickitungs. It's just it's such a bulky Pokemon overall, and we've seen it time and time again. I've mentioned it time and time again. It's such a good Pokemon, and a key moment for me that made me feel elation. It made me feel a great joy was seeing that Shadow Ball caught on a Licky. It was a great feeling.
It honestly can change so many games. Like, you have Licky basically on every team right now for, again, good reasons. It's so safe. You kind of have to bring it. But then again, you have the option to catch it on your own Licky, and then you just waste so much energy for something that just doesn't do any damage anymore.
Absolutely. An option to catch on pretty much every team. Every team that's running Licky has that ability to catch on their own Licky. And it makes for such a fun, it's almost like a mini game within the game to throw a Shadow Ball into another Licky. A non-same type attack bonus move in Shadow Ball going into a normal type. It just does absolutely nothing.
But what you have to say as well here is, there's the Giratina. Are we going to see it? Like, we have 2 normal types though. That kind of maybe scares us a little bit away here.
No, absolutely. The normal typing of Diggersby on the side of Lawrence, it's just another target to perhaps catch another Shadow Ball. And you're looking at the Pokemon on Odin's side. He also has that Giratina, another Shadow Pokemon, Ghost Pokemon, and it's not doing that high damage.
Yeah, apparently the batch is currently still under review. We're gonna see on how things gonna go there. But now the players have the time to adjust as well towards what they've seen in that game here. But yeah, Giratina again, it's such a fun pick. I do feel like there's for basically nearly everyone a certain Pokemon that is just unique to their team that you don't really see on any of the other teams. For Lawrence here, I do think that Grumpig is like a Pokemon that I would like to see have a little bit more play and have maybe a little bit more play even in this matchup, because Grumpig is one of the few Pokemon that is actually resisting the charge move damage of that Togekiss.
Yeah, we're looking at Grumpig, and I've been informed that it's just such a good Pokemon. Overall in the meta, it has a big place for Grumpig that just isn't really being seen by many players. To see it here, very, very exciting.
Yeah. And again, yeah, Licky on both sides. It's going to be interesting on if we're going to have the same matchup again for the upcoming battles as we had the Shadow Ball being caught. This was such a huge catch there. Like, the catches from UNITE were on point in the first battle. But yeah, Togekiss on both sides, we have Licky on both sides, we have Empoleon on both sides. There seems to be quite a certain meta that's kind of getting quite far in the tournament so far.
Yeah, absolutely, and you don't. There's no. You wouldn't blame the contestants for just checking up to see if this battle was the way that they intended to, because they've already made it so far, all the way to losers round 4. You want them to have the best experience of their time possible, and if something did not go the way that they planned it to, then this is a good opportunity for them to just take a moment, recap, and just get a fair judgment.
Exactly. And again, what we can wait here and see on how the judgment is going to be. We're going to can maybe even talk about the judgment trio kind of there as well. We have the trio towards the Palkia, the Giratina, and the Dialga, which we actually saw Shadow Palkia in the regionals prior as well. Where's Shadow Dialga?
It's very fun to see such godly Pokemon, such high status, legendary Pokemon being used in the under 1500 combat power format, isn't it? And you get to see them a lower level just do as much damage as they possibly can. We've seen one particular trainer who's very good at it.
Yeah, apparently one particular trainer does like to use those Pokemon, but I feel like Giratina is kind of an exception towards those. There are quite a few legendary Pokemon that would be actually allowed to be played in those regional tournaments with the Shadow bonus on top of them as well, but most of them, because they are on such a low CP, they are not really that strong. But Giratina seems to be the exception because of the bulk that this Pokemon still packs, because of the very unique typing, and we have actually another Pokemon that had a very similar typing that did quite well in the World Championship before, which was Dragapult.
Oh, Dragapult, a Pokemon that I've not even seen used in PvP. It's got Dragon Tail, I'm pretty sure, and it just does so much damage. I like Dragapult. It's a good pick.
Yeah, Tauntaun was actually using it. The Dragon Master, basically, was running it in the World Championships. And before, I think it got a little bit nerfed afterwards because Breaking Strike was on this Pokemon, which was really cheap back in the day. Now it is a little bit more expensive of a move. But yeah, he was running it to great success. I think top 8 finish with a Dragapult, which was quite unheard of because nobody else was ever really running it.
Right, Semyon, a very, very knowledgeable trainer. Yes?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. I've got a question for you. I've seen this particular Pokemon in a lot of teams. It's not really been spoken about that much. It's on one side here. It's the Shadow Fortress. What do you particularly think about this Pokemon and what's its place in the meta?
I do feel like the Shadow Fortress might force some players to run certain coverage moves that you would usually not really want to run. We actually had it in the regional in Prague as well, that I think Patoman was running Flamethrower on the Togekiss in order to focus and knock out something like a Fortress immediately. Of course, this covers other Pokemon as well, like a Corviknight. It kinda also covers Pokemon like Tinkaton. But I do think that Fortress itself is a Pokemon that is so unique in itself because you have 2 different modes on it.
Yeah,
you have the Volt Switch, you have the Bug Bite, and you only have 1 weakness in fire.
That was my follow-up question. Which one do you think is the most prevalent in this meta? Which one do you think would be the best one to use? You were mentioning the Altaria. You mentioned the Altaria. Of course, you'd want, in that specific instance, you'd want Volt Switch. But say you didn't come prepared for that, say you came with a Bug Bite. Which one do you think has the most overall coverage? Which do you think in this meta would be the better one to use?
It depends. I feel like in terms of coverage, actually, I like the Volt Switch one more because you just get to the charge moves a little bit earlier, a little bit faster, and you're going to be better against those flying types like the Altaria. But what we've seen so far this regional is only Bug Bite. I haven't seen one with Volt Switch yet, which is interesting because in Prague, it was actually quite a 50-50 split. You had like a lot of Volt Switch, you had a lot of Bug Bite versions, and now it seems like Bug Bite is the one to go.
Which is very, very interesting, because you would expect, with the influx of water Pokemon coming in and in and in, perhaps the Volt Switch would be the more viable option. It would have more targets.
But yeah, then again, you have many water-type Pokemon that are part ground-type as well, where again, you're going to have then rather the Bug Bite than the Volt Switch. You have the Quagsire, which you saw. We have the Swampert, which you saw already as well. And against those, Bug Bite is doing quite a lot of damage.
I know it's very easy to say in hindsight, I would have done this, I would have done this. But if you were playing here today, what do you think a key Pokemon, a really maybe a little bit fun, but a very key Pokemon, a meta Pokemon, what do you think would really cause a splash, really cause a scene, and interrupt the meta here today.
A Pokemon that would cause a splash and would interrupt the meta and would be good against the Pokemon we've seen so far is actually my favorite Pokemon, which is Greninja. Greninja is definitely causing a splash there as well, but it's actually quite solid against the current meta because we're seeing quite a lot of Ghost-type Pokemon. We see the Grumpig, we see the Aegislash, and actually Greninja would be quite good against all of them, I would say.
Well, hopefully we'll see a little bit of Greninja coming up later in the tournament.
But I have a question for you as well.
Go on, go ahead.
Where's your favorite Pokemon?
What is my favorite Pokemon?
No, where is your favorite Pokemon?
Oh, it's a really good question. I forgot to bring it up with me. My favorite Pokemon is Dartrix, and I love it to absolute bits, but I'm very quick at misplacing things.
I know, it's kind of sad because we just saw it in a regional, the last regional before this one, and so why is nobody else running Dartrix?
No, absolutely. Dartrix will be back.
Yeah, Dartrix needs to be back. I'm actually curious if we've seen someone, if someone actually is still playing with Dartrix right now. I wouldn't be too surprised. Again, it'll just win a regional tournament, showcasing the power this Pokemon has.
And hopefully that gave some inspiration to some trainers that are here today, maybe still fighting, competing to try and show their place and what they can do with their Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that the Dartrix itself would be a Pokemon that would be very good against this current meta. But what we've seen as well so far as a spike in this current meta as well is that you kinda would see a lot of steel type Pokemon, which is kinda something that Dartrix maybe doesn't want to see too much.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And Dartrix, of course, I enjoy it as a Pokemon, and I always say to everyone how fantastic it is, but it obviously has its weaknesses, especially with ice typings. We've seen Celio today, which maybe may have been picked to try and counteract people who have seen and taken inspiration from Arrow last week and did so well with that, maybe trying to expect a few of them in the roster.
And now we have confirmation as well. There's no rematch given to it. Uden is going to be able to win this first battle, and so we can dive into what's going to happen next. We're going to have the next battle coming up. We have to have Lawrence trying to adjust their team in order to counter Uden, but mainly what Uden kind of separated there was the way of catching those moves. We caught the move in the beginning, that was a drill play actually at the end of the day, from the Empoleon. We also caught the Shadow Ball, and that kind of sets them apart a little bit.
Absolutely. And not only is it just a fantastic move, it's also a bit of a mind game. After you've taken a Shadow Ball on your Licky Licky, you're feeling good. You're feeling good, and your opponent has wasted energy. You may be a little bit downtrodden from that point. It's what the trainers do from that point to then build themselves back up to try and pull back and try and overcome the situation is what makes the difference.
Yeah, I'm curious. They had now a lot of time as well to think about what they want to do next. So I'm curious on what they kind of try to get up there. I want to see the Grumpig. I think Grumpig actually looks really, really good, unless you're going to go up against the Giratina. But I would also like to see the Giratina, so hopefully we're going to see both of them in this upcoming battle. But yeah, Grumpig again, you're going to have access to Dynamic Punch, which is going to be able to hit the Empoleon, hit the Licky Licky, and then you have Shadow Ball, which is going to be good against basically everything else, while you resist everything that the Togekiss has.
Absolutely. In the stream, we've seen some of the more fun picks being played after going to game up. So are we going to see Giratina? We are not going to see Giratina in this particular game, but we are seeing a matchup between a Grumpy Pig and a Azumarill.
I do think that the Grumpig's energy can go a long way as well, where you could even argue of maybe you want to catch a move onto your Licky Licky, because again, there's not going to be a good answer to the Licky Licky on either of the sides. I guess we have, in theory, the Diggersby, which is a good answer, but if you are on the Grumpig side, you have the Diggersby on your team and not on the opponent's team, so you're gonna be fine there.
Grumpig is such a fun Pokemon to play. It gets energy very, very quickly with its Psy Waves. However, neither of the moves that it standardly runs that it's running right here are same type attack bonus. So you don't get the extra damage that you would if it was the typing of either Ghost or Fighting.
Yeah, and you have the good coverage, so with this you have nothing that can really resist it. We talked about before. That's why at one point Annihilate was absolutely everywhere because of the Ghost and the Fighting type coverage. But in comes here Azumarill, showcasing that bulk matters. Bulk is what you need. Bulk is allowing you to get to another Ice Beam and winning the lead matchup.
Absolutely, and it is a testament to this Pokemon that's been in the meta for such a long time. It refuses to go away. It just does so much damage and it has so much good coverage.
And in comes now the Licky Licky against this Togekiss. Of course, Togekiss has access to the fighting type coverage in the Aura Sphere, and so we see the shield coming up here, trying to preserve the Togekiss. I could see this charge move being thrown, and maybe see another catch onto the own Licky.
And we are seeing the Aura Sphere land here. The community, they moving it does so much damage into the normal typing of Licky as a reason that we're seeing so much of the Togekiss with that move is because of the influx of Licky that we are seeing. But we're seeing Odin throw the body slam into Lauren's own Licky now.
Odin just tries to keep the shields for the Empoleon, knowing that the Empoleon is going to be very strong against both the Licky as well as, of course, the Togekiss here. Body slam is coming through from the own Licky. It's going to get it below half health. It's just a standard matchup we see currently is Licky versus Licky. Shadow Ball still going to hurt quite a bit here, but we might see another no shield because he kind of want to keep the shields for the Togekiss.
Absolutely, and by no way is Empoleon a squishy Pokemon at all. But the shield saved here is the squishiest of the 3 Pokemon, so it's probably the better place to put your shields into.
Yeah, we see the shield coming up now. Of course, the Shadow Ball is coming through. This is going to be the swap as well into the Togekiss, but now there's going to be the Aura Sphere coming through. We have to have the shield here. You have so much energy on the Empoleon, but now that Togekiss is going to be energy drained, there's so much energy onto the Empoleon.
Absolutely, and it's a good position for the Empoleon to be in, having taken a shield here, and it has more residual energy in the back. Now, if Odin's been keeping account of the counts on this Togekiss, he'll know that he can get a little bit more energy here before having to throw, but throws as soon as he gets the move here, and Odin will be wanting to just take away and remove this Togekiss from the match.
Togekiss is going to be gone here now, and in comes the Licky. But is the Body Slam enough to knock out this Pokemon here? Now, is it going to be enough to knock out the Empoleon to resist the damage, but might just be enough?
We're going to see as the Body Slam is rearing up, it's winding up, and it's just hanging in there by a smidgen, by the tiniest little amount. It just hangs in for Odin.
1 HP is all it needed, and here again, Empoleon is showcasing why it's kind of a bit high up in the current usage that this was domination. 3 Pokemon left on Odin's side. Empoleon did so well there.
Odin has absolutely an Odin masterclass, some may say, and to hang in there right at the end, it's a fantastic play for the player. He knows his Pokemon, and he's played with them time and time again, and he knew that this was where it needed to be.
Yeah, he took a little bit of a break after the regional in Stuttgart. We actually got into the top 8, and now he's back. He tries to win the tournament, of course, and what a performance this was, again, showcasing on why Empoleon is such a strong pick in the current meta, and why so many more trainers are relying currently on this Pokemon.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, I really enjoyed watching the Grumpig play. We haven't seen that much of it in this tournament, but Grumpig and it having such 2 separate moves away from his actual typing it's just so... It's refreshing. It's refreshing to watch.
It's so refreshing to watch, and let's watch back here as well the catch onto the Drill Peck. This was absolutely fantastic play because you're going to keep the energy, of course, for later on, which you can then utilize for your Empoleon. And here you don't take that much on the Zero Roll, and in comes here again.
Oh, is this the moment? Is this oh my goodness!
This is the best moment.
I love this moment so very much. Watching the Shadow Ball onto the normal type. I don't think he even realizes it on his face yet, but yes. He was, what a play.
What a play that was. Especially in the first battle, those catches really decided that one. And yeah, both trainers are still quite happy. And Odin here is going to be able to take down as well at the end. This, Licky here with the Hydro Cannon. The Empoleon was so strong. Like 1 HP there, surviving the Body Slam. They were showcased, again, depends on how you train your Pokemon and if they survive some hits or not. And here, 1 HP, all needed.
But again. We are seeing Licky. It's the glue. This is what we've been saying. It's been the glue holding all the teams together. That there has to be someone, something, some Pokemon that can stop this Pokemon. It's running rampant. It's running a rampage. It's not running very fast. It's quite a big Pokemon, but it is running in this tournament.
It's rolling out so far, but we of course have some fighting type Pokemon that we've seen already. Maybe we see some more special fighting type. I would like to see Machamp coming back as well. Like such an old school Pokemon.
Yes, and it has Karate Chop now, hasn't it? It's a move that gets the energy so very quickly. I see that in the Go Battle League quite often, and it's got a good coverage in its moves as well. It has a Dark move. It has a a rock move. It's got loads of coverage that you could potentially use, and it would be a good answer. Well, apart from the Shadow Balls would absolutely crunch into it, but it's still a very good answer to that Lickitung.
I do think that there's quite a bit of potential currently for other fighting-type Pokemon to shine as well. I would also like to see some like a Chestnut, like a fighting and grass-type Pokemon, where we talked about grass-type Pokemon already on the spot of the current meta, because you have Pokemon like Quagsire, you have Pokemon like the Stunfisk, they don't do anything against you.
Yeah, absolutely. And relatively recently, we've been able to get a Shadow Chestnut. Maybe that would be even to do even more damage into whatever grass and fighting grass and normal is in its wake.
And of course, we want to hear from the winner. Like, this was such an interesting battle. There was such great catches as well. Let's take a look at what he wants to say.
Catch after catch to create win after win. I'm here with EU Uden, who just managed to make it through on this next round in the loser's side of the bracket. We haven't seen you much so far this tournament. How's it been going?
It's going good. I mean, I lost the first round, but
Okay.
I won fourth. So it went great. It went well.
Yeah, it's something about a double elimination tournament, right?
Yes.
If you get knocked down quite early, sometimes that can hurt your perseverance. But it looks like you are doing quite well with that. How do you bounce back from a game one loss?
I keep focused, still manage to play, manage to win, and then I'm here. So.
Yep. And managing to win on stream some pretty good battles. I know everyone is wondering because Martijn said there's one Giratina in the tournament. And we looked at the team sheet. I think it's you. What inspired you to bring this Pokemon to the tournament?
If I explain, a good friend of mine won 2 tournaments this season. He played Giratina.
Oh, interesting.
And I thought, I'm now in his hometown, so I need to play it.
This guy sounds like a real dork.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, Martijn. I hope he's not listening. But no, I think that's cool. You're getting some inspiration off of a trainer that you know well. But how does it play around with the rest of your team?
It played well. I mean, against this opponent, I couldn't body this. I mean, I have almost no play here with Giratina. But the matches before, I brought it, and it was really, really good for me.
All right, so
yeah, it paid off.
So you have already used it a couple times in the tournament?
Yeah, definitely. Maybe next time if we go on the stream.
We'll see. Okay,
We
well,
will
yeah,
see.
you are in the loser side of the bracket, as we said. So that does mean that we might get opportunities to see a little bit more play from you. But
I will try my best.
I know that you're no stranger to day 2 competitor, but in case we don't see you again, is there anyone you want to shout out or any things that you want to say on stream?
Oh yeah, I shout out my friend Leonard König. He's at home. He's really sick. Sadly, he didn't manage to come this tournament. But also my friends from Germany, some teammates, Legends United, and still Martijn.
Great. Well, it's so good to have you on the couch. Hope to see more of you in this tournament. Again, we have still quite a bit more action to go, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Thank you, Odin. I heard you, Amanda. Hi, we're back for more battles. How you doing?
We're back. I'm doing fine.
It's our first time together.
It's our first time here, and I'm back here with the Giratina Master. Are you proud now?
Yeah, the Giratina Master, we just saw him.
Yeah, so we have 2 Giratina Masters now. Of course, he wants to run it because of you. Isn't that sweet?
Yeah, I am proud of him. I'm proud of him. We'll see how far he can take it if he actually use on the broadcast as well. We've just seen so many unique Pokemon on this broadcast, like Rainy Cast Form. We see Shadow Giratina. Also, we saw Hawlucha. What's going on? Why don't we see this in North America?
I don't know, but we can basically
spice.
see everything right now, which is it's fantastic because they have such an open meta. And let's see what we're going to see here. We're going to see another major. We see also the Galarian Moltres. A Pokemon kind of disappeared a little bit recently, I feel like.
Yeah, Snailmon on the left. In case you struggle with this pronunciation, the literal translation is snowman, so maybe that's easier. Galarian Moltres is a Pokemon that has kind of fallen out of the meta. I still think it's decent, but you have to be wary of those pesky fairy-type Pokemon. Now, of course, Togekiss is playable, but if you get it locked into a Tinkaton, it is not a place that Galarian Moltres wants to be.
I'm interested in the Medicham here as well. We saw it already earlier doing quite well, so Medicham might be back here. But again, Moltres actually is very solid because of the flying type coverage. We saw already some good flying type Pokemon doing quite a solid job. And if you get some energy up, even in those matchups against the Togekiss, you are still quite fine. And here we have the Togekiss.
Oh, and there's another Pokemon Galarian Moltres really likes that I just got reminded of here. Unova Stunfisk. Oh, what a terrible matchup that is. Now, if you have Payback as Galarian Moltres, that is actually a more playable matchup, but we saw that Galarian Moltres from Snowman has Fly and Brave Bird, not Payback, so it doesn't only have resisted charge attacks into that. And the same for into Empoleon, but because Sucker Punch is such a good fast attack, it still has good play there. I do think that the Galarian Moltres, it's quite playable here.
It's definitely quite playable, especially when you see like the Corsola there, where you're going to be having a great matchup. And also with Quagsire not running Stone Edge in this case, is going to be quite fantastic for this flying type.
Yeah, with Mudshot being double resisted, it doesn't deal any damage at all. So the only thing you really have to deal damage into Galarian Moltres as that Quagsire is just Aqua Tail. We'll see how both trains are going to adapt here. Snailmon does like to use those safe lines. We'll see how his opponent Cubu does react to that.
We're also going to have here again those Fortress. I think the Fortress is going to be an interesting pick here as well for this meta. As I think Bug Bite again, we have always only seen Bug Bite so far. You said before as well in the last regional talk to you there as well, you say, oh, Bug Bite is so much better than Volt Switch.
And I was right.
Yeah, you were right apparently.
Well, Volt Switch is just kind of a moveset that makes Fortress way less flexible because ground types are just everywhere. Makes it a pretty tough Pokemon to use, while if there's nothing like a Corviknight, then Fortress can just really run wild. That's why I think that that moveset might just be the way. Now, about Cubu, this is actually a full Dutch matchup. Cubu, however, this is his first regional championship, so exciting for him to get it this far already in losers round 5.
Yeah, that's very exciting. For the first regional there, that is a very, very strong. And again, I like this team as well. I do think that it's kind of cool to see the Corsola again. We haven't really seen that much on stream yet from this Pokemon, but of course in recent regionals, this Pokemon did particularly do quite well. So we see on how this is going to go.
Let's find out. Game number 1. We see the Azumarill from Snailmon into Galarian Corsola from Cubu. And this is a very neutral matchup. Do keep in mind that this Galarian Corsola, important detail, has sunglasses. The same ones as Amanda, I think. But both Pokemon are very bulky. I think that Galarian Corsola will barely win this matchup just because Astonish and Nightshade together are just so strong.
Yeah, this is looking very cool because of the sunglasses, of course. But also just the Astonish and the Nightshade is just chunking away on the Azumarill. But yeah, as you said already, two very bulky Pokemon. It's going to be quite a neutral matchup. But Corsola seems to be in a little bit of a better spot.
And for those who want to relive some memories, in the back from Snailmon, we see the Medicham Licky core. Now, this used to be Lickitung a couple seasons ago, but this core covers just about everything here. So on one hand, is Snailmon happy to see Galarian Corsola here because Medicham avoids. On the other hand, that could have been a great target for Licky. But Licky, as we know, is a very neutral Pokemon to begin with. Cubu staying in here, though, so that will give that Medicham a way to maybe do something in this battle.
Yeah, Medicham looks quite promising here, but again, this battle is very, very neutral. We're gonna see that. Oh, we see
trying to get the Astonish down, but wasn't able to. Gets bubbled down instead. Has an Ice Beam loaded. Shadow Quagsire comes in, and this is not exactly a bulky Pokemon. But the other option was to take a super effective Ice Beam. You don't want that either.
Yeah, Cubu, I don't think that was really the play that he wanted to do there. But at the end of the day, you're still going to have a bit of an energy advantage, at least, on your Quagsire. Now you're going to see here, of course, the Medicham coming in. But it's now in range kind of for the Dynamic Punch.
Now, both Pokemon don't deal a lot of fast attack pressure here, so this is really going to rely on this charge attacks that we're going to see through here. Medicham is quite bulky though, so it will hang on quite comfortably here. We see the Dynamic Punch coming through. Now this will knock out Shadow Quagsire. Does Cubu shield this or not? He kind of needs his Shadow Quagsire because this would be a lot for Unova Stunfisk alone to do.
Especially because the Unova Stunfisk...
Oh, the catch!
Is going to be, of course, weak to the Ice Punch. But yeah, the catch is coming in here onto the Mud Bomb, still doing some solid damage. But yeah, again, you can at least now maybe get a bit more energy on the Quagsire and then utilize your Stunfisk.
Cubu really needs to get all that energy. This is a great opportunity to get that energy, and a catch on the Body Slam here. Shadow Ball would have been way more efficient, so this is a great play for Cubu to sponge some energy. Yeah, you have that energy on the Quagsire now. Now you have to get energy on this Unovan Stunfisk.
And we have a lot of energy already on this Unovan Stunfisk, going now for the Discharge, actually, because you need to have 2 charge moves anyway against this Licky. Discharge is a little bit of a cheaper move. This is going to do some solid damage, and enough for another Discharge to maybe do enough.
I like that. I like going for 2 discharge here, but will this knock out? It's gonna get really close. Discharge doesn't do a lot of damage. Snailman actually puts up the Protect Shield. He really wants to get the Shadow Ball off. No, he keeps the energy. Now goes into Medicham for a super effective Ice Punch, which will do about 35% damage to the bulky Stunfisk. Keep in mind that Shadow Quagsire still has a lot of energy. Here it comes, and it will outpace Medicham to 2 charge attacks if it wants to. Ooh, but going for the Mop instead of the Aqua Tail.
This is doing a little bit more damage than that Awkward Tail, but mostly it's still not going to be enough to knock out this Medicham, so you have to go for another charge move here as well in order to threaten it. But again, Ice Punch is coming through without a charge move being thrown by the Quagsire.
This is so awkward. How far is the clock for Snailman? Does he get Thundershock down here, or can he go into Licky Licky? Oh, I think that this Unova stuff is going to get far too much energy. That's 3 Thundershock, and you need 2 Shadow Ball here. 1 to strip the shield. I think that Snailman actually will have this.
Yeah, I think there's so much energy on the Licky Licky that this Shadow Ball will be enough to get the shield, but never mind, there's no shield in play. The Shadow Ball gonna land, and 1 more rollout is all it takes.
What a great play from both trainers here. Snailman identifying the win condition. I will get to 2 Shadow Ball here anyway. I will go for it, and Cubu knew that, so he was hoping that Snailman for some reason would go for the Body Slam here, and he had to call that, but it was a Shadow Ball. Great play by Snailman, great play by Cubu.
Yeah, I think Cubo most likely wasn't too happy with the energy that was kind of sometimes a bit wasted, but again, great play from Snowman there. Like being able to utilize the damage against the Quagsire with Quagsire had the energy, and also, of course, in the lead matchup. That was very interesting that the Corsair didn't go for the charge move, and then the Azumarill still had the Ice Beam to put the Quagsire into range for then even potentially the Medicham there. But at the end, yeah, it worked out quite well for Snowman.
I think that may have just costed Cubu by not throwing the charge stack there. But yeah, otherwise Licky Licky gets energy too. I do think that, I don't know, having the Quagsire so far behind against that Medicham really put him in a tough spot there. I do like how safe Snowman played that there, because halfway that Medicham versus Quagsire matchup, he swapped out there because I think he was like, maybe it's an Empoleon in the back. I might need that Medicham. It wasn't Empoleon, it was Unova Stunfisk. But it's just like the decision tree that you have in your head where you're like, if it's this, I have to do this, and I have to make sure that. And that's what defines good from great from good.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. You have to always kind of think ahead, okay, what could they have in the back? What do I need in order to deal with it? But how are those players going to adjust now? I feel like Snowman is kind of happy on how he played. He's kind of happy on what he had as well. And yeah, we see on if we're going to have the Galarian Moltres maybe having some play as well. Would like to see it.
I mean, into that Shadow Quagsire, it would be great. But facing off against Unova Stunfisk will be very tough. If you lead Galarian Moltres into Galarian Corsola and a Shadow Quagsire in the back, like we saw in Game 1, that would be fantastic for Galarian Moltres, because both of those Pokemon, Galarian Corsola and Quagsire, do not want to deal with a Moltres. But man, if you get it onto Togekiss or Unova Stunfisk, that's a pain.
I wonder how those players are going to adjust, because we're going to have no game number 2 already. Let's take a look what those players are going to bring. Corsola against Medicham.
This is an excellent lead for Cubu, and he is double weak to Medicham in the back. Snowman has to get out of this and answered immediately by this Empoleon. This might be what Snowman is looking for, as he does have Azumarill in the back, which isn't exactly great into Empoleon either, but there's not exactly a weakness on the team again. There's nothing that's really weak to Azumarill on Cubu's team in the first place. Oh, shields immediately though. I don't think that was necessary per se, as with such a fast switch, you'd outpace it to Hydro Cannon regardless.
I just think Cubo just really wants to go ahead and try to align himself there, because you have to have the Medicham against the Corsola. If you have it against your normal and your steel type Pokemon in the back, you're going to be in big trouble. And so we see the shit coming up here from Snowman as well.
I find that interesting too, because you could have taken the shield advantage in here and then take out this Empoleon with a dynamic punch, but looks like Snowman might be trying to keep this Licky Licky around, perhaps to take on Galarian Corsola later on.
Are we going to see another shield?
Oh.
We do see another shield onto the Empoleon. All the hard-hitting moves are going to be shielded, and we already have only one shield left on the Snowman side here. The Hydro Cannon is going to land. Do we see another shield?
That would be a choice, because the Shadow Ball could be useful into Galarian Corsola, but looks like Snowman is fine taking the shield advantage for the backline. But you see two bulky Pokemon like Galarian Corsola and Licky Licky. Good luck getting through that. You're going to need like a Pangoro like we saw earlier on this broadcast.
And now we have here the Drill Pack coming through. Of course, you're going to see the no-shield immediately. Snowman knowing at the end of the day, Medicham is going to go up against that Corsola, and you're rather going to keep the shield for the Azumarill in the back. And in comes the Dynamic Punch, and out goes that Empoleon, because that's going to one-shot this Pokemon.
So somehow punching on steel is super effective. It goes down the Empoleon, swapping into Azumarill here, and answered immediately. QB wasn't even looking what was coming. He just swaps it in right away. Doesn't want to be behind energy on this Azumarill here, and now goes for the more efficient Shadow Ball.
Shadow Ball going to get shielded immediately, but Cubo is going to be quite happy with the situation, being able to align his Pokemon correctly, having still that Corsair in the back for the Machamp, where Machamp is going to struggle quite a bit, and now Player is coming through trying to weaken up the Licky, but there's quite a lot more damage that Licky can take here.
Yeah, this is kind of an uphill battle for Snailmon here. I know Azumarill's good, you know Azumarill's good, but is it good enough to take on both Licky and Galarian Corsola? You cannot even overfarm here, or Licky will get to a body slam as well.
Yeah, Licky just gets to those moves so insanely fast, so you have to kind of take it down as soon as you can. But here's now a Shadow Ball caught onto the Machamp. That's super effective. This is going to take down the Medicham, and you still have the Corsola with a lot of HP left for the Azumarill.
I guess no one recognized that Medicham is just kind of useless here, so he just throws it in the bin to overfarm more on Azumarill. I think that an Ice Beam would have been sufficient here, but Snailmon doesn't want to take any chances. He goes for the player off just in case it would get caught. Now you need 2 charge stacks at the minimum into this Galarian Corsola because it has taken no bubble damage. And I think that this Galarian Corsola is just fine getting that Nightshade off pretty soon.
Yeah, we are definitely going to go into game number 3 at this point, because this is going to do enough damage to get it at least into Astonish range. And now Azumarill, like we know already, Corsola is one of the bulkiest Pokemon. This player off is barely going to do a dent into it.
Yeah, this Galarian Corsola with the Amanda sunglasses will hang on quite fine here. As you can see, doesn't even take it into the yellow. Astonish deals a decent amount of damage. Q makes it a tight score here now, and we'll get a decisive game number 3.
Cubo seems very happy here with how he plays, and especially as well, like in game number 1, he had the potential as well to do a little bit more if he played the lead matchup, maybe a bit more towards what he wanted to play it out there, but now he was able to kind of fight back and is now in game number 3, which is an interesting game now, because both players are running quite unique teams, like they're quite different compared to each other. We have only 2 Pokemon that are the same in the Empoleon and the Licky, and so we have a lot of potential for them to adjust with maybe Pokemon the opponent wouldn't really expect here or have that much practice with.
Do you think that this might just be the time to bring out the dark and flying type Galarian Moltres? What do you think?
I think it would be a cool choice, yeah. I don't think that the...
Is it cool, or are you going to win with it? Like, cool is one thing, but you want to win too.
We had the Corsair just now doing so much damage there, so I do think there's definitely a target for it. And I do think that Corsair most likely is coming up here again as well, because you kind of want to cover for that Medicham, so might be an interesting choice to maybe even bench something like the Medicham and bring in the bird.
The thing that I think Galarian Moltres does better than Licky, because they both take on this Galarian Corsola so well, is that Empoleon matchup. Because I think that Cubu is now trying to rely on Galarian Corsola and Empoleon core, which is pretty much unbreakable. That's why I think Galarian Moltres might just do that a little bit better. It's not exactly an Empoleon counter, but Sucker Punch adds up so much that he might have play there. If you fall into the trap of Stunfisk though, Galarian Moltres gets shut down easily.
Yeah, I really hope that we would see now the Galarian Moltres. Again, Stunfisk, I mean, it is very solid into Snowman's team as well, so I could definitely see that we could see this Pokemon again as well. But yeah, I do think that Moltres, especially with knowing that the Corsair is very likely to come here, would be an interesting choice.
Snailmon is locked in at last, and now this is a very risky line. He went very weak to Stunfisk, but there's no Stunfisk to be found on the team of Cubu. This is actually a very neutral matchup. If Cubu wins Charge Security tie here, then Togekiss will win this matchup. Trying to catch on Licky, which is not exactly strong against this Empoleon either, so this is kind of a choice of swap in. You will be able to get to another Hydro Cannon here as Snailmon, or does he now swap in his own?
He might swap in his own here as well, but the Hydro Cannon is doing so much. Another Hydro Cannon coming through. This is going to do so much damage against the Licky.
Still no shield.
Still no shield coming up here, and I think Snowman is quite happy on how the situation going out here right now. As you can see, there is going to be now the swap out into the Licky, but the Cubus Licky is already so low.
Also, I think that Snailmon was hoping to catch that Shadow Ball on Licky. This is a great opportunity for Cubu to get some damage in and maybe get some energy on that Togekiss as well. But Snailmon is gathering a lot of energy here too. You cannot swap in your Galarian Corsair as Cubu, so you have to soak all the damage on Togekiss. And Togekiss is quite fragile actually. Here it comes. Looks like Cubu cannot afford this Licky to get too much energy. So, let's this go. This might actually knock out.
This will very likely knock out, but you kind of just try to keep the shields for the Empoleon, I guess. And
order to do a lot of damage, because you expect, of course, the Corsair in the back there. And in comes now the Empoleon doing a lot of fast move pressure, Aurasiel coming through, and of course you want to shield this move up.
Jonkers, does he know? Does he know what is in the back? Does Snillmon know? I think at this point, as Snillmon, you are praying that there's not a Unova Stunfisk in the back, but that the Pokemon in the back is the one you have been trying to target this entire time. And I think his Cubus is hoping it's going to be a Medicham. But oh, what a surprise this will be. I want to see Snillmon's face when he sees that Galarian Moltres. Well, there's hardly emotion, but I know from the inside he's very happy here.
He must be very happy. We very like to go see the shield coming up, and now we see the swap into the Moltres. Going up against the course now, finding its target, and even those sunglasses won't help you here anymore.
And yes, there you see, we see the catch attempt here. I'm not sure if it even matters. A Power Gem won't take out this Galarian Moltres in one charge stack. You don't even need Dark-type charge stacks for this Galarian Corsair, because this is what Galarian Moltres was made for, to eat up those ghosts.
And now it's a fast move damage that's adding up. A bait coming through. I feel like maybe it's the only choice there. I don't know. We're gonna see the shield coming up. I don't think that the Power Gem would be enough at this point anyway. But in comes the fast move damage. In comes the... maybe the Brave Bird? Now we see the Fly coming through.
Not taking any chances there. It's getting actually pretty close into Power Gem range. If this Galarian Corsair hangs on, wait. It barely hangs on. Does it have the Power Gem? Wait, it catches as well. It didn't matter anyway. And Polly was way too healthy. Snillmon just trying to flex a little bit here. He really needs these championship points to qualify for the World Championships. And this is a great step for Snillmon to get further. Congratulations to him on making it to losers round 6.
I found this a very, very interesting matchup, because we saw both players adjust multiple times their teams to try to counter each other. And at the end, bringing that Moltres, having a little bit of...
It paid off.
It paid off. Having a little bit of hope that there's no Stunfisk in the back definitely paid off there.
Stunfisk was pretty good for QB in game 1. So benching it was kind of an interesting choice there. I guess really afraid of what Snillmon could bring. I mean, Snillmon didn't really have good Stunfisk answers. His best was maybe that Medicham, but maybe Medicham was brought so much that Q is like, I'm not taking any chances here. I'm not gonna play Stunfisk again.
Yeah, most likely was the case. But again, yeah, Stunfisk actually was quite solid there still. Medicham, though, was the one that pressuring, but then leaving the Medicham off there as well, just because you want to counter the Corsair. You really want to get rid of the sunglasses there. Kind of sad for the sunglasses, but generally speaking, very well done.
Look, Snillmon knows that in the Netherlands, it's just rainy. So get out of here with your sunglasses. That doesn't work here. And I think that was his attitude here. He was like, why is this Pokemon wearing sunglasses? Just let me remove this Pokemon entirely from the field. This was a great play from Snillmon, because what I pointed out was that Snillmon played very, very safe besides that last game. In this match, he was preserving Medicham in case there was an Empoleon. And while we saw the Unova Stunfisk in the back, that could have been a great play if there was Empoleon, because then you have Medicham left still.
Yeah. And here, again, we see keeping the Pokemon there, keeping the Medicham in the back can be very helpful, but in this case we had Pokemon where everything was kind of neutral anyway. The matchup here with the player off coming through against the Azumarill, that's only 1 HP, there was just not enough because Corsair was just too bulky. But then again, someone was like, Corsair, don't want to lose against it again, just bring my hardest answers against this Pokemon, and it paid off big time.
It kind of is a strategy as well, where you are like, okay, I might run weak to one Pokemon, but at least this other Pokemon won't have any play into me at all. So maybe I'll risk being weak to Unova and Stunfisk, but in the process of doing so, at least I will annihilate Galarian Corsair, and that worked out for him, especially when Stunfisk doesn't even show up.
Yeah, he was really expecting that Corsair would be the Pokemon that would be coming there anyway, because it was so strong in the second battle. And yeah, he was right, as he said as well. It is a Pokemon that he was able to counter quite easily there, and the Moltres finally showed off that it still has the power to be one of the best Pokemon in this meta.
Snillmon, normally a globetrotter, competes everywhere, hasn't competed as much this season. However, that meant that he really needed these championship points at this tournament right here. He's been competing in local championships, he's been competing a little bit closer by, such as in Lille, but yeah, now this is the final chance, the final opportunity for Snillmon to get those championship points. Unless, he hasn't told me, but unless he competes in Turin or NAIC as well, this will be his last opportunity to get those championship points.
Definitely a very good opportunity there for him still, because he's still in the tournament. He did quite well there as well and showcased his power, showcased his skill, showcases a very unique approach to the meta as well, again with the Moltres. And I'm curious on what we're gonna see next as well.
What did you think of Fortress so far? This Pokemon we didn't see in the last game, but like you mentioned, so much more Bug Bite, no Volt Switch. Where did all the Volt Switch Fortress go?
I don't know, but what I kind of want to say there as well, I feel like we see less actually being used though. I feel like in Prague, basically Fortress was nearly every battle, and basically faced, like we saw it the entire time, I had to commentate over it, and like there was like the uniqueness, okay, it's a Bug Bite. Now it's just like, oh, okay, it's Bug Bite, but actually you don't really see it as often. It's more like bench pressure, you have to prepare for it, but I don't know, like Bug Bite here is going to be a current choice. A key win, we saw the Credilli actually, which is kind of
from Sakori.
Yeah,
Yes.
Sakori I think still in as well, and yeah, Rock Tomb going to be very good coverage as well against even the Kilossia of the Talonflame. And then we have Sand Tomb as well as coverage. You have two move spaces that are allowing you to debuff the opponent, which can be kind of crucial, especially if you face up, like, have a good lead basically. The opponent has to stop out, and then they have to deal with the rest of the battle with a debuff on it.
Yeah, you can debuff both defense and attack, depending on which attack you throw there. Now, another point that is not on this graphic per se, but that we've seen in the championships, especially in Prague so much, Togekiss. With Bug Bites, you don't do well in that matchup because Bug Bite is double resisted into Fairy and Flying type. That is actually why I kind of expected to see at least a few Volt Switch, just because it takes on those Flying type Pokemon better, such as Corviknight and Togekiss. Even Talonflame, you can deal some damage at least. I mean, I'm just saying, I lost as Talonflame user to a Fortress in Prague. If you can outpace to a Rock Tomb, you can actually win that matchup in the Zero Shield. So I'm just saying, but let's look into our next one. What do we have here? You know, I'll let you figure out because I need a moment to think about what Zweilous just brought here. Is this an Arrow team?
It is basically an Arrow team, apparently. We have two trainers starting with Z here as well, as we're going to have Zweilous with Dartrix.
Wait, you know this trainer?
I sometimes, like, I've seen him before, I think. We have Quagsire, we have the Ninetales, Shadow Ninetales, Fortress, was a Volt Switch,
yeah,
finally!
Speak of the devil.
Yeah.
And there it shows up.
And he also has my favorite Pokemon. Thank you very much for the Greninja here.
Greninja's your favorite Pokemon?
Yeah.
I'm taking notes. It's a Pokemon that charges energy so incredibly quickly with that unique fast attack Water Shuriken, one of the two Pokemon that has this fast attack to begin with, paces even quicker than Feraligatr and Swampert to Hydro Cannon, and can be a really valuable asset. Matchups like Togekiss that you think are bad for Dark-type Pokemon, not that bad for Greninja, just because of its spacing. Shadow Quagsire, you absolutely annihilate in the two-shield scenario. So, it has some unique assets to this, but Greninja is a Pokemon that only really works when it has shields. If it does not have shields, it's gonna have a really tough time because it's not bulky.
Also want to highlight that there is not going to be Energy Ball on that. Ninetales rather goes for the hard-hitting Overheat to do even more firepower. But let's take a look here at Zephymaster's team. We're going to see the Spiritomb again and the Credilli, double Rock Tomb.
This is so scary for Zephyr because you kind of want to have that Quagsire for Kanto Ninetales. Quagsire is the only Pokemon on this team that resists fire, even though Lickilicky and Empoleon have an okay matchup as well. But there's a Dartrix on the team of Zweilous, which annihilates this Shadow Quagsire, shuts it down entirely. What is interesting here, though, Spiritomb. That's not a Pokemon you see a lot. And I think because there's fewer Tinkaton around nowadays and the prime Fairy type becoming Togekiss, Spiritomb is not bad into that because you resist the charge attack, just like Sableye.
It's basically just like Sableye, and this is something that we definitely can note already for day number 1. We've seen quite a few more Sableye, and we saw now already 2 Spiritombs on stream as well total. So those Ghost and Dark-type Pokemon seem to do quite well so far in the tournament. And again, for those for the Sableye and the Spiritomb, they are having the same typing, but they actually kind of function quite a bit differently, even though you have like similar coverage as well. You have like Rock-type coverage on both of those Pokemon, but you have the fast move difference here of Shadow Claw, or if you want to have Sucker Punch, of course, Sucker Punch is going to be better against the neutral Pokemon of the normal type Pokemon of Lickilicky.
Yeah, one thing that really hurts Spiritomb is just slow pacing. It takes quite some time to get to either a Rock Tomb or a Shadow Ball, despite the buff for Shadow Ball to now take less energy to get there. I would say that it's a Pokemon that does have a decent amount of play into the team of Zweilous, but man, if Wigglytuff comes out, that's a terrible matchup for Spiritomb. We're gonna find out. We have Battle of the Germans here. Zweilous on the left, Zephyr on the right. Here we go. We have Fortress with Voltrich from Zweilous into Shadow Quagsire. A great lead for Zephyr.
And that's why you want to run Bug Bite, I guess, as we see the swap out immediately into the Greninja. But is there actually a counter for Greninja? There is no real counter for this Pokemon. It's quite safe as a safe swap here.
I would expect Zizwalos to use a protection here already because it already does so much damage, and yes, he does. Even if he would swap in Cradilly now, it actually doesn't even do that well because of its slower pacing, and it doesn't really hit hard with... Even if it had the Bullet Seed fast stack, a Grass type fast stack, it doesn't even deal that much damage. And we see Zephyr matching shields just right away, but Greninja pace is quicker.
And now another Hydro Cannon comes through, and we see the no-shade immediately. This is gonna do a lot of damage. Greninja is very much attack-rated here. It's gonna do so much against this Quagsire.
I don't think you can get a Water Shuriken down here, so Shadow Quagsire might just be pretty fine in this matchup right here, being one turn ahead. Now letting the Mud Bomb go through. Greninja will likely hang on, but it does have a Night Slash loaded. And now we see the switch. He's keeping that Night Slash. Goes into Dartrix, getting the back down here. This Cradilly does have the fast stack asset, so it does have a fine matchup here. But keep in mind that this Dartrix has Brave Bird, and that hits incredibly hard.
We see the Brave Bird coming through at the same time as this Rock Tomb is being thrown, and so the shield is coming through straight away to cover up for the damage here.
Interesting play to shield that immediately. I like this play from Zizwalos because this means that with this defense drop that this Rock Tomb is likely to knock out. No, Zizwalos lets it go. I thought this would be a great opportunity for the the Fortress doesn't have Bug Bite. I forgot for a second. It has Volt Switch, so it actually doesn't do that great here. Looks like Zizwalos is just going for 2 Charge Stack, and this time throwing before Charge Stack early time.
This is going to do so much damage. Brave Bird, of course, going to be doing so much. We've seen it before in the last regional. And this is not enough, but we have the swap out straight away from both players. And here the Hydro Cannon is going to land onto the Licky.
I was thinking this was a catch, but I don't think Zizwalos even minds that this Licky takes this Hydro Cannon here. That's a lot of damage, and that makes it a little bit easier for this Fortress. Dartrix still around as well. Zizwalos not waiting out the clock here. May or may not be costly later on.
This is going to be very interesting. We have the Shadow Ball coming in now. But of course, Shadow Ball is the only thing that you can really run here basically in order to do some damage there. And the Rock Tomb is coming through soon. And again, here we see already that the Licky is quite low. This should be enough to knock it out.
How much energy was there on that Shadow Quagsire? I don't think it has a lot at all. But can it get to a Charge Stack potentially? Because Volt Switch is resisted. Looks like Shadow Quagsire is already knocked out. But Cradilly is around. How much energy is there on Dartrix? I think this might knock out already.
This might knock out already. The Santum, it's going to be neutral. Santum got buffed only recently to do more damage, and the Fortress, while it didn't have the perfect matchup in the beginning, it was able to come through at the end.
What a win by Zizwalos, leading into Shadow Quagsire there with Volt Switch Fortress. I even forgot about that Shadow Quagsire, but now remember that the Dartrix backed it down midway that battle. Yeah, Dartrix actually put in a lot of work there as well. Even though it doesn't have a great matchup into Cradilly, it was able to get to multiple Brave Bird and just put a massive dent into Cradilly's HP there.
Yeah, like Dartrix was very strong, but also Greninja there as a safe swap that did a lot, and also then the Hydro Cannon in the back there was really strong.
That Hydro Cannon on Licky just eased up the matchup for Zizwalos. Basically, if he didn't make the swap there, Zephyr, then Cradilly would get knocked out. If you do make the swap, then Licky half its HP is evaporated. It's kind of hard to... What do you do with that Hydro Cannon? You know it's coming, you don't know what to do with it.
You have basically nothing that can really take, and I expect that we're going to see the Greninja here coming up soon as well. I do think that Zizwalos was very likely very happy on how he played there in the first battle, coming back from that bad lead there in the beginning. I think he mostly had trust in his Pokemon. I think Dartrix actually did really well. And like the only Pokemon... like
Good Bird.
Yeah, like it's what do you want to bring into it? Like even like the Togekiss doesn't really want to take a Brave Bird, does it?
It's really just Cradilly that do well into it. We're heading into game number 2. We have Greninja from Zizwalos into Togekiss from Zephyr. If you thought this was a good matchup, it's really not that great for Togekiss because this Greninja paces so quickly, and Togekiss really not that bulky. Well, Zizwalos demonstrates immediately how hard a Hydro Cannon hits.
This is doing so much damage.
Straight into the reds.
That is literally straight into the red. Now you put him into the range where you can just go for a Night Slash as well in order to knock out this Togekiss. Shield come up immediately. Of course, the Oreo would knock out the Greninja, but in comes now the swap out into the Licky. The Hydro Cannon is still gonna chunk a lot.
You cannot afford to have this Greninja build up too much energy here. Zizwalos trying to catch a Body Slam on Fortress. Zephyr is not falling for it here though, and the Shadow Ball actually does a significant chunk, but I think that Zizwalos is going to keep the shield for that Greninja. He already used one.
Yeah, definitely keeping it for the Greninja. We have here still the option to go for another Shadow Ball, but Rock Tomb is coming in first. This is going to do quite a bit of damage and drops the attack, which allows you now to survive the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, the energy is kind of tough to take anywhere, though. I guess you have Dartrix that can deal with a debuff Licky, but it doesn't even appreciate the energy nor the rollout, the super effective rollout damage on it as well. This might... I think this barely does it knock out. Yeah, it barely... doesn't. I didn't even see the HP. I wasn't. That's how close it was. But now you can go with Dart Tricks. You can gather some energy, and the energy could be very useful for that later endgame into Credilli. Keep in mind that Zephyr also has a catch available in Togekiss.
Yeah, at this point, we have basically the issue for these riders. You kind of run out of health soon, because now Greninja is not really taking hits that well. And here, Dart Tricks is going to go for the bait, though. It's going to go for the Seed Bomb, getting the first shield from Zephyr Master.
Yeah, I think this is kind of an obvious bait here, but Zephyr not taking any chances here. Braybird would have dealt a lot of damage. In comes Greninja. It already has 2 Charge Stacks loaded, but oof, this does mean that the Hydro Cannon now will be debuffed. I do think, though, that if Zizwan is through immediately, Zephyr would have shielded anyway, so you may as well go for good timing here.
Yeah, going for the good timing to get more Hydro Cannons off. And the first one is coming off here. Do we see a shield coming up? We do not see a shield, so we see on how much damage this move gonna do. It's not enough to almost say knock it out with another one, but it's getting very, very close here.
Dude, it just gets to another one. It literally outpaces Credilli to its next charge stack. This Greninja is going to throw 3 attacks before the next one from Credilli. And there you go. It's just so fast. No, he goes for the Knights. And I think Swallows, that is a miscue. You can tell by his face that I think he meant to throw the Hydro Cannon there. Good news for you, Zizwalos. I think this Greninja is still fast enough to get to another attack here. And there is... Oh, but he predicts the switch. And no, Zizwalos is way too much in his own head right now.
Yeah, like he's definitely not happy about this one. He could have just went for the Night Slash to knock out that Credilli, but now you kind of have to knock out everything with the Greninja, and you don't have the HP left anymore. This was definitely not the play he wants to make.
A very unfortunate moment for Zizwalos, but Zephyr runs away with it and ties up the score. I mean, even if your opponent is misplaying a little bit, you still need to keep your focus and your calm to do what you need to do to win that game. That's what Zephyr did there. But if Zizwalos had thrown the Hydro Cannon there, I think he just didn't think he had the energy for it.
I think he was expecting a catch there from Zephyr and just tried to cover the option there for the catch with a Night Slash, because he knows there are only 2 Pokemon in the back there, both very, very weak. Night Slash would have done enough damage there, but yeah, I think there was a bit of an over-prediction there. But at the end of the day, Zephyr exactly there, just played so well with Credilli, just staying with the Credilli, debuffing, trying to do its best there, and at the end of the day, it worked. And again, it showcased as well that Credilli is very strong in the meta, especially trying to knock out the Owl.
Zizwalos is already locked in and ready to go. How do you deal with that Credilli, which actually seemed to me a more difficult Pokemon to deal with than we actually expected. Credilli with that asset coverage is kind of strong into almost everything on the team of Zizwalos, because that Fortress has Volt Switch and Bug Bite. Zizwalos probably in his team building did account for Credilli, and then he faces one. He's like, what is this?
Yeah, it's more say what happened. Credilli isn't the most common Pokemon anymore. But let's take a look at game number 3. Let's see on how they adapted. We have 2 Fairy-type Pokemon going up against each other in the lead.
Oh man, and this Wiggly is looking tough here. It has a decent matchup into this Togekiss, and actually that might just be its best matchup here. I believe this is also an important detail, an XXS Wigglytuff. It looks kind of tiny. Our Sphere is going to deal neutral damage here because of its normal sub-typing, but an Ice Wind's almost going to knock out this Togekiss. And we see the catch here on this Licky. That is good for Zephyr 6, but also fine for Zizwalos. This is a great opportunity to build up energy on both Pokemon, whichever you want to bring into this.
Yeah, it really depends on what you want to bring in here. Do you want to bring in that Fortress? We're going to see the Body Slam coming through. The Wigglytuff is going to no shield here. Is it going to be enough to knock it out? No.
I think it will be very close. I think Wigglytuff barely hangs on. It does barely hang on. It might have a Swift loaded. In comes Greninja now. Interesting Pokemon to soak damage on, but I guess that rollout doesn't really add up, so you have some time to build up with those Water Shuriken.
Yeah, Water Shuriken is building up energy so fast, and maybe you just predicted there's a Credilli still lurking in the back, and you kind of need to cover for that as well. The Hydro Cannon might be just not enough. I don't know. Is it going to be enough to knock out the...
I think this is enough to knock out this, because it just does do barely more than an Empoleon Hydro Cannon, and I think that even that may have almost been enough. In comes Togekiss again to get some back damage in here, because otherwise it would be so awkward. I think that Zephyr is really hoping for a good matchup for Credilli in the back. I don't know. Shadow Fortress is kind of a weird matchup.
Yeah, it is a bit of a weird matchup because you don't have the Bug Bite. Of course, with Bug Bite, it would be a very good matchup for the Fortress. But now with the Volt Switch, it doesn't look like this. And in comes now the Hydro Cannon to try to knock out that Togekiss. Getting the shield here, though.
That might actually be very helpful here for Zephymas to get those shields down, because that might make that Fortress better in the Credilli better into Fortress, since it doesn't get the chance to debuff that much then. A shield from Zizwylos makes it a little bit tricky though, because now you have to account for that energy as well as Zephymas takes. And let's see, with this energy advantage you will be able to hit the Rock Tomb before the Rock Tomb from the Credilli.
Of course, also Credilli is doing no fast move damage here. Having Acid being double resistant on the skill type here of Fortress is going to be a very interesting one, right? Because now, of course, there's going to be debuffs in place as well. This attack is going to do not as much as it would usually do, as the Rock Tomb hit first from the Fortress.
This one might take a while. Keep in mind that Acid, the fast attack from Credilli, is double resisted, so it's going to do just as little as these Volt Switches here. In comes another Rock Tomb here. Zizwylos is really making sure that his Fortress won't get knocked out by a charge stack here. Zephymas is accounting for his Sand Tomb bait, so he no-shields this charge stack, knowing that both of the Pokemon of Zizwylos are unlikely to really get something in. And keep in mind, there's a charge stack loaded as well on this Greninja.
There's not only a charge attack on Greninja, there's also a charge attack on that Wigglytuff. There's still the Swift stored, and Swift is coming through, and this is going to be enough to knock out the Credilli.
Zizwylos has the Pokemon in the back. He has the energy in the back. Resisted Swift still takes out Credilli. You have Togekiss knocking out Wigglytuff, but in comes... nope, it's the Fortress. He doesn't want to close with Jongs's favorite Pokemon. Zizwylos takes game number 3 in a great fashion there.
That was so well played. And while I'm sad that Greninja wasn't the one that closed out the battle there, still very, very well done there at the end. The Fortress with the energy lead, showcasing away Volt Switch is definitely the better option.
Yeah, just keeping all that energy really kept Zephymas on his toes on what do I use a Protect Shield for? I know that Greninja has that charge stack loaded. There's just such huge pressure on that. Yes, you're a shield up, but technically, are you really? Maybe not in that scenario anymore when your opponent has 2 or 3 charge stacks loaded. So it kind of made it very difficult there for Zephymas to maneuver out there, and just such masterful play from Zizwylos.
Speaking of maneuvering in the lead there, I feel like this was kind of one of the deciding matchups there as well, with the Wigglytuff keeping the Swift for the end game just in case you can need it, and then throwing it against the Rock-type Pokemon, but it was still enough.
Yeah, apparently. You know, he's been telling me the whole time that he thinks he's washed. Do you think that just runs in family? Is he like washed?
I think it runs in the family indeed, as we not see here today though. So hopefully
he's doing good. He's day 2 again.
He's going to. He really wants to go into the top 8 this regional, because he's still trying to fight for the travel awards as well. And yeah, he's doing well so far, I would say.
At this rate, I know Zizwylos is also competing at NAIC. Zizwylos is well on his way to get that travel award for the World Championships in San Francisco. So a great achievement there. A lot of the line, and of course for Zephymas, he's not out just yet. He's moving into the losers bracket. Maybe we'll then see some more Spiritomb action.
So, as a tiny man, do you think that the tiny Wigglytuff was really the key point here?
What are you saying? Yes, that is why it hung on here, because it has more HP than the average Wigglytuff. Yes, that's how it works. Thank you.
Exactly. The Wigglytuff was at the end of the day the deciding factor, with the Swift being able to knock out the Credilli.
My co-casters don't take me serious anymore.
We're just having fun on stream. But yeah, again, very, very well executed there, I have to say. Like, keeping all the energy. We've seen it over and over again, trying to maneuver around, keeping those charge moves stored for the end game. And especially, like, the Swift will have not really done anything there in the beginning, but at the end was all it needed.
And just taking that last charge stack on just 1 HP, that body slam on 1 HP on Wigglytuff, and knowing, okay, I don't want to throw it into Licky. They won't use Protect Shields there anyway, so I'm gonna go in Greninja and then build up. And I also just want to point out, Volt Switch Fortress. It made it to day 2. It's around. It's there. It exists.
It still exists, even though it's definitely way lower in population compared to Prague. Prague was actually quite common, but again, do you think that Volt Switch actually helped you? It did kinda, because he got a little bit of damage against that Togekiss. That was kind of a deciding factor in the last battle there for sure.
Well, he could have also closed out with Greninja, and also if he had Bug Bite for the Credilli, that Credilli may have not even been there. Would have been probably a whole different game. Now, I want to point out just a real quick moment from what Zephymas did. This is not something we've pointed out as much today. Let's take a look here. Let me grab this real quick, because if you take a look, right, this is the catch that Zephymas did, and what he's making sure as we play here, what he's making sure is that he's pausing just a little bit As you can see here, I'm going to try to pause the perfect moment, but I don't think I will be able to. I think it's here, right? He doesn't throw... Look, he's not doing a rollout. You see it here, right? He's not doing a rollout. You don't see anything here. Not because I'm doing that all on screen, but because he's doing this, he's making sure that he's looking at this Wiggly Tuff right here, that it does a charm, and when he sees the charm go through, then he throws Charge Attack. He just wants to make sure that this is not caught on the Fortress, because these Zweilos has been trying to do that over and over and over. Unfortunately, then this Wigglytuff hangs on with 1 HP, so that is unfortunate for Zephyr 6.
Yeah, but it could have went definitely a different way as well. Like 1 HP at the end of the day, it depends on how you train your Wigglytuff, and that XXS Wigglytuff definitely was a well-trained and did do the job.
It did what it needed to do. I mean, I think it's a solid Pokemon in general currently. You think that it's just for like Dragon type, for Ghost type, for Fighting type Pokemon? No, it is a really good answer into Licky. When both Pokemon don't use any shields, so they both just launch Charge Attack at each other, Wigglytuff wins that with like 20% health. There's not a lot of Pokemon that do that so consistently while only having a neutral matchup.
Yeah, and we have more exciting battles, of course, to come, but like that was definitely a treat, I would say. That was exciting. I like to see the Dartrix as well. I'm curious. I thought we would see more Dartrix actually today. Like only one there.
Yeah, maybe Arrow's team was a little bit too much for trainers to pick up on. It was very inspiring, but Arrow does things in his way. We respect that, but it's not for everyone to run Dartrix, Kanto, Ninetales. Well, we saw Z-Zwilers with that, but not an Easy Slash.
Yeah, not an Aegislash. Aegislash also very tough Pokemon to, of course, try to use. You need a lot of practice for this Pokemon. You need to practice also on how to really try to keep your Pokemon alive in order to change those forms if you don't have shields anymore. But we have another player coming up very soon.
2 players even.
We have 2 players coming up. No, we have definitely another player coming up that was also very strong in Prague.
Yes, Nessa Beethan. We had 2 German trainers going against each other earlier. Now it's 2 trainers from the UK. It's going to be Nessa Beethan versus Withered. Withered, a bit of a newer, younger talent, but he's been taking on some big names in previous championships. And look at that from Nessa Beethan. He played Gourgeist in Prague as well. Looks like he doubled down on the Ghost-type Pokemon with Shadow Sableye. Plus, he brought back the classic, Celio.
Celio was so strong for him. It was like his main Pokemon basically in Prague. He used it so much and had great success with this Pokemon. And now we have 2 Ghost types. And again, we've seen now Sableye quite often today with running the move Drain Punch in order to make the matchup against that Licky quite a bit better.
Important question for you, because me and Jay are very much in disagreement on this. Do you think Drain Punch is good for Sableye?
I do think it is interesting. Personally, I don't like to run it. Personally, I like the coverage on this Pokemon. I like Power Gem a lot on this Pokemon. I think having a Rock-type coverage in the current meta is quite cool. But I do feel like, especially in this regional so far, it did work quite well for a lot of players. Like a lot of times, Terrain Punch really helped out in certain matchups, especially against that Licky because it's absolutely everywhere.
So I just want to confirm you're not a fan either.
I'm not a fan.
Okay, so we're shaking hands on this. You don't see it on the broadcast right now, but Jonks is fully in agreement with me that Drain Punch is just not a real charge attack. Licky, it does make that matchup a little bit better, but it means that Licky would have to shield if you actually want to come out consistently in that matchup. But the reality is, and we saw it early on the broadcast as well, is that Licky is not going to shield and Shadow Sableye becomes a farm down. Now, if you have a Celio to soak that energy, which also happened in that game earlier today, then it's just fine. But if you don't have a Pokemon that soaks for Alligator energy, that could be a problem.
Yeah, Celio is actually very good at soaking the energy, resisting both Hydrocan as well as the Ice Beam. I'm curious if you're going to see the Feraligatr dance. Also, I feel like one of the first Shadow ones that we've seen on stream so far. A lot of players were opting to go still for the normal one. But as I already said in the beginning, Shadow one helps out a little bit in the Zero Shield scenario against the Licky.
I think that's exactly what it's for, because his team is not exactly that strong into Licky to begin with. Like, even Fortress is so-so. Shadow Ball hurts quite a bit. Tokiss is less bulky, takes super effective damage from rollout, and even Body Slam and Shadow Ball hurt there. The other Pokemon you have is Stunfisk, but Stunfisk sometimes is difficult to play into teams with Quagsire. So yes, I understand, and I totally agree that you probably want Shadow Feraligatr as Withered just for the better Licky matchup.
Yeah, here in this case we actually have one of the only teams that doesn't run Licky against you, though. But we have a lot of other targets for that Feraligatr for sure. We have, of course, even the Gurgeist isn't even that great because Gurgeist takes super effective damage from both the Fast Move as well as the Ice Beam, and you only take resisted damage from the Incinerate. So, like, I do think that the Feraligatr looks very, very good here for Withered against Nesabethan.
But Nesabethan is in winner semis for a reason, and I think I know exactly why. It's because he uses Celio to soak that energy from Feraligatr. That's its main purpose, really, besides being a flex pick.
So you could see something maybe like the Fortress together with that Celio, trying to maybe have the Fortress in the lead, trying to farm up a little bit against the Feraligatr potentially, and then catching the moves later on the Celio.
Potentially. I mean, if you're not weak to Feraligatr in the back, why not? But could also be very much staying into that lead. Bugbite Fortress is a Pokemon that can just bite through the opponent literally because it's so strong with that fast attack, and that's what we've been seeing over and over. With Feraligatr being Shadow, it also means it's more fragile, so it goes down quicker.
What do you think about Togekiss here for Wither? Because we're going to have here, of course, the Aura Sphere for the Celio, we have the Aura Sphere for the Empoleon, we have the resistance of the non-existing Drain Punch, and the Foul Play, of course, from the Sableye, and then we also have a Flying type. We have the Flying type against a Grass type then as well in the Gurgeist.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't like Togekiss here at all, and the reason why? Where's the Unova Stunfisk answer? There's none on the team of Withered, so Togekiss is hard to play. Prove me wrong though, there's Fortress into Togekiss. Withered doesn't care about Unova Stunfisk. Nesabethan didn't even bring it.
There's no Unovan Stunfisk, but there's a Celio swapping into the Flying typing, but of course it's going to be the Aura Sphere, which is going to force an early shield here from the Celio because they really don't want to take this attack.
This would have dealt super effective damage. Aura Sphere is a Community Day attack from Togekiss that is extremely efficient. In comes this Galarian Corsola, which is going to soak all this damage just really easily and come out with a super effective power gem over time.
This Surf is not doing that much, and again, as well, we have the coverage here on the Corsola. Not running any sunglasses though, but it's being best buddied, has the ribbon on, but has also the power gem, which is going to do some super effective, but that is not quite enough yet, is it?
Yeah, but you're going to need 2 Surf as well. It looks like Nesabethan is going to hold on to the Celio. I mean, this Galarian Corsola is also tough for the Fortress, so I'm not really sure where you begin with to be... Right? With this Galarian Corsola. Like, you have to take it out with Shadow Sableye then, which is kind of really tough.
Yeah, then you have the Sableye aligned against that Togekiss later, and as you said already, if you don't have the Power Gem as a coverage move, it's going to be a bit of a tough one to deal with this Pokemon. Do we see a no-shield here again? It's going to be, of course, a Force Surf, and there's no shield there. No shields available for Nesabethan, but 2 still available for Withered, and this is looking very strong for the Togekiss.
So how do you deal with that Togekiss now? The Togekiss looks almost unbeatable. In comes Feraligatr for a big Shadow Claw down. Both your Pokemon are not going to appreciate the energy from Shadow Feraligatr.
There's no Pokemon left that appreciates any Hydro Cannon here, and we see the full fauna of the Pokemon. It's supposed to counter the Feraligatr, but of course we're going to go for the Hydro Cannon just in case, just so we don't have another Body Slam landing against it.
Yeah, the third Pokemon has not been revealed yet, so Withered doesn't really want to take any chance going 2 shields down already. In comes this Fortress, but Hydro Cannon is going to chunk so much. At this point, Withered might be afraid it could be a Unova Stunfisk in the back. That could be that. If that's in the back, Withered would lose this game. We see that there is a Sableye though. That is not a bad matchup at all. Now your Charge Attacks are resisted, but so are the Charge Attacks of this Shadow Sableye.
And we have no shields in play anymore. You have to go for a Foul Play here in order to damage because the Drain Punch really doesn't do anything here. Unless the Fast Moves are adding up enough, but I think Foul Play is the only option here to try to knock out this Togekiss.
Withered, is he going to use a Protect Shield here, or is he keeping it for Shadow Feraligatr? Shadow Feraligatr could clean up this game, but it depends on how many Charge Attacks this Shadow Sableye could get to. Going for the Drain Punch to boost the attack. Will this allow Shadow Sableye to get to another Charge Attack? Is the question. That will be very important because Fortress does not have a Charge Attack yet. Can Nesabethan, can Shadow Sableye save him? Oh, has to throw a Charge Attack. And now, can you get there as Shadow Fortress?
This is going to be so close, but here Drain Punch actually really helped out well because otherwise the Shadow Claws would have been too much. How much energy is on this Fortress? It's going to be super close. The Sand Tomb might be reached, but actually the Fast Move is already enough.
Nesabethan was looking to be on the brink of defeat, going 2 shoots down on Celio, but that was the play for him. Somehow he manages to win this first game that looked almost unlosable for Withered, but somehow Celio was the play. Togekiss into that Sableye without shields was the play. And Feraligatr, not a problem at all for Nesabethan.
For Nesabethan, it was actually really a tough matchup there, but coming back in that style is amazing. Like, again, Drain Punch actually, we have to say, sadly did something there.
It actually did something, yeah. It wasn't the worst, I guess.
Yeah, it's not the worst. Giving the defense boost, they allowed it to hang on against a Shadow Claws from the Feraligatr. And that was all that you really needed there, because you needed to force the opponent there, force the Empoleon to go for the Feraligatr to go for the Hydro Cannon.
They're both water types, almost the same. Yeah, Nessa Beaton, right? Top 4 at Prague, was also top 2 at EYC 2023. This is a player that, you know, he channels all his emotion into the game. Like, some trainers do not show emotion, they are only focused on the win. Nessa Beaton is that kind of trainer. He thinks only about the battle here. And yeah, it takes him a while to lock in. He's not afraid to take some risk if necessary, but when you're 1-0 up, you don't really need to take any risk. With it, on the other hand, dude, bringing Togekiss into a team without a you know, with Stunfisk answer, pretty crazy to me, honestly.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy, but I'm gonna wonder, like, on if Nessa Beaton, does he even need to really adjust? Is he not, like, happy with the Pokemon that he already brought because it worked out so well? Or are we gonna see the Unova and Stunfisk now?
Unova and Stunfisk would just make a lot of sense. The worst you can probably face is either Fortress or Galarian Corsola, and even those are just neutral matchups for that Stunfisk. So, kind of surprised that Nessa Beaton didn't bring it, but I guess if you don't need it, like, what does it matter?
Yeah, what doesn't matter, but I'm excited for Celio. I think Celio is most likely coming back. He has such success with this Pokemon. I feel like putting on the bench, mostly wouldn't make too much sense, especially because you need the resistance to the Feraligatr, which seems to be so strong.
Here we go. Game number 2. Can Withered make the comeback, or is Nessa Beaton moving to day 2? We have Shadow Sableye into Togekiss. Now, Drain Punch would do very little damage here, but the Shadow Claw are going to chunk. This is not that. This is a very neutral matchup, actually.
I think Withered is quite happy to not have the alignment there against the Stunfisk yet, and of course being able to resist all the charge move damage of the Sableye, but still, the fast move damage is adding up, and you can take the Aura Sphere here.
Look how much damage both Pokemon are dealing to each other. I do think Togekiss has a pretty solid zero shield scenario where both trainers don't use any protect shields. But is that how you want to play it out? Maybe you want to keep Togekiss around for a matchup in the back as well. Do we see a potential catch here? I don't think that'd be wise for Withered, because a foul play hits hard on anything else in the back. So we see the charge deck pretty tight, which Togekiss wins because of a higher attack. And now Nessa Beaton can decide what to bring in. What does he get energy on? It's the with Stunfisk.
The Stunfisk is going to be good now with energy as well against the Water-type Pokemon here of the Feraligatr. So we might see as well that we're going to have now the swap out into the Fortress. Fortress, of course, with a Bug Bite, which is strong against those Ground-type Pokemon. It's not going to be too happy here, but it's going to be able to take those hits. But you want to get rid of this Pokemon for the Celio to shine later on.
I love this play from Nessa Beaton, because he knows if it is Fortress and Feraligatr in the back, like, Feraligatr is never going to be brought into Unova's Stunfisk with energy, so that's probably going to be aligned to my Celio anyway. And in that regard, Nessa Beaton didn't really need switch advantage at all.
Yeah, we don't need this here, as we have now the Phantom coming through, dropping the defense of the Stunfisk further, but it's not going to be enough to knock it out either. And now you have the Celio kind of in the position you want to both swap out at the same time here.
A great prediction by Withered here, but is that enough to save him? Shadow Feraligatr is quite fragile. It does have neutral Shadow Claw to deal damage back, and Hydro Cannon is a hard-hitting attack, but it's also resisted. Celio is that one bulky Pokemon that can deal quite well with all his Hydro Cannon. Nessa Beaton, this is the time to use shields.
Yeah, opts to use a shield immediately, even though you would be able to take the Hydro Cannon. You just don't want to risk it, and you can go for the Body Slam a bit faster than the Feraligatr can reach to those Hydro Cannons. And the Body Slam is going to come through here. It's very likely going to get no shield as well, and gets the Feraligatr down into the yellow hell.
Celio has the advantage of pacing just a little bit quicker than this Feraligatr, but keep in mind that the clock is now up. Perhaps that is an opening for Withered, but he has to thread very carefully. And Nessa Beaton knows that he hangs on here. He doesn't have to throw this yet, but I think, oh, swaps in immediately. Could this open the door for Withered here? How much energy is there on that Fortress?
It's going to be the question here. Fortress is going to be able to even Bug Bite down maybe at this point. We see here the fast moves are coming through, but there's not a lot of health left, and the Discharge is coming in now, forcing the final shield of the Fortress, and I think Thunder Shock might be enough to just farm it down.
I don't think you can use a Protect Shield here as Withered, but if you come in the Feraligatr, you have to get the Shadow Claw down, but the Thunder Shocks add up more. Withered knows that, and Nessa Beaton, he moves on to day 2 again.
Again, stellar performance here from Nessa Beaton, and again using the Celio, the trusty Celio, in order to seal the game here, taking the damage from that Feraligatr like it's nothing. And again, crazy good performance there again in day number 2 as well.
Victorious on the British battlefield here, Nessa Beaton is finding his form. He won the 2024 or 2025 Buenos Aires Special Championship. Got a small plaquette trophy there, and then he won his first medal this season. But he's well on his way to his next one.
It seems like he just keeps improving, and he wants more than what he got in the last regional. Of course, the number 4 place there as well. Very good performance. Who was number 3 again?
I don't remember. Was it Gourgeist? Gourgeist was on his team too, by the way. A really cool Pokemon. What did you think? Is that a Pokemon for this meta right now?
I like Gourgeist. I think it's one of my favorite Pokemon actually for the meta.
Really?
Just because you have the fire type coverage as a fast move, which you don't have on other Pokemon that are really not the fire type really. So it's quite unique in what it can do. I think it's a Pokemon that has quite a lot of potential, but it really needs to be in the right position. You need to have it in the right position against either something like a Quagsire because you have the Seed Bomb, or against something like the Fortress. But I feel like if you're playing it right, you definitely have the option. Here it was more of a bench pressure.
I think this particular Pokemon that we see on the screen here, Feraligatr, is the one reason why I find Gourgeist so iffy. Because you have a Grass-type Pokemon that's supposed to counter this Water-type Pokemon. Okay, dude. But it doesn't really. It just doesn't. Because you're not fast enough to outpace Feraligatr with Incinerate. Incinerate doesn't add up, but Shadow Claw does. And Hydro Cannon even resists it, still chunks.
It does chunk, and again here we see that on how strong Unova Stunfisk is as well. I don't know where it was directly in the top choice usage there, but it does quite well so far in this regional. And also a very, very exciting battle there as well. Again, seeing the Thunder Shock at the end, knocking it out. And yeah, again, it's interesting. I think that Sabithan is doing so well in the last few regionals. I think he has a great run ahead of him.
But I think he just has a great concept of a team. I think Unova Stunfisk, Celio, and Gourgeist, I cannot quickly come up with a core breaker to that. The closest I can get to is Wigglytuff, and all 3 Pokemon still have decent play. In fact, never mind that. I've played that as Wigglytuff. Celio can actually obliterate Wigglytuff, winning pretty much down a shield even. So it's just a really strong core, and that's what Nesabithan is building onto. A lot of trainers currently struggle with team building because there's a lot of polarizing matchups, but maybe Nesabithan has the sauce.
Maybe, and again, Celio has been also a Pokemon that has been very good in the Go Battle League. I've seen a lot of players are running this Pokemon as well, so I'm curious why we don't see it more often here in the regional, because as we saw there already in this matchup, it's a very, very strong Pokemon that you have to respect.
It might just be because of the defensive typing of Ice. Ice is actually a terrible defensive typing, a great offensive typing. You think of Pokemon like Frostlass, they're always hard hitters, but then you think of a Pokemon like Glalie, it actually hits really hard too, it's just weak to everything. Ice is weak to, okay, I hope I can remember all of them. Fire, rock, steel, fighting, I think that's all of them. Maybe, I think there's one more actually, but I cannot get to it real quick. But you have 4 or 5 weaknesses there, and you have 1 resistance. That doesn't really add a lot of value, I feel like, right? It's not a fair combination.
Especially as the resistance is just ice. Like, you just resist yourself, which is, yeah, not as ideal. But again, we saw Piloswine win severe, so like we have quite a lot of ice-type Pokemon just recently come up, so maybe Celio as one of the other ones there as well. But again, yeah, as I said before already, it's not a great type.
It's now going to bother me all day what the 5th typing was. Anyway, speaking of Celio, Nesabithan can probably tell us more. Jay, let's hear more from you and Nesabithan.
Thank you very much, Martin. I am sat here with Nesabithan. I would like to say, first of all, congratulations on making it to day 2.
Thank you.
Well, you're a very decorated player. He came 2nd in EUIC 2023. He won last season in Buenos Aires, and more recently, he came 4th in Prague, the most recent EU regional. But I have to say, since then, since you're the most recent one, it was only last month, you've changed your team, half the Pokemon in your team.
Yeah.
What happened there? Why did you change half the Pokemon?
I was still fairly happy with the Celio with Gourgeist and the Celio with Ufisk. The Annihilate, I'm not sure if I ever used it in the last tournament. I might have played with 5 Pokemon. And the Tinkaton I didn't use that much either, because there's quite a few bad matchups for it in the current meta. So I was looking at alternative ideas, and Shadow Sableye I think is very underrated. I think the shift to Togekiss, particularly because it normally doesn't run Dazzling Gleam, makes it quite neutral into Fairies, even without Power Gem. And it has like a surprisingly good Licky matchup. It has some play into Diggersby. So yeah, I think Sableye is very underrated. And I forget the other 2 Pokemon on my team.
Well, it's funny that you mention Licky. When it comes to building your team, so many of the other people here are using Licky. What, was it a contender into your team, or were you never even really thinking about it?
I mean, I think it's very good. I think it's not countered by much, but I was just I guess I was just trying to build around other stuff, and I felt like it wasn't needed. One of my teammates, extremely talented player, David, he said that not running Licky Licky is stupid, so I guess I'm trying to show if you can get away with it.
Well, finally, Sableye on your team, you've got Drain Punch on it. Now, us backstage, Martine and I especially have been talking about Drain Punch. He seems to think that this is not a move. He says, nope, it's not even in contention. It's not a good move whatsoever, but you've ran it on yours and you've made it to day 2. So what would you like to say about that specific move? Does it have good coverage?
One particularly useful matchup for Drain Punch is it can flip Diggersby, which can't be flipped without it. And there's a lot of like subtle new and boosting so that you have higher defense for the next Pokemon. That can sometimes be extremely useful. And sometimes it can let you survive to an extra charge move when the foul play wouldn't knock out and you wouldn't get to a second foul play. So there's some interesting applications of the boost.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for coming on and speaking with me here. Have you got any shout outs that you would like to give to anyone?
I screwed this up in my medal ceremony, so I probably shouldn't do that again. All of my TNPs teammates really. I discussed with Colin and David and Karim, when I talked to him about the Celio and Shadow Sableye, I didn't even try to like tell him to run it, but he was instantly sold on it. So, yeah, all of my TNPs teammates, and they also helped me a little bit with discussion around the tournament.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for coming on, and I wish you the best of luck with day 2. But for now, we're back to the casters.
Thank you, JNS Beathan. I just feel like there's 1,000 TM Pizza members. It's like half the interviews we've heard that. Oh, nice sunglasses there. Did you take those from Galarian Corsola?
I did. You know, I heard you referencing Galarian Corsola's sunglasses as Amanda's sunglasses, so of Corsola, I had to bring them on stream. But I can see you so much better without them, so I think I'll move them for now as we continue on in this tournament. And what a tournament it has been so far.
We saw some incredible matches, and just I love the unique Pokemon that trainers have been bringing. Giratina, Celio, we just saw. We've seen Gourgeist, we've seen Rainy Castform, Halucha, exactly. Like, there's been so many cool picks, and trainers have really been trying something else or to core break whatever is hot in the meta right now.
I mean, our meta is relatively new at this point, but even still, it is really cool to see all of these unique Pokemon also against each other. Yes, you are going to see the staple picks, like those Licky Lickies that we're going to see on both sides of the team, like the Fortress, and actually on the side of Stone Collection.
Wait, there's another one! Another Rainy Castform.
Must be something that the Germans are thinking about doing.
Unbelievable. Well, we'll see how Stone Collection will do, how he will do with that. You know, similar to Arrow, Stone Collection is someone who won a tournament after like 3 or 4 seasons, and he did that in North America. He did that in the Seattle Regional Championship. And one thing he said that really bugs my American friends, wait, you're also American, is that NA is free. I'm not so sure about that, but Stone Collection actually traveling to even more championships. He's like, wait a second, it's easier there. So far, I'm not so sure about that, but yeah, that's where he won one. I think for Stone Collection, he really wants to win one this weekend. Here we go. We have Fortress into Togekiss, and this Fortress does have Bug Bite, so it's not exactly a great matchup for it.
It's not great, but it's not horrible either, but much wanting to swap into something a little more simplistic. That Licky Licky is coming in, but it will have to take the Aura Sphere if it doesn't want to use his shield. Stone Collection putting up that first shield against JBG there, and JBG, I might see him swap out as well because he recognizes that he could have a better matchup as this Empoleon comes in.
Yeah, JBG Winston really is countering Licky Licky here. He has Togekiss with Aura Sphere, which is an okay matchup, but then Medicham and Empoleon, which are pretty good against that Pokemon.
Now, it's really interesting that the Licky Licky swapped in, and JBG chose to go to the Empoleon rather than that Medicham in the back. And I think it's because that Licky Licky obviously already had some energy, doesn't want to take a Shadow Ball, but the Empoleon tanked it much more comfortably. Going for a Body Slam bait on the side of Stone Collection. If this was a Shadow Ball, it would have knocked out, but it gets the shield regardless.
The thing is, I think the Name Punch just would have done much more damage, so perhaps Winston's making a prediction that there's something weak to Medicham in the back, and he's preserving it. Charge Attack Purity Tie, and looks looks like Stone Collection is letting that go. He's looking to perhaps farm down with that Bug Bite Fortress, but he'll have to eat a Hydro Cannon, which is going to do a good amount of damage here.
Yeah, Bug Bite's just starting to chomp away, but Hydro Cannon is already loaded here. No Protect Shield used on Stone Collection's Fortress, just trying to get up a bunch of energy. I think at this point he can completely farm it down. He will have energy to throw at whatever comes in, but JBG already swapping right back in with a Togekiss to be met with Stone Collections in the back.
This is actually quite good for JBG Winston because now the Togekiss is likely not aligned to this Medicham, and you can keep Medicham to soak all the energy of the Fortress. So JBG Winston in a pretty good spot here. Stone Collection is going for the Charge pretty tie. Stone Collection probably knows that he wins that with, I've seen some of his Pokemon. Most of them have pretty high attack.
He's collecting some information as well as stones here, saying, okay, gonna be able to knock it out. Even one shield remaining for JBG there. Now, he will be able to do some nice little farm with the Empoleon, but he chooses to come in with the Medicham here, and knowing that Medicham can at least tank one of these attacks quite comfortably, doesn't want to use a shield right away.
There's actually a good win condition here for Stone Collection. You might even want to preserve the charge attack now and go for a Sand Tomb with your Fortress, although JBG Winston can clear that at some point. No, he's going for 2 Side Shock instead, and then hopefully able to get to a charge attack on Fortress. Medicham is gaining energy very quickly though.
Going ahead now, you see that he's going to be trying to swap out, but going for that Dynamic Punch straight away. There's a Protect Shield left on Stone Collection side, and you can see his energy is not quite there. Will JBG throw back-to-backs?
It doesn't even matter. Fortress does have the Sand Tomb. This attack has been buffed last season, but it's not the same type of attack bonus. This is not going to do enough on Medicham, and Medicham hangs on. It's going to pack a punch on this Steel and Bug-type Pokemon.
Back-to-back here, going through with that second Dynamic Punch. While the wasn't enough to knock out the Medicham, this is enough to knock out the Fortress, and you see JBG quickly swapping into the Empoleon to be able to Metal Sound down the Togekiss.
Excellent play from JBG Winston here. 2 German trainers going at each other another time. We saw earlier Zizuanos versus Zephyr and now these 2 trainers. JBG Winston's last tournament before this was actually 2025 Utrecht. He has not competed for a full season. Now he's back and he's in the winner's semis. Is this the time he can make a comeback?
JBG was a trainer that a lot of us knew very well from those grassroots days, as well as the beginning parts of the tournament. You know, I think it's sort of like what Kazim had said when I was interviewing him before. Some trainers, they have momentum behind them at certain times, and then sometimes you don't play as well as you're hoping to. He's hoping to be on the upswing, and I think JBG could be someone that we should be keeping an eye on as well, because it looks like he's doing quite well for his first tournament back.
Well, let's see if he can get past Stone Collection, because again, Stone Collection has recently won his first championship, so he's kind of also on fire. Locking in his team already. JBG Winston is just looking a little bit more, nodding at his opponent. Good for you that you locked in. I need a little bit more time. That's literally me to like Arceus Aurelius. So he's like, yo, you get ready to lock in?
You're like, nope.
Just hold on a second, brother.
You're like, every time you ask, I'm adding an additional 10 seconds to this matchup.
You only have 2 minutes at the table to lock in, so unfortunately it doesn't work like that. Here we head into game 2. Can Stone Collection make a comeback, or is JBG Winston going to lock it down? You'd think this is a good lead for the Quagsire, but it's actually quite neutral, as 2 Shadow Ball from Licky will knock out this Shadow Quagsire.
Quagsire also on Aqua Tail Mud Bomb, just as a reminder, Mud Bomb being able to do a little bit more pacing slower, and actually they're going for a Body Slam bait. Will Stone Collection use his first Protect Shield so early on in the matchup? No, let's that go through and just continue to farm up some energy.
Now you need 3 charge attacks though, as Licky. You might still win this scenario simply because I think that this Quagsire will also need 3 charge attacks to knock out Licky, but it might not be the most efficient way to do it. I mean, if you can secure the matchup like this, perhaps that might work. Or maybe you're going to preserve this Licky because you're not exactly weak to Quagsire to begin with.
So 2 of the most popular Pokemon in this meta. JBG now throwing that heavier hitting Shadow Ball, so going for the Body Slam first to do some chips. Still no Protect Shield on Stone Collection side. This is going to get that Shadow Quagsire very, very low, but those rollouts aren't going to be doing much. A quick pivot by Stone Collection into that Togekiss. If he's counting, he knows this is just a Body Slam.
JBG Winston being very patient there on the Togekiss swap. Doesn't react right away. Now you can align your own Togekiss here, or do you want to soak the damage on Medicham? We see in the back Tinkaton. line. Tinkaton is looking really good into the line from JBG Winston. Stone Collection needs to get some shields down here.
I love this play by Stone Collection. Once again, recognizing I knew it last time. I win that charge attack priority, knowing right when that Psyshock was ready to go and throwing his own. He does have 2 Protect Shields. He could choose a shield up. That's exactly what it's going to do. He still has quite a bit of energy on the Togekiss.
You cannot easily get a Fairy Wind down with either Shadow Quagstar, I mean, does no health to begin with, or Tinkaton. So look at Stone Collection wants to get a little bit more damage in here. JBG Winston, is he going to use a Protect Shield? I don't think you can really cycle it down comfortably. So no, he actually does let it go.
Wow, lets that go down. Only the Medicham remains, but there's 2 shields to hide behind. Going for aggressive plays here. In comes the Tinkaton to try to sop up a little bit of that damage. Yes, it is part steel, but it is part fairy. So now using that Protect Shield up on the Tinkaton, trying to keep it as healthy as possible.
Stone Collection knows that this is a charge stack that is, it's unlikely to be baited there on a full Tinkaton. In comes the Bulldoze bait. It's an obvious bait, kind of, but if you let this go, you might succumb to the fast attack pressure from either Fairy Wind or Peck. So I understand the shield from JBG Winston there, even though he's shaking his head. I guess it was not his intention, but yeah, I mean, if you would get a defense drop here, Fairy Winds and Peck suddenly add up real quick.
I mean, at this point, I think JBG Winston, though he shielded it up, that Medicham is still quite healthy, and the Gigaton Hammer could be doing quite a bit of damage, but
it would knock out, I think,
still going for that Bulldoze and getting that second Protect Shield. Stone Collection playing very, very aggressively and a bit risky there, but it's definitely paying off for him.
So far, luck has been on Winston's side, though. He doesn't get that 50% defense drop from Bulldoze, but however, Stone Collection, I think, is only 2 off another Bulldoze, or actually 3 off, and that might put this Medicham into Psyshock range that he kept on Togekiss. Stone Collection may have opened a path here.
He's doing a combination play, just hoping for the defense drop, saying maybe 3rd time's a charm. If not, no matter what, still going for the secondary combo play here. Psyshock coming through.
Who needs luck when you have 2 Fairy-type Pokemon to deal with those Fighting-type Pokemon? Bye-bye! And the score is tied. Stone Collection versus JBG Winston is now at 1-1.
Stone Collection may have lost the first, but he won that second with what we call a 3-ball flex. All 3 Pokemon still remaining on the end with low health, tying up the series in the winner's semifinals. And this is a very important matchup for both of these trainers because the winner of this will move on the winner's side of the bracket to day number 2.
Yeah, both trainers have now seen what the others use. Do you adapt to this? Do we finally see this Rainy Cast Form come out now? We saw Frika use it earlier on the day. He was pretty successful with it. Stone Collection, he hasn't used it on the broadcast yet. What do you think? Do you think that Rainy Cast Form is going to come out this round?
I don't know. I'm looking at the team composition of JBG there, and I definitely think that there's play for Rainy Cast Form, but is it the strongest Pokemon maybe? I'm not really sure. It does have a little bit of a slower pacing because of that water gun damage, although it is going to be hitting harder than, say, you know, something else that could generate energy quite quickly for the weather balls.
Yeah, there's not really, besides Empoleon, there's no water resistance on the team of JBG Winston, but you do have that steel and water type resistance yourself, so I think with Thunder, you're probably fine into Empoleon as well, but like you said, I just think it kind of lacks power. It was probably very much behind the likes of Medicham, Licky and Sableye, and probably against Shadow Fortress as well. Maybe Togekiss is manageable because you have better bulk, but Rainy Cast Form is very difficult to use here. I would expect to see Tinkaton from Stone Collection again.
I mean, I tell you what, it might be difficult to use, but I wonder if he's used it so far because being able to get into the winner's side in the semifinals here, that's no tough thing.
I'm wrong. Here we go. Rainy Cast Form against Medicham.
Pew, pew, pew. Starting it off here, spitting the water at the Medicham. Looks like the fighter against the water-type Pokemon here, and definitely going to outpace as far as timing with the Medicham. Even still, the Rainy Cast Form throws off its attack first.
Let's take a look at how Stone Collection is going to anticipate this, because I do think that 2 Dynamic Punch knockout. He has 2 Fairy-type Pokemon in the back. I wouldn't be surprised to see a catch attempt at some point on Togekiss, but if that fails, Ice Punch, super effective, would deal a lot of damage to Togekiss. So it's kind of a high-risk, high-reward play for Stone Collection if he were to decide to do so. And there is that catch on the Dynamic Punch!
Oh, JBG puts his head in his hand. Brief moment, says shake it off. Let's see what we can do here still. As you can see, not very effective, but he gets to pivot into that Licky, which has a much better matchup against the Togekiss. Togekiss, again, is going to be able to hit this Aura Sphere. It's going to be doing super effective damage to Licky.
Winston's actually super weak to Tinkaton in the back as well, so Stone Collection, when he can get shields down, might just be in a good spot here. Body Slam's coming through. Even a Shadow Ball wouldn't knock out here, but I think if a Shadow Ball was launched, 2 more rollout would knock out. Looks like Stone Collection is calling it, though. This is just a Body Slam, and now you're able to get to another Aura Sphere.
It's like, no problem for that Togekiss. No shield use here. At least in the same breath, the Aura Sphere would not be enough to knock out this Licky at this range. I think JBG is just trying to get up a lot more, energy at this point to be able to throw whatever is coming back in.
Both Castform and Tinkaton don't really want to take that Shadow Ball damage, but I guess your Castform already has some energy. You may as well... Oh, he actually takes this. I mean, Castform is bulky, might barely hang on, but I don't think he gets to another charge deck here.
Going ahead and hanging on.
It doesn't hang on.
Now Tinkaton's coming in, starting to swing that hammer. 2 shields to hide behind. There are 3 Pokemon on JBG's side, but it's still going to be uphill sledding. First shield now used as that Shadow Ball. Could have connected.
At this point, Stone Collection is hoping that his opponent doesn't have any Steel-type Pokemon. This is probably a good sign to Stone Collection. Are you going to bait again? No, this time he is going to swing this hammer. Does JBG Winston try to call a Bulldoze bait again? Yes, he does! Boink. Goodbye, Medicham. In comes Togekiss soon, but the thing is, Togekiss, when it doesn't have 2 shields to hide behind, is not going to appreciate what this Tinkaton backs.
Tinkaton has a bit of energy to hide behind as well. JBG might be hoping that he can get a sack swap and put in that Licky at the appropriate time. And also, big question for him is he going to bait? No, this is the correct time to use that shield. And now Tinkaton is able to get to another gigantic hammer. We're going to have to see how quickly this can go down.
I think the only thing that JBG Winston could have done there was to call it actual Bulldoze bait, because that wouldn't do any damage at this point. Can you maybe get that catch there and then outpace it to Aura Sphere? That could be the only potential play. There is the catch attempt, but Stone Collection sees it going from a mile. He looks at his opponent. Not good game, my friend. These two are friends after all. Aura Sphere is coming through. This is a Steel type, but it's also a Fairy type. Tinkaton is gonna hang on.
Togekiss doing everything it can to put up a fight, but you know what's happening? Tinkaton is going to lay down the hammer.
You have Kiss in your name. Here you can have a kiss. This is going to hurt. Gigaton Hammer doesn't hit super effective on a lot, but Togekiss goes down. Stone Collection moves to day 2.
JBG applauds to his opponent, Stone Collection, being able to take game 2 and 3 in the series to continue on in day 2 on that winner's side of the bracket. He's already won once in North America. Can he continue this streak here in Europe?
It's just interesting to see how Stone Collection finally found his way in that matchup after he realized that his opponent is just kind of disrespecting Tinkaton and then kept doing that. JBG Winston was like, my opponent, I think Tinkaton's a fraud, right? I'll listen to like Homeslice Henry and be like, you know what, I can deal with this Pokemon. I'll just throw Shadow Balls and Dynamic Punches. But then Tinkaton seems to be actually a real Pokemon and to be very, very tough for a Pokemon like Medicham, like Licky, like Togekiss to deal with. So don't give this Pokemon too much room. Like I said at the beginning of the day, it has a new animation, so it's much stronger now.
Yeah, obviously, the animation makes it stronger. At least it makes it a lot cooler there. But even so, JBG playing very well for its first tournament back in a long time. Able to take game 1 off of a regional champion of this season. Able to make it to the winners semifinals here in Utrecht, but not enough to overcome Stone Collection for this tournament so far. He will be knocked down to that loser's side of the bracket, as we can just see play after play doubling up on this very type Pokemon.
There's still a chance for JBG Winston, but I think on the loose side of the bracket, the first thing he'll think of is, okay, I need to respect and deal with that Tinkaton a little bit better. Perhaps then it's time to bring those Steel-type Pokemon. I don't think that Steel-type Pokemon would have even been bad into Stone Collection, but perhaps there's a thing about Togekiss. If Togekiss has a pretty decent attack, right, when you hit the appraise, when you see some attack on that Togekiss, that means it will charge Security Tie against Empoleon, and Togekiss, the Fairy-type Pokemon, can then defeat Empoleon, the Steel-type Pokemon. Important detail, and maybe JBG Winston knew that.
It's quite possible. Obviously, if you've been playing for a while, if you've been playing against your friends or your teammates, or even just some people in a practice tournament, you start to realize things about your own Pokemon. Like you said, I think Stone Collection probably knew that he was going to win charge attack priority there, as most of his Pokemon do have a little bit higher of attacks. But I think that's also information that other trainers can start taking away, as you're saying, okay, now I maybe will play a little bit differently if I'm up against Stone Collection, because the chances are he might win that charge attack priority.
That is good information to have, and that's why not just the viewers but also competitors watch the broadcast just for this kind of stuff. Knowing which Pokemon wins charge security tie, but also you can influence that yourself. If you bring a Pokemon with a higher attack set to a tournament, you will very likely win the charge attack purity tie. It could help in a mirror matchup, or in this case, Togekiss versus Empoleon.
Yeah, because this is also a thing. We were discussing it a little bit backstage. We were talking about which one wins the charge attack priority, and I was like, truthfully, I always thought it was Empoleon because my Togekiss loses to every single Empoleon. Now I'm just thinking, now that I'm saying this on air, I might have to build a new Togekiss, so not all the Empoleon users know that, but we digress.
Many of these trainers play at local championships. That's also where you can learn from some of the best. We've seen Colin 6 earlier today. We've seen Sneelman. These are trainers that visit many of these championships. And, you know, a local tournament is a great opportunity to meet up with your trainer. How you can do that? We'll show you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
I know that Martijn said that he beat Triptondo, one of the local trainers that he plays against with the Chimchar recently in a local cup and challenge. So it's always interesting to see what different people choose to bring for those against, you know, highly competitive trainers. If you're looking to find an event near you, go ahead, pop open your phone there, scan that QR code, see if there's any nearby, because it's also a great way to get points for that championship point leaderboard to see if you will qualify for the World Championships.
It's just a great opportunity to try out new things or just get to know your local community. We have them in the Netherlands here, and that's how I know some of these trainers that we have competing at this tournament today. And it's just great to then see them here on the broadcast compete on the big stage, having all that preparation done from local championships or with friends. Yeah. Let's take a look at our next matchup here. We have Richie Beckett on the left. We have Simply Ford. Is that the spot he's aiming for?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I would take Simply third, second, or first if it was him as well, but this fourth is a great place to start. Also running a Pokemon that we saw on the team of Sir Corey earlier on, a Credilli, something that kind of has fallen out of the meta. Interesting to see, I guess when there's so many water types nowadays, maybe thinking that it could be a return.
Yeah, Sableye is interesting there, not in the shadow form. The charge stacks are going to be Foul Play and Drain Punch on this as well, but I'm not sure what the niche is of regular Sableye over Shadow Sableye in this case. We know from Nessa Beaton that Shadow could actually flip that matchup against Diggersby, but maybe regular can as well because it's his bulkier and it boosts his defense even more and outpaces Diggersby to these charge attacks.
Richie Beckett playing a team that's also a bit not conventional here. Both of these trainers getting quite far in this tournament, but there's no Fortress on either side, and Richie actually doesn't have any of the typical water types such as that Feraligatr or that Quagsire, nor does he have a Fortress.
And Fortress would be a great pick to counter that Cradilly. Both trainers actually with Cradilly here, but the steel types are very different. They still counter Cradilly very hard though. Like we saw a Gigaton Hammer land earlier on Togekiss. Have you ever seen one land on Cradilly? Maybe this time. That's a lot of damage, I can tell you that.
There is a Tinkaton and an opposing Credilli, so perhaps we could see that as these trainers are getting ready to lock in. But having a quick look at the team compositions here, Simply Fourth is a trainer that we haven't seen quite as often, so I'm really interested to see the team composition that he has brought and kind of the targets that he thought that he could have here. The Gourgeist definitely is targeting those steel-type Pokemon, such as the Tinkaton or the Fortress. Unfortunately for him, not on the team.
Yeah, it's Empoleon, and Empoleon has access to Drill Pack and paces equally fast as Gourgeist. The problem for Gourgeist is something we talked about earlier. It loses charge attack priority tie, meaning that Empoleon will basically win some scenarios. I believe that Empoleon wins the 2-shield scenario and both trainers use all their shields on their Pokemon. That is when Empoleon's Drill Pack with the metal sounds adding up is going to knock out Gourgeist. But if you can land a Shadow Ball as Gourgeist on Empoleon, you will almost evaporate the metal Pinguin.
Now tell me how you feel about Galarian Moltres. We've already seen it on stream earlier on. First, when it was available and ready to use, everyone was using it. It's kind of dropped out of the meta for a bit. But do you think that the fact that a couple of trainers are already using it in this new meta could be the comeback?
I mean, I like birds. And Galarian Moltres is a pretty cute bird. It's a Pokemon that covers Galarian Corsola exceptionally hard, but also takes on Shadow Quagsire with Aqua Tail and Mud Ball. We hardly have I'm not sure if I've seen any Shadow Quagsire with Stone Edge at all. And if they don't have that, Galarian Moltres might just have a little bit more play. You have to be so careful though of Tinkaton. Togekiss, you have play as Galarian Moltres, but Tinkaton, you are entirely walled. And even though Gigaton isn't super effective, it'll hit like it is.
Is Togekiss a bird?
It's like something with wings.
Sure. Something to think about as we hop into game number 1. We do see that Galarian Moltres, and it has found a target here in that Sableye. Immediate pivot out by Simply Forth into that Licky Licky. But again, it's not like it's the strongest counter here either. Going to have to go for those body slams, not the Shadow Ball against this Dark-type Pokemon.
Keep in mind that this Galarian Moltres doesn't have the hard-hitting Brave Bird. It has the coverage attack Payback. That's probably for Pokemon like Unova Stunfisk, so now going for the Fly, which actually still hits very decent damage. Keep in mind that all this damage that Galarian Moltres is taking is going to make it a little bit easier for Sableye to take on Galarian Moltres. You don't have Power Gem or Dazzling Gleam though, so Sableye is going to struggle with Galarian Moltres just a little bit later, but swapping in Empoleon here might just be an opportunity for Simply Forth to swap back in Sableye, try to get rid of it, and free up Cradily.
Going ahead, that Shadow Ball will connect with the Empoleon. No protections used on either side yet. Richie Beckett just getting up a ton of energy, throwing right before the next Shadow Ball was available. Does Simply Forth want to put up a shield to get that energy off, or is he going to let it go? That Licky Licky goes down.
I think at this point, as Simply Forth, you gotta bring in that Sableye and get rid of this Empoleon. Perhaps use one shield in the I think you might have to even use 2 shields if you want to get the entire Shadow Claw down. This is not a Shadow variant though, so you can actually hang on quite well to this Hydro Cannon here, but you do have to throw a Charge Attack before the next one, unless you want to get the Shadow Claw down. Now, looks like Simply Forth is going for the Drain Punch. This will boost the defense, but I don't think you stay into Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, I mean, even though the defense is now going to be up, once that Galarian Moltres goes back in, there's not much you can do with that Shadow Claw. An immediate pivot now into that Cradily, trying to get off as much damage as possible. The hard part about if someone has a Cradily, you don't want to swap into it, especially if it has energy, because you know you're just going to get Rock Tomb. Simply Forth puts up a shield.
I don't think that Simply Forth is going to Rock Tomb Diggersby, but it could be a potential bet. Or I guess he did Rock Tomb the Diggersby. You were right, Amanda.
Maybe not intentional. However, this will slow the roll of the Diggersby now, as none of its attacks are going to be doing as much damage here, and the Grass Knot will be doing quite effective damage already at it here. Going ahead and letting the Diggersby throw first. This is kind of interesting because Scorching Sands, of course, has the possibility to lower the opponent's attack. I would have maybe liked to throw beforehand just in case that would have happened.
It probably would have been shield anyway. Looks like Simply Forth is just clearing the debuff here of that sorry, the previous charge stack. Fire Punch coming through. Sorry, there was no debuff on that. It was a Drain Punch buff. Regardless, though, just keeping that energy for now. And let's take a look. Sableye is going to get entirely much-shot down here, I think.
I mean, even though the defenses are going to be boosted, this just might be a little bit more farm for that Diggersby. No Protect Shield used at this point. Galarian Moltres is getting quite low, but coming back in. No, it looks like he was trying to click on it. Now going for that snipe, and that's exactly what he got.
I like that play because I think otherwise this Sableye would have reached another charge stack, and this way you don't have to, as Richie Beckett, he's letting this go. He's looking surprised, like, what's going on? I think I've got this because this Cradily has the fast attack acid. It is not going to hurt this Diggersby with any charge attack. At this point, yes, there's another Rock to Amanda. You are right, but it doesn't even matter at this point. Like, as Richie Beckett, you do not need to take any risks.
No one can see the smug look that I just gave Martine as that second Rock Tomb goes through. This is a bait, and it gets the last Protect Shield here. This is worse for the wear for Simply Forth because now there's still going to be enough energy for a Scorching Sands right behind.
I think even 3 Fire Punch would have done the job here for Richie Beck, so just kind of playing it safe here. The Scorching Sands might barely not knock out after an attack drop. It doesn't, but the Mud Shots will be enough here, and Richie Beckett taking game number 1. He went with a line risky against that Cradily. Simply Forth managed to bait out Empoleon, but the way that Richie Beckett set his own Pokemon up so quickly with that shield advantage and with hard-hitting charge attacks, it was very hard for Simply Forth to come back here.
Diggersby is one of those Pokemon that it kind of pops in and out of the meta, but I think with Fortress being so popular lately, it's definitely found a place back in being able to counter it quite hard. We did see it do so well in this for Richie as well. Even though it was debuffed twice at different moments, it was still able to pull out the win there in that winner's semifinals.
Galarian Moltres with Payback is also interesting. I really think that is for Unova Stunfisk, but Richie Beckett, Yeah, I mean, he does have Togekiss and Empoleon on his team, so maybe, and of course Galarian Moltres, so maybe those are weaknesses he's trying to cover with that coverage. Interesting choice for Payback.
Tell me how you feel about Tinkaton on the side of Simply Fourth's team against this team from Richie Beckett, because I'm looking at it, and though there are different counters or things that can put in work, I also think Tinkaton can put in a decent amount of work to the team.
Yeah, even into Diggersby, Gigaton Hammer just hits really, really hard. I feel like the worst matchup you could face is that Empoleon, because 2 Bulldoze will not knock out Empoleon, but 2 Hydro Cannon from Empoleon will knock out Tinkaton. Kind of an offset. If you expect the Galarian Moltres and the Credilli to come out, and Togekiss maybe perhaps even, Tinkaton could be very valuable. But if none of those are on the team of Richie Beckett, that could be a tedious play. Like we saw in game 1 that Richie Beckett brought both Empoleon and that Diggersby, and that's just like, yeah, what do you do if you have Tinkaton on the back? You just lose.
Yeah, sometimes though you have to make some daring plays to be able to go through. We'll see what these trainers want to do. We'll see what Simply Fourth can put forward to try to stay on this winner's side of the bracket. Both of these trainers locking in for game number 2. Here we go.
And the same lead from Richie Beckett, different lead from Simply Fourth. This is great for Galarian Moltres. This Shadow Quagsire does not have Stone Edge, making this matchup even better. Simply Fourth is staying into this though. Is he gonna build up energy and try to catch on Tinkaton? Maybe no, he's staying in for a bit.
You know, I actually don't hate this, and I think this is also why a lot of people are opting to put the just Aqua Tail and Mud Bomb on their Shadow Quagsires, is because Aqua Tail still do quite a bit of damage. They're going for that catch, soaking up all the damage from that Galarian Moltres onto that Licky Licky.
Yeah, this was kind of almost what you could expect there, because Simply Fourth has 2 better matchups into Galarian Moltres in the back. You see from Richie Beckett straight up the same team here, and that just counters. Oh my goodness, also a catch on the body slam from Richie Beckett. Excellent play, puts him ahead even further. 2 Shadow Ball otherwise would have been enough to knock out. And what are you going to do with his Tinkaton in the back, though?
Yeah, you get a catch, and you get a catch. And I think if you're Simply Fourth, actually, you might be happy to see the Empoleon here, because that means it will get to avoid that Tinkaton that's in the back. But if you're Simply Fourth, you might be worried about that Diggersby, which is also going to be there. I think at this point, you have to bring back in that Quagsire.
When you've seen the 2 same Pokemon from the previous match, the first thought you have, is this the same team? That is what Simply Fourth is afraid of. Is, like Amanda said, that Diggersby going to be in the back. Mud Bomb will take out this Empoleon. There's still energy on Moltres though. In comes the Tinkaton. But there is Diggersby, and Diggersby is going to feast here. However, do not underestimate the power of Gigaton Hammer. If that Shadow Quagsire can somehow land an Aqua Tail on this Diggersby, this game might not just be over yet.
Actually, Richie Beckett recognizing that, okay, it's not going to be that effective, but I know that it is a heavy-hitting attack. I want to make sure to be able to shield that up. He does so, and now he goes with the Scorching Sand, getting a shield back in kind.
No attack drop there. There's a 30% chance with every Scorching Sands that the attack of the opponent will be lowered. This is a Bulldoze if Richie Beckett is counting. Oh, he is not counting. This wasn't even Gigaton Hammer energy just yet, and might give Simply Fourth a chance there. If you get a defense drop, no defense drop, and then the Gigaton Hammer potentially could have knocked out on the next one.
Going ahead now, you saw him shaking his head no, but I think that getting a shield with that bait was a pretty good thing, and being able to correctly shield up the heavier hitting attack and not getting a defense drop is going to be great there. Going for charge attack priority tie. This will at least put some heavy damage into that Diggersby.
This kind of seals the deal for Richie Beckett, because yes, Gigaton Hammer does a lot, but you locked in a Scorching Sands. I think this gets very close to knocking out Tinkaton. It's quite bulky, and so is Diggersby, but it's super effective. Both Pokemon are very low right now. You swap into the Quagsire, but there's already energy on this Galarian Moltres. The bird was waiting to feast on his Quagsire.
He takes up to the sky, saying, okay, the first was caught on Licky Licky. I found my target for number 2, and now Tinkaton is just too low to put in too much damage, and Richie Beckett takes it 2-0.
Another trainer that was looking for success again after a while, and he's found it. Taking this match here on the winner's side of the bracket and moving on to day 2, solidifying his position as top 12 in Utrecht here. A big congratulations to Richie Beckett. And of course, maybe we see more of Simply Fourth later on, as he's still on the loose side of the bracket.
I know, we were talking about how good of trainers have been around for a while. Their comebacks, this could be the comeback for Richie Beckett, playing absolutely fantastic, making it into day number 2 with some off-meta hits, such as that Galarian Moltres, Credilli, and back into the bird conversation though, Martine.
Important.
Is Empoleon a bird?
Yeah, I think it is. It's not flying, but it's a bird.
Yeah, so I mean, like, do you like all 3 of those picks?
Yeah, they're cool. I mean, he did bring 2 birds, and they were successful. So
they're cool.
I guess there you have that going. A lot of trainers are like, okay, I just won 1 game. My opponent did this, did that. What do I change? Richie Beckett was like, nah, not changing, can't bother.
Yeah.
And that was a good choice because that Tinkerton was in the back. Usually Quack also in the back, but now it was in the front. And Galarian Moltres meeting it there, yeah, tough one for Quack.
I mean, it's one of those things where if it's not broke, don't fix it. And I think that's exactly what Richie was able to go through. Even though he shielded up that bulldoze bait earlier on, it wasn't able to get a defense drop, and I think that really helped him as well, because getting that Scorching Sands, helping that Tinkaton get so low, just put him in such an advantageous position in that end game.
I think even with the defense drop, the Gigaton Hammer still wouldn't have knocked out. The problem for Simply 4 was that he didn't have energy on Shadow Quagsire, but the way that Richie Beckett played that second game, he keeps energy on this Galarian Moltres. This doesn't even give Shadow Quagsire later on the opportunity to stay in and farm up some more energy, because if you don't throw your charge attack or switch, Galarian Moltres will knock you out before that.
This was just also a great game, showcasing the knowledge that these trainers have. They knew exactly when to swap to be able to catch attacks that weren't going to be as effective, and both of them were able to do so. So it shows that they really knew where their opponent was at in energy, and Richie knew he needed to be able to save energy on that Moltres to be pulling out that win.
Excellent play on the winner's side of the bracket. I believe we had 4 groups, and all winner semis have been played on the winner's side of the bracket. Those will continue tomorrow, but we have my personal favorite, the loser's side battles, because that is where everything is on the line. You lose here, you're out. Kokshak versus Frika. And Kokshak is really looking to get as many championship points as possible. If he gets a top 8 in Utrecht, he might solidify his position for the travel award for the World Championship. So for Kokshak, this is extra important.
And for Frika, of course, being able to play back on stage, doing so well, proving once again the prowess that you had, especially with one of your signature picks, such as that Rainy Cast form. I know that this would mean a lot to him to be able to do so.
But Frika is having the pride of the Rainy Cast for me. I mean, Stone Collection also made it to the winner's side of day 2. So, you know, that cast form is also still around. Can we have 2 of them, though? Gonna be interesting. Everyone who had Rainy Cast form on their team, they had the guts to actually bring it to.
I mean, the one thing I'm wondering, if they were having a discussion of bringing this Rainy Cast form, the targets, what were they thinking was going to be big? And
Camerupt.
Yeah, well, that's kind of, I wasn't thinking camera especially, but I was thinking perhaps some fire type Pokemon that are going to be probably fairly good into Pokemon like Tinkaton and especially into Fortress. So of course, if you have a mono water type Pokemon, that could really be putting in some hurt.
It just has hardly any resistances. Like most of these water type Pokemon, and Kokshak's team is a perfect example: water and steel, water and ground, water and fairy. But mono-type water only has 2 weaknesses, electric and grass. So that makes Rainy Cast form actually a very good Pokemon in a defensive way. It's just that the water gun fast attack is just not the strongest, and that's kind of what holds it back here.
And I think sometimes when you're playing against Pokemon that have a lot of bulk behind their names, which Kokshak does seem to have on his team, like Stunfisk has a decent amount of bulk, Azumarill and Licky Licky. Meanwhile, the other Pokemon are a bit more frail, but still are able to at least tank 1 charge attack quite comfortably.
Should we continue our bird conversation?
Yeah, definitely. Fearow is a bird.
It is good.
I nailed it! Yes!
It has access to Drill Run as a coverage attack, which is very useful for a Pokemon like Tinkaton. But because it doesn't have a lot of bulk, a Gigaton Hammer pretty much knocks Fearow out of the sky right away. Makes it an iffy Pokemon to use, but I think that this Pokemon, when you give it an energy lead, Fearow can reach for all the skies at once.
And really, like, it seems to win charge attack priority over quite everything. So if you know your counts, you can go on charge attack priority, forcing shields from your opponent, or at least getting a ton of energy off before they're able to get to their own attacks.
Let's take a look at what both trainers are going to bring here. There are some similarities in that Shadow Quagsire and Licky Licky. You know, I don't want to spoil it for tomorrow, but I'm guessing these are on the top 2 usage from what I've seen.
I would be shocked.
It's everywhere. And again, no Stone Edge on either Shadow Quagsire, so you don't even hit the birds with them. The birds are just invincible almost.
Well, the birds are definitely flying around free in the sky, but I think some of these teams are trying to be built nowadays to be able to take it down. Bug-Bite Fortress has become so popular that I think a lot of the flying-type Pokemon don't really fear seeing that fortress as much anymore. Maybe we'll see a shift back to the Volt Switch Fortress that we saw at the very first time in Prague.
Yeah, we saw this from Z's Wireless earlier today with that Shadow Fortress and Volt Switch. Just covers Water-type Pokemon a little bit better, but is way worse into Pokemon like Shadow Quagsire. Looks like one of our trainers has locked in, the other one thinking it through just a little bit. This is a top-tier European battle. Here we go. We have game number 1, Cockshuck on the left, Frika on the right, and we have Unova Stunfisk into Togekiss. This is a great lead for Cockshuck.
Cockshuck going and smiling a little bit here. We'll see what Frika wants to do. Might see an immediate pop out. That's exactly what we're seeing into that Quagsire being now met by that Fearow. But the Quagsire is ahead on energy. And since Cockshuck knows that it's just Aqua Tails, he's not shielding the first one, but he is going to be able to get some nice pacing with the next.
Cockshuck in a pretty comfortable position here. He might have to use a Protect Shield though to maintain his position here. Going for Charge Attack pretty tight. Drill Peck is strong, but you can hang on Shadow Quagsire. It looks like Frika knows. The problem for Frika is that the rest of his 2 Pokemon that he brought the Rainy Cast form. They both take super effective damage from Stunfisk, and that doesn't really help your case here.
He needed that Quagsire perhaps to be able to soak up some of that damage, but he does get a Protect Shield off of that Fearow there. He might be farmed down though before he gets to another attack. That's exactly what happens. Fearow comes out with a ton of energy. It's down a shield, but it's going to get that back very, very quick.
If Cockshuck was 1 second slower with that switch, that Quagsire would have reached another Aqua Tail there. So very good play, swapping immediately. I think Fearow might even be able to get to 2 Drill Peck. That will definitely knock out Togekiss.
This is very, very dangerous. Fuka played a little bit risky to that electric type, and it just happened to see in the front, so he's definitely playing from the back foot for this round. Don't count him out just yet. Togekiss still getting up a ton of energy, and we'll have to see, because both of the Pokemon in the back are quite comfortable into Togekiss.
We're about to find out. Castform comes in, but looks like Cockshuck is staying in for a little bit, going for the super effective Discharge. Does Frika use a protection? No, he doesn't, and this is a great opportunity for Cockshuck to just switch out, preserve Unova Stunfisk, and soak anything on this Licky Licky.
He's going to have to literally soak it, because this Water-type Pokemon is putting in a lot of... won't work here. Going for that first Weather Ball, no Protect Shield used on Cockshuck's side. Comfortable to say, okay, Licky Licky is going to take it all. I'm really relying on the back of the Unova Stunfisk for this game number 1.
How can you win this as Frika? I feel like you need all this energy for Unova Stunfisk, but Cockshuck is not using any Protect Shields. He knows that Unova Stunfisk only needs the support of Licky Licky to close it out. It has almost full health here. What is the energy from Togekiss going to do? It's going to need Precipice Blaze, but only Groudon learns that.
And actually, you getting that last Protect Shield, Frika also recognizing that it's quite important, going for a combination play to try to get that last shield. But again, that's what Unova Stunfisk is saving it all for. This Licky Licky goes down, but it has done its job. Unova Stunfisk coming back in, no energy, but being able to do a lot of super effective damage.
Cockshuck looking at his phone and his opponent like, oh, that's a fun play from you, bro. Well, I'm just going to farm this all the way down now, and Stunfisk comes out with a lot of energy for this Rainy Cast form. There are no shields remaining, and there's still a protection on the side of Cockshuck. So Frika, Rainy Cast form, bold choice, didn't pay off here. Cockshuck's going to take game number 1.
Getting a little taste of its own medicine, having an electric charge attack, hit it there, takes it out for game number 1 in the losers semifinals.
Excellent gameplay there from Cockshuck, but also just predicting what his opponent would play. Frika was very, very soft to Unova Stunfisk in the lead there, which was kind of surprising, because if you look at the team from Frika, he has only one answer, and everything else is just not great into Unova Stunfisk. You could play both Shadow Quagsire and Fortress, but then you're even weaker to Fearow. Like, this core of Unova Stunfisk plus Fearow is just kind of unbreakable.
What would be your thoughts? Because Frika led an ABA team, so 2 Pokemon that were weak to the electric-type Pokemon that they saw in the front. But Togekiss has a much worse matchup into the Unova Stunfisk than that Rainy Cast form was. What if they were in the flipped position there for that game number 1? Is it worth staying in?
Well, Rainy Castform has a much better matchup versus Unova Stunfisk than Togekiss does, so that would be a better ABA strategy, where your lead Pokemon is weak to that specific Pokemon, and your backline. I don't even know if Rainy Castform beats Unova Stunfisk. I would not be surprised that at some point it might. But yeah, if you do that reverse, you're forced to swap out, and then Stunfisk later could be a problem. So you have a soft ABA strategy where you're like a little bit weak to the lead, but you also have the hard ABA where you're really weak to the lead.
Which unfortunately for Frika, that's exactly what happened because he had to swap in his Quagsire at that point, but then he took out the only possible counter for the Novan Stunfisk when Kokshak swapped out.
Well, let's see how both trainers are going to adapt. We are going to have Empoleon. It's met up with Rainy Castform. Frika's doubling down on this Pokemon. Let's see how Kokshak is going to play this. I have no idea how this matchup's really going to go. Rainy Castform is quite bulky. I would not be surprised if you can hang on with Drill Peck. What I'm not sure of is if the Metal Sound will add up enough in the 2-shield scenario that 2 Drill Peck then will knock out. So how many Metal Sound do you need for 2 Drill Peck to knock out? I think a lot.
This sounds like a math problem, but it might be a real problem as we're going to see on screen. Going for a bait here on the side of Frika. Now, the Thunder would do so much damage. It does get the shield here, which is absolutely huge for Frika and can prove advantageous as now he swaps out, trying to catch here onto that Shadow Quagsire.
Successfully, I guess, but not exactly what you want to catch here. Frika trying to bait something out here. I assume in comes Fearow, but this is kind of iffy as well because this only allows Fearow to get a massive energy here. Trying to throw in Charge Attack pretty tight, which Quagsire would lose. So, but looks like Kokshak didn't throw his energy jet, knowing that Drill Peck wouldn't knock out regardless.
Going ahead now, just getting up a ton of extra energy on that side of the Fearow. It's going to throw here, and Frika putting in double shields here on this Quagsire. It does have a lot of energy, to be fair. He wants to at least maybe get a shield back in kind as he goes ahead and throws that next Aqua Tail, and that's exactly what happens.
The clock might almost be up for Frika here. If he could swap and outpace on the Rainy Castform, is he going to do that? Yes, he is. Can he outpace this Fearow? Oh, it's Charge Attack pretty tight. Fearow gets away!
Going ahead, and the real question is this enough damage? We haven't seen Rainy Castform enough to recognize its bulk in huge matchups like this. It's not enough to hang on, so all of that energy goes down, but Fearow is also energy dry. No Protect Shields on either opponent's side. There's still a ton to play for.
Quagsire is a nuisance though. I'm surprised to see this Licky come in because now Fearow might be able to get to a charge attack. Looks like Kokshak tries to catch a charge attack but unable to. I mean, you're going to throw Body Slam here anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but keep in mind that Fearow is only 1 peck away from a charge attack.
And now knowing that it will win charge attack priority over both the Licky and that Shadow Quagsire, putting Kokshak in a decent spot if he can get to that energy. In the meantime, we have this delightful mirror match going on here. Body Slam coming through to connect with Frika's as there are no Protect Shields left on either side. Frika's taking us out of this area as he swaps back into that Shadow Quagsire.
Oh, going for 2 Body Slam here. I like this play from Kokshak. Might put him in a decent position. I do think that you kind of need this Shadow Quagsire for Empoleon that Kokshak still has in the back here. Kind of an iffy spot. Going for the Charge Attack pretty tight, but this is only an Aqua Tail. A Muppet would have dealt more damage here. Frika's only option is to build up a lot of energy, but can you then knock out Empoleon even?
Going ahead now, this Body Slam will connect at that charge attack priority. As the Quagsire goes down, that means that Licky on the side of Frika's is going to be his only Pokemon remaining against the 3 Pokemon of Kokshak. He's got a ton of energy, but will it be able to get him through basically half-health Empoleon and a Fearow?
I don't think this Empoleon is in range. Oh man, that doesn't even go down. And only 1 peck away. Fearow surprises his opponent. This Drill Peck is coming through. I don't think this knocks out just yet, but it gets really close.
Going ahead now, it all depends on if Frika actually clicked as well to be able to knock it out, or if that's exactly what he did. He was hoping to get a little bit of that extra energy, maybe to be able to throw 2 Shadow Balls at the Empoleon, but this will knock out the Fearow, and now Empoleon could come back in. There's also a small Licky in the back.
Licky is coming through with the Shadow Ball. Empoleon in its shiny form here is quite fragile, but I think the Emperor stands strong here. It takes the Shadow Ball like a champ, and Metal Sound's down. Empoleon is the king. Kokshak moves on to day 2.
Kokshak says, I know about those championship points. I want them for the World Championships here, continuing on in this tournament. He's on the loser's side of the bracket, so he needs to be able to keep winning there to get through the losers finals to be able to be, in a better position. I believe you said top 8 he needs again?
He needs a top 8 for, I believe, about 250 championship points out of the top of my head. There's a lot of numbers to remember, but to get more championship points, he needs just 1 more win. That's very close. He has a lot of time to prepare for tomorrow.
I think that if he's training like this, you see him, he's taking a breath. He recognizes that was a big hill to overcome, but he did it, and you just have to take it 1 game at a time. But he's getting closer and closer to those accolades that he's hoping for.
Kokshak already has so many accolades from this season because he's like very far up on that leaderboard this season, but also last season. Frika unfortunately got knocked out, but man, to get this far with a rainy cast form, bravo.
I think he must be very, very proud of his signature pick there. And it looked like a pick that was a little bit spicy. I thought it was a little unique, but it seems like we've seen quite a few of them here in Utrecht. Kokchak, one of our trainers who I believe won the first ever regional competition that he participated in, hoping to get another win under his belt here in Utrecht.
All these Germans playing Rainy Cast Form. I heard every time Rainy Cast Form makes an appearance, a German says jawohl.
Is Rainy Cast Form a bird?
No, it's not a bird. It's
flying.
a water drip.
Oh, it's just a droplet. It's in the skies.
I guess, Amanda.
This is going to be the new game called Is It a Bird?
Let's move on.
Okay, fine. Let's move on. We're still going in this tournament. A lot of people have already been able to make it into day number 2. We've seen a lot of trainers bringing some very interesting picks. I would say about the same amount of Aegislash that I thought there was going to be.
The Aegislash was like at the start of the day mostly, and then it just kind of faded away. I guess they all made day 2 already, so we didn't see them
like,
anymore.
all right, fine. Get them out of there.
They already won. Aegislash is actually a really interesting Pokemon. I'm curious to see if it will finally make its way into the top 12 for day 2 usage. That'll be later on for tomorrow, but yeah, right now I would think that it's been a very successful Pokemon at the start of the day. I feel like 4 of them slipped through.
I mean, I think if I was Kokchak and I'm thinking, okay, if I need to make it into day number 2, I know that I'm going to be probably facing a couple of those. Is he scared of it? Why didn't he bring it? Maybe we'll find out some of this stuff because we have an interview ready with him and Semyon.
Thanks so much, casters. We're here for an interview with Kokchak. Congratulations to a nice 2-0 win there. And how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really tired, although I'm really proud of my achievement today because it's rare for me to make such a great run at the losers bracket, and I won like 6 games in a row, so I think I'm really proud of that for sure.
Definitely a big achievement, and I was there actually for your first regional win as well. 2023 Warsaw with a Victini. Like, you're not shy of playing those more spicy Pokemon. Let's talk about your spicy Pokemon of this team. How about Firo? Why is this Pokemon so amazing?
I really bring them because the Galarian Corsola was so annoying for me. It just leading Galarian Corsola into everything, and I was playing Togekiss, which I really like. But Firo just solves the problem. Like, the Corsola user won't do anything. You have much better matchup against Sableye, and it's basically very similar to Togekiss, and also you also have much better Aegislash matchup. I think it might be better. It depends on team comp, but I think both Togekiss and Firo are great. Although it's a little glassy, so you have to, you know.
But you seem to like some glassy Pokemon, as you already won with a Victini before. So, yeah, again, thanks so much for the interview. I wish you all the best for the rest of your battles. Again, like, take the rest as well a little bit here. I know you're a bit tired from it. And back to the casters.
You know, it wouldn't actually surprise me to see Victini in a tournament because we've had so many unique Pokemon in this, but we haven't had quite as many Dartrix that I've been anticipating seeing. We did see one.
Well, we did see one, and that one did amount to greatness as it has already made it through to day 2. So, I have someone to root for, at least.
I know you're super happy about it. I heard that little giggle backstage. It made me laugh quite hard. Happy to see you, Jay, and I'm happy to be kicking off these battles against these fantastic trainers here. Statustan, we saw him a little bit earlier on. He's back in business. He's in the loser semifinals, but he's up against a friend, but now a foe in Colin 6.
2 very formidable trainers. Statustan has not played as many regionals recently as much as Colin has. Colin plays so many. I think he's 2nd in Europe at the moment. Very, very good player. Both these trainers have had so much expertise in their respective fields of Pokemon.
And it looks like the team that the Statustan has brought is a little bit different than things that we've seen, but there's still quite a few similarities. It's like he's hearing us, hi mom. No, Statustan there cheering everything on. He has actually been a trainer who kind of brought together the teams that we've been seeing doing so well, such as like Nazabithan, such as Colin 6. I think a lot of them are really looking to him at one point as someone that was like a leader in their group.
Absolutely. And as you can see, he's giving a little wave out there, saying, look, I'm still around, I'm still about. He's playing again, and he's made it all the way through to this stage. Very, very well played. The losers round 7.
Now it looks like Colin 6 running a team. We've already seen both of these trainers play on stream earlier on in this double elimination tournament. They were knocked down from that winner's side of the bracket on the winners semis. Now they are here in the losers semifinals to see who will be able to make it into day 2, because as good of friends as they are, in the end, it can only be one.
Absolutely. They may be down to the losers bracket, but they are certainly not out, Amanda. These two trainers still have the full capability, and let me tell you, they do have the ability to make it all the way to the finals tomorrow. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've still got some games left to play.
I think I just saw a fist bump, which means it looks like they're about ready to lock in. These two trainers are going to see who will be making it on to day 2 as we're jumping into game number 1.
Here we go. Statistan versus Colin 6. We are seeing the Feraligatr, non-shadow Feraligatr, in against the Togekiss.
Now going ahead now, even though the Ice Beam would be more effective, knocking it out for sure, Hydro Cannon does a ton of damage into the Togekiss and already threatens the shield, getting that first shield there from the side of Colin 6. Colin has a lot of energy now on the Togekiss. Looks like he's waiting there, making sure that the Feraligatr was going to stay in, and now throwing an Aura Sphere.
Absolutely, and it is a cheaper move, so they're now pretty much equal when it comes to getting towards their next move, which looks to be thrown at the same time unless a catch is made. No! Ends up the Togekiss winning charge attack priority here, and with Statistan now has the play. Does he want a shield? Yes, he does.
Looks like he did, because he did click his charge attack as well. Wants to either get that last shield off of Colin or have that Togekiss go down. And in the end, it looks like Colin 6 will use both shields in this very early part of the matchup, and an immediate pivot by Statistan into his own Togekiss. His Feraligatr is very low on health, but he's able to have a shield ahead of Colin.
Hard swapping out, leaving a Pokemon on very minimal HP, maybe kept in the back pocket in case he wants to try and make a catch later on in this game. We're now seeing a mirror between two. Oh my goodness! Hold your horses! What a catch that is, Amanda!
You talk about catches, and Colin says, okay, let me show you how it's done, as he catches this not very effective Size Shock from the Togekiss here. Now going for the Aura Sphere. Here's the thing, neither one of the attacks of the Togekiss really do that much damage to the Sableye, but as you can see, the Aura Sphere does just a bit more here, and now we're going to get an aggressive farm down from Colin. He's got that Drain Punch, he's got that Foul Play, and it's going to be the Drain Punch definitely as this Licky comes in.
And we're seeing another one of these Shadow Sableyes using Drain Punch. We were talking earlier on, is this a good move? We're seeing so many players getting so far with it. Maybe this is the play. Drain Punch going through and landing on the Lickitung, and there's going to be one more to come.
I like this play a lot by Colin here. The Drain Punch not going to be doing as much, even though it is super effective. He's already boosted in energy and going for that heavier hitting Foul Play now. Statistan just charging up a ton of extra energy now. But my goodness, Colin putting on this master class of catching. He's like, okay, first the Psyshock onto the Sableye, now the Shadow Ball onto the Licky for worse for the wear.
We are being absolutely treated out here with some fantastic plays. What a catch. Statistan in awe of such a fantastic catch. He stopped tapping his screen. He's accepted that was enough.
Not only that, he didn't even just set down his screen, he just set down the phone there as Licky is able to completely roll out down the Feraligatr. Colin 6 taking game number 1 in this losers semifinals.
And he's writing down in his notebook, I wonder for what he's writing, don't let him catch a Shadow Ball.
The note to self, Shadow Ball on Licky does not do much damage. Nailed it.
As the damage went through, it was almost as if it was gaining health, a little bit of extra as it came through.
That's what I always say with the Lickys, whenever they catch a Shadow Ball, they already have their tongue sticking out, and I just feel like at that point it's a taunt. Exactly. Colin 6 taking game 1 quite decisively off of Statistan, but Statistan is a trainer who has had a lot of resilience to his name. He's someone that's been around from the beginning, and he was a trainer that most people feared, a Worlds competitor for the last Worlds competitions, all of them, which is an incredible feat.
Absolutely, he has been around a very long time. I really enjoyed in that game how Colin 6 used his Sableye, not just throwing the super effective Drain Punch both times, but using it once to buff his own defense, making his Pokemon a little bit stronger, a little bit bulkier, and then throwing the heavier hitting, not super effective aggressive move in foul play, and it did so much damage, and I feel overall that was very well balanced
I mean,
Colin.
I tell you what, you know how you were saying you were so thrilled that Dartrix is going to be in this tournament, that we've already seen it? I'm thrilled to see Shadow Sableye, because Sableye is my favorite, and we're really seeing quite a masterclass from a lot of different trainers on how to use this Pokemon with this new attack, Drain Punch.
Absolutely, and with each of these regionals, I feel like I see different Pokemon every single time to counteract the previous meta, and it's always so enjoyable seeing how these top players are able to just use their foresight to be able to predict what's going to be coming in.
Yeah, it's almost like you're a psychic type on the field. That's exactly what Statistan has with this Grumpig up against the Togekiss. Great lead there, an immediate swap out by Colin 6 into that Quagsire to just start negating some of that damage. Statistan banks up a lot of energy and swaps into his Feraligatr.
There's a lot of energy on this Quagsire, and Colin's decided to let some of it go here with this Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb going and does a lot of damage into that non-Shadow Feraligatr.
Shadow Feraligatr, or not Shadow Feraligatr, Shadow Quagsire has to put up a shield because this Hydro Cannon, this Community Day attack would be doing absolutely a ton of damage, and Colin has a lot of energy on that Quagsire, going for yet another Mud Bomb, which would threaten the knockout should Statistan choose not to shield.
Absolutely, Colin counting the moves here on Statistan, throwing just before this Feraligatr was able to get to the move, which is perfect timing, and now deciding, what am I going to do here? Am I going to shield this next move?
Yeah, that's exactly what he does there, not being afraid to be able to put 2 shields down. We saw that happen very early on in game number 1, but now that the shields are down, some of this energy will be expended from this Grumpig as this Dynamic Punch connects.
And the Dynamic Punch does enough to knock out the rest of the Quagsire. Well done, Quagsire. You are now resting.
I mean, this is a difficult position if you're Colin, because even though the Shadow Ball would do a lot of work, Statistan has a shield to hide behind, and the Grumpig is going to do so well into that Licky Licky and into the Togekiss. So if he can shield this up properly, he's still in a great position.
Absolutely. These Shadow Balls do threaten the Grumpig ever so much. Oh! Going for a bait, and Statistan says, I'm not reading that essay. I'm not having any of that. No.
He says, ring, pick up the phone, Colin, because I called it there.
Oh.
And that's exactly what he's doing. Again, no Protect Shield as the second Body Slam goes through, gets a ton of energy on this Grumpig. This Licky Licky about to go down. Togekiss takes this full Shadow Ball from the Grumpig.
Statistan was looking to the camera, pointing to his eye and saying, I see what you're doing there, and I'm not falling for it. Throws a Shadow Ball now into the Togekiss, dealing around half the remaining health.
Going ahead now, this Licky Licky, yes, the Aura Sphere would do a lot, but just like in game number 1 when Statistan didn't bother to do much anymore, Colin not even bothering to throw an attack, recognizing that he has been defeated here in game number 2.
Oh my goodness, 2 absolutely whitewashes on on either side. Both of these players just accepted the fact, yep, this is done for me. I've never seen such polar opposite games.
I tell you what, I mean, this is where it all comes down on the line, right, too, because in a double elimination tournament, loser semifinals, the winner of this will move on to day number 2, but the loser of this is out of the tournament. Both of these trainers from the Netherlands, both of these trainers, good friends who have competed with and against each other time and time again, but at that point, they have to put it all down on the line saying, yes, I recognize that you're a formidable opponent, but I want this game 3.
Absolutely, and both these trainers might take a little bit of extra time here, because this is the decisive game number 3 to determine if they're going to make it to the next day.
And I think at this point, yeah, it's definitely well warranted. I think Statistan has an interesting team composition that is a good combination of fairly typical Pokemon that you would expect to see, like that Licky Licky, like that Shadow Fortress, but also some good counters to those Pokemon as well, such as that Diggersby and the rays of Grumpig that we've seen in this tournament so far.
Absolutely. We didn't really see as much use of the Togekiss, and we haven't seen any of the Sableye in that second game. Do you think, as it was so good in the first game, do you think we'll see it again?
I think that Sableye definitely put in some work. While Sableye would have had a worse matchup maybe against Licky Licky before, when I was talking with Kazim after he won, he said he's actually now here to target it a bit. And I know that when I can't even remember who it was now. Someone else who was also running the Drain Punch, Nezabethan, said Drain Punch Sableye can actually beat the Diggersby as well, which it wouldn't have been able to do without it. So, I mean, I think there's definitely utilization for Colin 6 with that against the team of Statustan, because there is that Diggersby on that side. There is that Licky Licky on that side.
Absolutely. I was going to show earlier on, Martin was saying that there is just, he doesn't really see Drain Punch as a viable move, but so many of these players are getting through so far in this tournament with it. It's a sight to behold, and maybe it is showing that it has got its place.
I mean, maybe he should pick up a pen and paper, take some notes, because we're about to jump into Game 3. Just taking a quick peek at the back lines here. Looks like that Shadow Sableye is there. Would have been pretty great up against that Grumpig at the beginning, but this Empoleon has a little bit more to worry about. Yes, you can hit hard with this Hydro Cannon, but you cannot get a dynamic punch in return. So you either have to try to catch it on something else, or you're going to have to expend a shield.
It's very hard to do against a one-turn fast move indeed. Opting to pivot out now into Shadow Sableye, which you've seen do so well for Colin so far.
Colin tried to do a catch. He did 2 very successful catches in game number 1. Wasn't able to do so with this, but he is a little bit ahead on energy now. So this first Drain Punch that goes through is going to now boost the defense of that Sableye. Plus the Shadow Ball from a Licky Licky, since it's not same type attack bonus, is not going to be doing as much damage.
Absolutely, and this is what we saw him do in that first game, where he boosted up his defense first, and then following that, he decided to go for the harder hitting move, and we'll see if he decides to go for that one again.
Going ahead, and I think we'll see charging up just a little bit extra energy, throwing right before the next attack is available. Absolutely right. You called it, Jay, there. Foul play coming through. No protection shield used on the side of Statustan, but gets that Licky Licky really low. The big problem is those Shadow Claws aren't going to do much damage, so Colin pivots out of this matchup and into his own Licky Licky. You saw them both pause there because he didn't want that caught on anything else.
Tried to go and get that catch in there and did not manage to do so.
Going ahead, putting up that Protect Shield because the Dynamic Punch is already ready to go. This will be doing a nice chunk of damage should Colin want to let that go through. We're about to see this hit. Super effective damage, knocks that Licky Licky down to the yellow.
That did so much damage, but Licky Licky still hanging on in there and has more body to slam around.
Exactly, slamming it out of the picture if I like it there. And this is also the big problem for Statustan. We talked about how Shadow Claw doesn't do much to Licky Licky. Well, that's exactly the attack that Feraligatr has, so it's not going to be doing too much. Now pivoting out, trying to get a Protect Shield, actually going for, it looks like almost charge attack priority here, as this Hydro Cannon will go for the Sableye.
They both reached the move at the exact same time. The Feraligatr managed to get to the charge attack priority first, and now both teams exchanging a shield.
Going ahead, this is such low health on that Sableye. Won't be able to get to another attack. This is just farm town for the Feraligatr. Eat him up, and Colin takes a big breath as he recognizes this puts energy on that side of that Feraligatr. This could be dangerous.
We're coming towards the finite conclusion of this battle, and Empoleon is coming back in, a little behind on energy.
Going ahead now, throwing that Drill Peck, goes before that Feraligatr. Feraligatr shakes his head, but this is not a shadow. This hangs on through it. The real question is, will it be able to hang on the Empoleon in kind?
Here comes the Feraligatr throwing the Community Day move. Hydro Cannon, and it does just over half the remaining health. A switch now, trying to get off a move. And, oh, what a catch coming towards the very end.
Wow.
Colin throws the move and Statustan has caught it. He is looking at himself. He doesn't know if this means he's going to win. It's all coming down to the very end now. He's got the Hydro Cannon.
Oh, wow. He's got to throw here. This is such good timing by Statustan. Trying to hang on here, but there's still an Empoleon on the other side.
This is incredibly close, Amanda. But it's not going to be quite enough to get to the next Hydro Cannon. Oh, it was an incredibly close game between two absolute behemoths of the Pokemon Go competitive play circuit.
Feraligatr having a ton of energy, but Colin 6 negating it all with his plays there. In the end, wasn't quite enough to overcome Colin 6, the final boss, for a reason. Continuing on to day number 2 on the loser side of the bracket. But as we know, just because he's down, don't count him out.
Absolutely. Even the best players end up losing a couple games here and there.
I know that we kind of joke around. Sometimes if you end up losing earlier on, that just means you get more games to play. And of course, as fellow lovers of the game, maybe they're just doing it for the extra practice.
Exactly. Just trying to warm up a little bit to get the extra battles in. It gives you a little bit more of a feel for your team and get you double the amount of battles, double the amount of fun.
I mean, a lot of fun was had definitely in these loser semifinals between Statisan and between Colin 6 there. Game number 1 was just truly a show for Colin there, catching after catching here. This was the very first one, really putting him in the driver's seat, being able to take an attack that doesn't do much damage at all, as you can see here, and Sableye just went on a rampage.
I tell you what, over the 3 games, it was definitely a showboating game with both these trainers getting huge catches on each other. You can see the reaction of Statistan. This was game 1, and he ended up getting the Shadow Ball, which did absolutely nothing.
You see him, joking around, yelling at his friend and teammate, but at the same point here, taking game number 2 from him. But this was the point that it really came down to at the end. There was just not enough health left on that Feraligatr to take out both the Empoleon and that Licky. Colin 6 taking that game 3 decisively.
Absolutely. It was so close towards the end. If he could have done a couple more fast moves, he would have had the little nail biter. It would have had enough to take out both of the remaining Pokemon, but it was just not quite enough with those Shadow Claws.
But Colin 6, also a trainer from the Netherlands, which is where we're at here in Utrecht. So I know in the past, Martijn, who was also from the Netherlands, was a trainer to be able to keep it in the home territory. We'll have to keep an eye on Colin to see if he's able to do the same.
Absolutely. It's always nice to have that home field advantage, have loads of people local to the area that you know, local to the regionals, local to the local play Pokemon tournaments that you can do in the surrounding areas, where a lot of these Pokemon Go players all come together and play. So a lot of them might be here today and getting behind him because they all know him.
Exactly true. He's one of the trainers we put earlier on as a player to watch. He's doing quite well. Pataman also on that list, making it to day number 2, and Nezabethan also making it to day number 2. So these are trainers that have definitely have the upswing of momentum behind them, but there are plenty of other players who've been doing so well, making a name for themselves. Kokshak, just as an example, I was talking with Martijn. If Kokshak gets in the top 8 in this tournament, he will have enough championship points to be able to be on the leaderboards for Worlds, which is huge accolades.
Amazing accolade, especially for a trainer that may not have played as many in the past or might not have the results they wanted. To feel that momentum and to feel that the amazing plays that you've done has earned you such an amazing accolade. It makes you feel great about yourself.
Of course, winning a tournament is what all the trainers want to do, but what I really love about this, it shows that consistency is also key. Kokshak has been a trainer this season who has been really top-cutting, really performing time and time again, and it just shows that, hey, sometimes it might not be your season, but sometimes, hey, when it is, it is.
When it rains, it pours. And when a player is in inspired form like this, they're able to do it consistently time and time again. All you have to do is find your mojo, find your particular Pokemon, and not even just the Pokemon, just the way you play your team, the way that you well-round it. Yeah, and that's what you're looking for at the end of the day.
And this is also what we're looking for. This is not the losers semifinals quite yet, but we are on that losers side of the bracket. So this is, again, where it gets a little bit tricky, because this means whoever loses this round is out of the tournament, making it quite exciting. We have Narville on one side against Elderoot on the right.
But as you were saying before, it's exciting because they might be on a little bit of a hot streak. We might be going on a few games run here, playing double the games because you're playing so well.
Double the fun as well. Let's take a peek at the teams here, because if I'm looking on the side of Narville, I think I see a Shelgon, which is something we saw in Prague, but haven't seen so many of here in Utrecht.
And it's such a good Pokemon because with that Dragon Breath, it gets to move so very quickly. I'm not particularly sure which one this is running, but it's got Crunch, it's got Flamethrower, it's got
Twister.
Oh, it does so. There's so many different options.
You know what, Jay? You wanted to know. We're about to find out. It does indeed look like it is running Flamethrower for, let's say, those Steel-type Pokemon like the Fortress or Tinkaton, and also Twister with that fast pacing and that Dragon damage.
Which is also good against a lot of these water types that we're seeing. We're seeing so many water types in general in a lot of these teams. We saw some earlier running 3 water types in a single team.
I mean, we talk about water types. This is a Volt Switch Fortress, which we haven't seen quite as many of in this particular tournament, but I tell you what, there is a Quagsire on the side of LD Root, and there is also a Diggersby. So do you even risk bringing a Fortress into this team when you have Pokemon that are so weak to it?
Risky business, but sometimes the payoff would be so great, and sometimes you may take it for granted. Say you are on this team when you've got these Pokemon which are so good into the Volt Switch Fortress, you may think, there's no chance he'll bring it because I've got so many good answers to it. So then you just kind of disregard it, and then all of a sudden it makes a surprise appearance, and you might lose a game.
That is true. You know, honestly, I'm now that I'm looking at the teams, I think definitely you only need to bring one of them, right? I mean, either the Shadow Quagsire or the Diggersby, but what I'm really eyeing on the side of LD Root is that Grumpig, because since it is a Volt Switch Fortress instead of a Bug Bite Fortress, your Grumpig can really start putting into work into almost all of Narville's team.
And I'll tell you what, Grumpig has been a bit of an underlier. One of these Pokemon that we've seen perform so well and get so far in these tournaments as of recently, but not a lot of people are bringing them. But the percentage of people who are doing well with that specific Pokemon is very, very high.
I mean, yeah, if we go ahead and do a quick rundown of it, the Fortress doesn't really want to take their dynamic punches. You can't really hit back at all if you're the Togekiss. Corviknight doesn't want to take the punches. I mean, it's kind of a back and forth with the rest. Licky obviously doesn't as well, but I think that it would be a really, really good pick to kind of hide behind if I was on the side of LD Root. But again, we have to see what these trainers want to lock in themselves.
Absolutely. LD Root also one of the trainers today using Fearow. Fearow having some amazing coverage moves for its flying type. Also having the ground type move Drill Run, which is really good into a lot of its hard counters such as Steel and Rock. It's very good for countering those.
I mean, I think Kokshak kind of said it best. What it lacks in the bulk, it really does make up for with the attack. Fearow has one of the higher attacks of any of the Pokemon that we really see in this competitive format. So if you know your accounts, you can also usually go for a charge attack priority tie. You can get a lot of extra energy. You can force shields from your opponent. So that could be another Pokemon that has some interest. But if there is that Volt Switch Fortress, maybe it makes you take a second thought.
Yeah, absolutely, a little bit of risk. But as we were saying before, sometimes you have to take a little bit of risk to get a little bit of reward.
We'll see. Looks like these trainers have started to talk. Looks like both of them are getting ready to lock in. Now we're jumping into game number 1 here. Looks like we have the Grumpig in the lead up against the Shelgon on the side of Narville.
Here we go. Both these trainers using Pokemon with one-turn fast moves. Then they get to their moves very, very quickly.
And it looks like, you know, this is a rather neutral overall. I think LD Root was trying to go for a swap. They're trying to catch this Twister on something else, but going ahead and taking it all onto that Grumpig, it does knock it down pretty low, but it just gives them a little bit of extra time to farm up extra energy, going straight for that Dynamic Punch.
Dynamic Punch being locked and loaded. Narville deciding to let this one go also.
Going ahead now, it looks like he's trying to quickly pivot out and catching now this next Twister onto that Licky. Great play by LD Root there, but this Shelgon is very, very low at this point, so I don't know if we'll see a quick pivot out as well for a potential sacrificial swap later as that Swampert comes in.
Swampert coming in, a Pokemon that gets to energy very, very quickly and hits very hard with Hydro Cannon, but we're seeing on the other side here a Shadow Ball being loaded.
Going ahead, this is the heavy hitting attack. It does get that first Protect Shield off the side of Narville as well, because look at how much energy this Swampert has. 2 Hydro Cannons to throw at whatever is coming in. No Protect Shield from LD Root there on that Licky. First one not enough to knock out, but the second one would be just charging up a bunch of energy, both of them, and opting for another Shadow Ball.
Both throwing at the same time here. LD Root has a real decision to make here. If you shield this, you also get the other move off, but is it worth it to exchange shields?
Looks like it decided not to do so. This Grumpig is quite low in health, but it does have quite a bit of energy. Going for maybe once again a charge attack priority type. This time you have to put up a shield because we have to get that Swampert out of the way if we are LD Root. That's exactly what he's going for here. And no, he's going for that Shadow Ball. This is the heavier hitting of the attacks. Narville has 1 Protect Shield to hide behind, and he ends up using it here. Maybe wants to farm down.
Swampert is proving to be a little bit of a problem here for LD Root and deciding to try and get it out as quickly as possible, but it's just getting to move so incredibly quickly.
Yeah, I would say that maybe Swampert is the root of LD Root's problems here in game number 1. He's got to try as hard as he can to get it off the field. Tries to go for a catch, unsuccessful to do so. This actually loads Quagsire up with quite a bit of energy, but there's no Protect Shields to hide behind for either trainer now.
Overall, Narvale has got a lot more health in his back line, though, including this Licky Licky, a Pokemon that we've seen in so many teams. It was called the Glue earlier on. In a lot of these teams, we're seeing it being used to just being able to pivot. And if you don't particularly want your matchup to take a lot of energy from what you're seeing, you just put that in there to just sponge it all.
That's exactly what it's doing. One thing I also want to note, we didn't really focus on it before, but LD Root is one of the few trainers who is running the Stone Edge on that Shadow Quagsire, still opting to throw the Aqua Tails at this range, however, knowing that it's going to be ended up being a little bit faster to pace, and he's going to need a couple more attacks to come out anyway. Narville trying to swap back into that Swampert, but this is going to be able to take yet another Aqua Tail.
This Shadow Quagsire has so much energy. We've seen a move thrown already. We're now seeing another one and another one. We've got so many Aqua Tails to throw at him.
You get an Aqua Tail and you get an Aqua Tail, and now it is all about pacing as this Licky Licky only remains on the side of Narville. Then maybe Aqua Tail not even enough to take it out. Great weight there.
Fantastic.
He knew the potential win condition for that Grumpig, but will Grumpig be able to get you an attack?
Oh my goodness, Narvale waited that extra turn just to make sure that the catch was not possible, and the catch was attempted, but it didn't quite work out. Building up to 2 moves here to throw back to back. A fantastic play here from Narvale.
Recognizing his opponent's win condition and not letting him have it there. That body slam connected with both the Grumpig and the Shadow Quagsire, knocking them out, and Narvale takes game number 1.
Expert level plays here, Amanda. We were both watching. Is this catch going to work? Is it going to work? And we watched him calm and composed. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm shaking. I'm quivering. But he, cool as ice, waiting there, ready, and waited just that turn. That's all they needed. That one turn of wait, and then decided, nope, I'm not going to let you catch this move.
Not going to do it. You know, you say cool as ice. I say cooler than the flip side of the pillow. And that's exactly how cool Narville was for that. Calm and collected, taking game number 1. But those were incredibly close matchups between these two trainers there. LD Root doing everything he could, recognizing that Shadow Quagsire had a lot of momentum behind him. Being able to spammy throw those Aqua Tails one after another almost helped him seal the deal. In the end, just wasn't quite enough.
Not quite enough, but it was so expertly played by Narvale. But LD Root has a little bit of time now, a little bit of thinking time to think about what happened in that game, and if he wants to make some slight amendments to his team.
Yeah, both of those trainers talking out game number 1. It looks like a little bit there. I also want to say, I love the Play Pokemon shirts that we have on stream with the little Pikachus on the sleeve. The time that I competed in Birmingham, they didn't have the Pikachu on the sleeve yet, so maybe it's time for a comeback to get the new shirts.
Absolutely. Amanda playing next tournament is what I've just heard. Well, I'll tell you what I'm seeing on LD Root's team that we haven't really seen that much of make it very far.
Okay.
And it comes as quite of a shock. We're seeing that Tinkaton. Tinkaton, we've not seen very many of them make it very far in the tournament, but it's a Pokemon that has such a very hard-hitting move, maybe one of the hardest-hitting moves I've ever seen, in that Gigaton Hammer.
That's right. When we were in Prague, which was just a couple weeks ago, basically, it feels like Tinkaton with Gigaton Hammer was the first time it was available to be used, and I think players often over-predicted its use. So a lot of people, instead of bringing it, brought counters to it. However, in the meantime, Arrow went and won Los Angeles with it. So, I mean, it's sort of one of these things where, yes, it's definitely there. It is in that top 12 usage, but I think it's still trying to find its place in the meta.
Absolutely. But it's done so well in that previous tournament. I'd expected to see more of it here, and there wasn't that much use of it there or in LA Day 2, and it looks like there may not be that much use of it here, but used in the correct way, because you've got that move that can both debuff your opponent, or you can do the very, very hard-hitting move in Gigaton Hammer.
Yeah, Gigaton Hammer is definitely an attack that even if it's not very effective, which you've seen it up against maybe a Fortress or perhaps an Empoleon, still chunks away. Takes most of those Pokemon down to even past half health, and for a not very effective attack, that's still a ton, maybe a gigaton of damage.
Well, earlier on today, we saw that exact move land on a Corviknight, and you may be thinking, this is a steel move onto a Corviknight. Corviknight's already a very tanky Pokemon. but it did way more damage than we were expecting it to do, just because of the sheer damage that move does.
I mean, I think that there's a couple times that we see attacks where we're like, okay, just because it's not very effective doesn't mean that it still shouldn't be thrown. We saw a flying press get caught earlier on, and I was still like, wow, that did quite a bit of damage. We're coming back for a little bit here, so not only so you can see Jay's beautiful face, although I don't blame you, that's what everyone wants to see. We're having a quick review of game number 1 there between Narville and LD-Root, and we'll let you know how that goes. But in the meantime, Martine and I were playing this very fun game called Is It a Bird?
Okay, what kind of Pokemon are we talking about?
Well, the big question, well, first he said birds are cool.
Birds aren't cool.
Birds are cool.
Oh, they are cool. Yeah, birds are pretty cool.
We can agree.
My favorite
Yeah,
Pokemon's
yeah,
a bird.
yeah.
It's an owl.
Is Togekiss a bird?
Oh. Well, Togekiss has wings.
Yeah, but I think that's what we all came down to.
It has wings, but I wouldn't put it down as a bird. I don't know what I would put it down as.
I think it's a Pokemon.
Is it? At the end of the day, Pokemon are Pokemon.
I think at the end of the day, Pokemon are Pokemon. And some of them are pretty darn cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Dartrix is my favorite Pokemon. It's a flying type. It's a bird. Would you say that's a bird?
That's definitely a bird.
Well, Martine, we agree on this one.
And what a fun game. You guys can play at home too.
Guys, is Togekiss a bird?
Yeah, let us know. Let us know what you think
it
is most similar to in general. Of course, they are Pokemon, so that's exactly what they are. They're not necessarily a bird at all.
Well, the pre-evolution of Togekiss, what's the name of it?
Togetic.
Togetic. It looks more like a bird. It looks like it's just hatched because it hatches out of an egg.
True.
Togepi, and then it looks like it's starting to learn how to fly. It looks more bird-like in the second stage.
All right.
But then as it gets bigger, it just loses its shape.
Yeah. Or it gains its
Oh, it
shape.
gains way too much shape, I think.
It gains a lot of shape.
So what of your Pokemon, which Pokemon have you most enjoyed? I've really enjoyed watching Horlucha. Watching it in that one specific game, it had a move that we didn't expect, and it moves ridiculously quickly with low kick. Low kick was generating the energy to get to those moves so quickly, and it was just really enjoyable to watch because I don't think I've ever seen it in Pokemon PvP before.
I don't think I've seen it very often. Definitely not in the Pokemon PvP. I know that we were able to catch them at Go Fest in the past, and of course, there are certain regions where Hawlucha is spawning more commonly. Perhaps now that Licky Licky is such a common and viable Pokemon that we have seen in this meta, more fighting type will arrive. We have seen quite a few do so well in Utrecht so far. We've had Metachamps being able to make it on. We've seen Pangoro being able to make it on, which I already quoted you with a bit of a pandemonium. But also, we're seeing Pokemon that have fighting type attacks do super well, like the Grumpig that we've seen quite a few times with the dynamic punch being able to hit back.
And what I've enjoyed watching is I've seen Medicham, I've seen Mandy Buzz. It's Pokemon that we saw quite a long time ago in years past. Dugong we've seen already today. Pokemon that we haven't seen for quite some time, making a bit of a comeback, Amanda.
I think it could possibly be doing so. Just want to check real quick to let you guys keep you all informed. I believe that a rematch will be granted for game number 1. So we're going to go ahead and wipe the slate clean there. And it looks like we will go into a fresh set of best of 3 there between Narville and LD-Root. I could be wrong. I'm just already, I am correct.
Absolutely. And everything you remember from that last game,
just forget it.
Wipe it from your
Forget
mind.
all about
It's almost
it.
as if it didn't even happen. It's all happening again. Oh, but now we have to forget the really cool catch. But the catch didn't happen because nothing happened.
Yeah, we don't talk about the catch. We are talking about 2 trainers up on the screen. Now we have Narville on that left side up against LD-Root here. We have kind of gone over their team compositions. I do find it quite interesting. We did see at the beginning of the game that didn't happen, that never existed, don't even talk about it, is Grumpig up against that Shelgon. It was a fairly neutral matchup because, like you pointed out, both of them are running 1-turn fast attacks. The Shelgon will be able to get to its attack a little bit quicker, but the Grumpig's attacks would do just a little bit more damage.
That's the cost, really. To deal more consistent spammy damage, it does less damage overall than the harder hitting moves, but it's weighing that up in with shields. There's so much to think about overall in these games.
And I know that the game that, quote, that what game didn't happen, even though the score still reflects 0-0, I think these players can take away a lot of information from this because chances are they might not have played against each other before. They definitely haven't played against this specific team of 6. So any time that you can do a little bit of scrimmaging, anytime you can put in a little bit of extra practice, just is more beneficial to you to be able to understand not only your opponent's play style, but how to play against their specific picks.
Exactly, that's what I was just about to say. Not only is it the Pokemon you're playing themselves, but you can see how they like to play. Are they playing with an ABB format, or are they playing in a different way?
Yeah, and these are two things that you have to think about when you are playing in a tournament yourself. Yes, you already have the nerves of maybe playing on stream, maybe you've never played on stream before, but you also have to keep in mind it's just a game, right? You need to be able to beat one game, and then from there, see if you can win that next one. And speaking of, we're hopping right into that new, fresh game 1 here. This time, we have that Volt Switch Fortress up against that Licky Licky. Taking a quick peek at that backlines there. They do have that Shadow Quagsire on the side of Elder Root, which I think he would much rather have up against this Rock Tomb coming through to go ahead and slow the roll outs of this Licky Licky.
Absolutely, and the Volt Switch, it does get to the energy rather quickly, meaning you can consistently debuff whatever comes in against you. We're seeing both the Pokemon switch out at the exact time here, and we're seeing Licky Licky now in against that Shadow Quagsire, the very, very spammy Shadow Quagsire.
Going ahead, getting that energy just so quickly. Shadow damage also starting to chunk away already. Yes, Licky Licky is still a little above half health, but even still, it will start to add up here. Shadow Ball coming through on the side of Narville. No Protect Shield on Elder Root's side. This is going to put that Quagsire down pretty low.
But low, but it's still got loads of energy yet to go, because it's going to take a while for another Shadow Ball to be loaded up, because probably another couple of moves that LD Root will be able to chuck at this Licky Licky.
Yeah, well, how low can you go? We're about to find out. The next one coming through, this is a Body Slam bait. Still no Protect Shield on LD Root's side. It's like he knew that it was not going to be a Shadow Ball. It's not going to quite knock out. He's able to still get the energy. Ow! Keep in mind, everyone, this is a moment. He has saved this Aqua Tail for a potential later moment here. Going ahead, Body Slam coming through on the Narville side. Able to take out Narville's Licky Tongue, and now we come in with that Shelgon.
So we do have that Shadow Quagsire in the back on a low amount of HP, but still has that move saved up, ready to be thrown at the most appropriate time.
And now going ahead, just charging up, getting a little bit of energy, and it looks like Narville just throwing right before the next attack is being thrown by that Licky Licky. Great play there, recognizing energy counts, getting the Protect Shield off of the Licky Licky, which could be a good sign of what is being thrown.
And it does go shielded, suggesting to Narville that maybe he wants to keep this Licky Licky alive as long as possible.
Don't want to throw it off that Shadow Ball, trying to do a lot of damage. Damage wasn't done, but the shield did go up there. Twister coming through. Does LD Root want to use this last Protect Shield on the Grumpig here? Yes, he does, keeping it healthy as he continues to get energy with this Psywave, and now coming back in with that Fortress at the beginning.
And the Twister goes shielded. We're seeing the Fortress again, but the Grumpig gets to the move before it can be debuffed.
Go ahead, this will connect. This does a decent chunk of damage, and keep in mind that once again, this is a Volt Switch Fortress, which means that those Bug Bite damage, which will be doing a lot for the Psychic type of Grumpig, is nowhere to be found. Going to have to slow it down anyway with this Sand Tomb, which lowers the defenses guaranteed on that Grumpig, but the Grumpig is still going to outpace.
Grumpig getting to these moves so incredibly quickly in comparison to the very slow Volt Switches on the side of Fortress. Fortress going down, and we are seeing a matchup between Shelgon and the Grumpig.
Oh, actually trying to go for it here, recognizing that he didn't want to be able to get the switches caught. Twister still caught on this Licky Licky. Grumpig still now has a ton of energy, trying to do everything he can to try to get back the momentum, but a Body Slam looks like it's going through here. You see both of these trainers kind of shaking their heads, maybe not the exact plays they were hoping to go for.
And it's been very close between these two. He actually had the Shadow Ball there, but didn't throw it. Are we going to see the rest of that energy on the Quagsire be thrown straight away?
Coming back in with the Grumpig instead, recognizing one turn fast attack is going to be able to go ahead, seal the deal there for LD Root, taking game number 1 in this losers round 5.
Or maybe taking it into account on the opponent's side, knowing that there was a move saved there, and maybe playing games in your mind, always going to swap and throw, always going to swap and throw, so you have to really be playing on that the whole time.
I mean, that was such quick thinking by LD Root too, being able to, it turns out wasn't even needed to take that game number 1, but saving that energy on that Quagsire that looked like it was about to go down really could have saved the Aqua Tail for a rainy day.
Absolutely, and a rainy day, it was not. It did not need to be a rainy day at all, and we ended up going down with fast moves.
No, you're such a pleasure, Jay. Truly, truly.
Well, we've not seen the Fearow come into play just yet. Are you expecting to see it into this matchup?
Honestly, especially now that Narville has shown that he's not afraid to bring a Volt Switch Fortress, Fearow definitely has targets, but in the same breath, it just doesn't have a lot of bulk behind it. And if you're relying on a Pokemon that, like Grumpig, which isn't necessarily the most bulky, or maybe even Shadow Quagsire, I don't know if it has so many targets that would be worth bringing it over something that's proving to be so successful for him so far.
Absolutely, and winning that first game does give you the confidence to maybe explore around with your team a little bit, knowing your opponent's on the back foot, has to play their strongest team. Have you got something that maybe wouldn't be thought about that you can throw in there to just cause a bit of a ruckus? We're going to find out
what ruckus we might be seeing here as we're both trainers locking in for game number 2. If LD Root takes this, he continues on in this tournament here in Utrecht. Narville needs to be able to take this game to keep his tournament dreams alive. We have that Licky up against that Shadow Quagsire at the beginning, and as we've seen before, just going to charge up a lot of energy, I think, on the side of that Quagsire before throwing the first Aqua Tail, but instead actually tries to get Shadow Ball, not able to do so. In comes the Shogun into the Licky.
We've seen a few Shadow Balls being caught on Lickys today, and you said, look, I'm not going to be the next one to be caught by this Shadow Ball.
And Narville says, nuh-uh, not on my watch here. Just getting up a lot of energy, knowing that neither one of the attacks would be able on itself to knock it out here. Knows it has Protect Shields to hide behind. First Twister now coming through. No Protect Shield from LD Root either.
And the Twister does come through, does around half the remaining health, and LD Root decides to rebuke that by throwing a Body Slam. Body Slam going shielded.
Going ahead, just there's almost another Twister being loaded, and if you're Narville, you're probably counting a little bit, wants to throw right before the next Body Slam is available. Doesn't want that Licky to get too much extra energy, but doesn't want to expend another shield himself there. The Licky on the side of LD Root goes down. Keep in mind, we have a ton of energy on that Quagsire, but also a ton of energy on Narville's Licky. An immediate pivot now into Licky, throwing that Shadow Ball and immediately getting the shield from LD Root, because this would do a ton of hurt into this Psychic-type Pokemon.
LD Root might have let that go because of the fact it was so quick and you don't know what he's going to bring, but decided to play it safe, and it was the correct decision.
Wow, this is a catch, but at what cost as well? There's a lot of energy on this Quagsire, but only one shield left. You have to decide where you want to use it. Now it's Quagsire's turn to start throwing some charge attacks.
Quagsire has thrown so many of these Aqua Tails in the last few games. It is unreal. Quagsire has really been putting in the work with this Community Day move that only takes 4 mud shots to reach. It gets there unbelievably quickly and does good, dependable damage.
Yep, not enough quite to knock out yet. Still saving up a ton of energy on the side of Narville, swapping into that Swampert. Swampert also has a Community Day attack, that Hydro Cannon, which does do quite a bit of damage. So much damage that in the past it would have had to be nerfed, but still putting in some work. Grumpig coming in now, going to start throwing some punches, but will it get the shield?
Narville deciding, I have to shield something. I'm going to shield my bulkiest Pokemon from this point. Most of the other Pokemon are nearly depleted. This is one that I still have. I need to throw as much as I can into this Grumpig.
No Protect Shield used on the first one. Does take 2 to knock out. There's still 1 shield on LD Root's side. If he uses it here, he could maybe aggressively try to Psywave as close to down as possible, because the Swampert is dry. Instead, choosing to let that Grumpig go down, putting it all on the back of Quagsire as now it comes back in, getting up a ton of energy, and actually, Shogun goes for that Twister first. There's so much energy that LD Root puts up his last shield on a low health Quagsire.
The shield is still up, and it is going to defend the Quagsire. Quagsire has an ability to farm this all the way down, but decides to throw the Aqua Tail.
Wow, getting so close. He's nodding his head. Yes, is this enough to cool off the Dragon-type Pokemon? Not very effective, but at this range, still enough to knock out. It's Quagsire with a lot of energy against Licky, and actually, Licky throws first.
Licky throws the move first, and that will be enough, even though this Quagsire has so much energy left. Just under 2 more
Aqua Tails to go. It would have been enough to knock out the last two Pokemon, but just about loses it due to that Licky who had the energy and threw it first.
Wow, both of these trainers just playing it down to the wire. We're going to a decisive game number 3 here in Losers Round 5. Now, there was a ton of energy on that Quagsire, as we saw, and Quagsire does win Charge Attack priority, but he needed more energy to be able to throw at the Swampert. If the Swampert came in first, then the Licky could have came in and thrown a Body Slam too. So it was a really tough position to be in if you're LD Root. He played it to the best of his ability, but in the end, just wasn't quite enough for him there. We've seen this a couple times, recognizing your win condition, but just not having enough health to pull it off.
We did see the power of the spam of that Quagsire in the first game. In fact, we've seen it all day long. This Quagsire has been getting to moves left, right, and center, and it almost was enough to give him that game 2 to take him on to the next round, but it just wasn't quite enough.
So, Jade, you're in this position here. You know that this next game could be the game here for you because you are in the loser side of the bracket. Do you go with the tried and true formulas that you've already been working with? Or are you kind of throwing things up at the wall and seeing what sticks?
This is the exact thought process that these two trainers have to go through. They look at each other's team, they say, well, this is what won it for me the first time, but is my opponent thinking that that's what won it for me the first time, so I'm going to counter that? There's so much to think about. If it was me, I would just run the team that won me the first time and just hope for the best.
I mean, I think that a lot of trainers are choosing to do that. We kind of called it earlier, the if it's not broke, don't fix it formula. Sometimes if you've been playing enough, if you've been practicing hard enough, you already know kind of how the matchups are going to go against specific Pokemon, and you know how you want to play around it. So we'll have to see. Looks like both of these trainers are getting locked in for this decisive Game 3 to see who will move on in this Utrecht Regional Championship.
These two players have had a good day of practice against each other now, and we are seeing the same lead that we saw previously, the one-turn fast moves.
Going ahead now, this Shogun up against that Grumpig. We do know that it's going to be able to outpace, this time catching the Twister onto that Licky, kind of using it as a sponge to absorb all of this damage. Still nice and healthy, and now just starting to charge up a bit of energy.
Licky has been sponging moves all day also. Not only is it a sponge, it's also a very spammy Pokemon with those body slams, but we are seeing a big Shadow Ball loading.
I tell you what, if I'm Elderoot, I'm very pleased to see the Swampert here, because that means if I can get it out of the way, it can maybe avoid that Diggersby matchup entirely. Diggersby does not want to be taking any of those charge attacks here. Licky might be able to hold on, but I still think it's going to be doing quite a bit of damage. No, it's not quite able to. I think that Grumpig is going to have to come back in.
Grumpig comes back in. It has got a lot of energy, but so does that Swampert. And Swampert's Community Day move does so much damage into anything, especially neutrally.
Going ahead, putting up that shield there, just charging up a bit more energy. As we can see, Dynamic Punches are going to be able to go first. Actually opts for that heavier hitting Shadow Ball. Does Narville want to use both of his Protect Shields here? No, choosing to let that go, and that Swampert gets desperately low, now throwing yet another charge attack here. Elderoot still has a Protect Shield to hide behind, but I think at this point he might choose to let it go. No, choosing to double protect up this Grumpig. It's so healthy, it's got a lot of energy, but now a Twister is coming through.
Swampert tried to throw off a parting gift just as its HP was depleting, but we are now seeing Shelgon throwing the Twister into this Grumpig, which has been doing so well for LD Root so far.
Going ahead now, getting that last Protect Shield off of Narville's side. Might be able to Dragon Breath down before the next one is ready, but a quick pivot now into that Diggersby. There are 3 Pokemon remaining on Narville's side. Yes, that Swampert is still there. It is pretty low. It is fairly energy dry. He wants to try to get this Diggersby as low as possible in return.
The Twister goes through, and it deals a decent amount of damage, but you're going to need a few of those to get through a Diggersby.
Going ahead, Scorching Sands. This is a heavy hitting attack for Diggersby. Should be enough to knock out the Shelgon there, and now it's up to that Licky and the bulk behind it to be able to not only get through this Diggersby, but also get through that Grumpig in the back.
Diggersby is an attempted catch here, but it didn't work.
This is so hard for Narville.
Swamping
in the Swampert, trying to get the energy, able to get completely farmed down, and now this Diggersby is coming out with a ton of energy.
Diggersby really likes to see Licky Licky because the Shadow Ball does next to nothing, and it's such a bulky Pokemon, it can take these body slams all day long. It is already under half HP though, so how is it going to go towards the end of this game?
There's a ton of energy there on this Licky Licky here, trying to make sure to swipe all the bubbles here that they connect, because as you can see, now that Diggersby is into the L, but he needs to be very, very wary. This is the big issue. How much health is left on that Grumpig? Will the Grumpig be able to reach a dynamic punch? This is coming down to the absolute wire of game number 3.
It's incredibly close. Oh my goodness! It looks like the Grumpig is just about getting to the fighting type move, Dynamic Punch, just before the rollout went through, meaning the body slam was not registered, and that is enough for LD Root to take this game.
Absolutely close matches there, but in the end, LD Root taking root on the stage, saying, no, you know what? I like it so much, I think I'm going to go ahead and stay here in Utrecht a little bit longer. Great, phenomenal plays by both of these trainers here. Narville really trying at the end there with the Swampert to be able to not only catch, but not only, he didn't get the catch, he didn't get the Hydro Cannon off, and in the end, that Diggersby just proved too powerful.
Absolutely, it was such a close game between the two, and even in that game that we don't mention, it was such good skill on display from both trainers. Even the trainer that lost, he played so well.
And we talked about this a little bit before too, but trainers are often playing for their own win conditions. So when we saw that Diggersby come in, even though there was a full health, Licky Licky would have put Narville in that driver's seat, would be if it would have been able to get a catch onto that Swampert. When he recognized he couldn't, and then also not get the Hydro Cannon off, I think at that moment he felt a bit deflated because he recognized, okay, it's going to be much more difficult to climb back at that point.
Absolutely, and we saw the Grumpig. The Grumpig was so good for LD Root throughout these games. Really well played from not just the trainer, but the Pokemon as well.
Yeah, you can see both of these trainers, Narville, head in his hands a little bit, but a smile on his face as he recognized he was so close there to be able to take game number 3. Grumpig just hanging on by just a sliver, but sometimes that's all that matters. It doesn't matter how much you win by, it doesn't matter how decisive. A win is a win, and that's helping LD Root continue on in this tournament.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be as upset losing to a player that played so very well against me. When you saw those very, very fine plays, some waiting for a move and catching moves, and it's all just so close, such finite margins. So I wouldn't be upset if I lost to that at all.
I mean, I have to tell you, Go is one of the quickest games that we have. Each turn in the game is a half a second. So even if you pause, we're joking around, if you pause and just think about something for 1 second, you've already given your opponent so much of an advantage. It's such a quick-paced game, and because of that, sometimes you can maybe outplay yourself or think, okay, I absolutely need to do this to win. Unfortunately for Narville, he wasn't quite able to do so in that moment, but he made it very, very close.
Absolutely, and sometimes we see some misplays and you think, oh, I would have done that differently, but when you're in the heat of the moment, it's happening so fast, and you have to think not just about what you're doing, but what your opponent's thinking at the same time. Are they trying to play to their win condition? What have they got in the back? What have I already seen? And you're trying to think of so many things at once. It's just so difficult to wrap your head around it sometimes.
And speaking of the difficult things to wrap your head around, both of these trainers are so good. It's so hard to think of either one of them in the losers side of the bracket, but that just shows the depth of talent that we have here in Europe. We have Zephy Mastix, who we saw a little bit earlier on stream, losing to Z's Wireless, who's continuing on day 2 on that winner's side of the bracket, up against Bats 893, a trainer who is kind of made a name for himself. He runs some spicy picks, and I don't know if you can look, if you're looking at the team, if you're recognizing any of the spice that he is bringing.
Is there any spice here? I'm not entirely sure if I can see. Oh, wait! There's a frog.
There is.
There is indeed.
And it's not a bird.
I can confirm that is not a bird, but there might be a bird on the other team. We're still undecided.
Yeah, we're still undecided about it. But overall, Bats running a very similar team, if we take a look at it, to what Patoman was running earlier. So a lot of different picks between this team. Bats has 2 water-type Pokemon, being that Quagsire and that Greninja. But let's go ahead and look at Zephy's team first, because I know we saw it a little bit earlier on. He's also running some spicy things that we don't see very often in tournament. And yeah, that means you. I'm looking at you, Spirit Tomb.
And Credilli, which we were seeing so much earlier at the beginning of the season, we've not seen as much of now, but we've seen a couple of them today, and they are making it quite far into the tournament. This Credilli we did see earlier on, and it did actually put a very good Valiant performance. But we're also seeing Licky and Quagsire, two Pokemon that we are seeing in many teams.
So it looks like Credilli instead of Fortress, also which runs that Rock Tomb, so it automatically debuffs the opponent there. Not only is the Credilli running it, also the Spirit Tomb is running it, so he's got some options on that side. And now, kind of what I was talking about earlier, 2 water-type Pokemon, 2 flying-type Pokemon, and I mean, there's definitely some different plays that Bats has here, and with no Bug Bite Fortress on the other side, or even Fortress in general, because Volt Switch would also be doing a chunk into Greninja. Greninja might have some serious play.
Absolutely, and I was talking to Pato Man earlier, who is also running the Shadow Galarian Weezing, and he was letting me know, I was asking, why would you pick something like this alongside meta Pokemon? And he said, well, I'm trying to counteract the meta, and when you look at that Weezing, and you think it does end up doing quite a bit into some of these meta Pokemon that we've been looking at.
Absolutely true. And of course, if you have something that you're familiar with playing and you're familiar with how it plays into the meta, that can be advantageous for you, because now you're saying, okay, well, I know that a Brutal Swing will do this much damage, or I know that if I go for a couple Fairy Winds and then swap, my opponent is most likely going to throw their charge attack. These are types of things that we might see between these two trainers, both of them very highly competitive, but in the end, only one of them can move on to Datum 2. This is losers round 6.
Absolutely, and these two trainers have already won so many battles to get here. They have also lost. These are two very well-known trainers, and they've already lost one game respectively, bringing them down to the losers bracket. But it does, as you were saying earlier, it just shows the depth of talent in this overall tournament.
I mean, sometimes you see some names in the loser side of the bracket and you think, oh, I would have maybe, if you told me that this was the grand finals, I would also been like, I wouldn't blink an eye. I'd be like, yeah, sure, that makes absolute sense. Zephy is a previous regional champion, and Bats has been able to top cut before, so definitely these two trainers, some people to be able to watch, and you guys are going to want to make sure to watch it because these games are going to be very engaging.
Some information that we may have overlooked here, the Greninja is actually Shadow.
Oh, well, we're about to see it take the field here, so that means it's going to pack even more of a punch, or at least more of a water shuriken, as that's a fast attack of choice going through here, pacing so quickly. Now here's the thing, it's going to throw a Night Slash. Night Slash has a potential to boost, and if you're a Shadow that's boosting, I think you're going to be doing a lot of damage.
It does so much damage, and Greninja is known for being a bit of a paper bag, a short paper bag. It does a lot of damage, but it's not able to take very much damage. But it gets that moves so very quickly with the Water Shuriken, the fastest energy growing move in the game.
And not only that, they're really just able to hit quite hard and quite fast as well. Trying to pivot out here, an interesting move going into the Corviknight and now being met with the Togekiss on the side of Zephy. The Corviknight does have a little bit of an energy advantage, so trying to go for some air cutters here to just start chunking away the Togekiss and perhaps getting a boost, which is exactly what happens now. So now the attack of the Corviknight will be doing just a bit more.
At a glance, you may think this was a bit of a silly swap here to bring a Fairy type into a Steel type. However, if you look at the moves on these Pokemon, the shiny Corviknight doesn't actually have any steel moves. You're throwing neutral moves into the Togekiss, and Togekiss is able to throw a neutral move straight right back.
Yeah, and not only that, if you think about it, the fast attack of the Corviknight, wow, a double boost. Bats is doing very well here on some of the luck-based portions, but does his luck run out as his next Aura Sphere will come through? Puts up a second Protect Shield, which means that there are none left for him here in this game, because he is double boosted with the Corviknight and he wants this Togekiss out of there. But keep in mind, there's still a lot of energy on the Empoleon on that side of Zephy.
Zephy must be happy to let that one go and bring back in the very energy-driven
Empoleon.
Yep, going ahead now. 2 Hydro Cannons loaded on the Empoleon already. First one going through here. Second one ready, but right before the Licky will throw. So while this Empoleon was super low on health, it's about to return the favor to that Licky that's there. Time is about up for both of these trainers. Now coming in with the Credilli, this is where it might get a bit dangerous for Bats, because when there's no Protect Shield to hide behind, he has a Greninja, which doesn't want to take a grass type attack from Credilli, and the Corviknight, which could be a little bit dangerous at the level of health that it's at. Not getting the body slam either.
Realistically, Shadow Greninja does not want to take anything from anything. Even a resisted move will do a lot of damage into a Shadow Greninja, so Bats has a lot to think about.
We might see a peekaboo play here where he comes in and tries to swap the Corviknight. That's exactly what happens here. Catching that, but Zeffy playing it quite smart. Instead of going for the grass type attack, goes for the Rock Tomb. This will end up debuffing a little bit of that Corviknight, and Corviknight is still able to get to an air cutter. There's still a shield to hide behind for Zeffy's side. Zeffy's normally quite expressive, but I think he's very locked into this moment, wants to be able to take this game number 1 win.
Zeffy has played this remarkably well, as to get that move off and then able to re-farm the energy that you lost from the catch initially, and able to throw it back into this Greninja, and this was remarkably played. And this Greninja, wait, do you think it might survive this? Oh, not quite.
Well, you know, it was too close to tell, actually. But at this point, Zeffy takes game number 1 in this losers round 6. I really liked his play there, because the peekaboo play was great. I mean, for sure, was able to catch on the Corviknight, which, I mean, really helped Bats out, I think, in that momentum. But Zeffy threw the Rock Tomb instead of the grass type attack. If it was the grass knot, it wouldn't have done as much damage. Corviknight might have been able to get to a little bit more, maybe even to a payback, maybe at least put in some more work with its fast attack damage as well.
Well, the peekaboo, as you were calling out in the moment, was probably the only win condition that Bats had in that moment. And Zeffy may have recognized that, so through even against the Greninja, the rock move, Rock Tomb, would have done so much damage that it wouldn't have really mattered in the end game. So it's a very calculated play from Zeffy, and very well done.
The big problem with Bats' team, which we called out kind of earlier, is something that could be advantageous, such as having 2 water-type Pokemon, because there's not so many grass. However, Zeffy is one of the few trainers that has brought a grass-type Pokemon, and it's a grass-type Pokemon that has debuffing capabilities. So let's say it's in the lead, and you have a bad lead. You know that even if you swap out, there's potential that that Credilli is just going to Rock Tomb whatever Pokemon you bring in, and now you're going to be a little bit behind no matter what.
Absolutely. That Credilli has a lot of play into this team of Bats. Absolutely correct.
You got Rock Tombs that you can throw at the Flyers. You have the grass type attacks that you can throw into the water type Pokemon, and just doing nice neutral damage overall. I think that I wasn't surprised to see the picks that Zeffy brought. He played that through quite masterfully. He has only 1 more game to win to continue on in this loser side of the bracket, but Bats, he might have a comeback here. We're about to find out.
Here we go. The teams have been locked in. The trainers are mentally locked in, and they are back again. And we are seeing that Shadow Greninja yet again.
And I tell you what, in the lead here, you might think that this looks so horrible, water versus the grass, but when there's shields to hide behind, this actually is much more neutral than you would think, especially because that Credilli is running Acid as its fast attack and not Bullet Seed.
Absolutely, and it gets to move so very quickly with those water shurikens, as was mentioned prior. Staying in here, getting a debuff on the hard swap Pokemon here from Bats.
Going ahead now, just tanking it. He knows he's going to have to take at least 1 Rock Tomb, but it's not enough to even fell the Corviknight from the sky. Being able to now perhaps boost his attack again, as we saw in game number 1, getting double boost. Air Cutter does have a chance it will boost you. It's not guaranteed, and it didn't happen this time. Licky coming in now to just start doing a little bit of what Licky does. Absorb energy, starts chipping away at the Pokemon.
Now, I believe Zeffy was actually at a move there on the Credilli, so saving that up perhaps towards the end of the game, could get a debuff, could throw a big grass knot into anything that comes its way.
Wow, catch here from Bats.
Oh,
Shadow Ball
goodness.
once again hitting another Licky. This time we can tell them apart, because 1 is shiny and 1 is pink, and 1 is a little ahead on energy. So now we're going to see a body slam thrown here into this normal type Pokemon.
We've seen it yet again, Amanda. Licky on Licky action, and a Shadow Ball has been caught again. It's so fun to see.
Yeah, if you're the trainer that it happens to, I think really, truly...
Oh, it's not as fun to see.
Yeah, you got to shake it off as soon as possible because at this point, and now coming back in, this is what the attack was saved for here. Coming in and actually opting for that grass knot. It's going to be heavier hitting, and Bats books up a shield here. He's got a ton of energy on that Licky. Coming back in now with the Greninja to just start getting a little more energy of his own.
And that one water shuriken will even add so much onto the energy that this Greninja already has. We're going to see another move be thrown here, but Zephy correctly shielding this move.
Going ahead, using that first Protect Shield, he knows that he still has quite a bit of energy, and like you pointed out earlier, Jay, Greninja doesn't really want to tank much of anything. Using the shield here, no more shields left on the side of Bats, but he will be able to gain a little bit of energy quicker than that Licky, actually opting for that Night Slash, maybe hoping for the boost or at least to get the shield.
We could be seeing a boost here as Greninja throws the Night Slash. Is he going to get it? Yes, he does!
Wow.
What a boost! And we're going to see another move come up. He throws another Night Slash.
Night Slash is not going to be doing as much damage to the Togekiss as a Hydro Cannon would, but it does pace a little bit quicker, and it gets that last Protect Shield from Zephy's side. Even still, we might see a farm down, so going for a combination play on the side of Bats. This Shadow Ball will connect as there's no Protect Shields for this Togekiss.
We're seeing the Shadow Ball come through. It's going to do a hefty amount of damage into the remaining health of this Togekiss.
Going ahead, Togekiss throwing the Aura Sphere, putting some fight back into it, saying it's not over yet. There's still quite a bit of energy left on Togekiss. Corviknight coming back in, Air Cutter already loaded.
Is this Air Cutter going to be enough to give this win to Bats? It's going to be very, very close. It's coming in very tight. The Community Day move. Air Cutter is just enough.
And the attack rises just for the extra bit of cinema at the end of the game there. Bats tying up the series. At the beginning of the day, I tell you what, 2-0s, 2-0s, 2-0s everywhere. Now at the end of the day, as the trainers are getting a little more locked in, really fighting for what they want in this tournament, we're seeing a little more engaging back and forth going on. Bats has just tied up the series.
Absolutely, and we've seen Bats get so many boosts between the Corviknight and...
Yeah, the Greninja too. That was a really, really well played for him in these games here. You can see Zephy still calm and collected, saying, okay, just because you lose one, just giving you a little bit of extra time to go ahead, play a few more rounds.
Absolutely. Will he be able to get the same luck with these boosts, or is he going to go for a more dependable Pokemon that doesn't require boosts to do these extra damage?
Well, I tell you what, Bats has been getting boosts, but Zephy has been debuffing too. Cordelia has been able to throw those Rock Tombs, guaranteed debuff. I'm just looking at the teams and seeing if there's any reason to bring anything else besides that Cordelia if I'm on the side of Zephy. Because if you have that Rock Tomb, and you know that the Greninja seems to be coming almost every single game as well, do you think that there's any merit to bringing, like, the Spirit Tomb?
Well, it has the same ability to debuff your opponent.
Correct.
However, we're seeing the Grass type so we're seeing the Water type on the opposition side from Bat, and I feel like the Grass is just better to have generally.
I mean, I think Spiritomb has better fast attack damage, so it can put on a little bit more pressure.
It wouldn't have that great into Greninja because of the dark typing.
True, as well. Well, you know, well, my goodness, Jay. Okay, so we see actually we might get to see it in action a little bit later on. This is fairly neutral as we saw earlier on. Yes, that Rock Tomb is going to lower the attack of the Corviknight, but overall Corviknight doesn't really fear too much of the acid that is the fast attack of the Cordelia. Just charging up an absolute ton of energy, throwing the heavier hitting payback now.
I'll tell you what, I think Zephy's had enough of all the boosts that Bats has been getting and has gone for a double debuffing lineup here. We're seeing Corviknight throw the payback, but the payback not doing as much damage as it would have initially done before the first Rock Tomb. The second one being loaded.
If you thought that first one did not very much, well, go ahead and take a peek at the next one, because there's a ton of energy now on this Corviknight, but now that it's double debuff, won't be doing as much. Now comes in the Empoleon, and Bats actually opting to go for an Air Cutter. It's not going to be doing too much damage because, again, of Empoleon steel typing there, but just maybe enough to stall the clock, give him an idea of how he wants to come into this matchup, and sometimes, you know, that 10 seconds is just what you need.
Sometimes I like to throw a move, a cheaper move, just to just to give me time to think about the current situation, weigh it up in my head, and see what I have to do.
So that's exactly what looks like what happened. Going now for that Shadow Ball. This will knock the Empoleon low, and Zephy says, absolutely not. I want this Empoleon in it to win it here. Putting up a shield, doesn't want to let any of that go through, and now already at a Hydro Cannon. You're going to see him charge up a little bit of energy before throwing the next.
Empoleon powering up this Community Day move, Hydro Cannon, and it does go shielded. It would have been enough to knock out at this point for sure.
Going ahead, just charging up a little more. Both of them throwing the heavy hitting attacks, and Zephy putting up both Protect Shields onto the Empoleon, maybe wondering what is in the back. But here's the thing. I think if you're Bats, you almost kind of need this Empoleon out of here because you're hoping to do as much damage as possible. The Galarian Weezing doesn't want anything to do with it. Wow, coming in now with the Spirit Tomb. It's been seen, but this is a payback, and there's no Protect Shields left on Zephy's side. You see him kind of deadpan the camera there saying, whoa, okay.
All
right,
and it does around half of the total health. It looks like Spiritomb isn't tapping the screen here, tapping just before the Pats got to the move.
Like this doesn't want to let any extra energy go through, but now we see the last Pokemon that is coming in. It's going to be that Galarian Weezing. Zephy trying to stall out the clock with that, and now he's going to throw a Shadow Ball, getting that Protect Shield off of the Galarian Weezing side. It does have a bit of energy behind it, but so does the Empoleon, and we have to remember there's still that Credilli.
A big farm down from Bats here, now having a lot of energy on his Galarian Weezing. But how far is it going to go into this Empoleon?
Keep in mind, this is a Shadow Weezing, so that means it's going to do 20% more damage. Yes, this is charge attack priority. Yes, this will do a little bit more damage in kind, but the real question is it enough? And it doesn't look like it's even close. Now popping back out and into that Credilli, and now the Credilli has to wonder, okay, is this the move? Is this the time here?
This is incredibly close. The Brutal Swing is doing a lot of damage into this Credilli.
Okay, Credilli charging up a bit more here. Gonna go and throw this Rock Tomb. This will be enough to knock out that Licky Licky. Licky Licky is gone now. It's just the Galarian Weezing now up against the Credilli, and one Acid looks like it is enough to take game number 3.
And that was incredibly close in that third game. I think they might be talking about how much damage that Brutal Swing did towards the end there. I don't think it did as much as it should have.
I think maybe potentially, of course, if you're seeing it from Bats' side, it looked like there was not a lot of damage that was put onto that Empoleon. However, I think that maybe it was just an animation thing because Zephy had taken the damage onto the Empoleon, then swapped out into the Credilli. Even so, judges are probably going to have a little bit of look at it, make sure everything was all fair and square. But for now, it looked like Zephy had that quite in command, being able to take that Acid, knock out the Galarian Weezing, and then be able to take game number 3.
Absolutely, and it was very well played by Zephy in that game to potentially take that win. We're going to find out if it ends up being the win for Zephy Master or if there will be a replay on that last game.
So indeed, it does look like we're getting some news from the judges there. There's just a review on that last Brutal Swing. I think we all kind of saw it on the screen. The Brutal Swing went through. It looked like it did like 4 damage to the Empoleon.
After hitting all the bubbles, playing the mini game correctly, and hitting every single bubble on the screen, it just didn't do that much damage.
And of course, when you are this far in the tournament, when you know that this is a decisive game that could make sure that you continue on, you just want to make sure everything is running as intended. But even if not, I just want to say that this team is super interesting. There's not so many times that we're seeing so many different unique Pokemon in a tournament. We started out the day with a Heliolisk.
Yes.
I mean, we've seen a Hawlucha. We've seen now a Shadow Greninja. Spiritomb. I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
As opposed to some of the tournaments we've seen this season where we're seeing the same Pokemon over and over again, we are seeing the same Pokemon over and over again with Lickitung and Shadow Quagsire, but with spicy iterations on the team.
I think that this season has just definitely proved to be a little bit more interesting. It's a different play style, and that's what's fun for a lot of opponents, right? Sometimes there's a certain play style where maybe it's super aggressive, where you have to really be thinking very quickly when you're trying to just spam out attacks, you're trying to get shields. There are other times that the meta feels a bit slower, where you're more bulk behind the Pokemon, where you're, okay, I know that I can tank this, but does my opponent know a very specific thing that my Pokemon has a niche to do? So if this isn't necessarily your tournament meta, don't fret. It changes every once in a while, so there could be one coming up that could be more your style, or Or if you're into condensed metas, limited metas, maybe check out what's going on at the North America International Championships, because that will also be something that will be a little bit different than what you're seeing here in Utrecht.
Absolutely, and I love those international competitions so much because of nearly everyone is using pretty much the same Pokemon. So it's not just a case of you could be playing against anything. It's a case of you pretty much know what you're going to be coming up against, and it's a pure battle of skill with the tools that you've been pre-selected, essentially.
You know, I know that Pato Man told you a little bit earlier on that he likes to pick some off-meta things so people don't really know, but yet even saying that he did so well at the European International Championships in a limited meta, playing up against Colin 6 in those grand finals. Both of those competitors have already made it on to day number 2 here in Utrecht alongside some other very, very talented trainers. We're nearing the end of the day. We're figuring out who are going to be our last competitors who will be making it that far.
Absolutely, and as you were saying just then, when it comes to picking your Pokemon just outside the meta, sometimes it's fun to just pick something that your opponent just won't expect, something to throw them off, even if you have no intention of using it. You can sometimes just put in a Pokemon and just have it there on the bench, just to make them think, oh, yeah, they might really like this Pokemon. What does it do? I don't know the counts of this Pokemon. I'm going to choose my team around it because I don't know it very well.
One thing that I've really considered, now that Tinkaton has started to make its way back in, Fortress is still in that number 2 spot. Do you think we're going to see more different variances of fire type Pokemon? Because we have seen a couple of them. We've seen plenty of Gourgeist coming back in. We haven't really seen many Talonflames this specific tournament. I know that we saw the camera up on the bench. I didn't actually get to see it in play, but there's Ninetales.
Yeah,
there
absolutely.
are other Pokemon. We saw Rainy Cast form earlier today. Perhaps Sunny Cast form wants to make a play into this. It also learns the fire weather ball.
Absolutely. It's got Ember as well, which gets to move relatively quickly. Also a good answer to Aegislash, which we've seen being used and has won a few of the regionals since it's been allowed to be played.
So I think that's sort of the interesting thing. We're still early days of this new Tinkaton meta, so things could continue to shift. One thing that we have noticed so far, though, is Aegislash has been able to win 2 regional competitions so far, paired alongside some interesting spicy picks. So far, a couple of the Aegislash have also been able to make it to day 2 in Utrecht, so the streak could even continue further.
It's such a fun Pokemon, Aegislash, because there's so much skill around it. There's not only is there the shield form, there's also the blade form. The blade form gets energy a little bit faster, but it takes so much more damage. And in the shield form, it does gather up that energy that you need to throw the moves, but at the same time, you take almost nothing while you're playing with it. It's such a good Pokemon in the right hands. I have not got the correct hands for this Pokemon.
I said the same thing earlier, and Martine kind of made fun of me about it, but at least I know that we're in a similar camp, Jay, because with the likes of you, maybe we can learn together. Maybe by the next time, we're also going to be pairing it with some interesting picks to be able to bring into tournaments. Absolutely. I know that one of the things that people have been eyeing earlier was that Hawlucha with the Aegislash on the same team. So perhaps Kazim could be that next trainer to be able to take it so far.
I tell you what, seeing a spicy Pokemon like that make it really far in a tournament, especially a Pokemon you just would not have expected to make it very far in a tournament, a Pokemon you don't even think about when in terms of Pokemon Go PvP. To see it make it really far in a tournament is really cool, because someone has had the thought of, what if I ran this, and has made a team around it, and it's worked. It's worked against the meta. There's so many of the same Pokemon we're seeing. We're seeing so many Lickies, and we're seeing so many of the Shadow Quagsires, and we're seeing loads of Togekiss, and you have to take that all into account. You have one Pokemon in your mind of what you might want to run, and then you've got to try and think of all of the heavy meta that you've got to try and cover when running that Pokemon.
That is actually really a great example, because if we even take the Greninja, so earlier on we saw Bats running the Greninja. I believe Z's Wireless was also running a Greninja, and he was the person who knocked Zephy down to that loser's side of the bracket. So Zephy had plenty of time to think about, okay, how do I want to deal with specific Pokemon? And I think if you're running a Greninja in a Bug Bite Fortress meta, that's so risky, but that's so cool when it's paid off. And really, it's paid off for Bats quite well so far, being able to make it all the way to losers round 6.
Absolutely. And to end up losing your game to a Greninja and then having to play another one, you might start having nightmares about it, Amanda.
Not me. I like Greninja. He's not going to give me any nightmares at all. Just quickly checking in, it looks like they're still reviewing the situation that is going on between the Brutal Swing and the damage that was dealt in that very last matchup. But again, we don't fault anyone for this. This is very big things, because not only are they playing for that prestige, they're playing for championship points. The top 65 trainers in Europe are going to be able to get invited to that world championship. Of course, if you win, or if you are top 4 in one of the international championships, that is already going to be a direct qualification for Worlds, the easy round. But even still, everyone wants to be able to get as much points as possible, possibly for those travel stipends. But, you know, there's definitely things to play for.
Absolutely. There's always something to play for. If not for these amazing Worlds qualifications, you might be playing for pride. You might be playing because I really like my Pokemon. I want to just see what I can do at one of these tournaments.
And it looks like they saw what they could do for this tournament as well. The appeal, there's going to be no rematch granted, so it is going to stand as it is. Zephymastics taking the losers round 6, 2-1 against Bats. So Zephy will continue on in this tournament. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the replays.
Well, there won't be any nightmares about Greninja, it seems. We are seeing here the grass type move. What is this?
Grass
Knot ends up doing so much devastating damage into the Shadow Greninja.
Going ahead, taking that out there. Zephy taking game number 1, but Bats fighting back here as hard as he could in game number 2. Catching that Shadow Ball, pretty much solidifying the game there, proving that he's got what it takes. Those were such good games between these two talented trainers. Very happy to see him do so well here. But Zephy, one of the trainers, he's been around for a while. He knows how to play this. He's continuing on.
But Bats is more one of a newer players who have been going from strength to strength, who always goes very well in these tournaments. We've seen that name, and I would not be counting it out to see a lot more of him coming up in other tournaments.
Definitely. We still have one more tournament for Europe coming up in Turin, but I know that a lot of trainers are planning on going to the North America International Championships as well, so they might have the opportunities to see them play there. But what better than now? What a better time than now to see some of these talented trainers play it out and see who is going to be able to make it on in day 2.
Exactly, and those people watching at home, you may see some of these players and think, oh, I really like them, I want to see their journey. And some of these players might be going to Worlds, and you can see how well they do there. It's just so fun to see some of your favorite people that you've watched battle, that you really like their play style, you really like their Pokemon, you really like how much fun they have, and I just really enjoy watching these trainers progress and just see how they do.
I mean, there's been a lot of trainers progressing through this tournament, because there's been some trainers who haven't been around for a while but have been making comebacks, like Status Dan we saw a little bit earlier on. Also a trainer that is coming up of JBG Winston, coming in on that loser side of the bracket. He's going to play against Wolfpack, a French trainer who we haven't seen on stream at all today, but it looks like he's been making it quite far, because we are also into another losers round 6.
But who we have seen a lot of on stream today is Martine, and he is going to be coming straight back at you now with an interview.
Ooh.
Thank you, Jay and Amanda. Yes, I'm here with the winner of our previous match, Zephymastics. A big congratulations. I feel like I see you every single regional. How do you do it every time getting so far again?
Well, to be honest, this year it hasn't been that good, so it's my first time making this as far this year.
Really?
Yeah, like in the first half of the season until the year break, I did pretty well, but the last 3 tournaments weren't so good. Maybe it's because of Gastrodon got nerfed, because every tournament since then I didn't run Gastrodon. Maybe that's
Lou
why.
is also very sad about
that. But now it's finally a good tournament run again.
How did you come up with the Spirit Tune? We have both the plushies there. Well, what's the reason behind this Pokemon?
Well, I liked it at the UIC, and because I couldn't highlight it there, I thought afterwards maybe highlight it there. And basically it's strong into a lot of neutral matchups that you wouldn't expect. Oh, well, of course you're good into the Licky Licky, and basically everything that isn't a Fairy or Dark type you're good against. So of the common picks, only Wigglytuff and Tinkaton you're really afraid of. And Dark types aren't really that common, so I couldn't bring it in the last matchups quite as often because there were Greninja on both teams, so Spiritomb didn't look quite as good. But into a lot of teams, it's almost free, because as long as there's no fairy or dark type, you can win most higher shield matchups because you land the debuffs. You don't even need to land the Shadow Ball. You just debuff once and then you Sucker Punch down, because it's fast move damage of the Sucker Punch does a lot of pressure.
But I think Togekiss is a pretty decent matchup for Spiritomb, right?
It's quite neutral. It's an interesting matchup because from Spiritomb side, you don't deal any damage with the fast move, but you have a super effective Rock Tomb. And from Togekiss side, it's the opposite. You do a lot of damage with the packs, but you only have resisted charge moves. So as a Spiritomb, you want to go into Togekiss with energy. I had that a couple of times, like there's a Togekiss that farms something down and the opponent thinks they're a good spot because they have a lot of energy of Togekiss, and you come in with Spiritomb, hello, you can do nothing with your energy.
Clever, I like that. Now, I've seen quite some German trainers play on the stream today, and pretty much all of them were playing Rainy Castform. Why were you not playing Rainy Castform?
I don't know, I just like to do my own thing. I heard about the Rainy Castform and I considered it as well, but I had this team I was building for a while, and I kept wanting to make Spiritomb shine. It didn't work at the last 2 tournaments, but now it finally got it at least on stream once. I played it more off stream because there were no dark types on the other teams, but at least it could get 1 shield in this matchup.
I mean, I believe you made today too, so you'll definitely get to play more Spiritomb, more possibly tomorrow. Yeah, a big congratulations on making it there. Do you have any shoutouts you want to give to friends, family, fans?
Just my family watching at home, and my faction, Fox Devils White, who's also Leonard, who's here for his first tournament, and he won against Galax in the first round. So that was a good debut. Yeah.
That's incredible, actually, for a first tournament to win against. I believe Galax Cabal is like top 10, so incredible. But you are also incredible, and I cannot wait to see more Spiritomb tomorrow. We got more battles coming up soon, though, so let's head back to Amanda Jones.
Hello, my name is not Amanda, but thank you very much, Martijn. I really appreciate it. Well done, Zeffy. Congratulations on making it so far in this tournament. How are we doing?
We are doing fine. I am excited for the last few battles of day number 1. We have to see who's going to be able to go to day number 2 of this tournament, and who we're going to see tomorrow again.
Oh yeah, we've seen so many good players. I'm so excited to see your brother play my favorite Pokemon and your favorite Pokemon. Maybe he's done it specifically for us.
I think he just did it for the stream, to be fair. He also brought a Ninetales, which is of course inspired by Arrow, again, the regional winner from the last regional in NA. But yeah, we saw a lot of very cool Pokemon. We just heard about Spiritomb a lot as well. We've seen multiple Spiritombs on stream as well. And Sableye, there's quite a lot of difference here compared to even the last few regionals.
I know, and we've seen so many Sableyes running that fighting type move that buffs its own defense. Do you have any idea why so many people are running this specific moveset on this Pokemon?
I think we saw it multiple times on stream that Licky Licky is, I think, the main reason why you would want to run Drain Punch in order to have the matchup a little bit more in your favor. Especially if you invest those shields early, you're going to be able to tank those moves afterwards. And you know already, Sableye, especially the Shadow version, has so much damage it can put out. And especially if you have your defenses up, you don't really have to care too much about charge moves afterwards.
Well, you think about the Shadow Pokemon, it does 20% extra damage, but at the cost of having 20% less HP. But with the defensive buff that you're now talking about, it kind of offsets that a little bit. So it's just doing steadily more damage. It's almost like a permanent buff to the attack.
It is kind of like that. And again, even then, if you use multiple Drain Punches, you not only buff your own attack, you also go above what a normal Sableye would have in terms of defensive. So you kind of build yourself a very, very overpowered Pokemon after investing a few shields. But of course, those shields have to be worth it as well. You have to hope that you have the Pokemon in the back that you can deal with still with your Sableye, because otherwise, if there's a weak stuff in the back, I don't think the defense helps you a lot.
I think we've almost created a super Sableye, a Pokemon that I wasn't... You know what, before you've explained this to me, and I thought about that, the Shadow on and having the extra damage, because there aren't any other moves that will buff its attack. After you've explained that to me, it makes it very apparent as to why people would use it, because you can just keep buffing it up, and it already does the extra damage.
Exactly, you have already the extra damage output, but you know what I'm curious about? some players that we maybe should watch a little bit as well out for. Here we're going to have, of course, Patterman, Colin Six, and Nesabithan. We all saw them here today already on stream.
Absolutely. All three of these players have played absolutely phenomenally, and I've had the luxury of being able to speak to two of them out on the floor already today, and they're all just genuinely nice people. I tell you what I really love about these in-person regionals. You go around and you chat to people, and these are people you see on the screen. Before I even started coming to these, I'd be watching the streams and I'd be like, oh, these people, they're so good. They're probably all, they don't really talk to anyone. They're probably in their own minds, just concentrating on the games. But you come out to these events and they're all so friendly, and you can just go out and chat to anyone. You'll chat to them about your teams. You can say, oh, how's my team looking? And they'll be like, oh, it depends on playing against you.
I was out already as well, checking with a lot of other competitors that are still in or that have played already in the tournament, are already knocked out. But yeah, I also heard that Nesabithan is going to be the opponent of my brother tomorrow, so that's going to be an exciting matchup with that Celio, of course, that we've seen multiple times already today. Very, very strong pick.
Now I'm thinking about that Celio. My happy little Dartrix is not really enjoying Celio as much as some of the other opponents that that were on offer, with all the water types and all the vast, expansive water moves with their second typings. But most of them are still quite weak to grass.
Yeah, definitely. Like Dartrix itself, I think it's still such a good Pokemon though. We saw it here as well on stream on how strong this Pokemon can be. And again, it won the last regional. I'm curious if it can do it again. It's going to be on the winner's side of the bracket for tomorrow. So stay tuned. Definitely follow the channel as well, so you'll have the notifications on as well to see when we are live again.
Absolutely. I'll be there, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I will be there most likely as well. I hope at least. But we want to see, of course, who is also going to be there. And here we're going to have the loser semi-final coming up for Group C.
And these are two trainers that we have seen play already a few times from Zephy today, and we've already seen LD Root play once. I'm very excited to see how these two players play against each other.
I'm excited to see more Firo action. We already had the Firo before from Kokshiak, who is also in, I think he still had to do a battle. I hope he's in the battle in Dynama 2 as well, of course. But he has also run the Firo with great success. I think it's a very interesting Pokemon. It's a very unique Pokemon in terms of what it can do. It is a very attack-weighted, it does a lot of damage, it can't really take that much, but it's going to be fast to those charge moves. Of course, Drill Run is the key for this Pokemon, beating those Steel types, beating those Rock types.
Absolutely, but last time we saw LD Root, a Firo wasn't brought because there was the possibility of it being seen by a Volt Charge, and that would have done so much damage into it with the fast moves. Do you think we might see it in this game here against his opponent?
I do think actually that the Firo looks like a very solid Pokemon here. I think it has quite a lot of potential as well against Steffi Moss's team there as well. But what we have here, of course, we just hear them talk about it. We have the trusty Spiritomb that he wants to make work for already multiple regionals, and now it's finally has its time to shine in the losers semifinals here. Maybe it's going to be enough to bring them all the way to day number 2.
Well, talk about trusty Pokemon. What do you think of the two Pokemon that we have been seeing time and time again today? The two Pokemon, Licky Licky and Shadow Quagsire, two incredibly spammy Pokemon.
I find it interesting that we haven't seen someone trying to really counter both of them at the same time, as we had it already earlier in the stream as well. There's Chestnut as a potential option, which would be very good against both of them, being able to hit with grass type damage, being able to hit with those fighting type damage, but you also have the option to go for Thunder Punch on it in order to maybe throw off guard some Togekiss.
Absolutely, and that's another Pokemon that we're seeing oh so much. We're seeing that Togekiss, but these three Pokemon, these high usage Pokemon, there just doesn't really seem to be anything currently being played that can really touch them.
No, it does seem like they are kind of untouchable. We see players that rely on them basically all the time, and especially that Licky Licky seems to be like so common as a say-so because there's next to no Pokemon in the current meta that really wants to go into it. But speaking of Pokemon that maybe want to go join into against the matchup of the Licky Licky, it's going to be the Diggersby that we see here on LD Root's side.
Oh, Diggersby, and I'll tell you what we saw earlier on. We saw a Pangoro. It's pandemonium here over in the Pokemon Regional Championships, Utrecht, and I don't know how far that Pangoro got, but Pangoro is a very good answer to some of these Pokemon that we're seeing very frequently.
Pangoro is a very interesting answer, and it also kind of makes me miss another Dark-type Pokemon that is very functioning very close to it. Obstagoon. Where did Obstagoon go?
Oh, Obstagoon. Well, I've not seen a Pokemon like that in quite some time, but a Pokemon I have seen is Fearow. Fearow that you were excited to see, but not excited to see this lead.
Yeah, in the lead, maybe not so much, but this time around you're going to have the stop out into that Quagsire, but we had the conversation already. This one is running Stone Edge. We see the immediate no shield here.
Oh my goodness, this is going to do a lot of damage. Zephy perhaps trying to call a bait here, but oh, it was out in one.
I don't know if Zephy even knew it was a Stone Edge variant, because currently Mud Bomb is so much common. And like, as you're gonna see as well, we have the Quagsire mirror matchup here right now. This is going to be still the Awkward Tail, still neutral damage. So like, you're not really giving up on anything here. We have Mud Bomb on Zephy Master's side.
We're seeing a battle of two absolute spammers here as these two Pokemon get to these Aqua Tails incredibly quickly. We're going to see which one ends up able to getting the parting blow first.
Here we have another Awkward Tail ready to go, and we're gonna see another no shield. So you're basically down to just your Empoleon. You're kind of banking everything onto one Pokemon. And we see the swap out here onto the Fear, trying to bank up energy. And in comes the Empoleon now.
Well, Empoleon was very happy with his initial lead, so this could be a good situation. Seeing in the back there is that Diggersby. It will take super effective damage from the Hydro Cannon. It does so much damage even into neutral Pokemon. How will it fare here?
This is going to be tough, but you're going to be able to get those shields now, because Zephy Master needs to kind of keep this Pokemon alive. You need to keep this Pokemon healthy here. You need to kind of try your best to get that Empoleon up against that Diggersby, but Diggersby can take a hit.
But this particular Hydro Cannon will go shielded as the Fearow is starting to fear for its HP ever so slightly.
The Fear definitely will fear for HP, because one charge move of the Empoleon would be enough to knock it out. But here Drill Peck is going to get the final shield. No shields in play anymore. Do we see a swap here? Do we see a catch maybe onto the... Here we see the catch of the Quagsire.
Oh, what a catch! Well played by LD Root. Able to catch this very, very heavy hitting Hydro Cannon.
And now it is going to be the Fearow going to be able to go back again. Just one Drill Peck is enough, but do we see the reverse catch? Basically, we still have another Pokemon here in the back that could catch a move, but never mind, we're gonna have the Diggersby coming in, and Diggersby is now in a position where maybe even Fire Punch, a little bit of fast move damage is going to be enough.
There was a potential catch in the offing. However, LD Root decides it's a little bit safer here to switch out straight into Diggersby.
And now we see the Awkward Tail coming through. This is going to do a lot of damage. Is it going to be enough to knock out the Diggersby? Super effective damage from the Quagsire, but Diggersby hangs on with only a few HP left, going for the swap out, and now there is that Drill Run stored already for that Empoleon, and Empoleon is gonna go down.
What a play by LD Root, having thrown the first two ever so slightly cheaper moves here. The not very effective moves, taking both the shields, and ended up just about enough energy to take the win with Fearow. Fearow, which was quite scared of the initial matchup, ends up winning it in the end.
Yeah, you lose the lead kind of early on for LD Root, but then you showcase on how strong Fearow can be if you manage it right. The energy management of LD Root was superb in this matchup here. Being able to preserve the energy and then catching that move onto the Quagsire was what made the difference at the end of the day.
Absolutely. That Drill Peck bait, not just once, but twice, would really, I don't know, scorn the thoughts of Zephy Master here, knowing that you could have let that go. It would have been quite easy to take, but it had to be done in order to get that win for LD Root in the end.
But then as well, if you take a look actually at the resisted Drill Peck from the Fearow, Fearow has such a high attack stat, Drill Peck is such a strong move, and Empoleon isn't actually the bulkiest Pokemon. It can still take it, of course, but mainly resists a lot of the damage, like for example the Drill Peck, but you still would actually do quite a lot of damage there that over time would just add up. And this is the thing as well with Fearow, unless you have a Pokemon that is really, really strong against both of the charge moves that it has. It's basically next to no answer, and I don't actually know a Pokemon currently that completely walls this Pokemon.
Absolutely. Well, it's got such good coverage. Maybe that's why we've seen a few players bringing it here. But it's also, I was almost going to say, like your favorite Pokemon, Greninja, that we've seen already, is a very, very squishy Pokemon. It's not quite to the same extent squishy, but Fearow is still a very squishy Pokemon.
Yeah, we even saw a Shadow Greninja just now, sadly getting knocked out there for me. But it was cool to see a Pokemon like this on the big stage here as well. Greninja is a Pokemon that I didn't really expect today, but actually has performed quite well on the winner side as well still.
I've not expected to see any Greninjas, but I'll tell you what, it's always fun to see an outsider do well.
And here we have now a grass type against a water and ground type. But still, the fast move of Credilli are going to be resisted, so Quagsire doesn't really fear them. It just fears that grass knot. And here comes the Awkward Tail. Awkward Tail is going to chip away a little bit from the Credilli.
Yeah, because of the acid fast move, it's not really a bad situation at all for this Shadow Quagsire, which we've seen do so well up until this point.
And now shield is of course coming up. We have to respect this here. But you kind of want to most likely not want to have that Credilli up against the Firo. And in comes the Stone Edge. Stone Edge is doing a little bit more damage. Let's take a look if this is going to be enough to knock out the Credilli though.
It's gone non-shield. Is this going to be enough to knock out? Not quite, ever so. Just hangs in there. And a parting blow now from this Credilli on to the Grumpig.
Grumpig is going to be able to survive it, but still, for Seffi, it's definitely going to be what he wants to do. He wants to get some damage off there still, and it's still going to have also the shield advantage now. In comes the Empoleon, being able to outspeed that Grumpig. Are you going to invest your final shield here?
Well, that's for LD Root to decide, and LD Root decides, yes, I will. And shielding up this Grumpig.
You have access to Dynamic Punch, which is going to force the final, like the first shield here from Seffi actually, onto the Empoleon. You don't want to have the Empoleon go down from the super effective move, but you still have to fear, of course, the Firo on the back, but also that Quagsire. We see the charge move coming through. We don't see the charge move from the Empoleon first, we see the charge move from the Grumpig.
Well, the initial move before this was thrown just before the Empoleon got to the move, so I thought there would be no chance that a second move would be thrown, but Seffi has decided, I want to get a little bit more energy here.
The energy is going to be handy now against that Quagsire. Quagsire is not going to enjoy the Hydro Cannon, but it still hangs on, and there's no fast move pressure from that Empoleon, so the Awkward Tail is going to be reached, but it's not going to be enough to knock out the Empoleon.
Aqua Tail will do damage here. It is a Shadow after all, just over half the remaining HP.
And now we have Quagsire against Quagsire, but what we have in the back is still the Firo. And on this Quagsire, there is no Stone Edge, and this is what's going to decide it here, because Stone Edge would be enough to knock out the Firo with the energy lead that you have here. But now we have Mud Bomb and Awkward Tail. Is this going to be enough?
You do have to take into account these Aqua Tails are incredibly spammy. They are same type of tech bonus, and oh my goodness, it's all taken back, what I was just saying, because of this amazing catch from LD Root.
This catch is going to help out big time here as the Firo comes in. It's going to be able to take at least one Awkward Tail, but can Seffi Master return the favor? Can he catch the move as well onto the Empoleon?
We're going to see as the game comes to its finite conclusion here. Firo is racking up the points and wins charge attack priority.
Drill Peck is coming through, knocking out this Quagsire, and now it is going to be the Drill Peck as well. That's going to be enough to go for. Okay, you can see Point, the Point has a charge move start.
Oh my goodness, I cannot believe what I'm witnessing in this game. Zephy Mastix just throws off the Hydro Cannon and ends up taking this game number 2, taking it to 1 apiece.
Yeah, that was insane. Like having the charge move stored there at the back there. We saw now all over again. We had a lot of times already where those stored charge moves that you maybe start very, very early on in the battles come in clutch later on in those battles as well too. Especially then when the Pokemon are already kind of low, you're gonna be able to chip them away throughout just with the fast moves. Then you have still the charge move stored at the back. And here again, the Hydro Cannon was crucial there at the end.
I tell you what, watching that game, watching the catch made onto the Grumpig towards the end, I thought LD Root had that in the bag, but these games never ever fail to surprise me. What I believe is happening, sometimes there is a hidden plan, a master plan happening in the minds of these trainers. Zephy Mastix played so well there and ended up taking it back to 1 apiece in towards decisive game number 3, and this is where the mental warfare begins. What is your opponent going to bring? Are they going to bring the game that won them first of all? Or are they going to win the game that won? Or are they going to take into account what you brought to win your game and try and counter that?
Are we going to see their kind of signature picks there? Are we going to see the Spiritomb from Seffi? Are we going to see the Grumpig again? Or are we going to see that Tinkaton? Tinkaton could be very cool as well against the Credilli that we see now all over again, and maybe also against that Spiritomb. But we have game number 3 ready. It's Grumpig against Spiritomb.
Here we go, decisive game number 3, and it's looking very good for Spiritomb here. We just heard him on the interview say he really wants to see his Spiritomb do well, and
You couldn't ask for much of a better lead.
We also see that the Spiritomb is best buddied, has the ribbon on. It's definitely one of his favorite Pokemon here, as the Aquatail is going to still chunk quite a bit of the health there.
We're going to see a Shadow Ball load up now. Is LD Root going to respect it? Call a bait? No, he is not. He is going to respect the move, and he is going to shield up.
And in comes the Credilli, and Credilli is a Pokemon that's going to be very tough to deal with here for LD Root, but you still actually have the Grumpig now. And the thing is as well, with the charges already been thrown at this point, you're going to be able to lock in your Grumpig for quite a while against the Credilli.
This isn't a horrific situation to be in because of just how spammy this Pokemon is. You're able to just slow down the clock time and switch out as quickly as you possibly can, and just like that, not a single grass knot was reached onto the water and ground type Pokemon.
And now Grumpig is back in, having to take, of course, the Rock Tomb, dropping the attack straight away from this Pokemon. But still, there's some fast move pressure available with a Psywave, and you're going to be able to get to the Dynamic Range faster. Ooh. But we're going to see a charge move coming through from the Credilli first.
And LD Root deciding to let this go, maybe trying to get some farm on something in the back here to try and lead into whatever Zephy is holding on to.
I think it's because of the Spiritomb. You just can't try to get rid of that Grumpig because you know Spiritomb is coming in afterwards. It's not a great matchup, so you have to kind of try to do something more what you wouldn't really expect. But in comes now the Quagsire mirror matchup, which we've seen all over again. This is such a common matchup today.
Absolutely. This team from Zephy Mastix, the double debuffing team with both of Rock Tomb, has been so good for him so far. And we are seeing an Aquatail come through now, a super effective one at that.
The Aquatail is going to do chunk quite a lot of the health here. It's going to be enough to... No, we need actually 3 Aquatails to knock out this Diggersby. This is going to be interesting now because Diggersby can hang on to yet another Aquatail here. We see a no-shield coming through as well from LD Root. How are you going to come back from this one? You have to stop a lot of energy. There's still 2 shields available for Zephy.
Opting to throw a Fire Punch here, really trying to draw out a shield from Zephy Mastix, and does end up taking it.
The Fire Punch is going to get that shield here, and in comes the charge move, the Aquatail. Now you have to shield. You don't really have a different choice. Or are you going to let the move go through? No, you are not. You need to keep your Diggersby somehow healthy there as the Fire... Oh, not the Fire Punch. It's coming. The Scorching Sun is coming through, and it's going to knock out the Quagsire here.
Oh my goodness. Zephy Mastix has really switched up his plan here, and all of a sudden, this game is very, very even. We're seeing LD Root start nodding his head. You think he likes the situation?
I think there is going to be still a shield left for Zephy, and the fast move pressure of that Spiritomb is going to be enough to take down the Quagsire now. And there's another charge move stored on the Spiritomb, and one charge move, even though it's resisted,
there's no move left.
There's not going to be a lot left for the Diggersby. The Shadow Ball is going to knock it out.
The Shadow Ball will be the one to take out this normal typing. This is an incredibly close game. LD Root accepting a very well play here from Zephy Mastix, clapping him off, but this was a fantastic win for Zephy Mastix. Well played, sir.
Well played, and again, the trusty Spiritomb. He was talking about before. Trusty Spiritomb is going to be something we're going to see in day number 2 as well now.
Yeah, in the interview he was saying he really wanted to see his favorite Pokemon just have a little bit of time in the limelight, a little bit of time to show what it's really made of. And I tell you what, it's definitely made a name for itself here.
Definitely. Apparently made of 108 souls. Spiritomb is able to, bring Zephy into day number 2 of this competition. And I wonder how far Spiritomb is going to be able to go, because it seems to be a very strong pick in the current meta.
Absolutely, and it's little picks like that you don't see very many of overall in the tournament. We're seeing a lot of the same base team with little variations here and there, and that's what's making the team so... that's what I'm enjoying the most about these teams. We're seeing this one here with the with his favorite Pokemon, Spiritomb.
Yeah, the Spiritomb on this team was definitely very strong here as well against LD Root. We had Tinkaton still on LD Root's side, as well as Grumpig. Pokemon I'm excited to see as well, but we had the Fearow as well, which was very, very strong in the beginning, but then he decided to bench it.
Absolutely, but that's... Oh, I remember that right at the beginning of the game, the one-hit KO. Oh my goodness, it was It was a sight to behold. I wasn't expecting it to go down in one hit. Did you know it was going to be all in one?
Yeah, there was. It's just hit quite hard, I would say there. But yeah, as we see here as well, we're gonna have in the beginning the Firo. The Firo was so strong, and it came down to here as well the catch onto the Grumpig, of course.
Oh, yes.
And also the correct side is running Mud Bomb over Stone Edge. This is the thing as well that some players opt to go for Mud Bomb, some players go for the Stone Edge. In those certain scenarios, like you kind of want to have both ideally, plus the Awkward Tail. But I don't think we can have 3 charge moves currently.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does also show that even though you've caught a move and it looks good for you in a certain situation, in the overall grand scheme of the game, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have won.
No, it doesn't. But I'm excited because we're still going to have one more game to go as well.
Ooh. I'm excited also. Who have we got playing?
We are going to have our Wolfpack playing as well, and Sayona.
Shona? Amazing. I'm very excited to see these two players come to blows and see what they've got going up against each other. What has been one of your favorite Pokemon that you've seen today?
My favorite Pokemon I've seen today? Actually a very good question. We've seen quite a lot of very unique Pokemon that did quite well. I do think that I was a bit, I was not really expecting Shadow Altaria actually to do that well. We saw already Petaman in the beginning having a great time with it, showcasing as well on how strong this Pokemon can be as a Sacer, because you're going to be able to apply so much fast move and charge move pressure with that Flamethrower, with the Sky Attack. Of course, maybe not the most spiciest Pokemon, but I didn't really expect it to be that strong.
Absolutely. The Pokemon you mentioned there, it was very actively used at the beginning of the season, Altaria. Maybe not Shadow as much. I don't think it was even available at that time. But we saw it used so frequently, but it kind of fell off in the meta. But I really like when players go back to the beginning of when this meta kind of started to form, and then they make their own adaptations, bring it back. This Pokemon was really good. So much has changed since then. Is it still really good? But Pataman could probably make anything look pretty good.
Honestly, Pataman can do that. But we also had another trainer, which I found quite interesting earlier on, who was running Mandibus plus that, the Medicham together. That was thinking, interesting.
A real blast from the past. A few years ago, these Pokemon were running rampant, and we were seeing them everywhere. And these Pokemon that you may not really even think of now. Medicham has got a bit better with Psycho Cut, and you see it a little bit more in the Go Battle League. But I don't think I've seen very many of them used in the play Pokemon scene at all.
Yeah, we haven't seen that many of them. And then also Mandibus had like a few nerfs towards it as well, but then came back now with the Shadow Ball buff recently. We have a foul play on this Pokemon, and it did so well. But now we're going to have a very interesting matchup. I'm seeing a Drifblim here.
We have a Drifblim making it all the way up to this stage. Oh my goodness, a Shadow Drifblim at that. I tell you what, I am a big enjoyer of Drifblim. With the Astonish, it does so much damage, and then it can debuff your opponent as well. It's a Pokemon that I really like to run in the Go Battle League.
Same, actually. I actually hit Legend with the Drifblim before as well in one of the earliest seasons of the Go Battle League, when Astonish wasn't actually the move that you wanted to run on this Pokemon. So I like this Pokemon quite a lot now. I want to see on how well this Pokemon is going to be doing today here as well, because I mean, it already did quite well if it's that late into the tournament. But you have Icy Wind, you have Shadow Ball as potential charge move options, but also I haven't seen a Blastoise today.
No, at all. In general, this team seems quite outlandish to what we have been seeing quite a lot of. Diggersby is saying we've seen quite a bit of. We've seen a few Azumarill. We were mentioning Altaria just now, saying we saw a lot at the beginning of the season, not seeing it as much now. Tinkaton has not made it very far in the tournament. We've seen a couple of them, and its Community Day move, Gigaton Hammer, we probably expected to do a lot better than it has done until this point, but we are still seeing them, and it still does absolutely pack a punch.
Honestly, the best thing about Gigaton Hammer is still the animation. It looks so cool. But also, do we see a Gigaton Hammer land against that Alolan Ninetales? I wonder how much damage this would do.
It would send Ninetales very, very far away, I think. A big bonk.
Definitely a big bonk. A very unique team here as well, because we have the Meloma together with the Alolan Ninetales. Haven't really seen Alolan Ninetales too much today. We have here Powder Snow, Weather Ball, the Community Day move, Chilling Water, which drops the opponent's attack guaranteed.
we were seeing a lot of Ninetales quite a while ago, Shadow Ninetales, when it was running Charm. Now, ever since Powder Snow has become a lot more prevalent, we're seeing a lot more of the non-Shadow variant used because it needs a little bit more of that bulk, and it gets to move a lot quicker because of the fast charging.
And then also, yeah, again, with the faster charging, with the extra bulk, and with the chilling water, you're going to be able to just even extend your bulk even more. You're going to be able to have more staying power on the field. And thanks to chilling water as well, you're going to be able to have coverage against Pokemon that usually you would struggle against a little bit more, like fire types, like those rock types.
Yeah, absolutely. And it has that, that coverage that you would perhaps need in a Pokemon of this stature.
Yeah, the coverage that you want to have. And honestly, I hear a lot of players actually running it together with the Empoleon, and we see it here as a core again together as well. And it's going to be a Shadow Empoleon. That's kind of interesting. But I'm curious, are we going to see the Drifblim? Are we going to see the Drifblim?
Drifblim is looking pretty good into this team overall, except into one specific Pokemon. One specific Pokemon that we have seen in almost every team. Licky. If it was to be brought, it would do consistent damage into near enough anything. However, Malamar would be able to hit it back very hard. That Licky looks very, very difficult.
Yeah, but you also have the Ninetales with the Ice-type damage, and then we also have the Electric-type damage still from the Stunfisk coming through as well.
Yes.
I feel like the chances of seeing the Drifblim here
are very low.
Most likely very low. Unfortunate. But we still have a lot of other Pokemon we can think here as well about, because we have that Blastoise still. I'm curious on if Blastoise has a lot of potential there, because Blastoise actually shuts down the Ninetales completely.
And it's very interesting which moveset the Blastoise is running here. Skull Bash, the ability to buff up its own defense while doing just a very hefty amount of damage onto your opponent.
Yeah, Skull Bash is a very interesting move, especially in like those neutral matchups against all the other water-type Pokemon. You kind of need to have the move. Like against the Feraligatr, you kind of like you don't want to go for an Ice Beam. You don't go for a Hydro Pump, a Hydro Cannon actually. You want to go for the Skull Bash in order to boost yourself up, in order to do the neutral damage. And against Quagsire as well, it's kind of nice. I mean, at least they can go for Hydro Cannon there as well.
Yeah, we see a lot of the water ice types have a lot of water and ice coverage. To have that normal, it really does open the bracket as to what you can hit.
And also, we've seen quite a lot of different water-type starter Pokemon now already. We had Feraligatr, we had Empoleon. Well, now we're going to have another one with Blastoise. It's cool to see like a Generation 1 starter again as well. Charizard dominated HG competitive play for a tiny bit of time as well. We had Venusaur doing quite well as well, and now Blastoise is going to be back.
Absolutely. We've seen so many of the full evolutions of the partner starting Pokemon from loads of different generations, all running that same signature move, Hydro Cannon, which does so much damage. But it's interesting that it's not just the same Pokemon you're seeing over and over again, but lots of different Pokemon with different subtypings that can still deal the same big damage.
You actually had all of the first 4 generations, the water-type stars, all we've seen already on the stream today. We had Swampert, we had that Empoleon, we had the Feraligatr, now Blastoise is joining the club. There are so many star-type Pokemon currently available. I would like to see some of the Grass-type star-type Pokemon as well, or the Fire-type star Pokemon. Where's Typhlosion?
I know, we're not seeing as many of the Fire types as we'd perhaps like to see. Fire types in general, we're not seeing in the meta as much as we once did. Talonflame we see a little bit, but other than that, we hardly see anything. And Pokemon like Aegislash are going unchecked. With the consistent fire damage, even with its shield form, it would still do a lot more damage.
It definitely would. And I do think that Typhlosion would be an interesting choice here, just with the coverage that you have. But we don't have Fire-type Pokemon here. We don't even have Fire-type coverage, even though Drifblim could have had Fire-type coverage if you wanted to. It has Mystical Fire, but rather goes for the Ice coverage as well as the Shadow Ball.
I think I prefer the Ice-type, Icy Wind coverage as well. I feel like it hits a larger array of Pokemon under its wing.
I sometimes like to actually run Icy Wind together with a Mystical Fire, just because you already have a lot of Ghost-type damage with a fast move, and then you have the ultimate coverage. But of course, Shadow Ball, I think, is just going to be a bit more consistent.
Yeah, Shadow Ball.
Unless you go up against the Licky.
Absolutely, Shadow Ball does do generally a lot of damage, except we've seen a lot of caught Shadow Balls today.
Yeah,
Oh,
we have
Licky
seen
Licky.
a lot. We have, you know, the Altaria against Empoleon. They usually like to pair together in a team, but no, they're going up against each other. And this is going to be a bit more of a neutral matchup, actually. We've seen it earlier. Like, Flamethrower does quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, Altaria, Empoleon, friends become rivals. We're seeing a pivot out here into Licky Licky into Blastoise.
2 times rollout up against each other. We see the Shadow Wall coming through straight away. Do we see a shield? No shield immediately. And we're going to have some Hydro Cannons most likely fired back very, very soon.
Absolutely, roll out a 3-turn fast move that generates energy ever so quickly. And opting for the Skull Bash here. This will do a lot of damage, and this will also increase by 1 stage the defense of Blastoise.
This Skull Bash is going to allow you to take a Shadow Bomb. That's why Wolfpack is going to go for the Body Slam instead, because you're most likely going to be able to just go for 2 Body Slams now, which might be enough. But again, with a defense boost, it might just be a little bit too short. But in comes now the Hydro Cannon before, and the Hydro Cannon will be able to knock out that Licky Licky.
Going for charge attack priority. This is a very, very good play from Sonya.
And now we have that Blasters with only a few HP left, and in comes, of course, that Stunfisk. Stunfisk is going to be able to get some energy, but not before there's going to be another Hydro Cannon. You definitely want to shield this move up.
Absolutely, this would do a devastating amount of damage. Happy to give a shield here and perhaps farm it down the rest of the way.
And now it is going to be the full farm down of the Stunfisk. We have so much energy, but it's going to go up against the Altaria. But again, I feel like neither of them can really fight up against each other. Like, all the charge moves do a little bit of damage, but not that much either.
Absolutely, and we are seeing this discharge land, a move that in itself just doesn't do that much damage, but it's a neutral here, the best move to throw in the situation.
Flamethrower coming through. Flamethrower is hitting just for a tiny bit here. And Drill Peck is now going to come up from that Empoleon. And again, a no shield here, trying to keep everything for that Azumarill. But Azumarill doesn't have a great matchup against the Empoleon.
Empoleon was holding on to that energy and was now a very good appropriate time to throw it. We are going to see in response a Flamethrower, but it is going to go shielded. This Flamethrower does a lot of damage.
This is going to be such an interesting endgame, because we have now 2 shields onto that Azumarill, but it isn't really up against any Pokemon it really wants to be up against. But this doesn't mean a lot, because Azumarill has so much bulk to it. It might just be able to hang on, but it's such a close endgame now.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's a very, very bulky Pokemon. Still 2 shields being held. All we have to really do here is just try and negate as much attack as we possibly can.
And in comes now another Drill Peck getting shielded. You kind of have to, like, at the end of the Drill Peck doesn't need the same amount of damage as a Discharge does as well. We see them wait here as well with the Azumarill before they go for the charge move, guaranteeing that the player is actually landing against the Empoleon and not up against that Stunfisk. And now another Drill Peck is going to be reached. This is going to do a lot of damage, but we're not going to see another shield coming up.
We are going to see Shona let this one go, and just hanging in there, the Azumarill will now try and get to an Ice Beam.
The Ice Beam will maybe put him definitely low, but I don't think it's going to be enough yet at this point. And Discharge is going to get the final shield, but there's still the Altaria in the back as well.
Oh,
but Discharge is going to be reached again, and this means Azumarill is going to go down before it can fire off an Ice Beam.
Incredibly fine margins between these 2 Pokemon. It was very, very close. Was the Ice Beam going to get reached? Not quite. The Pokemon, Azumarill, just a little bit too slow to get to the energy.
Discharge is going to be able to finish up this battle now. Wolfpack is going to be able to win the first one against this Altaria with 1 HP in the sky, but the Discharge is going to bring it down.
Wolfpack brings the bird down from up high and ends up bringing it crashing down to the ground, taking this first game win.
What a game we just saw. I'm so excited for the second game coming up now as well, because we have, again, so much variety on each trainer side. There's basically next to no Pokemon that's... I don't think there is a Pokemon that's on both trainer side right now.
No, these are every single one of these Pokemon are unique in this battle. So there are a plethora of ways that all these Pokemon could be used in this battle.
We haven't really seen it that much today. While there was always like a lot of variety in the meta so far, which I really enjoy, because you always saw like Pokemon that you wouldn't really expect that much. I feel like this is like the first time now where really there's no similarities directly from the teams that they built, and that is going to be so interesting now for the upcoming battle. Are we gonna see that Ninetales? Are we gonna see maybe something like the Drifblim?
Absolutely, and these are some of the most entertaining battles to watch from our perspective, because you're not seeing the same mirror matchups playing against each other and just to see who wins charge attack priority, but we're seeing the thought process, the structure of these teams being built by these two trainers to try and counteract the other trainers' independent Pokemon.
I also do think it's a very interesting shout to go as your first partner Pokemon for the Blastoise instead of something like the Feraligatr, which we've seen more commonly here. Well, they do very similar things. You are going to have the fast mover rollout, which is going to be doing neutral damage against the Licky compared to that Shadow Claw, which is doing resisted damage.
Well,
so Blastoise is quite a bit unique there.
Absolutely. Well, this is the last battle of the day. Will this be the last match of the day? We're going to find out here as these two players line up. Wolfpack up by 1. Is Sonia going to bring this one back?
I think Wolfpack might be very happy about this lead, having the ideal lead that you want to see, but now against Blastoise, you don't have the best answers. You have to go into your Stunfisk, and while you do super effective damage against them, they do super effective damage against you as well.
Absolutely. It's not a great situation, but it's not a bad situation. You're just doing a lot of devastating damage to each other.
It is quite a neutral matchup, but here as Wolfpack we have, and again, a Steel type in the Empoleon in the back as well. So like you quite find no matter which Pokemon you go up against, it's kind of nice for him that he does not have to do this with the Stunfisk. He doesn't have to go up against that Altaria, the Stunfisk. Now, of course, there's going to be the Diggersby now lurking in the back still as well, which is going to be an interesting Pokemon for the late game.
Absolutely. Happy to give away a shield here. Just trying to see which player tries to win the swap here and get their preferential placement of their Pokemon onto their opponent.
Yeah, Wolfpack is going to use the shield in order to keep the alignment, but we see the stop-out straight away, and in comes that Diggersby, and Diggersby doesn't want to go up against the Ninetales either.
Ninetales is looking very good into the remainder of this team. The Chilling Water is going to immediately debuff his opponent, and I think Wolfpack realizes the value of this Pokemon now for the rest of this game.
Fire Punch is still going to do some super effective damage. It is not over yet. Fire Punch is coming through here. It's going to be debuffed, but still super effective damage, but it doesn't do that much. You can easily take another one.
It does not do that much damage, and now Wolfpack has a few options of what moves he can throw here.
Yeah, we have a few options here. Do you go for the cheaper Weather Ball, or do you try to debuff that Diggersby even further? I think at this point you can just go for the Weather Ball, because at the end of the day, you're not going to survive another Fire Punch here as that Ninetales. Ninetales would faint from that one. But now we have the shields coming up that you still have to get rid of from Shona there as well. You have the Weather Ball coming through. We see another shield now?
We will decide what Shona decides to do, and does give up the last remaining shield. This is a big Pokemon here for Wolfpack, and it looks like Wolfpack may give it up here, or you're going to see it in the end. No, still shielding it. Very, very low on HP.
Very
staying, hanging in there, Ninetales.
And now this is going to do a lot of damage, and this is the thing as well for Ninetales. It double resists the Dragon Breath from that Altaria. So for Altaria, while the Ninetales is low now, it's still going to take a bit in order to get rid of it. Maybe can even still reach another Weather Ball.
Oh,
let's take a look at this one.
Surely.
Sky Attack comes through.
Just about reaching that Sky Attack before the Weather Ball was reached. I'll tell you what, that was a good decision from Wolfpack. The very, very negated Dragon Breaths there, not doing much damage at all.
And now we have that Shadow Empoleon reaching out for the Drill Peck. This is not going to be enough yet to take down that Altaria, but it's going to put into rage with a metal sound. Is just chunking away. Altaria is super low, but there's still going to be another Discharge ready.
And that should be enough for Wolfpack to take away this game number 2. Shona puts down the phone, puts down the pen, and says, yep, that's me done. And Wolfpack takes away the win here. Well played by both these trainers, but it was so fun seeing that spicy Pokemon do so much work for him in that game.
We saw now both forms of Ninetales here today at the regional, but we haven't seen the Kanto Ninetales actually play on stream. We saw it on Team of the Israelis, and now we see the Alolan Ninetales, a completely different Pokemon, having the Ice and Fairy typing, having the Community Day move of Chilling Water available for you. It's such an interesting pick.
Absolutely, and overall, it's just so fun seeing all these different Pokemon play against each other. Such independent Pokemon, and just deciding which of your Pokemon do you think will do the best into their team. What are they going to bring? It's
it's always a fun time.
It is always a fun time, and I think that Wolfpack was very happy about bringing the Knights in the final game. Well, let's take a look here again. The 1 HP on the Altaria, of course, was not able to hang on against this Stunfisk here, and this is going to be enough, of course, to knock it out. Altaria, still a strong Pokemon, but here in this matchup, I feel like it never really got aligned correctly.
Absolutely, it was incredibly close between these trainers and their Pokemon alike. But overall, at the end of the day, Wolfpack ended up taking it, and it was a spectacle. I'll tell you that. It was fun to watch.
It was so much fun to watch, and that was a very fun first day so far as well. How do you feel like it? You enjoy it?
What was that? Sorry.
How did you feel about day one?
Oh, I'll tell you what, I've really enjoyed day one. Day one has been so fun. We've seen so many different Pokemon. We've seen a strong core, and we've seen select players running the same Pokemon, but with different iterations and slight adaptations to go alongside these really strong Pokemon in the meta. But we've also seen some other players make it really far who are just straying completely away from the meta. So we've got some Pokemon that can counteract it ever so slightly. Nothing can counteract this meta completely. Don't get me wrong, it's very, very strong. But overall, the play has just been fantastic.
It has been fantastic. It's been a fantastic year for Pokemon generally. It's the 30th anniversary for Pokemon. So let's take a look here at what's going on for the 30th anniversary.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, pero su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Fira. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So, what's your favorite?
Yo, wiki. What I'm trying to get is that's a wrap for day number 1 here in Utrecht. I'm here alongside Mixmaster Martijn. Quickly go through what was some of your highlights for your day.
So many rainy cast form. All these German trainers bringing that Pokemon was a delight to see. I mean, we saw so many unique Pokemon to begin with, actually.
We saw so many unique Pokemon. Ready Cosmo was definitely something I didn't really expect as well. But we saw so many different kind of takes. We saw Pangoro, for example, a Pokemon that I also didn't expect. But also my favorite Pokemon, Green Ninja. We saw it in normal form, we saw it in the Shadow form. Very fun Pokemon.
We also saw a Dartrix make it to day 2, and I'm incredibly excited for that one.
Now, those were Pokemon that weren't on maybe the day 1 super meta usage. We have that here. So this was of all the trainers that we had so far. It's pretty standard of what we've seen in most cups in this new regional.
The day 1 usage, of course, yeah, and we saw a lot of those Pokemon. A lot of times today, a lot of Licky. Tinkaton, maybe, again, not as often actually as I expected based on this graphic so far, but I'm curious on how it's going to change for day number 2.
Well, if you're asking, ask and you shall receive, because this is the day 2 meta. And so look at this Licky, which was at the top usage for all the tournaments so far, now has been replaced with Shadow Quagsire.
That is an absolute shock, Amanda. As a Pokemon as Tinkaton that was in the top 4, did not even make it onto the list for day number 2. We did see a couple of them being used towards the end of the day, but we're not seeing many of them at all make it to day number 2.
I think the biggest surprise on this usage is Empoleon and Cradily. 2 Pokemon we have not seen as much in this meta, maybe even the past season of Pokemon GO, but they're so back right now, which is surprising. Like, they came out of nowhere.
They're so back, baby, and these are the people who have been using them. We are going to start on the winner's side of the bracket tomorrow, so these are the winner's side. That means they haven't lost yet in the tournament. And in a double elimination tournament, whoever loses those rounds will play against the competitors that you see on the lower end of the screen.
There are a lot of fun battles coming up here. Can't wait to see as well. This Wireless was, of course, his Greninja against the Celio of Nizabethan. There are a lot of very exciting battles. Cockstruck as well here in the losers finals competition. I can't wait to see his Firo again, which was really, really fun to watch here today.
So a lot of heavy hitting names that you see here on that list. When are we going to watch? Because I know that you are not going to want to miss it. Don't forget to check out the start time of our tournament tomorrow. It is going to be 9:20 a.m. at the Central European Standard Summertime here. But if you're already maybe in the North America, you might want to stay up a little bit late to catch a peek at the action. It will be our second to last regional competition here in Europe, but there's still a couple more chances to get championship points.
Absolutely, there's still plenty of games yet to be played over in Turin, and then we've got the NAIC over in New Orleans, but all roads lead to the World Championships over in San Francisco.
If you're not there in person, you're going to want to make sure that you're watching these events online. Now, you can watch them on YouTube. You can also watch them on Twitch. But guess what? That's not the only treats that we have for you on Twitch. There's plenty other good Pokemon things that you can catch if you're following the channel. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at that schedule.
On Tuesday, you can watch Pokemon DP Galactic Battles. On Wednesday, we're going to have a rerun of the Pokemon North America International Championship 2025 of UNITE, GO, and TCG. And on Thursday, following up, Pokemon the series. You can watch it all on Twitch.
Yep, you can watch that on Twitch. You're going to want to make sure to be following the channels on that. So it's twitch.tv/playpokemon, or you can go ahead and do it on YouTube. But if you're not, if you're not into that, you want to make sure to catch all the action on the website. So you can go ahead and check out Pokemon.com/broadcast. You see it there. You can see all the upcoming events, all the juicy tidbits that they have for you. And I'm sorry, guys. I hate to tell you, it's the end. It's the end of day number 1. But we're going to have plenty more action for you tomorrow, so you're going to make sure to tune in. We'll catch you guys then. See you later.